for all the hard work that they've done in regard to this challenging investigation.
The Premier will fly out tonight, headed to Azerbaijan to attend the COP29 conference. The state government want to be the host city for the event to be held in November 2026. Peter Malinauskas says it would be a massive coup for SA.
COP is pretty much the world's largest forum or conference. It is entirely dedicated towards facing the challenge of decarbonisation globally, but particularly with an industrial consideration. COP would make a gather round look very, very small indeed. This is 30 to 40,000 delegates coming from all over the world to one city at one point in time.
Meantime, Stephen Mulligan will arrive in the UK tonight ahead of a series of high-level meetings. The Treasurer and Defence Industries Minister will use the trip to further strengthen ties with UK defence partners ahead of SA's role building nuclear-powered subs as part of the AUKUS agreement. This morning's crash at Edinburgh has claimed the life of the North Haven man. The 53-year-old driver killed when his SUV crashed on Purling Avenue just before 6:30. Major crash investigators attended the scene. His death is the 79th life lost on SA roads this year. Universities are reacting angrily to the federal opposition's move to block proposed international student caps. Labor's plan to limit the number of foreign students coming into Australia from next year is now unlikely to make it through Parliament. It means the government's current measures to restrict the number of student visas being issued will continue. Universities Australia Chief Executive Luke Sheehy says that policy has already cost the sector billions.
The opposition had a choice today whether or not to help particularly universities in regional Australia and our outer suburban growth corridors with the relief they need from this ministerial determination, and they've decided they want to continue to have a phony war blaming international students on the migration and housing issue right through to the election.
Businesses selling essential items like groceries and fuel could be forced to accept cash from 2026. The federal government is considering implementing a mandate to ensure Australians can still make purchases during natural disasters or digital outages. Independent Senator Jackie Lambie believes keeping cash around is important for a number of reasons.
I love cash. I try and leave $20 or $30 in my wallet, and sometimes there just isn't, and you're walking past people who need it, whether it's for raffles raising money or for those homeless out there where you chuck them $10 or $15, I bet you they're really feeling it at the moment because a lot of people don't have cash. So I think having cash around is a great idea.
And Gladiator 2 is the king of the Aussie box office. It made almost $7 million in its opening weekend. Now turning to 5AA's sport.
Mannix is your one-stop air and solar shop at Adelaide's best prices. Nobody beats Mannix.
The NBL is investigating an incident during yesterday's match between the Adelaide 36ers and Melbourne United, which saw 4 fans ejected from the arena. Tickets for the AFLW prelim finals are now on sale. Port play North Melbourne on Saturday, then the Crows face Brisbane. Yannick Sinner has won the ATP finals in Turin, defeating American Taylor Fritz. And Aussie Ben Simmons failed to score from 22 minutes on the court in Brooklyn's 114-104 loss to the New York Knicks in the NBA. Now checking 5AA traffic.
Control Air, Australia's commercial refrigeration and air conditioning experts. Visit controlairaustralia.com.au.
At Cavan, a crash, Port Wakefield Road near Montague Road. Mitcham, urgent sewer works on Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. Lockleys, twisted traffic light on Tapley's Hill Road near St Donald Bradford Drive. And road closure still in place for Adelaide 500 for the next couple of days, so try and avoid the east end of the city on the drive home this afternoon. Got a camera at Dyson Road at Christie's Beach. Anchor down with an 8-night South Pacific Carnival cruise from $999 per person at Flight Centre and receive $400 onboard credit. Book now at Flight Centre. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Now the 5AA weather.
Get the Toyota Forklift Advantage. Visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Sunny tomorrow, a top of 25. Wednesday, sunny 28. Thursday, sunny 33. Right now, it's 20 degrees. Now let's check what's happening on 9 News tonight.
I'm Brenton Braglis. Tonight, health authorities issue an urgent warning about deadly batches of ecstasy days out from schoolies. Broadcaster Alan Jones under arrest over indecent assault allegations. The simple blood test that can diagnose ovarian cancer early. And could the AFLW Grand Final be moved in the event of a showdown? 9 News. Your news, nightly at 6 on 9 and on 9 Now.
setting the agenda for South Australia. This is 5AA, always Adelaide. The 5AA Sports Show.
Get around the little far!
Stephen Rowe and Tim Jennifer.
Good afternoon, 7 after 4. We say it all the time, but what a weekend it was in sport. We'd love to hear about what you got up to, what you chose to consume, and where your burning opinions lie ahead of a massive week in sport. Draft week, test match week. Timmy, Rowey, we're excited.
Yeah, huge weekend of sport, Sam. Get involved, 8223 0000. Give us a call and get involved. We've got a nice little scenario for you a bit later on. Of course, I enjoyed my weekend immensely, watched and consumed a lot of sport, as well as consuming some other things. So I welcome Stephen Rowe. How was your weekend?
Well, this word consuming with sport, you lost me.
Yeah.
But you were up at Rusden's, weren't you?
I did sneak in there.
And
Yes,
I heard
did.
you had a glass of sand scrub.
We were lucky enough to have a little sample. And
Is it not the best
delightful.
red you've ever put to your lips?
I reckon it's got to be
Close, isn't it?
right on the podium.
Well, I didn't have a really good weekend. Worked through most of it. It was windy, so I couldn't fish. I judge a weekend on two things.
yeah.
How many hours I spend with my grandson,
Yep,
and then how many fish I
on the
caught.
water.
And I was 0 from 2 this weekend.
North two.
I
Yeah,
know.
just too windy.
Yeah.
Because you had the northerly, obviously, on the
Oh, it
Saturday.
was just
and then
windy. Just windy.
She went berserk on the Sunday.
Don't
so.
like the wind.
But I tell you
But
what,
I do like the supercars.
What it didn't affect them. Let me tell you, it was a really crazy weekend of sport,
Wasn't
which
it?
was great. It was huge. But we also want to hear your local legend stories too. Have you got any out there? If you took an 8-4 or you made a duck or whatever.
We like the duck
whatever
stories.
sad story. Yeah, it was. Give us a call and
Or did
tell
you
us
play
about
tennis as a 58-year-old and come to work a cripple?
like an idiot. Yeah. If you did that,
Like
join in
someone
as
I
well.
know last week.
Yeah, exactly. So just recovered, actually. Thanks very much for that. But the Velo Adelaide 500, another raging success, and it was won by Red Bull Racing's Will Brown. Brock Feeney for Red Bull on the Saturday, and then Will Brown on the Sunday, and he also double dipped. Here he is.
It's always disappointing if you finish, not on a high. So to finish with a win and also winning the championship was amazing, and it made the celebrations a lot better.
An unassuming star, Will Brown. Now, if he walked down the Rundle Mall, not in Red Bull gear, but in civvies, I'd be struggling to pick out, is that Will Brown? I mean, Brock Feeney's easy because he's got big ears.
Yes.
But this bloke,
You don't see
just
a lot
unassuming.
of him. He's a bit under the radar, isn't he?
Kostecki, because he's big.
Yeah, but you're right. As a driver, he's quite unassuming, but
He
does the
is-
job.
He is the driver's
He's led just
champion.
about the whole season,
He
hasn't
has had a fantastic year. Will, well done.
No, congratulations. The concerts both Saturday and Sunday. If anybody was there, give us a bit of feedback. You got some feedback. I
Well,
think
I did.
on Brekkie this morning.
Had a group of mates, and I was meant to go, but I was down Selleck's way. Anyway, I got late, so I thought, look, I won't go. But I said, keep sending me
Some messages.
like we're on WhatsApp,
Yeah,
like what we
yeah,
are.
yeah.
Updates.
So little 2-minute snaps of it. They were pretty close. You could see Jimmy tells good stories. I mean, he's a great entertainer.
Yeah,
One of the
yeah.
great. He is a legend. I know he's been crook with his heart and all of that, but there was a couple of inverted commas. Meatloaf moments is what I was told. No, he couldn't quite hit that because he can really.
Yeah. But he has been crook, you say.
He has.
He was under the weather.
But still a great performer.
Yeah, well, that's good. So they enjoyed it, though, overall?
They did. So if you went, let us know. Did he hit the high notes? Did it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And, of course, Crowded House on the Saturday
They were
night.
apparently outstanding.
Yeah, that man can perform, Mr. Neil Finn and his friends. Well done. Fantastic stuff. Hey, our Adelaide AFLW girls got
How
it done,
exciting
didn't
is
they?
this?
Yeah, so both into a prelim. I
Oh,
mean, who would have
God.
picked that pre-season? I mean, the Crows are incredibly consistent. They're into their 6th prelim.
Yep.
So, that's familiar territory for them. And Port Adelaide came from nowhere. But the Crows absolutely smashed FIVEAA by 37 points in really difficult conditions and did the
Very
job
hot.
on them. Here's the coach, Doc Clark.
There we wrap. Yeah, I thought that probably the first maybe 5 minutes, Fremantle kind of just looked a bit sharper out of the blocks. But yeah, the group responded really well and just sort of worked their way through. And then clearly the second quarter broke the game open. From there, it was a pretty even tussle. But yeah, no, we're very, very happy with that outcome.
Sound like shell and peas there for Doc.
Well, they're into a prelim, which is great. They've got a big one against Brisbane. I think they've lost their last 5. The last 3 were by less than a
All
kick.
under a kick.
Yeah, so they're going to be close.
Yeah.
Just imagine for 1 second that Port and Crows win. They'll be in an AFLW Grand Final at
It
home.
would be staggering.
Now, Port have got to play a team that hasn't lost this year.
Hasn't lost a game, North Melbourne, undefeated. Probably the best team in the comp this year.
Well, they are, but Port have won 7 straight.
8 straight.
Oh, is it 8 straight?
8 straight
Oh,
now,
stop
my
it.
friend. Yes, yes. So don't you rip us off again.
No.
But they were...
But that's an amazing achievement.
Look, they were
Good on
incredible. Again, they broke another record. So it was a record score for an AFLW final last week.
Combined, in the game.
Combined. And then this week they've broken a record with the being 22 points down at three-quarter time, coming back to win by a point.
I said to Pembo and Will this morning on the Brecky Cross, what's with Hawthorn and Port, because we know the Hawthorn-Port game where Port won from behind that soccer goal. It was just an amazing emotional win. And, out comes... Ken Hickley with the planes out doing the big glider and the 20 grand fine. Wouldn't it be good if Lauren did it?
No, I think Lauren's...
but it would have been...
If Lauren's a bit more measured than that,
But
I'd
it
say.
would have been funny, wouldn't it?
No, she
If
doesn't
she just come out with her arms out.
She doesn't take her advice from you, luckily. But look, what she did do is at three-quarter time, she walked up to him and said, hey, where's the belief?
Yeah, obviously you need to do some quick math, and I said to the group, we need to kick 4 goals here to win. And I asked them if they thought they could do it, and all the eyes looked up at me and with absolute confidence and said, yeah, we can do that. And then you're thinking, well, I'm glad that, you need that level of belief to be able to even get near it. And then just to see them execute what they did, it's such a positive thing, I think, for our team, but also for the competition.
I agree. That last quarter, I watched it.
Well, they're playing with a passion and a spirit that really is quite engrossing. You're loving going on the ride with them at the moment and saying, they really do believe. And I tell you, that Matilda Scholes is only 19 years of age, but she just took over in the middle. She was tapping it, picking it up herself, ripping it down the ground, and
she's your
rugby.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, she's amazing.
Yeah, isn't she?
Yeah.
19.
She does a TI. She hits it to
she
herself.
does and keeps going.
Yeah.
Nah, she's great to watch, and they are doing great things. Let's hope they have a cracking prelim final as well. The 36ers, well, they went down to Melbourne United, but I tell you what, they won the fights, and there was a couple of them, including spectators. Have a listen to this.
And this is getting really ugly. This is getting nasty. This is getting out of control as it spills over the sideline into the Hollywood seats.
Well, I suggest that the fans are going to be asked to be removed.
The fans were screaming at our players. Been in the NBA a long time. I've seen a lot of different fights, but when people that are right in the front row, they cannot do that. They can pay their money, they can cheer, they can yell at us, but as soon as they start putting hands on people, now it's a different game.
Yeah, got out of hand, no doubt about that. You don't like to see that, but it didn't get into that. I think the Boomers v Philippines when chairs were thrown. Do you remember that one?
Oh, that was
nasty, that was out of control, throwing chairs at people. But this one did get a bit out of hand. You don't want officials and spectators and players getting into a melee as such. So what it did show is the boys weren't happy about losing, that's for sure.
Well, 113 to 93, 20-point loss. It was a bit of a scuffle. Montrez got ejected, didn't he, in the end?
He did.
From the game.
From the game, both of them got ejected. It was funny. Nick Kyrgios is there because he loves his NBL and NBA.
Is he part owner of Melbourne United?
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah. Anyway, he was talking about fans and how you engage with fans. Now, this is a bloke that every game he plays, he tees off. Remember at Wimbledon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Told that bird to sit down, whatever. It's a bit like David Warner on Fox talking about... bull tampering. Now, Nick.
I always say go with what you're experienced at.
Nick Kyrgios got on, is it Twitter or whatever it is? X. It's not Twitter anymore, is it?
It's
It's
been
called
renamed.
X.
Elon
Okay,
Musk.
well, I'll call it social media. So he got on social media supporting the Sixers. His quote is, spectators should sit down, shut up and just clap. Now, Nick!
It's coming from him.
This is coming from Nick.
Yeah, I love it.
God, did I laugh when I read that tweet.
That is funny.
So imagine,
I love the irony.
So he's coming, that's the word, he's coming back for the Australian Open. I implore everyone that's paid their $200 to sit and watch Nick play, just sit there, shut up and just clap.
Yeah. I've got to say, though, I'm glad he's coming back. He just brings something to tennis, and I've always said he's never reached what we know his potential is because he hasn't had the other stuff of champions. But I did think when he got to that final against Djokovic in England, in Wimbledon, I thought this might be his turning point. He hasn't played a game since.
No.
He's been injured ever since. I just hope that he can get back on circuit and get to that level he was at. And I feel like the penny's dropped that he has to work hard.
Really?
Hopefully it does.
He's on OnlyFans. Google what that does. No, he is.
Don't tell me to Google things that I'll get in trouble for, mate.
And you're right, Nick Kyrgios is a co-owner of the South East Melbourne Phoenix, so Timmy, you're all over it.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Really?
Only as of last year.
He screwed his face up at me when I said
Yeah,
that.
he did.
He did. You saw it, did you?
I did.
Right, don't mess with me, the old sporting expert.
The old fact checker got fat checked.
Now, there was another interesting fight on the weekend. Well, it wasn't as interesting.
Please.
The Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fiasco. It was what I feared. It was an orchestrated exhibition.
It ended up that.
And you could see, that it was just that, and nobody wanted to hurt anybody. And in the end, I felt like Tyson could have ripped a right several times, but just was playing the game for my liking. And they decided that Jake Paul won on points and whatever that was. The only thing I'll say is he's 58. I think Jake Paul's 27. So
31-year gap.
31-year gap. So it sort of said, if there was an ability in a time machine to sort of go, okay, let's get Mike Tyson at his peak, and let's get, say, Muhammad Ali at his peak.
I'd like to see that.
And put him in the ring. You were talking about it being, what dream matchup would you like?
A sporting dream matchup.
Imagine that.
822 300 Before we get to that, I just want to say, I can't believe I stopped down in our barbecue on a Saturday. We're there to celebrate Jodie's dad's 80th birthday, who passed 35 years ago, so it was an emotional thing. But we stopped down for them to walk out, because it was a younger crowd with an older crowd. We thought, well, if everyone's watching it, 50 million people, it was Netflix, it was free. I was embarrassed to sit there and watch it. It was embarrassing to think that a nobody YouTuber can have a fight with a convicted rapist and get $60 million between them. I mean, that speaks volumes of where we are as a sport, as a nation, and as a world. And I was the idiot and the fool that stopped and watched.
You watched it. Yeah.
I did.
You're one of the many.
But no, but I was.
Yeah.
And I'm embarrassed now because it was embarrassing to watch. There was a women's title fight in the undercard before them. Katie Taylor, who's the Irish lass, fought Amanda Serrano. They had 541 punches they counted in that bout.
Wow.
444 more punches
than the other fight.
And I think they made $1 million each. They made 40 million and 20 million respectively. So who's the fool?
Yeah.
Us. We're fools.
Yeah,
but this is what I'd like to see.
I didn't succumb. I didn't succumb.
So what's the dream sporting matchup you'd like to see? So like you said, just it doesn't matter. I'd love to have seen the 77 or the 1970s test team take on our test team right now.
Like today.
So, Lilly, Chappell, Marsh, Walters, Tomo. Do I need to stop? You can nearly name that entire 11.
Yep.
I'd love to see that. And I reckon they'd win in an innings.
Ooh,
that's my prediction.
Okay.
I'd love to have seen Lee Matthews and Gary McIntosh go toe-to-toe.
Well, yeah, that would be good, I'd say. Yes.
But a lot of people would have little dream matchups. I reckon John McEnroe on grass versus Roger Federer, or Sampras and Federer. I love grass
with the same
players.
equipment.
That's right. Serve volley. I would love to have seen the best.
Serve volley was probably the best tennis to watch
at
too.
tennis.
So that's a good one.
What's your dream matchups?
There's probably a few I'd like to say. From a boxing point of view, it would have been interesting to see a few of those match up again. But football-wise, I think it would have been. A lot of people talk about the day Ebert stood Robben. And
there you go.
Russell played centre-half back and Barry played centre-half forward, and they just said it was an incredible game. They reckon Port won, so they reckon Russell just maybe shaded Barry, but it was a clash of the Titans and a matchup that you just wanted
for the whole game.
For the whole game, they're on each other for the whole game. So that McIntosh Lee Matthews one sort of is the idea. You go, well, they were almost a crossover in their careers, but I would love to see something like you go. Today, who's today's best player? Maybe Paddy Cripps in the old days, playing centre, up against perhaps the best centreman, say of all time. Could he take on Russell Ebert as a big-bodied midfielder? I'd like to see it.
Or Greg Williams versus Cripps, two Carlton greats.
Yeah, two Carlton greats, and two total
Brownlow medalists, two total different players.
Yeah. So Yeah, it'd be. I'd love to see.
I reckon the first baller, Greg Williams should just punch Cripps fair in the knuckles.
Maybe the rules have to be adjudicated as well, but
let's
a
do
dream matchup.
What's your dream sporting matchup? A little bit of fantasy today.
What about a bit of car racing? Maybe a bit of Alan Moffat versus Will Brown or something like that,
or Brocky versus Scaife.
Yeah,
that'd be
that
good.
sort of thing. Yeah, I like that.
A couple on the unique homestyle food text line already. Adrian says Michael Jordan versus LeBron. That would get some eyeballs.
Lots of arguments over that one, isn't there?
And how about this from Jeff, who says from Largs Bay, Glenn McGrath and Shane Warne at both ends trying to get Don Bradman out.
Love it.
See, that's what we want.
That's what we want.
That's good.
Get your dream matchups in. 8223 0000 is the number. We'll get to your calls straight after the break. We got the Camporeale twins coming in studio today, which we're excited about as we build up to the draft on Wednesday night. Ben and Lucas will be here very shortly. Kenny Rosewell and Stephen Bradbury, head of the Sport Australia Hall of Fame tonight. The voice of Formula One is coming to Adelaide early next year. David Croft's going to chat to us at 5, and we'll talk AFLW finalists Kira Mueller and Kirsty Lamb from the Crows and Port Adelaide footy clubs. 8223 0000. Your calls next.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show.
Get ready, Adelaide. 5AA and Phil Hoffman Travel are giving you the chance to win the ultimate holiday to Singapore. You'll set sail on a luxury cruise escape with Silver Sea Cruises aboard the stunning Silver Nova. For your chance to join the standby list, keep it on 5AA, and when you hear the boarding call, be the first to call in, and you could be on your way to Singapore. Silver Sea Luxury Cruising and Phil Hoffman Travel, creating moments you'll never forget. Visit pht.com.au.
SA's biggest cover-up is about to be uncovered. Who's at the centre of it? Woolco, of course. Summer is on its way. Time to think about waking up your sleepy pool and getting set for good times. Beat the rush now and organise your Woolco pool blanket. It'll keep your pool clean and warm all summer. Plus, stop evaporation. Uncover the savings now with a Woolco pool blanket. Visit woolco.com.au today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
If you're a landlord, it's crucial to have a good property manager on your side. Like McGain Property Management. The kind of property manager that works hard to find out if it's an emergency or just a leaky tap. That's what good property managers do. They communicate with the tenant, liaise with you, they get it sorted, saving you money. McGain Property Management. Kylie and the team are only a phone call away.
Hi, I'm Jo. I'm a registered nurse and I work with St Louis Home Care as a clinical care coordinator.
St Louis was started by my great-grandmother and is one big happy family with lovely staff just like Jo.
The people that work for St Louis are very loving and caring.
Whether it's personal care, preparing meals, shopping, home maintenance or social activities, we help people stay at home for longer.
If you're interested, come and join us.
Google St Louis Home Care today.
Dream sporting matchups. Keep the calls coming in. This one tickled my fancy. S-Row versus a witch's hat. Oh, you laugh at him.
Well, that's rude.
It's not even funny.
It's rude to witches' hats. Anyway, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Exceed Solar. Now, before you go and do anything solar, take a moment, do your research. You'll know that you'll find that you'll save money on energy bills. We all know that. But talk about the people who own and run the solar company. That's what we're talking about, who you're buying from.
Well, that's it. Look at Exceed Solar. We don't look at them, just go to them. Long before Exceed Solar were a company, they were climbing up and down roofs all over SA because they install solar panels, inverters and batteries.
Correct. They're Sparkies, basically. They've done it all because they're qualified electricians, not salespeople, and they know firsthand what gives you the best possible results. That's what you know.
Correct. No, that's the major difference between Exceed Solar. It's knowledge-based. It's not a hard sell. So get in touch with them. Exceed Solar. You'll love their experience. Exceed Solar. They're built on knowledge, not the hard sell. ExceedSolar.com.au.
There's a new kid on the block at Wayville. Literally. Wayville Hyundai.
Adelaide's newest family-owned Hyundai dealer has landed with the full range at 11 Goodwood Road, Wayville. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, driven by Australian Motors.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
It's 27 after 4. Dream sporting matchups. You can go across all and any eras of sport. What is the head-to-head you'd wish could come true and you could watch? 8223 0000 is the number. We'll get your calls straight away. And your chance to get on the standby list for our cruise to Singapore still coming up in the show, all thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel. There's a queue to call, not too far away. Let's hear your traffic.
Crash at Richmond to look out for. Marion Road near Richmond Road. Another collision at Pasadena, 5A Drive at Goodwood Road, and a smash at Cavan to look out for too. Wakefield Road near Montague Road. Mitcham Emergent Civil Works, Maitland Street near St Michael's Road, and still got road closures around the east end for the Adelaide 500. Avoid that if you can this afternoon. Desire is in the detail with the Audi Q5 45 TFSI Quattro Dynamic Black at 85 900 Drive Away. Ends November 30. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Yeah, we're just asking for your dream matchups. If you get any team or any player from different eras and put them up against one another. Well, got a few flying in here. Rowey, how about the matchup between Jim Teal and David Granger? That was a beauty. Like to see that again. But the Port team of the 90s versus the Centrals team of the 2000s.
Oh,
that's
yes.
a cracker. Well, they both won 9 out of 12. So that is interesting.
That would be a cracker.
I did say once when the boys... I first met the Gowans
Jimmy,
and they said to me, how do you reckon we would have gone against you? I said, put it this way, we wouldn't be talking now. I said, no way would we be friends.
Hello, Dougie.
Yeah, good day, guys. I've got one for you. Anton Senna from his prime versus Max Verstappen. Let's face it, they both got big egos, and it would have been a great one.
That is a ripper.
Good matchup, Doug. And in Adelaide. Yeah, let's
well,
put it.
You know what? We might put that to Crofty.
Yeah,
we've got Crofty on.
We've got Crofty
Who'd
later
win
on.
that?
Yeah, good call.
You know what you need to do? You'd have to do 2 races in that car each, and then swap cars.
That's it. Yeah, it really.
That'll
does
be the
depend
only
on
true
cars,
way to
doesn't
see.
it?
Well, I think a lot of it does.
Cars, mechanics. There's a lot in it.
There's a lot. Hello, Kenny.
Yeah, good afternoon. We've got the ideal situation locally for the girls this weekend. We have the possibility of having a grand final with the perfect matchup. Now, this situation is going to be interesting for the AFL. Do they house it in, say, Icon Park or somewhere in Melbourne, which still has goalposts set up? But we now have the situation in Adelaide where we have now gone to cricket. We cannot have it at Adelaide Oval. So the only available grounds would have to be sussed out. And is that only, say, Nord and Albert and Oval?
Kenny.
So it's already sorted. So the seedings have been created after the qualifying finals. If the Crows were to make it to the grand final against Port Adelaide, the Crows would obviously host, and Norwood Oval's the venue. It is locked in. You can't have Adelaide Oval. It's test week, so it's not going to happen.
No.
So it would be Norwood Oval.
There you go, Kenny. There's the solution.
Yeah.
It's already decided.
And if not, North beat Port. North
That's
will get
right.
it at
Exactly.
Icon.
Nice
well
work.
done. Keep the calls coming in. We're looking for sporting rivalries.
Dream
ones.
matchups.
Dream ones.
4:30 headlines coming up. We're going to speak draft with a couple of young South Aussie prospects, and they're close to home. Ben and Lucas Camparielli.
The 5AA Sports Show with Rowey and Timmy G. This is 5AA News. Always Adelaide.
Good afternoon, Mel Usher with the latest news headlines. Former broadcaster Alan Jones has been charged over allegations of indecent assault and sexual touching offences. This morning's crash at Edinburgh has claimed the life of a North Haven man. The Premier is heading overseas tonight to a climate change conference. And in sport, investigations continue into a clash between players and fans during yesterday's NBL match at John Cain Arena. Now checking 5AA traffic.
Control Air, Australia's commercial refrigeration and air conditioning experts. Visit controlairaustralia.com.au.
Crash at Richmond to look out for Marion Road near Richmond Road. Another collision at Pasadena, 5A Drive at Goodwood Road, and a smash at Cavan to look out for too. Port Wakefield Road near Montague Road. Mitch Emergent Civil Works, Maitland Street near St Michael's Road, and still got road closures around the East End for the Adelaide 500. Avoid that if you can this afternoon. Desire is in the detail with the Audi Q5 45 TFSI Quattro Dynamic Black at 85,900 drive away. Ends November 30. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
The 5AA forecast, clear tonight down to 10, sunny tomorrow 25. Right now it's 20 degrees. We'll have more news at 5 and as it happens on 5AA.
Looking to transform your home's outdoor space? Create your dream backyard with Australian Outdoor Living's exclusive pergola and custom outdoor blinds package. 5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, giving you the chance to bid on a fully installed custom pergola and outdoor blinds package valued at $30,000, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety, the children's charity. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to Australian Outdoor Living, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
So here we are, in our world, the world we've built together this year. Every tackle, every goal, every moment leads to this. The 2024 NAB AFLW Finals. We've done the work, and so have you. Feel the final moment before the bounce, when everything is on the line. So what are you waiting for? Visit women's.afl to get your tickets now. Finals. See you at the W.
Right Price, Adelaide's best in heating and cooling, has risen to new heights. Literally, Right Price are now your roofing people too. Same exceptional service, value and quality. From total roof replacement, including tiled roof installation, to tile roof repairs, cleaning and painting. And for peace of mind, a rock solid quote. So the only surprise you'll get is how magnificent your roof and home looks. Do it right. Visit rightpriceroofing.com.au.
You can get your roof right at Right Price.
The swear jar, it's back at Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens, and you know what? It's not the one you're thinking of. It's more...
Go and get...
Yeah, exactly. It's more about promises, you know, and pledges that they will keep. So the Urban swear jar is completely full of them, pledges and promises, and they know that they'll back them up.
Well, here's one at the Urban swear jar. It's Marty the Moose, I call him. Marty the Tyler. He's millimetre perfect. His craftsmanship is, well, it's quite unique because... He's probably on the spectrum. You let's say that. Like
well, I think when you're gifted, Martin, no,
but when you're gifted, you're skewed in that angle, aren't you?
Well, you're very good at it.
His craftsmanship is impeccable.
Correct. And here's one from Rick the plumber. Now I know Rick, and this is unbelievable. He's a plumber. He swears to clean up after himself each and every single time, guaranteed. Can you believe that from a plumber?
You'd like to think so,
Rick.
wouldn't you, with a plumber? So for a team that swears to deliver on quality and service, see Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens. Ask for Cox in the team. They're just the best. Adelaide's home Renault experts.
You wake up in the morning, there's 2 scam texts and a fake invoice email on your phone. It's the never-ending war against scammers. But Australian banks are fighting back. Intelligence sharing between banks will identify new types of scams faster. A new payment system to make sure you pay the right person is being rolled out. Unique identity checks will help combat identity theft. And there'll be more double checks when you're paying someone new. Australian banks are working to protect you.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. For 1 in 6 Australian children, poverty can block their progress no matter how hard they try. Please donate now and give them an equal chance to succeed. Search the Smith family.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
24 minutes to 5. We have Ken Rosewell joining us before 5 o'clock, which we're looking forward to. The Sport Australia Hall of Fame event this evening. The voice of Formula One, David Croft's coming up as well after 5. And we want your dream matchups in sport, any era. 8223 0000.
Well, I reckon Ben versus Lucas Campriali wouldn't be bad. We might start with that. We've got 2 more sleeps until the draft. It is the 20th. Lucas Campriali and Ben have been nominated father-son for their dad's team, which is Carlton. They join us in the studio now. We've been busting to get him in. Boys, welcome.
No, thank you. Thank you for having us.
They are identical, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ben,
Well,
you have the longer hair and you're a defender,
Yeah.
and Lukey, you're more of
He's
a
a
wingman.
midfielder.
No,
he's a midfielder.
I'm a midfielder, Rowey.
Oh, you're a mid?
Yeah. I was, played mid all year, so.
Well, I knew that.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyway.
all right. Whole life, actually. That's all right.
So you're both father-son. It's exciting. Who will get Dad's number 16?
We've always kind of made a bit of a deal. Whoever goes first, we reckon it's the fair way to go about it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
So we'll see what happens.
So who do you reckon's going to go first?
Probably Ben. I'll give it to him.
What about if one takes 10 and one takes 6? You know,
That's
another way of looking at it, isn't it?
That means nothing. Dad wore 16.
Well, then they can be their own people, can't they?
So Lukey, you're in your head saying Ben's better than you.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he is?
He's had a better year than me. I'll give him that. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it's just a number, mate.
It is.
You could go right over top of him.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
Yeah, okay.
What is it like though? Thinking that you get the opportunity to play together. I think that's probably the exciting thing. It's not every day that you get that opportunity and not to be separated. We saw the King brothers get separated, one Gold Coast, one Saints, and the like. So this is a bit rare, isn't it?
Yeah, it's special, definitely. Obviously, you grow up in each other's pockets, and sort of the opportunity to play together is something you do throughout juniors, but to hopefully potentially do it on the big stage one day would be pretty cool.
And when did you first sort of get indicated that Carlton would do this? Because it is a big commitment by them as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty recent when we nominated. Obviously, obviously had all the testing and stuff to do and finished playing football, which obviously was the main thing we had to stick to. But it was about a couple of weeks ago now, and they said that they nominate us and we nominate back, which is exciting. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen on the night, but yeah, it'd be pretty unreal.
It's been a big year though. I mean, most guys that are trying to get drafted and the like have, they've got their year 12 happening. They've got state championships. You're playing everywhere, aren't you? I mean, you get. I think you snuck half a dozen games in for the Bays and drew on the medal as well. So, but you don't get a lot of continuity. You're being thrown from pillar to post in everything, academically wise and sporting wise.
No, definitely, it's a big year. Obviously, like you said, we're playing school, state, and Glenelg. Sorry,
and doing combines.
Yeah, I was injured, so I didn't test, sadly. But
and Carlton are probably bringing you over for interviews and things.
No,
like that.
well, we've been, to be honest, we've had minimal sort of interviews. We've had a couple of catch ups throughout the year, but we haven't flown over or anything other than at the start of the year when we had the AFL combine academy. So we spent a week over there, obviously. But to be honest, it's been pretty cruisy. Just sort of let us do our own thing and sort of see what happens.
Yeah, a couple of good Sacred Heart boys. How did they go this year?
Yeah, good. Obviously, we didn't get the Chockies this year, which was a bit disappointing.
You lost to Ross Trevor.
No. We lost to PAC in the grand final. We won Interco, which is good.
Oh, you have to win Interco.
Yeah,
God.
that was good fun. But
don't let them beat you.
Nah, can't it?
No, not at all. But no, it was a good year. We enjoy school footy. It's just good to be able to play with your mates, obviously. Who knows what will happen. You might probably never play with some of those blokes again. So it's
special.
It's good culture. You enjoy it.
Yeah, you always get back to that. Mm-hmm. So how did you go at school, you two?
We only played, 2-3 games?
No,
academically.
No, academically.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant school footy.
It's not all about footy, Benny boy.
Yeah, fair enough. That's my bad.
Gee, you're in the zone.
No, I thought you were talking about school footy. No, academically, we're both doing the same subject, so it was always a bit of a competition there, but I'll give loose to Chockies. He's probably got me covered in the academics.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, same subjects?
Yeah, so...
Yeah. We didn't decide on it. We kind of went our own rooms and came back out with a piece of paper and we're like, oh, shivers, we've done the same thing.
And it was identical.
Good, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, identical twins can finish each other's sentences and all like that.
No, we're not identical, Roy.
We're fraternal.
What does that mean? Don't use big words like
that.
that.
I was going to start it down here.
Separate sacks.
That's the one.
I'm a bit of an expert on
separate sacks. One came out of the left and one came out of the right. What are you saying?
No,
Lukey, help me. Don't use big words, mate. I'm a simple man.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. So there's a man and a woman.
So it's like it's like Steve and Mark War.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
You need
they're not identical.
Well, that's right. Well, so what happens is,
Timmy, I'm looking at two identical snoozers. One's got long hair, one's got short.
Identical are in the same birth sack.
Okay.
When they're fraternal, they're in two separate sacks.
Oh, God, who got down this part? Let's ask
I've
a
got two
better
sets
question.
of grandchildren.
There's a lot of patience. It's a very, very high pressured year. This.
Yeah.
You got a lot going on. Should the draft be before the exams or after?
I like it that it's after because it's.
You do. You can wait.
I don't know. I actually don't mind. It's sort of get more time, sort of just to spend time with family, friends, get away, have a bit of a break. And exams sort of took up that sort of time just to take your mind off it as well, which helps.
What when you played that state championship stuff, and I got to see a little bit of it, and went down to Alberta to watch one of your games as well. Who impressed you from opposition teams? Who sort of jumped out and you went, "Oh, he can play"?
A big one for me. In the AFL Academy, obviously we spent a fair bit of time with a few of the players. Zave Lindsay, big country boy, played on the wing against him in the country game. He's had a cracking year. He's an awesome fellow as well. So yeah, he's probably the main one to me.
Yeah, right. Good one. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I was saying mid him sort of against some of the well-known boys. So obviously there's blokes like Allies like Leo, Jagger, Josh, Finn, and one of the blokes who sort of come on to big at the end of the season, Harvey Langford, was someone I enjoyed playing against from big country as well. We went at it at Icon, which was nice, and yeah, he's a big boy, nice guy. So yeah, I enjoyed playing against him.
All right, Ben, a tough one.
Yep.
Crows are in the Sid Draper.
Yeah.
And apparently Carlton are in the Sid Draper.
Yeah.
Apparently the Crows are wanting to wriggle room into 2 to beat Carlton to Sid.
Mm-hmm.
Should they do it?
Yeah, I think they should. Yeah.
You rate him, Sid?
I rate Sid. Obviously, he was probably a bit underdone going in this year, which I think a lot of people know, obviously with injuries, but everyone saw his form at the back end of the year and sort of the leader he is in the state team as well, and playing league footy at 17, 18 is pretty impressive, and he's got those attributes, so definitely.
Okay, I'll ask you, Lucas. Sid Draper or Jagger Smith?
2 Crows.
Yeah.
Sid Draper.
Good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Now, Justin Reid, I hope you're listening, because these boys played against me. Hey, there was a match-up here, me versus Reedy.
Oh, there you go.
Dream match-up.
Dream
To
match-up.
do what? To do what? Slap each other?
Hey, have you boys been over to Melbourne with that at all?
Yeah, we went over to watch the finals last year. We watched one of the games. But yeah, we don't normally get to go watch a lot of footy with Doug. He's obviously probably coaching on radio.
When he walks down Lygon Street, do they play Saturday Night Fever, and he just walks around, struts down there, and goes into any restaurant that he wants to? And
he's nodding. He's nodding in the background.
He said, "Yes, I do."
He wishes they still did. No one cares about him anymore. So.
But that's funny. That's funny. We love him. It's a big club, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, have you stopped to think that you'll get drafted on Wednesday, and there's a fair chance you won't get back to Adelaide?
Yeah,
and that's how you've got to prepare.
Yeah, 100%.
That's got to be your life now.
Yeah,
yeah, it's exciting. Obviously, you think about it a lot throughout the year, and I guess it's kind of reality now. Yeah, I don't know when you come back what goes on, but I'll probably miss the family a little bit, but no, it'll be good. I'm sure we're both pretty excited.
What sort of role models have, growing up, have you sort of looked at and go, yeah, I like that bloke, I'd like to play footy like he does?
Yeah, obviously you sort of watch a lot of footy growing up, and not biased or anything, but you watch the likes of Sam Walsh come through the ranks, and I mean, me and Luce watched this AFL draft documentary when they came out. It was about him and a couple others, the Kings and Jack Bytel, and sort of watching that and seeing what he was like was pretty impressive. Then both lucky enough to go into the club and spend some time with him. He's definitely someone I try and look up to a bit.
Lucas, who do you like? Player-wise, role model, somebody you thought, oh yeah, I'd like to play like him. He's good.
This is probably a bit of a curveball. I'm a real big fan of Massimo D'Ambrosio from the Hawks.
Yeah.
So he was a mid-season.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
No, I have. He's good. He'd come on this year.
Yeah, he was a mid-season pick, so he had a bit of
well
a different route to get to the AFL. I thought it was inspirational. He's a beautiful kick, and he was in the Australian squad this year. So yeah, I like the Hawks as well, obviously because of Will Day, Sacred Heart boy. So yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Good choices.
Have you spoken to Vossi? Has he picked up the phone and?
Nah, we haven't had touch to do with Vossi, to be honest with you. He's obviously pretty busy back end of the year with footy, so obviously sort of our time now, sort of coming towards the draft. But yeah, when we went over there, we obviously have chats to him, sort of how you going, sort of get to know him a bit. But yeah, we've obviously been doing our thing, he's been doing his thing, so it's been hard to sort of cross paths.
How's Mum handling it?
She says she's good.
She could be
there'll
better.
be tears.
Yeah, there'll be tears. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. No, there's not. Well, I was lucky enough to go through it with my little Jimmy, and they're tears.
Yeah, they're
happy ones, and happy ones are better than sad ones.
And Dad will be the same. Probably won't.
He told me he never cries.
No, well,
not very often.
Maybe this one, but not usually.
Well, he's two boys, right?
Again, it's excitement, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously, like he said.
Tears.
It's what he wants. It's what he wants for us. So he's pretty excited.
Unique home style food text flying in. Do you go to schoolies or is that out? That finished?
Nah, well that's this weekend, so that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But we won't make an appearance there.
Well, you just got back from Bali. Who needs to go to schoolies?
100%.
So what happened? You got caught in the ash fire.
You only just got back.
Yeah, so yesterday.
I wasn't sure.
So yeah, we were supposed to. Yeah, Thursday got stuck over there until Sunday. They meant to catch a flight to Perth and then sit at the airport for 6 hours and then fly back here yesterday. So got back eventually, but they said Wednesday initially, so we're a bit worried. But here now.
I was going to say you both look a bit washed out, so now I know why.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
No, you look as sharp as sharp. It's
Oh,
just
you're nice.
unbelievable, isn't it? Well done, men. We thank you for coming in. All the best.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be seamless for you. I know you're both hard workers. You've both got the talent. You know, raw talent's not enough. You've been taught all of that. It's not a number. It is just a number. You'll go there and you'll take it and do really well. And we look forward to watching you from afar or through your dad's lens.
Yeah.
Even better. So
Good luck, boys.
Thank you.
Well done.
I can see the excitement in your faces.
Yeah,
Thanks for having us. Yeah, it's exciting.
Cheers, guys.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
It's coming up on Wednesday night, the draft. Ben and Lucas Campriali with us here in studio. It's 13 to 5. Let's check your traffic.
At Richmond, a crash, Marion Road near Richmond Road. Another collision at Pasadena, 5A drive at Goodwood Road. And urgent steelworks to look out from the drive home at Mitcham. Bit slow through there at the moment. Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. More at the east end of the city, if you can. Still got road closures for the Adelaide 500. Should be clearing up the next couple of days. And got a camera Dyson at Christie's Beach. Enjoy 10 times Flybuys points on selected drinks at Liquorland, like a carton of 30 375ml cans of West End Draft. Offer ends Tuesday. Choose a drink wise. T's and C's apply. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
Imagine. It's something we all do every day, especially around this season of giving. At Samari, our imaginings become breakthroughs, like better outcomes for children with brain cancer and preventing deaths from diabetes in Indigenous communities. But our team needs your help, your imagination. We're not a government body. We rely on donations of all sizes. Please check our website and together, let's create healthier futures. Samari.org.au.
Phantom Screens are the only manufacturer that make outdoor blinds up to 12 metres long. More than enough for an outdoor entertainment kitchen, a mini golf course, a herd of mountain goats, and the 190B bus to Mitcham. Since 1995, Phantom Screens have been improving homes with top quality, powder-coated, aluminium-framed, retractable screens. Whatever space you have, there's a Phantom Screen for you at phantomscreens.com.au.
Desire is in the detail with the Audi Dynamic Black Edition. Distinctive black exterior styling, metallic paint and generous appointments bring an extra degree of sophistication at an exceptional drive-away price. The Audi Q3 TFSI Dynamic Black at $62,900 or the Audi Q5 45 TFSI Quattro Dynamic Black at $85,900. Must end November 30. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Now, if you've been making beds in Adelaide since 1873, well, I reckon you know a thing or two about it. And on Supercraft Bedding, I cannot tell you how good they are at doing it. They also know spare bed season, and it's just about to begin. The old family and friends are planning to come to Adelaide for Christmas, and the celebrations are on, you beauty. Now, where are we going to sleep? Now, it doesn't matter if it's a folding bed, a wall bed, trundle bed, or a full spare room ensemble. Supercraft Bedding has a large range and at an affordable price. That's the thing about it. It's brilliant quality, and you will get your money's worth. Don't wait until December. Prepare for spare bed season now. Supercraft Bedding, making better spare beds.
Here at 5AA, we're all about supporting local. Don't miss the Kids and Youth Disability Expo, November 30 at Netball Stadium. Entries free. Details kjex.com.au.
Don't miss Drummond Golf's Black Friday Game Changers. Get 50% off Callaway Paradigm Driver. Save over $571. Now $498. TaylorMade RBZ Glove Male Right-Hand Player $13.95. Only at Drummond Golf.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show. Rowey and Timmy G.
9 minutes to 5. We'll keep taking your calls and your texts on your dream matchups. 82230000. Joe from Henley Beach has one for us. Dawn Fraser and Kaylee McEwen in the 100-metre swim. There are so many good ones out there. Keep them coming in. 82230000.
I like this time of year because we get to speak to legends, and I mean legends. The Sport Australian Hall of Fame Gala is tonight. It is in Melbourne. It honours this year's inductees and those elevated to legend status. We've spoken to a couple of them, Tim. It's great. Well, this one certainly is that. Tennis great Ken at Rosewell, our guest. Ken, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Nice to be able to speak to you. I'm glad to be anywhere these days.
How old are you now, Ken?
Oh, do I have to tell you? I just had a birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, that was, so I reached the 9-0 mark.
Wow,
You've
congratulations.
got a 9 in... Oh, Ken, no, you can't be. You can't be.
Yeah, no, I wish I wasn't.
Hey, these nights are great. We haven't had them for a while due to COVID. You love getting the penguin suit on and getting out there and mixing it amongst your peers?
Yeah, well, I had to brush the suit down a little bit, get the cobwebs off it, but I haven't worn it for a while, but luckily it still fits me.
Oh, good man.
But no, it's really nice. It's a great thing, the Hall of Fame, and you know, somebody like John Burton has been involved since the beginning, and it's a way of getting some recognition for maybe not all the other sports people, but you know, officials of some areas too. But a function like this with so many people is always nice, and nice to be able to get around to try to say hello to a lot of people, and a lot of people that you kind of know by sight, but you don't really know them that well, you know. But you just admire all the good things that have happened with all the different sports and the different ladies and men that have done so well.
Yeah. I'm sure people would seek you out to chat to you, Ken, as often as you go out and to see them. What do you know what table you're on? You get to pick the table? Is it a surprise when you get there? How do they do all that?
Well, it's a bit of a surprise, I think, more surprise than anything else. Yeah. But I'm going to sit with some other tennis friends tonight. I don't know how many or what size the tables are, 10 or 12. But anyway. Yeah.
Ken, we were talking with Jeff Hunt, of course, squash legend, and we were talking to him about his era because he crossed over that amateur into professional period. Now, for a lot of people that are too young, they don't understand how perhaps when people turn professional, they're actually snubbed in some ways. Was that the same in tennis?
It certainly was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the squash... well, in my opinion, you know, it was just never recognised as much as it should have been, and certainly not on television exposure that the tennis got, even in the early days of television, but more so now. But yes, see, I turned pro when I was only 22 years of age.
Wow.
When Jack Kramer was promoting professional tennis, and so there was a lot of opposition. And before me, Frank Sesman and Ken McGregor had moved into the pro ranks with Jack Kramer. And the other professionals. And we were just a small group of players, and so we were frowned on in a lot of countries, particularly here in Australia.
Wow.
From the Australian tennis officials.
That would have been a tough time.
Yeah, well, it was pretty hard. I mean, we had to play and travel a lot. There was a lot of sacrifices, certainly being away from family and so on. Well, even these days, tennis was played in the Northern Hemisphere more than the Southern Hemisphere. But in our early professional days, we had to play a lot in the winter areas, indoors, to get the facilities to play at. You know, because some of the facilities were not available, or they wouldn't allow the course to be used for anything else. Yeah.
We've been talking about...
it was hard going.
Yeah. We've been talking about dream matchups and having a look at, you know, imagine if one champion could play another champion in, you know, different eras and bringing them together. I mean, when you've watched the game yourself, have you ever thought, gee, I wouldn't mind playing him in my day? You know, like, would you take on a Federer or a Nadal or somebody like that and say, yeah, I'll give him a run?
I don't think I'd like to.
Well, if you had the same record as them, you would, Ken.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Well, the same can be said, you know, how the players of today would compete, you know, with the way the game has changed so much with the equipment, the big-headed rackets and the top spin and the you know, exaggerated grips and the lack of grass courts. So it's pretty hard to compare the players of the days gone by and the days of now. And these players of today, under the circumstances of the conditions and the regulations of play, I mean, they're all very good. You know, it's hard to say it. I mean, if somebody like Rod Laver had the record on the board, so he is one that everybody looks at. But from the amateur days, but you know, Rod and I played against each other when he turned professional a lot, and so we felt that the professional circuit, even though we were small and hard to get publicity and promotion and exposure that way, you know, we did a lot for tennis in spreading the word of tennis around the world.
Absolutely. Certainly did that. Certainly in Davis Cup, without a shadow of a doubt, Ken. Your record, amazing. I hope I know the answer to this one, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. You should never preface anything, Ken, but I've done it. Nadal, Federer or Djokovic, pick one.
Oh, well, Djokovic has got the records at the moment, and whether he's going to continue playing or not, because he has suffered a few injuries, but certainly Roger exposed tennis on a worldwide basis with his play and the amount of tournaments that he won, and so he's done a great job for tennis. And Nadal is the same one. You know, he's been suffering a bit of injuries now, so it would be a pity to lose them from the tennis. But they've all got to retire sometime, and if they've got injuries, well, they probably can't play through those. So, but no, I'll take Roger any day. I like to watch him play, and his attitude both on and off the court. He did a great job with tennis.
See, I got that right. Timmy, see me smile when Ken said Federer.
Federer.
Ken, enjoy the night. You're a legend. Mate,
well.
We always love chatting to you. You got a 9 in front of it. We'll speak to you when you hold up the Sir Donald Bradman.
Yeah, that's right. Okie doke. Well, thanks very much.
Good man.
All the best.
Thanks, Ken. Really appreciate it.
Enjoy the night, Ken Rosewell. He is a legend.
Absolutely.
He was inducted in 85, elevated to legend in 09. So he's one of the absolute stalwarts of it. Be a good night, wouldn't it?
90 years of age.
And as sharp as that.
I loved it. Fantastic chat. Ken Rosewell, our guest.
1 minute to 5. David Croft, the voice of Formula One, is coming to Adelaide early next year, and we're going to speak to him next.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show.
Hurry! Visit Chemist Warehouse for huge savings, like Colgate toothpaste Sensitive Pro Relief 110 gram, just $5.49, and Travacalm Ginger 30 tablets for $11.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Adelaide's local, trusted and truly connected talkback radio station. 5AA, always Adelaide.
Bob McKinnon proudly presents one of the best rock and roll shows in Australian history. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide at 2 p.m. matinee Saturday, December 14. Lucky Star, Dinah Lee, Jade Hurley, Digger Revell and Little Paddy in one sensational sellout show. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll. Don't miss the 2 p.m. matinee performance Saturday, December 14 at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide. Tickets on sale now.
Christmas is coming up soon, and it's time to start planning for a festive, relaxing season. But who's watching out for your elderly loved ones when you're away? With Care Alert's personal alert system, you can be sure they're safe and supported all season long. Make this Christmas stress-free. Call 1300 75 85 95 or go to carealert.com.au for a Care Alert personal alert system today. Because caring never takes a holiday.
The latest local, national and international news for South Australia. This is 5AA News, always Adelaide.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. With the 5 o'clock news, I'm Mel Usher.
Enjoy 10-year warranty and capped price servicing at Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth and the new Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes.
New South Wales Police believe more people will come forward with information after former broadcaster Alan Jones was charged with historical indecent assault and sexual touching offences. The former host is facing 24 charges involving 8 people. He's been granted conditional bail. Assistant Commissioner Michael Fitzgerald says allegations published late last year helped with the police investigation. Jones denied the allegations when they were first made public.
This information and a number of witnesses have been assisting police over the years. Donovan and the energy that was generated out of those newspaper articles have provided the ability for police to put these matters before the court.
The Premier is headed overseas tonight. Peter Malinauskas is going to Azerbaijan to attend the COP29 climate change conference. He'll be selling SA as the ideal location for the conference in 2 years' time. He says the chance to play host would be a major boost to our economy and profile.
It is bigger than Ben-Hur, and what that would do for our economy on its own is incalculable. Even more than that is the strategic benefit in terms of setting the state up for investment opportunities, particularly around hydrogen, green iron, copper and other industries associated with decarbonisation.
A North Haven man has been killed in this morning's crash at Edinburgh. Just before 6:30, police and emergency services were called to Purling Avenue after reports an SUV had crashed underneath the bridge. The 53-year-old driver died at the scene. It's the 79th life lost on SA roads this year. The Coalition says it'll oppose planned international student caps, leaving the measure stranded in Parliament. More from Zach De Silva in Canberra.
The Albanese government wants to cap the number of foreign students allowed into Australian universities from next year. It argues that would free up more housing while improving the quality of higher education. But the Coalition now plans to vote against the measure, calling it confused and chaotic. Education Minister Jason Clare says the opposition previously supported the proposal but has now backflipped.
If Peter Dutton votes against this will destroy his credibility.
Luke Sheehy from Universities Australia says the uncertainty is making life hard for his members.
They'll continue to be in a state of pain.
The Greens also oppose the caps, saying they unfairly scapegoat international students.
And Woolworths bosses have spent the day fronting an inquiry by the consumer watchdog looking into the pricing practices of the major supermarkets. Now turning to 5AA Sport.
Mannix is your one-stop air and solar shop at Adelaide's best prices. Nobody beats Mannix.
The AFLW prelim finals will be held this weekend, and once again SA is represented in both games. Port play North Melbourne. Assistant coach Dan Merritt says their come-from-behind one-point win against Richmond last weekend was epic. They didn't feel the pressure heading into the final quarter.
I think being in front, but not like a mile in front, it's a scary place to be because you're trying to save the game. I remember saying to the players, we've got nothing to lose. Throw the kitchen sink at them, let's just go after it and we'll see what happens.
Adelaide will play Brisbane. Both games are on Saturday. Chad Wingard has taken up a role at AFL House after calling time on his footy career in September. The former Port Adelaide and Hawthorn star announced as the league's Indigenous and Social Policy Officer.
I think this role is very important, and I think what I can add to the team is something that they don't have at the moment. Well, obviously playing for 13 years, I have a good insight of what it's like as a player. So giving back and obviously creating an environment for the players that are coming through now and the future generations to have, the best place they possibly can to go to work.
That's sport. Now checking 5AA traffic.
Control Air, Australia's commercial refrigeration and air conditioning experts. Visit controlairaustralia.com.au.
At Richmond, got a crash to look out for, Marion Road near Richmond Road. Pasadena, crash there, 5 Ash Drive at Goodwood Road. Another collision at Cavan, Port Wakefield Road near Montague Road. And look out for road closures in place for the Adelaide 500. They are wrapping up this week, which is good, but still pretty slow around the east end of the city. Canberra 2 Main South Road, Olive no longer tonight. Kentucky Fried Chicken presents the new Original Crispy series. It's double breaded, it's extra crispy, and it's out now. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Now the 5AA forecast.
Get the Toyota Forklift Advantage. Visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow, 25. Wednesday, sunny, 29. Thursday, mostly sunny, up to 34. Right now, it's 19 degrees. Now let's check what's happening on 9 News tonight.
I'm Brenton Raglis. Tonight, health authorities issue an urgent warning about deadly batches of ecstasy days out from schoolies. Broadcaster Alan Jones under arrest over indecent assault allegations. The simple blood test that can diagnose ovarian cancer early. And could the AFLW Grand Final be moved in the event of a showdown? 9 News. Your news, nightly at 6 on 9 and on 9 Now.
Want to make a difference for a worthwhile cause?
we've got the opportunity for you. CMAX is trialling a new potential treatment to help those with autoimmune conditions. If you're aged 18 to 55 and generally healthy, you might be eligible to participate. Enjoy a comfortable 4-night stay at CMAX, attend one follow-up visit and get paid for your time. It's a rewarding experience and you'll be making a real impact. Interested? Visit cmax.com.au today.
Here's an absolutely affordable way from Mannix to keep your family cool in summer and warm in winter. For a limited time only, get 60 months interest-free on a Fujitsu ducted system. You heard right. No deposit, no interest for 60 months with Fujitsu Cool Finance. Conditions apply. This is a pre-summer offer only, so don't delay. Have Mannix design and install your ducted system now and beat the summer rush. For a free quote, call 1300 Mannix or go online anytime.
Exciting news. There's a new kid on the block at Wayville. Literally. Wayville Hyundai.
Where do you want the new Santa Fe?
Excuse me. Next to the Kona Hybrid, please. It's all go at Adelaide's newest family-owned Hyundai dealer. Just minutes from the city and opposite the showgrounds. Wayville Hyundai promises a whole new experience when it comes to buying your dream Hyundai, including all your servicing with free drop-offs, next-day delivery and loan cars. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, driven by Australian Motors.
Here's a stat you need to hear. Literally, 1 in 6 Australians are living with some sort of hearing loss. It's hard to notice because it creeps up on you, but it doesn't have to get in the way of things. Not if you do something about it now. Can Do Hearing can provide solutions to make living with hearing loss so much better. And your options are almost endless. Book an appointment with Can Do Hearing. candohearing.com.au. That sounds better.
Stay informed, get involved. 5AA, always Adelaide.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
8 minutes after 5 here on this Monday. Still so much to come on the show. Stephen Bradbury's going to join us ahead of the Australian Sport Hall of Fame. We're going to talk AFLW preliminary finals with Kira Mueller from the Crows and Kirsty Lamb from Port Adelaide. Your chance to get on the standby list still for our cruise to Singapore. A couple of cuter calls, all thanks to Phil Hoffman travel still to come. And your calls, 8223 0000. Dream sporting matchups, so many coming in at the moment. Any era, any sport, what's the head-to-head you'd wish to see in action?
Yeah, it's a good topic. That we want to ask our next guest as well. The voice of F1 is David Croft, returning to Adelaide on popular demand. You can get your tickets from Sticky Tickets. It's the Arcabar on the 6th of March. Crofty, welcome.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Oh, you sound like you're just around the corner. Now, congratulations, firstly. We heard you got married since we've last spoke.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yes. 2.5 months ago, I got married now. It's been a while since we last spoke. And, yeah, loving married life. It's gorgeous. We got married in between the Italian and the Azerbaijani Grand Prix. Found a blank week in the calendar. Went down to the south of France, took all our mates with us and had the best time ever.
Oh, how good's that? Now, let's start talking F1. How have you seen the season? We've got 3 races left, Vegas, Qatar and Abu Dhabi.
So 3 to go, and I think the championship gets wrapped up in Las Vegas. I think Max Verstappen will hit the jackpot and he'll become a 4-time world champion.
Wow.
And he will become the first driver, let's get my stats right here, since Nelson Piquet, I think, in the early 1980s, to win the championship, but not with the fastest car, and not for the team that wins the Constructors' Championship. I think McLaren will get that. Wow. They've done brilliantly this year. It's been a wonderful comeback. They've really taken the fight to Red Bull. I think Ferrari have got their act together as well to take the fight to Red Bull too. And I think Red Bull are struggling to score with 2 drivers consistently. And Sergio Perez is just not pulling out the results that Red Bull need. But his teammate is. And Max Verstappen is one of the great drivers of Formula One and thoroughly deserves to be a 4-time world champion. And he'll do that on wherever it is. Sunday afternoon, I think, Australia time. Saturday night, Las Vegas time. He doesn't have to do much. Just beat Lando Norris. To take that title. It's been an interesting season and a better season than I thought we'd ever get. given that Red Bull started off in such dominating fashion. But McLaren really are a team that are getting their act together. And I think what this year will do, boys, is set up for next year to be an absolute all-time classic of a Formula One season.
Las Vegas this weekend. Are they going to be ready? I know last year I think they might have left a manhole or two just loose around the place. But are they fully because it was a little bit rushed last year, but this time there no dramas?
Yeah, no dramas that I've heard of. My mate Pete was in Vegas last week and he sent me a few photos. I think they're coming along nicely.
Does he remember
with the build on that? Sorry?
Does he remember it?
Does he remember it? He does, but he tells me what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas and he won't tell me what went on. I think when you go to a venue for the first time, especially a street race, there's always a few teething issues, and the drain cover last year was really unfortunate for many reasons, including the fact I was still broadcasting at 4 a.m. As we got down to it. But in all honesty, I think Vegas last year was a super weekend. The race was absolutely magnificent. It was a really dramatic finish with the top three separated by only a couple of seconds at the end of it, and everyone went away very happy. Now, I'm not sure that it's going to sell out this year, and I hear there are plenty of tickets still left to be had, but hopefully the thought of a title decider will mean that we do sell a load more tickets in the next few days. But in terms of the actual build, in terms of the racetrack, as far as I'm aware, everything going very swimmingly.
Oscar Piastri, he's had a wonderful season, sits fourth. Is he a future world champ?
I think so. I really do. Yeah, I honestly, I think Oscar's doing things. Oscar's doing things at a very young age that not a lot of other drivers have managed to do. I think we've talked about him many times before, boys. He's a really mature head on very young shoulders. I think he's advised very well by Mark Webber as well, who's the super manager for him. He's very popular with the team. He's prepared to play the team game whenever he's needed to. We saw that, didn't we, in Sao Paulo in the sprint race, where he moved aside for his teammate to take the victory because it was important on that Saturday for Lando to get the points. And I do think we've seen this year a learning from Oscar Piastri. I think he's much kinder on the tyres at the start of a stint, which has helped him and has cured some of the issues that he was having in his debut year, where his tyres were going off towards the end of a stint. But I just see in him so much calmness, and I think for a Formula One driver, that's a hugely important thing. We see these drivers tearing around at 200 miles an hour and performing feats that we as mere mortals can't do, and we think, well, they're wild. These drivers, they're excessive, they're aggressive, but they're not. You've got to be calm. It's like a fly. Everything happens at a million miles an hour, but it's all slow motion in your brain, and it just seems like everything with Oscar is slow motion in his brain because he's got everything under control. And that I like. And I think that to me gives me the impression that, a world championship will be his one day. Now, to go with that, McLaren have got to give him a car that can win a world championship. But the fact is that next year, because the regulations are fairly stable into 2025, he should be driving a car that will be good enough to win a world championship at a team where there are no team orders at the start of the year. So I think next year's a really big year for Oscar Piastri in his third year in Formula One to show us all what he can do. And, and if he's getting the results early on and Lando isn't, then McLaren will prioritise him if he's the championship contender.
7 of the 10 teams look like they'll have new combos. Which driver sort of pairing are you looking forward to?
Blimey, there's a question. I think the one we're all looking forward to, but not so much because of the driver combo, but because he's going to be wearing red for the first time in his career, is Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. I think it's still an incredible story that Lewis, is more than likely to finish his Formula One career driving for the Scuderia, and I think he'll be there for more than a couple of years. But I'm looking forward to seeing next year the rookies coming in and going up against, the more experienced drivers. Franco Colapinto, is he still in the frame for a drive somewhere? Potentially with RB if Sergio Perez leaves Red Bull and Liam Lawson gets a promotion. Ollie Behrman, who's had 3 exceptional races in Formula One, but comes in for his first full season. Gabriel Bortoletto at Sauber. Kimi Antonelli, more than half the age of Lewis Hamilton, replacing the great Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes. And Jack Doohan, who'll be 22 by the time he makes his debut next year. And Jack thoroughly deserves his chance at Alpine as well, after kind of doing his learning, waiting in the wings, doing what Oscar Piastri did as a reserve driver before he finally gets his chance. So it's more, how are the rookies going to fare against the seasoned pros more than which is the most exciting lineup. But in terms of lineups, you've got to say Ferrari are massively strong with Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. And if they could integrate well, and Fred Vasseur, who's run both Charles and Lewis in their junior formula before, is the team principal that I think he's going to be, that I think both drivers need, then Ferrari are going to be so strong next year. It's we haven't even got the championship done and dusted in 2024 yet, but I'm so pumped up for 2025. I think it's going to be a fabulous season.
Now, Crofty, we asked you this time last year, is Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari? And you laughed. You blew a boogie bubble out your nose.
Yeah, well, I did. Mainly because we didn't think that the opportunity was there. Now, yeah. I've said for many years that I think Lewis Hamilton would love to drive for Ferrari, and if the opportunity came along, then I think he would. But we didn't think the opportunity was going to come. Yeah. Mm. But then again, we're not Stefano Domenicali. We're not John Elkann, the president of Ferrari. And we're not the people behind the scenes that are making all the decision. And round about this time last year, the conversation started, and Lewis was clearly unhappy at Mercedes, having only been given a year's contract with a year's option, and had expressed a desire to drive for Ferrari if the opportunity was there, at which point, as far as I'm led to believe, a telephone call was made, and between Stefano Domenicali, former Ferrari team principal, and John Elkann, the president, that said, well, are you still interested in Lewis Hamilton? Because if you are, I think he's interested in you. And it was like speed dating. Yeah. It was like speed dating, and the two came together, and the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah. But it's also the future as well. So, I might have laughed because I didn't think it was possible. Yeah. But I always thought there was the potential from Lewis's side that it would happen. But, Mercedes were there saying he's got a multi-year deal. And that wasn't necessarily the case.
We had a topic today, Crofty. I know you love interaction. Paul v. Tyson. It was a matchup apparently made in heaven. They made 60 million. It was a joke, a flop. So our topic was dream sporting matchups. We've had a number of people knowing you're coming on today, and they said Senna versus Verstappen. Who would win that?
Senna versus Verstappen versus Vettel versus Hamilton, versus Alonso versus Schumacher. They make that the second on this one. But Senna versus Verstappen, that is a great question. I think it has the potential for a lot of DNFs if those two get together, quite frankly.
Okay.
Mainly because if the two of them were going at it wheel to wheel, I don't see either of them yielding very often. Yeah. Who would win that one? I think Senna would come out on top, but I think Max is that good. I think it's very difficult to compare drivers from different eras. Yeah. But I think Senna would win it, but only just. Because Max is that good. He is a sensational driver. Wow. And he's consistent as well. But Senna had an edge for me, and this is probably me going back to the Crofty of yesteryear when he was watching Formula One rather than commentating on it. And Senna just had an aura about him, and had something about him that you had to love. But My God, would it be
Good answer.
dramatic?
Not wrong.
You imagine Senna and Verstappen, 215 miles an hour down the Las Vegas Strip.
Stop it.
You know, and going into that left-hand corner. Whoa,
Amazing
that'd be
stuff.
absolute corker.
Yeah, might be a question has to be asked at the Arca Bar, mate. You got your stage show Thursday, 6th of March. You got your up close and personal dinner show Friday, 7th of March, and then you're off to the Bend Motorsport Park, of course.
How good's that? Croppy's back.
Yeah, I tell you what, some big shows there, mate. They should be very well. We know our own Sam Tugwell here came to your show last year and highly recommends it.
Big endorsement.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, listen. I'm coming back because I had such a good time in Adelaide. It was so much fun. I thought I'd spend a few more days in the vicinity, as it were. I'm also going to be at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, which is a brilliant festival, and I really enjoy going down there because it's it's what 30 years, isn't it, since we were last down in Adelaide for the Grand Prix. 500,000 fans went to watch that '95 Grand Prix, and I think it still has the attendance record for a Formula One Grand Prix. So I'm told they were sitting in the trees watching that one, but you don't have to sit in the trees and watch my show. We have seats for everybody.
Well done.
The dinner show is there to prove that I have got table manners and I can eat with a knife and fork.
Oh, good man.
And the Bend, bring your own car because you know what, the Bend is a great facility. As I found out last year when I nearly stacked a Ford Mustang driving around it, and only the immense skill that I possess as a driver and a huge amount of luck kept that thing on the track. But yeah, look, fanofsport.com is where you can go to find out all the information. We like to have an interactive show. We like to talk and we like people to join in. And that's the whole point of these shows. We have quizzes and competitions. You test your commentary abilities and we'll all have a bit of fun with that one. And we'll talk about all the topics that are there. And what better way to lead up to the start of next season than by talking about the sport that we love? And do you know what? Senna against Verstappen might just be one of the topics. And if the people of Adelaide can handle 2 hours of good old British bias, then come along and have some fun.
Nah, well done, Crofty. We might have another bottle of Rusden Blackgut Shiraz. Our line wasn't quite as crisp on the WhatsApp as it's normally been. You've got a slight lisp. You sound like an English accent Mike Tyson, Crofty.
Mate, it's 6:53 in the morning.
Thanks for getting on, buddy.
Jeez, you're
I
hard,
feel
Rowey.
like an English Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Well done, mate. Love your work, Crofty. And you can book all those tickets. We'll get him out here on early March. Sticky tickets. Crofty, well done. Stay safe and have a good call.
Cheers, boys. Have a great winter.
Well
Take
done.
care of yourself.
Well done.
Good man. David Croft, our guest.
He's
of
a
course.
ripper.
Excellent. The voice of F1, but also those shows come highly recommended by Sam Tugwell.
Oh, it was a fantastic night.
I love the idea of getting blokes up there to see if they can call it.
Very difficult by the looks as well. He basically, a little sneak peek for those who do want to get head-alongs. I'm sure he would do a very similar setup, but he basically puts the first maybe 30, 40 seconds of the first lap of a Grand Prix that had recently been raced and asks about 4 or 5 people to come up on the stage, and he says, all right, have a crack at it.
Wow.
And wow, it's actually quite difficult. A lot of people have a lot of trouble with it. And he gives a little bit of feedback to them, too. It's very good.
Did he just say have a nice winter?
Yeah.
We're in
summer.
He's mixed up.
Hemisphere.
That's okay.
Yeah,
He's having winter.
That's all right.
You didn't notice he had a lisp then?
I thought he had a bit of a cold, but because he'd woken up, maybe that's what
but I think it was the line. He
It's
sounded like
it's the
Mike
line.
Tyson.
Sometimes it comes through like
that's
that.
what happens. Sometimes Caro sounds like that. Very thick.
Haven't heard that.
Okay.
He's spot on with his stats too. The 95 Australian Grand Prix in Adelaide, still the #1 most attended Grand
There you
Prix
go.
ever.
And we lost it because a couple of residents in the eastern suburbs didn't like the noise.
Yep. What could have been? 25 after 5. Let's check your roads.
Crash at Richmond to look out for. Marion Road near Richmond Road. Another collision at Pasadena. 5 Drive at Goulburn Road. And urgent steelworks at Mitcham, Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. Adelaide 500 has wrapped up. Still got some road closures around the east end of the city. Try and avoid them on the way home. She's still pretty slow. Look out for Cameron Main South Road, McLaren Vale. Green Cross Vet Centre is now open at 102 McGill Road, Norwood, offering 24/7 emergency and GP vet care. Visit emergencyvet.com.au. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Good afternoon, passengers. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready.
The 5AA Sports Show with Rowey and Timmy G.
5AA's Variety Radiothon is back on Friday the 29th of November with your chance to bid on some great auction items, as well as the opportunity to donate towards this great SA charity. This year, our friends at Cochrane's Transport are matching dollar-for-dollar donations that come through on Radiothon Day. Cochrane's is a great locally owned family business that picks up and delivers your parcels across Metro and regional SA every night. Cochrane's Transport, supporting Radiothon. To bid or find out more, visit 5AA.com.au.
When you go solar with Solar Heart, you'll join the smart Aussies lowering their energy bills with every sunrise. And right now, you can save up to $1,000 on Solar Heart solar power systems, including our revolutionary new Silhouette bifacial panels with a Solar Heart 30-year Australian warranty. To save up to $1,000 today and reduce your energy bills for years to come, get smart. Get Solar Heart. Terms and conditions apply.
Cheers to your new local Liquorland, with 9 new stores now open in Adelaide. Get rewarded for spending more with our new Buy More, Save More offer. Spend $300 in store and scan your Flybys to unlock $30 off your next in-store shop. Visit your new local Liquorland store today. Cheers, Liquorland. Offer only available to persons 18 plus. Offer valid until 31st of January 2025. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Well, here's the thing. If you've smashed a windscreen or cracked or scratched it or chipped it, you need tinting. Don't mess around. Call Complete Windscreen.
8269 4444.
Now, we're truly the only company that can do same-day windscreen repairs. So Complete Windscreens, you've got to get us on the job. And you know, you'll ring around, but you might get it in tomorrow, the next day or next week, sometimes in a fortnight.
But just ring this, 8269 4444.
That's it. So if you ping it,
solves it.
And you know, if you've done a back glass and you're a tradesman, you need it done straight away.
What if you go over the speed up?
Boom.
Bang, pop.
Does it? Yeah, it might pop just straight the hell out. We're RAA approved repairer, so tell your insurance company you want us on the job. We're at 220 Main North Road Prospect. We've got 14 fitters that are out and about. They can get out to your house the same day. We polish, we do chip repairs, we said we do tints. What don't we do? I don't know. We import our glass.
Hang on,
I'll ring
this, 8269 4444. What don't you do? There you go. Answer the question.
Well, I'll answer it. Dead air.
There it is.
The big, well, that wasn't even funny.
Played.
The big red koala on 220 Main North Road Prospect. Give us a call or completewindscreens.com.au.
Don't miss Drum & Golf's Black Friday Game Changers. Get 64% off Adidas lightweight sports cart bags, now 158. TaylorMade MG1 nickel wedges, just 142. Only at Drum & Golf.
Desire is in the detail with the Audi Dynamic Black Edition with distinctive black exterior styling, metallic paint and panoramic sunroof. The Audi Q3 35 TFSI Dynamic Black at 62,900 drive away. Ends November 30. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Christmas is fast approaching, but who's looking after your elderly loved ones when you're away? An unexpected fall, a sudden emergency. It can happen in an instant. Care Alert's personal alert system is here to help. Don't take chances this Christmas. Call 1300 75 85 95 or visit carealert.com.au to keep your family safe no matter where you are. Care Alert, the personal alert system for priceless peace of mind.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
5:30. Very shortly, we're going to chat to Stephen Bradbury, which we're looking forward to. And Deborah from Millswood, congratulations. You're on the standby list to win the amazing Silver Sea cruise to Singapore, all thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel and Silver Sea Luxury Cruising. You're creating moments you'll never forget with Phil Hoffman. Visit pht.com.au.
Well, on the back of the Paul v Tyson dream matchup, apparently, that was on Netflix, where they made $60 million, ended up a flop. I even stopped down to watch it in the end. It was absolutely embarrassing. I mean, here's a YouTuber, a social media so-called influencer, fighting a bloke that's a felon who's been in jail, and he's 58, he's over the hill, and they're 31 years of age, and one looked like he was His name was Iron Mike Tyson. It looked like he needed a bit of CRC on it, and he's rusted. It was iron rust. He was slow. But then if you watch the Netflix doco, God, you said to yourself, if he connects one of these punches to this YouTuber, no, he didn't throw any. So it was a bit embarrassing. So we thought, well, look, that one's out the door. What's your dream sporting matchup?
Correct.
And Timmy, you've got a couple on the text line. Lines available, 822 300 00, but there's been some rippers.
Oh, well, what about Rocky Marciano versus Mike Tyson in their absolute primes? That two really hard-hitting boxers there. There was one about...
me and Scoop-de-Doo?
You and Scoop-de-Doo. I was just looking for that. What about this? Lillian Tomo tearing down and bowling at Bradman and Tendulkar.
Oh, yeah.
That would be incredible.
There's a lot of people saying Shane Warne bowling to Bradman.
That would be incredible.
Our best bowler versus our best batsman.
Yeah, that's a great call too. So keep them coming in. We love them.
We're going to take your calls straight after the headlines. 8223 0000. Give us your nominations.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show. This is 5AA News, always Adelaide.
Good evening, Mel Usher with the latest news headlines. A lawyer for Alan Jones says the former broadcaster will fight the charges of historical indecent assault and sexual touching. The SA Libs have met today to dissect their loss at the Black by-election. The Albanese government says mandating businesses to accept cash will be a lifeline to many Australians. And in sport, the AFLW prelim finals will be held this weekend. And once again, SA is represented in both games. Now checking 5AA traffic.
Control Air, Australia's commercial refrigeration and air conditioning experts. Visit controlairaustralia.com.au.
Crash at Richmond to look out from the drive home. Marion Road near Richmond Road. Mitcham, urgent civil works on Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. Road closures in place for the Adelaide 500 still pretty slow around the east end of the city. Avoid that on the drive home. And look out for works at Wingfield Green Junction Road near Dunstan Road. Got a camera too, Hillier Road, Abranella. 'Tis the season for low prices at Dan Murphy's. Carlton Dry mid 3.5%, 330ml bottles 24 case, just $49, ends Wednesday. Choose to drink wise, T's and C's apply. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
The 5AA forecast, clear tonight down to 10, sunny tomorrow 25. Right now it's 20 degrees. We'll have more news at 6 and as it happens on 5AA.
David Penberthy and Will Goodings, 5AA Breakfast.
The Black by-election was an unmitigated disaster. Vincent Tarzia left to pick up the pieces.
Unfortunately,
it's Vincent Tarzia coming to you live there from the top of Mount Kilimanjaro.
Adelaide's leading breakfast show.
Made it sound like he was in a sort of windswept nothingness with vultures circling in the background. It was feasting on the carcass of the Liberal Party. That's what it sounded like.
Weekdays from 6 a.m. on 5AA, always Adelaide.
Are you or someone you know living with epilepsy? 1 in 25 Australians will develop epilepsy at some stage in their lives. The Epilepsy Centre in Adelaide is dedicated to raising awareness in the community to reduce the stigma and create a more welcoming and inclusive society. We do this by providing epilepsy awareness and seizure first aid to people living with epilepsy, their families and friends. Thanks to state government funding, we can offer this education at no cost. For more information, go to epilepsycentre.org.au.
Look at your hands. 5 digits, 14 joints, 27 bones, multiple tendons and nerves, but a lot can go wrong. If you're experiencing hand pain, it can drastically affect your lifestyle. If it's happening to you, get in touch with GRIP, a specialised hand and wrist practice with a team of highly qualified hand surgeons and therapists. From therapy to surgery, GRIP can help you get to the source of the pain and provide a solution. Visit gripsurgery.com.au.
Read out that one on the unique homestyle food text.
Yeah, keep them coming in. The dream matchups.
Read that one.
Tom from Kent Town said, "I'd like to see an argument between John McEnroe in his prime and Lydia Thorpe." Well, that would be on, I tell you. That would be unreal. It's been SA's biggest cover-up. Thousands of pool owners all over South Australia are implicated. Yeah, and now it's about to be uncovered. And who's at the centre of it? It's our mates at Walco, of course.
Well, we know them as Wormy and Pagey.
Correct.
When you get them out to your house, I mean, they work hard and their quality's immense, but it's entertainment.
Well, it's entertainment for me, but most of it is the abuse at me, which I enjoy immensely.
So it's time to get Wormy and Pagey out, or Walco. You got to wake your Paul up. Just do it.
Yeah, and then we're ready. We've got a bit of hot weather coming in again. So one of the best things you can do for your pool is pocket. You pocket your dough, that you say, but you also get the locally made Walco pool blanket. Now, it'll keep your water clean and warm, and that's the main thing. It keeps the heat in, keeps the dirt out.
And they last forever. The quality material they use, it's not stuff that you get from... And you know what I mean by that. It doesn't perish. It is just the best. The Walco pool blanket, you'll save money on water costs because they help stop evaporation.
So uncover the savings right now with a Walco pool blanket. Visit walco.com.au today.
Take your marks. Set.
Race into Wayville Hyundai and test drive the incredible 2025 Tucson Hybrid in stock now. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, opposite the showground.
My name is Doug. I'm here with my friend Deb from St. Louis Home Care.
We'd even call you family, Doug.
Deb's certainly there when I need her, and she helps me with my shopping, cleaning, and takes us out and about on the bus.
With our St. Louis Home Care packages, we're here to help you stay in the home you love for longer.
Oh, it's made a big difference in my life, that's for sure.
Join Doug and Deb. Google St. Louis Home Care today.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
23 minutes to 6. We're taking your calls, 8223 0000. Dream matchups across all eras, all sports. What's the head-to-head you wish could come true?
And I did one at the start, Lee Matthews and Gary McIntosh. Great call. Wouldn't you love to see that?
Yes.
John McEnroe versus Federer.
Yeah.
John McEnroe versus anyone.
Yeah, true.
John McEnroe versus line callers.
Borg and Federer were probably more alike.
Yeah, that'd
Pretty
be
cool.
even better.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's on the back of Tyson and Paul. It was just an embarrassing
we didn't need
matchup.
that.
So let's get a better
This
one.
is a better one. Let's go to Aldinger. G'day, Alex.
How you going, boys?
Good, buddy.
Mine's more of a rematch, and I'd love to see it on telly. Mark Rasciuto and Josh Carr.
Yeah, so an actual organised event, Alex. Yes.
I'm in it.
You know what we could do is actually block off that street that runs alongside the Ramsgate and put the ring in the middle there. Yeah, well, I can see
they've
it.
got like a little
Alex.
quadrangle there.
Yeah,
now, like
let's
a little,
do it. Let's be the promoters of it.
Yeah. Well, I reckon
the sports show. Get out there.
Everyone loves the colour of money. So Paul and Tyson, 60 million.
Yeah, big dough, isn't it?
Rue loves money. Josh loves money. Well, 6 mil.
Get it organised. Yeah,
could we?
Yeah. Where's the sponsorship?
I don't know. Hello, Bruno.
Don't fit many in there, I don't think. How about $6 each?
Hey.
Bruno.
It's good to meet you the other day, Rowey. Walking the dog.
Oh, was that you, Bruno?
Yeah.
Oh, good man.
You're trying to get your lad's dog under control, I think.
Oh, he bloody gets out all the time. That dog. He got ran over 2 Fridays ago.
Oh, yeah.
James's dog, Jones.
And you took
Well,
him
he's
back
moving.
out.
He was moving all right on the day I saw him.
Yeah,
so
no,
he's obviously recovered.
Good. Yeah, he's bloody strong little fella. But no, good to meet you,
Yeah.
Bruno. What's your dream matchup?
Oh, just before that, boys, it's a crazy world. I mean, you talk about a convicted rapist against a YouTuber. We've got a convicted felon about to lead the free world. So that's how crazy this world's become.
You're probably right.
Listen, I've got a couple of matchups that I would have liked to have seen. It's the Brazil football team led by Pelé in the 70s against the Argentina team in the 80s led by Maradona would have been a good one.
Oh, wow.
That's a great call.
Oh, yeah.
But the other one was the Don Bradman Invincibles against the Clive Lloyd West Indies team in the late 70s, early 80s when you had Holding, Croft, Roberts, Marshall.
Garner.
You know, that's sort of up against them. It would have been interesting to see.
Great call.
Great calls, Bruno.
I remember Clive Lloyd. The complaint was at the time that the over rate was slow because obviously had the 4 quicks.
Yeah.
And Clive Lloyd's classic response was, well, if we increase the over rate, the test match will be over in 3 days instead of 4.
Yeah, good
Smart
call.
operator,
And they didn't
Clive,
go the
wasn't he?
whole distance, did they?
How good's this one, and why didn't it come up earlier? Unique home-style food tax. Botham versus Ian Chappell.
Oh,
now
great
that
call.
is a
Great
lifelong
call.
rivalry.
Yeah, nice one there. Let's go to Marion. G'day, Sam. You got one?
Timmy and Stephen, how are you? No, I've got something else.
Oh, yes.
Just for Stephen there.
Yeah.
Stephen, I wonder, come August 25, if you and Mr. Olsen will be complaining about Adelaide playing top 8 teams twice during the year.
I don't know. Well, what are you saying? August? What's on August?
What I'm
25th?
saying is, in 2023, young Stephen, Mr. Olsen came on and complained how Adelaide had to play Port twice, they had to play Brisbane twice, they had to play Collingwood twice, and then you, Stephen, this August said again Adelaide had to play Hawthorn twice, had to play Geelong twice, had to play Brisbane twice. So what are you going to say next August?
No,
Sam. They had to play North Melbourne twice and lost.
No, Sam. This is what happened. At the end of the season, we had the hairy chess game. So John Olsen, the chairman of the Crows, got on a plane or got on YouTube, whatever he does, and he got over there and he went to the AFL house and they said, we want a good fixture. And they did. They got Thursday night games, Friday night games. It wasn't who they played. They actually did ask for big Victorian teams to come to Adelaide. Had nothing to do with who they played twice, Sam. I think you're trying to rewrite the history books. Isn't he?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Were you lost in that? You switched off then.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to do that. Sam was having a go at me. Don't switch off.
August 25th's a long way away.
So
I'm living in the moment.
Get Sam back. Oh, I was going to say get Sam back. He's gone. So August 25th must be the end of the home and away season.
Yeah, I'd say that's the last game.
That's the last game. Yeah. And I think where he's coming from, well Stephen, you grizzled and you came 15th. Yeah. So what are you going to grizzle about now? Yeah. The Crows have got a dream start to the season.
They should get on the bike
6
early.
Of their first 9 at Adelaide Oval.
Get on the bike early, I'd say.
4 of their first 6, and against some buckle wheel teams.
Well, we'll see what happens there. All right, look forward to that.
Remember this time, 4-6 on this day against buckle wheel teams.
Just cut that up, right?
Cut that up.
Let's go to Woodside. G'day, Steve.
How you going there, Rowey?
Good, my man.
Hey?
Well, you asked me. Yeah, good, Steve. Good, my man. Steve, old Stevie boy.
I want to say that Port are well on the way of winning their first premiership cup.
In the AFLW, Steve, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and didn't say where they're going to win them from. They just said they're going to win 3 in the next 5 years.
Well, the 5 years is up. Here's the thing. I'll make a bold prediction. Just on history, Steve and Timmy, we're sitting right there.
Yes, I'm right here.
And you're out of my reach. I'll make a bold prediction. Port are into a prelim. They'll lose.
Oh, it's one of those.
There you go.
Yeah,
Well,
cheap shot.
You will.
Yeah.
Cheap shot. But you will.
Yeah.
You will.
Yeah, it is a cheap shot.
You will.
Speaking of the AFLW quickly...
Hang on.
Yeah.
Don't gloss over.
No.
How many prelims have you won under Ken Hinkley? 0.0.
Well, you know that.
Yeah.
You know
How many
that,
have you lost?
All of them.
Yeah, 4. Yeah,
So
there's a bit of a trend there.
It's got nothing to do with our AFLW side, though.
Oh, well, you cut from same loaf. You got the same creed, same jumper.
They're playing beautiful football, and they've beaten 2 teams that everybody thought they wouldn't. So keep going, I say.
8.
Oh, no, I'm not death riding. This is reverse the curse. I hope they win and they make a grand final.
I reckon they can.
And I hope the Crows do. We play you at Nord Oval.
Just don't play Can You Feel It? It's still a possibility.
No, don't do that.
That's all we want.
Don't do that.
The you know how there were compression games in the AFLW? So the AFL have reportedly told clubs today that the experiment of compression is over.
Yeah, hooray.
And 12 games will be played next year in 12 weeks.
Hooray.
And the season will start just that little bit earlier, 2 weeks earlier, August 11. So it will coincide with the remaining rounds of the AFL men's season.
That's okay. And you know what I'd do there too is actually try and get as many double headers together as you can.
That'll be a good test
in
for the AFL.
In those
Trial
back ends
that.
of August.
Yes.
Try and get some double headers happening where we can get to go and see our AFLW side play before our AFL men's. I reckon that'd be great.
Yeah.
And then roll that into post-season and off go the girls into their own
I know round
space.
20 is when the showdown is for Crows and Port Adelaide and the men's. I'm going to have to look up in the break if August 11 lies within that round 20. If we could open with 2 showdowns,
that'd be incredible.
That'd be a great way to start the season for both their clubs, wouldn't it?
Love that idea.
Just a thought. Hey,
you work at AFL House?
So who gets top billing, the men or the women? Who plays first?
Well, you can work that out for yourself.
There's a lot of groundswell on the unique home style food text
of
saying play Can You Feel It?
No, don't
We
do
will
it.
not
I'm
do
just
that.
saying,
We will not do that.
If 5 more come through, we're playing it.
Let's get to Stephen Bradbury. He's waiting on the other side of this. Let's check your roads.
Crash at Richmond to look out for on the drive home. Marion Road near Richmond Road. Urgent sewer works at Mitcham. That's on Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. Our road closures still around the east end of the city as they wrap up the Adelaide 500. Avoid that if you can for the drive home. Still pretty slow. Got works on the tunnels kicking off from 7 tonight. Look out for detours and speed restrictions a little bit later if you're heading that way. I got a camera report right to Tinker. Planning to knock down and rebuild? Get letting designs, guaranteed build times and all the right expertise at Burbank. Search Burbank Homes BLD 266709. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show.
The passing of someone close places unique stress on family and friends. At this time, Farrell and O'Neill Funerals are here to provide reassurance and peace of mind. Farrell and O'Neill offer creative guidance and advice to tailor a service that best honours your loved one. Whether a large gathering or a small, intimate service, Farrell and O'Neill share their generations of experience in tailoring a unique and meaningful farewell. Proudly SA family-owned and operated, because it's personal.
G'day everyone, Cornsey here. Now I know a great team when I see one, and the South Australian hydraulic team I rate the highest is BL Shipway. The Shipway team are the best in the business. They've been looking after your hydraulic and pneumatic needs since 1953 with brands like Ryco, Rexroth, Enerpac, Hydac, Oilpath, EasyFit and many more. If you can't get to them, they'll send a Ryco 24/7 van to you, anytime, anywhere. blshipway.com.au, a South Australian team you can count on.
Rollerco would never boast about how good they are at fixing sliding doors and windows. So I'll do it for them. For nearly 40 years, Rollerco have been making and fixing all sorts of sliding doors and windows. They seriously know everything there is to know. And if by some outrageous chance they don't have the parts you need, they'll do their very best to find a solution. Rollerco.com.au. They'll get you rolling. Rollerco.com.au.
The Australian Government's Future Made in Australia plan will create a stronger economy by making more things across our country. We'll make more of Australia's natural advantages and turn critical minerals into cleaner energy. We're investing in you to learn new skills and in manufacturing and technology to create well-paid jobs and a more secure future for everyone. That's a future made in Australia. To find out more about the plan, search Future Made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
At SEW Eurodrive, quality, service and delivery is entrenched in our DNA. We're the driving force in creating a competitive advantage for our customers. Visit sew-eurodrive.com.au, driving Australian industry since 1982.
The first kitchen warehouse store in South Australia is here, and if that's not a reason to celebrate, then nothing is. Head to their housewarming party for a bite and a drink. While you're there, check out the latest from brands like Le Creuset, KitchenAid, Magimix, Scampan and more at unbeatable prices, plus exclusive one-day deals.
The Kitchen Warehouse Housewarming Party, Saturday, November 23rd from 9am till 12pm at Jeps Cross Home HQ, or find them online at kitchenwarehouse.com.au.
Listen carefully. You're hearing the last of the legendary Ram Hemi V8s. Get one before they're all gone. Visit ramtrucks.com.au today.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
11 minutes to 6.
Well, the Sport Australia Hall of Fame, well, the inductions are happening tonight. It's a big gala
Big
dinner
night.
at the Crown. It's going to be massive, and a bloke that's already in there and would be rubbing shoulders, I reckon, with a few other legends around the place. Stephen Bradbury joins us. G'day, Steve.
Yeah, hey, g'day guys. Thanks for having me along. Yeah, the Sahoff dinner's a massive one. I mean, there's not many events where you sort of get nervous about meeting sporting heroes, but yeah, there's a massive list of them at the dinner tonight, so it's pretty exciting. They haven't run it for about 4 or 5 years with all the COVID interruptions, so it's good to have it back on.
Well, some big names going in too, like Mick Fanning, Mark Knowles from the Kookaburras, of course, Sally Pearson, Mark Scafey. We actually spoke to Scafey, but we also spoke to Karen Murphy, Lorne Bowles. That record that she's got, wow! I said to her, "Geez, you wouldn't even have to ask to get in. It just your record just takes you there."
Well, I'm actually looking forward to seeing Michael Milton get up there. He's being inducted.
Yeah, we spoke to Michael, yeah.
He's being inducted as a Sarhoff legend, which there is very few of. And
correct.
Yeah, from back in the day, the first Winter Olympics I went to, I remember it vividly because he won gold and he's the blind skier. And then there's another skier who won and he's only got, Michael's the one-legged skier.
Correct.
Yes.
And the other guy, Michael Norton, is the blind skier, and they both got interviewed together. And the one-legged guy said he was going out afterwards to get blind, and Michael Milton said he was going out to get legless.
I like both those men, Steve. That is a ripper story, isn't it? So do you mingle like a fanboy? Who's one or two sporting idols, and we've all got them, that you just gravitate to and have a beer with?
Yeah, I got to have a beer with Greg Norman at this event a few years ago, which was pretty cool. I'm hoping to bump into Wayne Gardner there, who's on the list this time. We got Robert De Castella. I'd love to have a chat with him about the story where he kept running and pooed his pants and won the Commonwealth Games gold medal in the marathon.
That's
maybe
right.
Maybe that might be a bit later in the night. Talk about that one. I don't know.
Well, let's hope he doesn't do it tonight, Steve.
Or he's on your table.
Yeah. Hey, mate, a mate of mine went and saw you guest speak, and he said the story is just incredible. And I'm going to paraphrase, so you can sort of correct me if I'm wrong. But one of the moments that he says after you've won the gold medal, you were a bit reluctant about whether to go out onto the podium or not, and your coach really gave it to you and said you followed the instructions brilliantly. But she said, look, let's have a look at that scar on the inside of your leg. Let's have a look at the broken bones you've had and all the rest. She really put it to you that your whole career was culminating with this reward. I thought when I heard that story that it was just a really good coaching moment.
It was, yeah. My teammates were part of that as well. And, you know, like anybody who's successful in anything, you don't do it by yourself. And, you know, even today, I still have a little bit of not complete certainty that I should have accepted the gold medal. You know, I'm the luckiest individual Olympic gold medalist in history, but I am completely comfortable with the 14 years of 5 hours a day, 6 days a week to become an overnight success. Yeah, and the beauty of that was there was a tactic in place in case one of them went to ground because they'd be grappling. It's not your fault that three of them went to ground. It isn't, you know, and that was, you know, part of experience and judgment was part of the strategy prior to the final. There was 4 other skaters in it, and they were all desperate to win, which meant there's a good chance that a couple of them are going to stuff up and I'll pick up a bronze medal. Yeah. It didn't turn out to be bronze.
Yeah, mate, it was gold, and you're a sporting Hall of Famer, and rightly so, Steve. You're Australian folklore as well. Doing a Bradbury is a thing. Do you look at that with pride?
Yeah. 100%.
You have to. You have to.
I think it's a really good lesson for parents to show their kids and go, well, you know what, if you're prepared to devote yourself to something, and I've seen in my sport or in many areas of life where people are kind of a bit of a jack of all trades. That, you know, they're half good at lots of things, but a master of none. And I think the world demands a specialist to get really good at something, because there's a lot of people in the world and it's very competitive. And my story, I think, is a good lesson for kids to say, well, you know, one day you might get lucky too.
Yeah. Great message, Steve. Have a good night. Before we let you go, you strike me as being a James Bond classic black tie type of man tonight. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, yeah, I think you're pretty much right. I got the standard bag of fruit that you wear at a black tie event.
Enjoy the night, Steve. You're a legend. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
Stephen Bradbury, our guest. Of course, the Sport Australia Hall of Fame awards on tonight. Inductees coming in. Names like Mark Knowles from the Kookaburras, Mick Fanning, Sally Pearce. It's going to be a great night. Stephen Bradbury, our guest.
Would be an amazing night to be at, wouldn't it?
It would be. I'd love to be there because I'm a bit of a fan guy, sitting at a table. And I was just thinking, we asked Steve Bradbury about tonight's dinner, and he would look around and go, God, look at all these stars. I'd love to have a chat and have a beer with them. So you're invited there, Timmy. South Australian Sporting Hall of Fame. Who's the first person you would bail up at that night? Because there's legends. There's 49 legends and 100 inductees. I've got this one. DK's a legend.
Yes.
But I fished with DK, so I've done that.
Oh, I
so
love
why would I wait? No, but hang on. But why would I waste time I'd
Doing
want to
that
go
again.
to someone.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
right.
yeah.
And then I'd think, well, the next one I'd love to meet is Lee Matthews. But again, I've had dinner with Lee Matthews in Shanghai. We had that good night
You have?
together. Dawn Fraser, well, spoke a number of times. I've shared a spa with Dawn.
How's your back feeling? Because you're dropping a lot of names here, mate.
Bend over and grab these ones.
You're going to have to pick up a fair bit of trail here.
All due credit.
All the listeners are out there going, what the? This bloke on about?
I've had a blessed life, mate. But why would I waste time with those three? Because I've already spent time with them.
Bums, a lot of them.
Who are they? Well, I'm at the... No, but come on. So here are my two, in no particular order.
Ones you haven't
I've always
been
from
out fishing
afar,
with or dinner with.
Well, I haven't had a chance with these two because one lives in Perth, the other one's in Queensland. I'd love to have a chat and a beer with Wally Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
NRL, the king. Yeah. So what Wally Lewis is to the NRL, Lee Matthews is to AFL.
Yep.
Same era, same. I love the bloke.
Tough
And the other one's a little bit of a left field. Don't live too far away from my parents. My mum says she's just lovely. It's Margaret Court.
All right.
And I know people go, oh, you God bother. Say what you want. But her record and what she did and what she's achieved is outstanding.
You know,
I don't think she'd have a beer with me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that side of things, but the person I'd be intrigued to me.
So who are yours?
I'd go straight to, bloody hell.
Bertrand.
John Bertrand.
You like him.
The reason I go is because I'm fascinated with the Australia 2 story. I'm fascinated with the America's Cup victory. I mean, it was...
And his sporting career is amazing with all the Olympics.
Dead set a story against all odds.
Yep.
For many reasons. They tried to change the rules during the actual race to try and stop it. You know, it was an amazing story. I think they beat them a lot with psychology rather than just the boat. And that's the amazing story that I'd love to get behind. I've heard him speak. I've seen the documentary, but I know the stuff that you can always say off air that you can't say on air. That's the bits I want to get out of John Bertrand.
Well, he brought out a book when I was working on the show with Cornsey. We went downstairs and had a coffee together. So that's another one that
so you've already done.
I wouldn't waste time with him either because I've actually met John Bertrand.
I'm going to have a look at this list and see if there's anybody you haven't actually graced the presence of.
Well, there's 49 legends. A lot of them are dead. So that's hard.
Okay.
Well, Richie Benaud's one of them, but then again, I shared a breakfast with him at the... I did.
This is outrageous.
When I did the Barry Ian Brecky show, he sent me down to the Intercontinental. I'll never forget it.
I do remember it.
And Richie's exact words were, "Is he one of us?" I didn't quite do it as well as him. Anyway, we had breakfast together. So I wouldn't worry about him.
Okay. Who else?
Warnie, I was at a pub with Warnie.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't end. The Sports Australia Hall of Fame list is just a list of Rowey's mates, isn't it?
No, but I'm not saying that. I've brushed their acquaintance. Now, they haven't said whether I was a good fella or not, but I have. I've been blessed.
You're blessed.
What I'm trying to tell you is I've been blessed, Timmy.
Give us the Adam Sandler story.
The 5AA Sports Show with Rowey and Timmy G.
Yes, Uber Eats does deliver peas. No, Uber Eats does not deliver bees. Obviously.
I should have just ordered peas. Bees makes no sense. I'm allergic. I should have...
Uber Eats get almost anything.
Bye, darling. I love you.
Goodbye, mate.
Bye, Dad.
At Centennial Park, we understand the life-changing experience of saying goodbye to a loved one. Whether their preference was burial or cremation, our memorial options are designed to help you reflect on, reconnect with, and remember your loved one. And most importantly, ensure your goodbyes aren't final. Find out about our memorial options at centennialpark.org.
Hi, it's David Penberthy here with Martin Penny from Paint Professionals. Is it true that your dad actually painted for the royal family?
Yes, my father was handpicked to paint the Queen's bedroom, Charles and Di's honeymoon suite. Whether you're in Wayville or Morfett Vale or Springfoot or Glenelg, it really doesn't matter. To us, everybody deserves that same treatment.
So get your whole home painted or just a room. Get in touch like we did with Marty and his incredible team at Paint Professionals. Visit paintprofessionals.com.au. Paint Professionals, brush with the best.
Online, on DAB Digital Radio, and on 1395 AM. Talking Adelaide. This is Adelaide's 5AA.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. With the 6 o'clock news, I'm Mel Usher.
Enjoy 10-year warranty and capped price servicing at Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth and the new Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes.
A lawyer for Alan Jones says the former broadcaster will fight the charges of historical indecent assault and sexual touching. More from Josh Bryant in Sydney.
Police say the alleged offending occurred between 2001 and 2019 against 8 people, the youngest of which was 17 at the time. Investigators allege Alan Jones knew some of them personally, some professionally, and in some cases the alleged offending occurred when he'd met them for the first time. The former 2GB and 2UE broadcaster is facing 24 offences, including 11 counts of aggravated indecent assault victim under authority and 9 counts of assault with an act of indecency. He's been granted conditional bail. The former radio host didn't say anything as he was ushered through a media pack to a waiting car. His lawyer spoke briefly, saying the charges will be defended and that Jones denies any misconduct. Police expect more people will come forward with information.
A regrouping for the state Liberals today. Some say it was more like a crisis meeting in the wake of the Black by-election loss. Opposition leader Vincent Tarzia spoke to 7 heading into the meeting.
I thought after the recent events of the weekend it'd be good to get together with our shadow cabinet colleagues and really looking forward to a productive discussion.
It's the second time in 8 months Labor has claimed a prized seat from the Libs. The Albanese government says mandating businesses to accept cash will be a lifeline to many Australians. More from Michael Packey.
An inquiry will get underway to examine how businesses can be mandated to provide access to cash as more and more people use digital payments. Federal Treasurer Jim Chalmers says about 1.5 million Australians still use physical currency to make 80% of their purchases. He says it's vital cash remains part of the Australian economy.
Cash can be a really important lifeline. It can be an important backup.
Independent MP Andrew Gee has been pushing for cash to be preserved. He argues the government's move doesn't go far enough and is worried small business will be exempt.
You'll get these islands of cash like Coles and Woolies, but for everyone else, cash will be phased out.
The cash mandate is due to start from 2026.
Woolworths bosses have spent the day fronting an inquiry by the consumer watchdog looking into the pricing practices of the major supermarkets. The ACCC is probing the operations of the grocery sector to determine if the market dominance of Coles and Woolworths is costing Australians money. Chief Executive Amanda Bardwell told the inquiry the retailer has a number of competitors.
We are a substantial part of the market overall, which is dramatically changing, and we compete every single day for customers to choose to shop with us.
And Coles remains Woolworths' closest competitor?
Coles is certainly a major competitor, along with many others, Aldi playing a very important role, Costco, Amazon, Chem Warehouse.
2 teenage girls from Melbourne are in a critical condition after an alcohol incident in Southeast Asia. It's believed the pair had their drinks spiked with a toxic chemical while travelling through Thailand and Laos. Now turning to 5AA Sport.
Mannix is your one-stop air and solar shop at Adelaide's best prices. Nobody beats Mannix.
Australian batsman Travis Head is hungry to make a big score in the first test against India at Perth Stadium starting Friday. Head concedes the runs might not come easily, as is expecting a spicy wicket with plenty of pace and bounce.
I just want to try to contribute to a winning cause, whether that be 100. I know that it's a stat-driven game, but whatever's required. I haven't seen the wicket here yet, but they're talking similar to the last couple of years, which has been tough. It's been a bit in it in the first couple of days, and then it's been a bit inconsistent in the following. As the cracks come, it gets faster, and it has been a challenge.
Meantime, the third ODI between Australia and Pakistan will be played tonight at Bellerive Oval. To footy, and Port is preparing for this weekend's prelim final against North Melbourne. The thrilling semi-final on Saturday saw them beat Richmond by just 1 point. Assistant coach Dan Merritt says it was a phenomenal win.
Slowly getting over the shock from the weekend, for sure. 22 points down at three-quarter time is the biggest comeback ever in AFLW history, and we happened to do it in a final. So it was pretty remarkable. Immensely proud of the group to pick ourselves up at three-quarter time and then, get the job done.
That's sport. Now checking 5AA traffic.
Control Air, Australia's commercial refrigeration and air conditioning experts. Visit controlairaustralia.com.au.
Richmond got a crash, Maureen Road near Richmond Road. Urgent sewer work slowing things up at Mitcham, Maitland Street near St Michael's Road. Our road closure still in place around the east end of the city as they wrap up the Adelaide 500. Avoid that for the drive home. She's still super slow. Camera tonight to Doug Heath Road at Seaford Rise. The 7-seater Isuzu MUX has all the style and substance to keep you going your own way. Test drive the MUX at your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. Adelaide's most accurate traffic on 5AA.
Now the 5AA forecast.
Get the Toyota Forklift Advantage. Visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow, 25. Wednesday, sunny, 29. Thursday, mostly sunny, 34. Right now, it's 20 degrees. Now let's check what's happening on 9 News tonight.
Thank you, I'm Kate Collins. Tonight's headlines. Broadcaster Alan Jones arrested over sex abuse allegations. A warning to SA schoolies about deadly batches of drugs. The breakthrough test for early detection of ovarian cancer. And a survey of our supermarkets reveals where you'll find the best meat. And don't worry, you haven't missed the news. You can start over on 9 Now as soon as you're home.
So here we are, in our world. The world we've built together this year. Every tackle, every goal, every moment leads to this. The 2024 NAB AFLW Finals. We've done the work, and so have you. Feel the final moment before the bounce, when everything is on the line. So what are you waiting for? Visit women's.afl to get your tickets now. Finals. See you at the W.
There's a new kid on the block at Wayville. Literally. Wayville Hyundai. Adelaide's newest family-owned Hyundai dealer has landed with the full range at 11 Goodwood Road, Wayville. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai. Driven by Australian Motors.
Searching for extra savings this Christmas? With an Everyday Extra subscription, you get 10% off both a Woolworths and a Big W shop every month. That's a saving of up to $100 a month. And right now, the annual plan is half price at just $3 a month. Subscribe and save more this Christmas with Everyday Extra. Start your free trial today. Offer ends December 18, 2024. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. See everydayextra.com.au for details.
In Adelaide and across South Australia, this is 5AA, always Adelaide.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
8 after 6 here on this Monday night. Congratulations to Deborah earlier, who was on the standby list. We still have one more chance for you to get on the standby list too for this Silver Sea luxury cruising and Phil Hoffman travel opportunity to cruise to Singapore. You can create moments you'll never forget by going to pht.com.au and listening out for our cue to call very, very shortly.
Great win by the Crows, defeated FIVEAA 49-12. So in 2 games, have kept them to Una goal. That's one. It was at Nord Oval. We are in to another prelim. Joining us is one of their guns, Kira Mueller. Kira, welcome.
Hello, thank you very much for having me.
Fremantle who? You just wiped them.
No, it was a very even game in the contest and the stoppage. So, yeah, I guess it was exciting to get the win and get ourselves through to another prelim.
How hot was it?
Yeah, it was pretty warm out there. Lucky we had a bit of cloud coverage, but yeah, it definitely was pretty hot.
Yeah.
So Freo were probably used to it, but not us as much.
Okay. Did the extended breaks help, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Just allowed more time to kind of get our breath back and try to get some wet towels, and we had some Doopa Doops as well, so that was nice to get them in. But yeah, the breaks definitely helped.
What did you have?
Super duper.
What are they?
It's like an ice block.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like cold.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't have too many raspberry ones, Kira. You would have been hanging off the rafters.
Yes, no. Mum always told me only one per day, so I only had one.
It's good advice, Mum. Good advice. I love it.
The defence part of the game, the team defence we call it, is terrific to keep Fremantle to, as I said, only the one goal.
Yeah, I think that's definitely been an area of the game that, as a whole team, we've really tried to hone in on the defence part. But yeah, I guess our defenders as well. We've got a really good group of us back there, all pretty young. We've all played a bit of footy together as well, so I guess that helps as well.
Kira, I know most sides want to play front half football, but you really did keep it in your front half. And one of the stats that sort of stood out for that was not just your inside 50s winning that plus 20, but it was the tackles inside 50, 22-3. That says you're doing all the hard work in the front half.
Yeah, I think, credit to our midfielders and our forwards. Like, our forward pressure's been amazing recently. And, yeah, like you said, to get those tackles in there and just keep the footy down there makes our life as defenders a lot easier.
A 6th prelim for the club.
It's unreal, isn't it?
It's staggering, the success. And, being one of the inaugural clubs that came in that first year, to keep this sort of record up while the competition's been expanding and losing players is quite something to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess, you always kind of see Crows as the team that's always hungry to make finals. So I guess, like, for a young player like myself to come into that elite environment, that's kind of, all that is drilled into us is, we want to be the best. We want to, make the prelims, make finals and have that success all the way throughout. So amazing that, you get to play alongside girls like Ebony Marinoff, Chelsea Randall, Sarah Allen, who have all played, in a bunch of finals. So when it comes to final time, they're super experienced.
Well, let's look ahead to the Lions. It's away. The last 5 games, they've been decided all but by less than a kick. The last 3 have been 3 points, 2 points, 2 points. You're close but no cigar. What do you need to do to beat them, Kira?
I think we just got to really bring our pressure, keep that pressure factor up high. A lot easier when it is forward half football. Just kind of work on what we've been building over the last, 3 or 4 weeks. And, just go out there with kind of nothing to lose.
Well, you got a lot to lose. You got a grand final spot to lose.
Yes, that is true. But, just got to play our style of football.
You will.
To get it right.
Timmy taught me that. I
love it.
Kira, I say that a lot, and Tim looks at me. Yes, you have, Rowey. You've got a prelim to lose, you idiot. Hey, if you win, and I know you're not looking too far ahead, if you win, or the Crows win, and Port win, it's a home showdown grand final in Adelaide. That would be next level, Kira.
Definitely been a lot of talk about that over the weekend. It would definitely be unreal. Pretty special, but I think it's just great for SA footy, like, to see how far the girls have come and have both us and Port in prelims is just, pretty amazing for South Australia.
Well, we owe Brisbane. They beat us round 6, and they did last year, and they went on to win the final. So all the best, Kira. Bring your best, attack, hit the goal square, all those sort of things, and you'll have a win and you'll be in another grand final. Thanks for your time.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Well done. Kira Mueller there, Crows AFL. She's a defender. Very, very neat.
Yes.
Great little defender back there. So let's hope they can have a win and we get a grand final.
Well, Port Adelaide did it again. Got
did.
up by a point. Unbelievable scenes once again. And we got one of their stars of the show, Kirsty Lamb on the line. G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. How are you going?
Hey, you're breaking some records lately. That's the biggest comeback in AFLW at three-quarter time. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it was... we probably didn't play our best football for the best part of 3/4 of that game. Somehow we turned it around in the last quarter and managed to get over the line.
So three-quarter time, and I just want you to have a listen to what the coaches said post-game.
Yeah, obviously you need to do some quick math, and I said to the group, we need to kick 4 goals here to win. And I asked them if they thought they could do it, and all the eyes looked up at me and with absolute confidence and said, yeah, we can do that. And then you're thinking, well, I'm glad that, you need that level of belief to be able to even get near it. And then just to see them execute what they did, it's such a positive thing, I think, for our team, but also for the competition.
It's fair to say you're playing with a lot of passion and a lot of care. The whole group is just, they've bought in, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have, and I think that's probably a little bit of the Port Adelaide DNA, which you would know all about. And, we just have this sort of never give up, never die kind of attitude at the moment, and it's sort of paying off, particularly like in finals. You have huge momentum swings at times, and that last quarter, the momentum was definitely sort of coming our way, and we used it to our advantage. And to be able to kick, I think it was maybe 4 goals 4 or whatever we kicked it in the last quarter was a huge effort.
There was that third term where they probably could have put us away. They didn't take advantage of that. So the opportunity, you guys always think that you're in the game.
Yeah, we certainly do. And as sort of Loz spoke about, like, we do have that belief that, we think we're pretty exciting to watch, hopefully.
Yes.
And we certainly we're trying to play a very exciting brand of football. We know if we get it into our forwards, they're pretty dynamic. The likes of Gemma Houghton down there, they turn it on and they can do some special things, particularly when the ball gets stuck down in our forward line. So we're always a chance. We'll always be in and around the mark. It's just about making sure that we, make the most of our chances when it's down there.
Your speed of ball movement, and a lot of people are saying the unpredictability of that is the difference between you and other teams. You've won 8 in a row. I like that. You take the game on, Kirsty.
Yeah, we do. Probably, particularly in the first half of the season, we played what you'd say like a bit of a surge style of footy. And then as the sort of seasons progressed, we've tried to, add layers to our game and have a little bit more control with the way that we want to move the ball forward. But yeah, we do try and take the ball off the line a little bit where possible and move it relatively quickly. Because as we said, if we get it into our forwards 1v1, we're a huge chance of scoring. And particularly from our back line, they set up so well that we can have a lot of repeat entries inside forward 50 a lot of the time. So yeah, it just gives us, more chances of scoring, and we try and play as quick as we can, and hopefully that's exciting for people to watch.
8 straight, Kirsty. That's more than confidence. You're doing something right.
Yeah, we obviously are. There's obviously, a heap of RFIs or areas of improvement at the end of each game, which, we talk a lot about during the week. It's obviously great to be winning games of football, but given we've got such a young group and they're so eager to learn, we do talk a lot about the stuff that we need to get better at, and it's just about improving each week and, adding those improvements into the next game when we get one. So, yeah, the girls are obviously pumped for this weekend, and we have a review tomorrow, so I have no doubt we'll spend some time watching those first 3 quarters because we probably didn't play our style of football for a lot of it. So, yeah, there'll definitely be a few learnings out of it.
Something went over my head there. You said heaps of RFIs. What are they?
AFI.
Sorry.
Areas for improvement.
We say like room for improvement, RFIs,
Okay. Okay, you're educated now.
God, I got one letter wrong and it threw me, Kirsty.
Bit of free terminology for you.
I love it. Hey, Kirsty, there were some unbelievable moments in that last quarter, of course, and there always has to be when you get such a close win. But I thought Ash Saint's last quarter was enormous, along with obviously Matilda in ruck. She just keeps getting better. She's so good underneath her knees as well for such a tall person. So those two are amazing. But I loved Ash's little give to you. And your vision was fantastic to find Abby Derrick forward. That was really good play.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Abby got out the back, to be honest, because she's obviously one of our best players. But, yeah, I think you're right. I thought Ash and Matilda stepped up massively in that last quarter. Obviously, Matilda, not only is she dynamic over her head, but she's super clean below her knees, as you said. And, yeah, I just thought Ash's work rate, particularly in the midfield, obviously plays a lot of her football in the forward line, but she's played a bit of midfield this season and, added another layer to her game. So, yeah, it was awesome to see her get her hands on the footy, particularly in that last quarter, and again, help us surge the ball forward. So, yeah, I thought you're absolutely right. Both of those two had huge last quarters for us.
They hit the front. Let's say, we've gone well, but they actually got back and kicked a goal to be in front. Now, I know at that moment, I think there was 2.5 left on the clock. There's a piece of play that you're involved in again. It's at half forward. Ebony O'Day, who knows no fear, smashes a pack, and you pick up that crumb and kick it forward. And Sachi Symes' little sidestep and cut through was amazing. I reckon she kicked the point on purpose because she didn't want to go back to the centre. She didn't want to send a clearance to upset us. She said, no, we can lock this in from here and win. I thought it was a brilliant tactic.
Yeah, she did actually say at the airport, she's like, I meant to miss it. I didn't want it to go in the middle of the ground. I was like, you're kidding. You're absolutely kidding, such a time. But, yeah, to be fair, I nearly cost us the game because it was at me at the stoppage that wasn't on Jazzy Fleming, who got the ball going forward for them, and they ended up kicking a goal. So I was kicking myself, and I needed a bit of redemption to get the score back in our favour. But, yeah, I guess everyone just sort of plays their role in key moments. And as you said, like Sachi's played backline for the last probably 4 or 5 weeks and traditionally been a midfielder, and Laws threw her in the forward line in that last quarter just to give us a bit of a different look. And, yeah, she kicked 2 points, and some people say, they were points, they weren't goals, but at the end of the day, you only need to win by a point, and she obviously kicked that winning point. So, yeah, she played her role in the last quarter, getting thrown in a different position again.
Well, she did it very well. North Melbourne in the prelim. They haven't been beaten, but probably means they're one step closer to losing, aren't they?
Well, that's it. I mean, finals is a funny thing, right? Like, it's a different game. We obviously play with a huge amount of heart, huge amount of pressure, and they obviously haven't played on the weekend. They've obviously had a bye, and you always sort of wonder what that does to team momentum. And, yeah, we've obviously got some good momentum at the moment. They're incredible outfit. They obviously, played in the grand final last year, haven't lost a game this year. So we know we've got our work cut out for us, but we've got absolute belief that we can get it done. And if we play our style of football, particularly like we played in that fourth quarter, anything can happen.
You're a better team since round 4. I always like a sighter when I try to look at teams matching up. You played them round 4. Kangaroos beat you 6-6 to 1 goal. And that was your only score, 1 goal, Kirsty. But you're a different team now. So how do you break them down, or how do you hit the scoreboard against them?
Yeah, I think we are a very different team than what we were in round 4. And the conditions in that game were absolutely atrocious. I don't think I've ever played in rain that hurt that much. So it's very, very different conditions. It's going to be, they're saying 35 in Melbourne during the game. So, it couldn't be any different in terms of conditions. But I guess for us, it's about bringing the pressure. When it's wet weather footy, obviously the ball's on the ground a lot, and I don't see that being the case this weekend. So, I guess for us, it's about when we turn the ball over, going back at them quickly in offence, but making sure that we've got a huge amount of pressure around the footy to cause some turnovers and to go back at them. So, I'm looking forward to it. It'll obviously be a really good test for our group to see where we're at, particularly when you come up against some of these best sides. And we've obviously been able to get the job done against, Hawthorn, and we lost to Richmond earlier in the year and were able to get over the line in them. So, it's just another great opportunity for our group to keep taking strides forward, and also a great outfit, so I look forward to the contest.
Well, you're doing it well, mate. Keep the good work up and go well in the prelim.
Awesome. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Kirsty Lamb, our guest, star of Port Adelaide's 1-point victory over Hawthorn.
Yeah, so a massive preliminary final weekend coming up. It's all on Saturday. It's all live on 5AA. North take on Port Adelaide. And then at night, Brisbane hosting the Adelaide Crows. 22 after 6.
The 5AA Sports Show with Rowey and Timmy G.
Get ready, Adelaide. 5AA and Phil Hoffman Travel are giving you the chance to win the ultimate holiday to Singapore. You'll set sail on a luxury cruise escape with Silver Sea Cruises aboard the stunning Silver Nova. For your chance to join the standby list, keep it on 5AA, and when you hear the boarding call, be the first to call in, and you could be on your way to Singapore. Silver Sea Luxury Cruising and Phil Hoffman Travel, creating moments you'll never forget. Visit pht.com.au.
You possibly won't find Australia's largest range of rollers, spare parts and accessories for sliding doors and windows at your local hardware store. I mean, I guess you could try. But nah. Instead of wasting time, how about you save time? Visit rollerco.com.au, because spare parts for sliding doors and windows is what we do. Our warehouse is full of them. rollerco.com.au. We'll get you rolling.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Steel Novo, 10% off Fab Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit AdelaideApplianceGallery.com.
Why buy an Island Star caravan? Well, they're designed by Knowles Caravans. There's thousands on the road, and 75% of Knowles customers are repeat buyers. They know when they're onto a good thing. Go with the people you can trust with 5 decades of service to Australia's caravanning community. Knowles Caravans, 561 Salisbury Highway, Greenfields, opposite Mawson Lakes.
Trusted for quality, driven for adventure.
Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans.
There's one word that should be deleted forever. It transcends language, culture, geography, status, and it doesn't discriminate. That word is cancer, and until we can delete it, we're going to treat it. Lift Cancer Care is dedicated to offering additional cancer services to complement your existing treatment plan. We collaborate closely with your medical team to achieve the best outcomes for your diagnosis. So, if you or a loved one are ever struck with the C word, think of the L word first. liftcancercare.com.au.
Dreamland's Black Friday sale is now on, with up to a massive 60% off a huge range of Australian-made mattresses. Yes, up to 60% off. Plus, get huge savings off our huge range of beds, bedroom furniture in Manchester. So you can get a Queen electric adjustable bed plus a Queen pocket spring pillow top mattress for only $19.99. So if you're looking for a better night's sleep, hurry into Dreamland and get up to 60% off. Be quick, Dreamland's Black Friday sale ends December 2.
Dreamland.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them.
All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
25 after 6. Still got a bit of time for your calls, 8223 0000. And I know you've been patient.
Good afternoon, passengers. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready.
Get calling in, all thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel, 8223 0055 to get on the standby list.
Couple of good texts.
Always a good text coming in. Unique homestyle food text. There's one saying, Rowey, you know what a Zupa Duper is? I heard you say once you shoved a whole bagful down your gizzards.
Probably did.
That word does sound like you. It is in your vocab. It is.
Before the 6 o'clock news, we spoke about who you'd love to meet or talk to.
Yeah, because we were talking about the Sport Hall of
at the Sport Hall of Fame, and I mentioned a number of people that I've been blessed and lucky enough to meet.
Only 20 or 30.
Yeah. And then this bloke sends this one. Timmy G. Rowey probably had Rod Laver around his place midweek for tennis. Well, no, but I've had Leighton Hewitt.
Oh, you have not.
He was good friends. He was good friends with Tyson Edwards back when the kids were little, and our kids all played down the end of the anyway. It doesn't matter.
Where does it end?
Hello, Tony at Mawson Lakes.
G'day, boys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I was just drawing attention to. I was reading the advertiser back page today, where it had. I mean, lots of things are getting speculated about which clubs are going to potentially look at which players in the draft Wednesday.
Yep.
There was a link there to someone read an article about Adelaide might be looking at Harvey Langford, and I just wondered because I do a lot of listening and research on these draftees before draft happens, and did someone pick up on the article where when he was being interviewed, he was talking. They asked him about the possibility of being drafted interstate, and his response, allegedly, as reported, was the following: that he was happy to commence his AFL career, and if that meant going interstate, he was happy to go there for a little while. Little while.
Yeah.
So he's already flagged in that statement, if that is correct, any club that's drafting him outside of Melbourne, his intent is to go there for a little while. If that's accurate, well, that's going to be problematic in a few years, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've got him down around the 3, 4, 5, 6 mark, 190 centimetres. The latest one that come out, I think he's a bit lower than that. I did my top 10. He's not even in my top 10, Harvey Langford.
I think
and remember, he's 18. They're going to make mistakes with what comes out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, and probably if you go back and have a listen to, say, Travis Boak speaking, or they probably made mistakes like that too.
Well, what
probably
about Ollie Wines?
And Ollie the same. So.
Ollie's his mum cried.
Yeah, when he got drafted to Port.
Well, he's been there 16 years.
Exactly. So it can change, and
of course
we've got to cut the kids a bit of slack. They're only
18.
They're 18. They're kids.
Yeah. Speaking of draft, Ben and Lucas Camporeale coming up very shortly. And congratulations to Dave at Semaphore. You're on the standby list for this amazing cruise. Thanks to Silver Sea Luxury Cruising and Phil Hoffman Travel, creating moments you'll never forget. pht.com.au.
Rowey and Timmy G on the 5AA Sports Show. 5AA Nights with Lee Forrest.
Chris from Ordinga's got an issue.
Yeah, we're stuck here at the survey. When I went to get someone drained my bank account.
If anyone is listening,
That's how easy it is. To get in touch with us today, visit home.com.au and remember HAUME.com.au. At Home, we buy homes.
It all started in the back shed. Maybe it started early or late. Either way, the Olympic Industry sale means there's no need to wait. With big savings on our entire range of SA engineered sheds, garages, carports and verandas, you can afford to start something big, tough or tasty in your own backyard. Start something with the Olympic Industry sale. On now.
Some things need an emergency department, but if you're umming and ahhing on what to do, it might be more of an emergency. If you're unwell and unsure what to do, call Health Direct on 1800 022 222 and a registered nurse will help you find the best care for you. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
We've got 2 more sleeps until the draft. It is the 20th. Lucas Campriali and Ben have been nominated father-son for their dad's team, which is Carlton. They join us in the studio now. We've been busting to get him in. Boys, welcome.
No, thank you. Thank you for having us.
They are identical, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ben, you have the longer hair and you're a defender, and Lukey, you're more of a
he's
wingman.
a midfielder.
No, he's a midfielder. I'm a midfielder, really.
Oh, you're a mid?
Yeah. Played mid all year, so.
Well, I knew that.
Yeah, that's his whole life, actually.
That's right.
So you're both father-son. It's exciting. Who will get Dad's number 16?
We've always kind of made a bit of a deal. Whoever goes first, we reckon it's the fair way to go about it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
So we'll see what happens.
So who do you reckon's going to go first?
Probably Ben. I'll give it to him.
What about if one takes 10 and one takes 6? You know,
it's
another way of looking at it.
That means nothing. Dad wore 16.
Well, then they can be their own people, can't they? Yeah.
So Lukey, you're in your head saying Ben's better than you.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he is?
He's had a better year than me, I'll give him that, yeah.
There you go.
Well, it's just a number, mate.
It is.
You could go right over top of him.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, okay.
What is it like, though, thinking that you get the opportunity to play together? I think that's probably the exciting thing. It's not every day that you get that opportunity and not to be separated. We saw the King brothers get separated, one Gold Coast, one Saints and the like, so this is a bit rare, isn't it?
Yeah, it's special, definitely. Obviously, you grow up in each other's pockets and sort of the opportunity to play together, something you do throughout juniors, but to hopefully potentially do it on the big stage one day would be pretty cool.
And when did you first sort of get indicated that, Carlton would do this? Because it is a big commitment by them as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty recent when we nominated, obviously. Obviously, had all the testing and stuff to do and finished playing football, which obviously was the main thing we had to stick to. But, it was about, a couple of weeks ago now, and they said that they nominate us and we nominate back, which is exciting. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen on the night, but it'd be pretty unreal.
It's been a big year, though. Most guys that are trying to get drafted and the like have, got their year 12 happening. They've got state championships. You're playing everywhere, aren't you? I mean, you get. I think you snuck half a dozen games in for the Bays and drew on the medal as well. So, but you don't get a lot of continuity. You're being thrown from pillar to post in everything, academically wise and sporting wise.
No, definitely, it's a big year. Obviously, like you said, we're playing school, state, and Glenelg. Sorry,
and doing combines.
I was injured, so I didn't test, sadly. But
and Carlton are probably bringing you over for interviews and things. like that.
Well, we've been, to be honest, we've had minimal sort of interviews. We've had a couple of catch ups throughout the year, but we haven't flown over or anything other than at the start of the year when we had the AFL combine academy. So we spent a week over there, obviously. But to be honest, it's been pretty cruisy. Just sort of let us do our own thing and sort of see what happens.
Yeah, a couple of good Sacred Heart boys. How did they go this year?
Yeah, good. Obviously, we didn't get the Chockies this year, which was a bit disappointing.
You lost to Ross Trevor?
No. We lost to PAC in the grand final. We won Interco, which is good.
Oh, you have to win Interco.
Yeah, so that was good fun. But
don't let them beat you.
Nah, can't it?
No, not at all. But that was a good year. We enjoy school footy. It's just good to be able to play with your mates, obviously. Who knows what will happen. You might probably never play with some of those blokes again, so it's
special.
It's good culture. You enjoy it.
Yeah, you always get back to that. So how did you go at school, you two?
So we only played, 2-3 games.
No,
academically.
No, academically.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant school
It's
footy.
not all
Sorry,
about
right.
footy,
Yes.
Benny boy.
That's my bad.
Gee, you're in the zone.
No, I thought you were talking about school footy. No, academically we're both doing the same subject, so it was always a bit of a competition there, but I'll give loose to Chalkies. He's probably got me covered in the academics.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, same subjects?
Yeah, we didn't decide on it. We kind of went our own rooms and came back out with a piece of paper and we're like, oh, shivers, we've done the same thing.
And it was
But
identical.
it's good, yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot of patience. It's a very, very high pressure year, this.
Yeah.
You've got a lot going on. Should the draft be before the exams or after?
I like it that it's after. Cause it's
You do? You can wait.
I don't know. I actually don't mind it. Sort of get more time, sort of just to spend time with family, friends, get away, have a bit of a break.
Yeah.
And exams sort of took up that sort of time just to take your mind off it as well, which helps.
What when you played that state championship stuff, and I got to see a little bit of it, and went down to Alberta to watch one of your games as well. Who impressed you from opposition teams? Who sort of jumped out and you went, "Oh, he can play"?
A big one for me. In the AFL Academy, obviously, we spent a fair bit of time with a few of the players. Zave Lindsay, big country boy, played on the wing against him in the country game. He's had a cracking year. He's an awesome fellow as well. So yeah, he's probably the main one to me.
Yeah, right. Good one. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I was saying meet him sort of against some of the well-known boys. So obviously there's blokes like allies like Leo, Jagger, Josh, Finn, and one of the blokes who sort of come on to big at the end of the season, Harvey Langford, was someone I enjoyed playing against from big country as well. We went at it at Icon, which was nice, and yeah, he's a big boy, nice guy. So yeah, enjoyed playing against him.
All right, bit a tough one.
Yep.
Crows are in the Sid Draper.
Yep.
And apparently Carlton are in the Sid Draper.
Yep.
Apparently the Crows are wanting to wriggle room into 2 to beat Carlton to Sid. Should they do it?
Yeah, I think that should. Yeah.
You rate him, Sid?
I rate Sid. Obviously, he was probably a bit underdone going in this year, which I think a lot of people know, obviously with injuries, but everyone saw his form at the back end of the year and sort of the leader he is in the state team as well, and playing league footy at 17, 18 is pretty impressive, and he's got those attributes, so definitely.
Have you boys been over to Melbourne with Dad at all?
Yeah, we went over to watch the finals last year. We watched one of the games. But yeah, we don't normally get to go watch a lot of footy with Dad. He's obviously probably coaching on radio.
When he walks down Lygon Street, do they play Saturday Night FIVEAA, and he just walks around, struts down there, and goes into any restaurant that he wants to? And
he's nodding. He's nodding in the back room.
He said, "Yes, I do."
He wishes they still did. No one cares about him anymore. So.
But it's that's funny. That's funny. We love him. It's a big club, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, have you stopped to think that you'll get drafted on Wednesday, and there's a fair chance you won't get back to Adelaide?
Yeah.
And that's how you've got to prepare.
Yeah, 100%.
That's got to be your life now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting. Obviously, you think about it a lot throughout the year, and I guess it's kind of reality now. Yeah, I don't know when you come back what goes on, but I'll probably miss the family a little bit, but no, it'll be good. I'm sure we're both pretty excited.
What sort of role models have, growing up, have you sort of looked at and go, yeah, I like that bloke, I'd like to play footy like he does?
Yeah, obviously you've sort of watched a lot of footy growing up, and not biased or anything, but you watch the likes of Sam Walsh come through the ranks, and I remember me and Luce watched this AFL draft documentary when they came out. It was about him and a couple others, the Kings and Jack Bytel, and sort of watching that and seeing what he was like was pretty impressive. Then both lucky enough to go into the club and spend some time with him. He's definitely someone I try and look up to a bit.
Lucas, who do you like? Player-wise, role model, somebody you thought, oh yeah, I'd like to play like him. He's good.
This is probably a bit of a curveball. I'm a real big fan of Massimo D'Ambrosio from the Hawks.
Yeah.
So he was a mid-season.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
No, I have.
Yeah,
He's good. He'd come on this year.
Yeah, he was a mid-season pick, so he had a bit of a different route to get to the AFL. I thought it was inspirational. He's a beautiful kick, and he's in the Australian squad this year. So yeah, I like the Hawks as well, obviously because of Will Day. Say good up, boys. So yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Good choices.
Have you spoken to Vossi? Has he picked up the phone and?
No, we haven't had touch to do with Vossi, to be honest with you. He's obviously pretty busy back end of the year with footy, so obviously sort of our time now, sort of coming towards the draft. But yeah, when we went over there, we obviously have chats to him and sort of, how you going, sort of get to know him a bit. But yeah, we've obviously been doing our thing, he's been doing his thing, so it's been hard to sort of cross paths.
How's Mum handling it?
She says she's good.
She could do
There'll
better.
be tears.
Yeah, there'll be tears. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. No, there's not. Well, I was lucky enough to go through it with my little Jimmy, and they're tears.
Yeah, they're
happy ones, and happy ones are better than sad ones.
And Dad will be the same. Probably won't.
He told me he never cries.
No, well,
not very often.
Maybe this one, but obviously not usually.
Well, he's two boys, right?
Again, it's excitement, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously, like you said.
Tears.
Well done, men. We thank you for coming in. All the best.
Good luck.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be seamless for you. I know you're both hard workers. You've both got the talent. You know, raw talent's not enough. You've been taught all of that. It's not a number. It is just a number. You'll go there and you'll take it and do really well. And we look forward to watching you from afar or through your dad's lens, even better. So
good luck, boys. Well done.
I can see the excitement in your faces.
Cheers, guys.
Well done.
Kia's most awarded SUV just got better. The Kia Sorrento. Visit kia.com.au to find out more about the 7-seat Kia Sorrento.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Adelaide's local, trusted and truly connected talkback radio station. 5AA. Always Adelaide.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
Ever had the feeling you're being watched online? Scammers are always looking for new ways to con you. They're criminals and they're clever. But Australian banks have joined forces in the war against them. Intelligence sharing between banks will identify new types of scams faster. A new payment system to ensure you pay the right person is being rolled out. Unique identity checks will defend against identity theft. And there'll be more double checks when you're paying someone new. Australian banks are working to protect you.
G'day, it's Fitzy here. You know what, I wish my kids would call me a legend. But the actual legends down south are Lamb Solar. South Australia has some of the most expensive electricity prices in the world, an unfortunate fact that Lamb couldn't accept. Lamb is a team of local champions who care about finding the best solar solution for your home. They're honest and they don't do the hard sales thing. So if you're thinking about solar, think LAMM, Lamb, the real legends of the South.
At Complete Care, we're more than just a care provider, we're a family. As we celebrate our 10th year, our mission remains the same, to empower our specialised team of carers and client service managers to help people living with a disability. We provide personalised services, including cleaning and home maintenance, to social support and transportation. We look after you like family, offering a warm, caring touch that sets us apart. At Complete Care, we're the company with heart. Complete Care, with a K.
New roof, free gutters, free downpipes. Get free gutters and free downpipes when you replace your roof with Roof and Render SA. It's a genuine offer. We haven't increased the price to cover costs. Times are a little tough, so if we can help with free gutters and downpipes when we replace your roof, we'll do it. New roof, free gutters, free downpipes. This month with Roof and Render SA. T's and C's apply. Google Roof and Render SA for more.
The Volvo XC90 is now in run out. And with a competitive finance offer, you can drive away in the luxurious 7-seat Volvo sooner than you think. Offer ends December 31st. Finance available to approved applicants of Volvo Car Financial Services for new XC90. Eligibility criteria apply, while stocks last. Conditions and fees apply. Volvo.
Here at 5AA, we're all about supporting local. Don't miss the Kids and Youth Disability Expo, November 30 at Netball Stadium. Entries free. Details kjex.com.au. Everyday items locked in at low prices for longer. There's more ways than ever to save at Foodland.
The 5AA Sports Show, Rowey and Timmy G.
The voice of F1 is David Croft, returning to Adelaide on popular demand. You can get your tickets from Sticky Tickets. It's the Arca Bar on the 6th of March. Crofty, welcome.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Oh, you sound like you're just around the corner. Now, congratulations, firstly. We heard you got married since we've last spoke.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yes, 2.5 months ago, I got married now. It's been a while since we last spoke, and yeah, loving married life. It's gorgeous. We got married in between the Italian and the Azerbaijani Grand Prix. Found a blank week in the calendar, went down to the south of France, took all our mates with us, and had the best time ever.
Oh, how good's that? Now, let's start talking F1. How have you seen the season? We've got 3 races left, Vegas, Qatar and Abu Dhabi.
So 3 to go, and I think the championship gets wrapped up in Las Vegas. I think Max Verstappen will hit the jackpot, and he'll become a 4-time world champion.
Wow.
And he will become the first driver, let's get my stats right here, since Nelson Piquet, I think in in the early 1980s, to win the championship, but not with the fastest car, and not for the team that wins the Constructors' Championship. I think McLaren will get that.
Wow.
They've done brilliantly this year. It's been a wonderful comeback. They've really taken the fight to Red Bull. I think Ferrari have got their act together as well to take the fight to Red Bull too. And I think Red Bull are struggling to score with two drivers consistently. And Sergio Perez is just not pulling out the results that Red Bull need. But his teammate is. And Max Verstappen is one of the great drivers of Formula One and thoroughly deserves to be a four-time world champion. And he'll do that on wherever it is. Sunday afternoon, I think, Australia time. Saturday night, Las Vegas time. He doesn't have to do much. Just beat Lando Norris. To take that title. It's been an interesting season and a better season than I thought we'd ever get, given that Red Bull started off in such dominating fashion. But McLaren really are a team that are getting their act together, and I think what this year will do, boys, is set up for next year to be an absolute all-time classic of a Formula One season.
Las Vegas this weekend. Are they going to be ready? I know last year I think they might have left a manhole or two just loose around the place. But are they fully? Because it was a little bit rushed last year, but this time there no dramas.
Yeah, no dramas that I've heard of. My mate Pete was in Vegas last week, and he sent me a few photos. I think they're coming along nicely.
Does he remember
with the build on that? Sorry,
does he remember it?
Does he remember it? He does, but he tells me what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and he won't tell me what went on. I think when you go to a venue for the first time, especially a street race, there's always a few teething issues, and the drain cover last year was really unfortunate for many reasons, including the fact I was still broadcasting at 4 a.m. As we got down to it, but in all honesty, I think Vegas last year was a super weekend. The race was absolutely magnificent. It was a really dramatic finish with the top three separated by only a couple of seconds at the end of it. And everyone went away very happy. Now, I'm not sure that it's going to sell out this year, and I hear there are plenty of tickets still left to be had, but hopefully the thought of a title decider will mean that we do sell a load more tickets in the next few days. But in terms of the actual build, in terms of the racetrack, as far as I'm aware, everything going very swimmingly.
Oscar Piastri, he's had a wonderful season, sits fourth. Is he a future world champ?
I think so. I really do. Yeah, I honestly, I think Oscar's doing things at a very young age that not a lot of other drivers have managed to do. I think we've talked about him many times before, boys. He's a really mature head on very young shoulders. I think he's advised very well by Mark Webber as well, who's the super manager for him. He's very popular with the team. He's prepared to play the team game whenever he's needed to. We saw that, didn't we, in Sao Paulo in the sprint race, where he moved aside for his teammate to take the victory because it was important on that Saturday for Lando to get the points. And I do think we've seen this year a learning from Oscar Piastri. I think he's much kinder on the tyres at the start of a stint, which has helped him and has cured some of the issues that he was having in his debut year, where his tyres were going off towards the end of a stint. But I just see in him so much calmness, and I think for a Formula One driver, that's a hugely important thing. We see these drivers tearing around at 200 miles an hour and performing feats that we as mere mortals can't do, and we think, well, they're wild. These drivers, they're excessive, they're aggressive, but they're not. You've got to be calm. It's like a fly. Everything happens at 1 million miles an hour, but it's all slow motion in your brain, and it just seems like everything with Oscar is slow motion in his brain because he's got everything under control, and that I like. And I think that to me gives me the impression that a world championship will be his one day. Now, to go with that, McLaren have got to give him a car that can win a world championship. But the fact is that next year, because the regulations are fairly stable into 2025, he should be driving a car that will be good enough to win a world championship. And at a team where there are no team orders at the start of the year. So I think next year's a really big year for Oscar Piastri in his third year in Formula One to show us all what he can do. And, and if he's getting the results early on and Lando isn't, then McLaren will prioritise him if he's the championship contender.
7 of the 10 teams look like they'll have new combos. Which driver sort of pairing are you looking forward to?
Well, there's a question. I think the one we're all looking forward to, but not so much because of the driver combo, but because he's going to be wearing red for the first time in his career, is Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. I think it's still an incredible story that Lewis, is more than likely to finish his Formula One career driving for the Scuderia, and I think he'll be there for more than a couple of years. But I'm looking forward to seeing next year the rookies coming in and going up against the more experienced drivers. Franco Colapinto, is he still in the frame for a drive somewhere? Potentially with RB if Sergio Perez leaves Red Bull and Liam Lawson gets a promotion. Ollie Behrman, who's had 3 exceptional races in Formula One, but comes in for his first full season. Gabriel Bortoletto at Sauber. Kimi Antonelli. More than half the age of Lewis Hamilton, replacing the great Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes. And Jack Doohan, who'll be 22 by the time he makes his debut next year. And Jack thoroughly deserves his chance at Alpine as well, after kind of doing his learning, waiting in the wings, doing what Oscar Piastri did as a reserve driver before he finally gets his chance. So it's more, how are the rookies going to fare against the seasoned pros more than which is the most exciting lineup. But in terms of lineups, you've got to say Ferrari are massively strong with Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. And if they can integrate well, and Fred Vasseur, who's run both Charles and Lewis in their junior formula before, is the team principal that I think he's going to be, that I think both drivers need, then Ferrari are going to be so strong next year. It's we haven't even got the championship done and dusted in 2024 yet, but I'm so pumped up for 2025. I think it's going to be a fabulous season.
Now, Crofty, we asked you this time last year, is Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari? And you laughed. You blew a boogie bubble out your nose.
Yeah, well, I did. Mainly because we didn't think that the opportunity was there. Now, yeah. I've said for many years that I think Lewis Hamilton would love to drive for Ferrari, and if the opportunity came along, then I think he would. But we didn't think the opportunity was going to come. Yeah. Mm. But then again, we're not Stefano Domenicali. We're not John Elkann, the president of Ferrari. And we're not the people behind the scenes that are making all the decision. And round about this time last year, the conversation started, and Lewis was clearly unhappy at Mercedes, having only been given a year's contract with a year's option, and had expressed a desire to drive for Ferrari if the opportunity was there, at which point, as far as I'm led to believe, a telephone call was made, and between Stefano Domenicali, former Ferrari team principal, and John Elkann, the president, that said, well, are you still interested in Lewis Hamilton? Because if you are, I think he's interested in you. And it was like speed dating. Yeah. It was like speed dating, and the two came together, and the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah. But it's also the future as well. So, I might have laughed because I didn't think it was possible. But I always thought there was the potential from Lewis's side that it would happen. But, Mercedes were there saying he's got a multi-year deal. And that wasn't necessarily the case.
We had a topic today, Crofty. I know you love interaction. Paul v. Tyson, it was a match-up apparently made in heaven. They made 60 million. It was a joke, a flop. So our topic was dream sporting match-ups. We've had a number of people knowing you're coming on today, and they said Senna versus Verstappen. Who would win that?
Senna versus Verstappen versus Vettel versus Hamilton. Yeah, versus Alonso versus Schumacher. They make that
Wow.
bet on this one. But Senna versus Verstappen, that is a great question. I think it has the potential for a lot of DNFs if those two get together, quite frankly.
Okay.
Mainly because if the two of them were going at it wheel to wheel, I don't see either of them yielding very often.
Yeah.
Who would win that one? I think Senna would come out on top, but I think Max is that good. I think it's very difficult to compare drivers from different eras. But I think Senna would win it, but only just. Because Max is that good. He is a sensational driver. And he's consistent as well. But Senna had an edge for me, and this is probably me going back to the Crofty of yesteryear when he was watching Formula One rather than commentating on it. And Senna just had an aura about him, and had something about him that you had to love.
Might be a question has to be asked at the Arca Bar, mate. You got your stage show Thursday, 6th of March. You got your up close and personal dinner show Friday, 7th of March, and then you're off to the Bend Motorsport Park, of course.
Yeah, good to see it. Crofty's back.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, some big shows there, mate. They should be very well. We know our own Sam Tugwell here came to your show last year and highly recommends it.
Big endorsement.
Yes.
Love it. Well, listen, I'm coming back because I had such a good time in Adelaide. It was so much fun. I thought I'd spend a few more days in the vicinity, as it were. I'm also going to be at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, which is a brilliant festival.
You can book all those tickets. We'll get him out here on early March. Sticky tickets. Crofty, well done. Stay safe and have a good call.
Cheers, boys. Have a great winter. Take care of yourself.
Bob McKinnon proudly presents one of the best rock and roll shows in Australian history. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide at 2 p.m. matinee Saturday, December 14. Lucky Star, Dinah Lee, Jade Hurley, Digger Avell and Little Paddy in one sensational sellout show. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll. Don't miss the 2 p.m. matinee performance Saturday, December 14 at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide. Tickets on sale now.
It all started in the back shed. Maybe it started early. Or late. Either way, the Olympic Industry sale means there's no need to wait. With big savings on our entire range of SA engineered sheds, garages, carports and verandas, you can afford to start something big, tough, or tasty in your own backyard. Start something with the Olympic Industry sale. On now.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Stil Novo, 10% off Fab, Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit adelaideappliancegallery.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim Angove from Supercraft Bedding. We're a small batch manufacturer of high quality mattresses. We decided to advertise on 5AA. Whilst discovering and chatting about our journey and our history, it was mentioned to us how cool it was that we'd made a mattress for the Queen. We never thought of exploiting it, but Creative really wanted to bring that to front of mind. It certainly brought us a lot of sales, but also a few giggles along the way. When people were commenting and quoting our ads, we knew that it was 5AA that were really assisting our sales. I highly recommend small businesses especially to get in with 5AA. They're very much South Australian, just like us.
To get your message out there and grow your business, visit 5AA.com.au and hit the Advertise With Us link for more information.
Some things need an emergency department, but if you're umming and ahhing on what to do, it might be more of an emergency. If you're unwell and unsure what to do, call Health Direct on 1800 022 222 and a registered nurse will help you find the best care for you. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Don't miss Drummond Golf's Black Friday Game Changers. Get 50% off Callaway Paradigm Driver. Save over $571. Now $498. TaylorMade RBZ Glove Male Right-Hand Player $13.95. Only at Drummond Golf.
The news and information that matters. This is 5AA News. Always Adelaide.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. With the 7 o'clock news, I'm Mel Usher.
Enjoy 10-year warranty and capped price servicing at Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth and the new Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes.
In Sydney today, Alan Jones was charged with 24 offences, accused of historical indecent assault and sexual touching incidents spanning almost 20 years. New South Wales Police say the charges against the former broadcaster relate to 8 alleged victims. Jones has been granted conditional bail. Assistant Commissioner Michael Fitzgerald has commended the complainants for coming forward.
They fully are aware, as are the investigators, that the hard work is just beginning, and they have given their statements fully aware that they will go before the courts.
The Premier will fly out tonight, headed to Azerbaijan to attend the COP29 conference. The state government want to be the host city for the Climate Change Convention to be held in November 2026. Peter Malinauskas says it would be a massive coup for SA.
COP is pretty much the world's largest forum or conference. It is entirely dedicated towards facing the challenge of decarbonisation globally, but particularly with an industrial consideration. COP would make Gather Round look very, very small indeed. This is 30 to 40,000 delegates coming from all over the world to one city at one point in time.
Meantime, Stephen Mulligan will arrive in the UK tonight ahead of a series of high-level meetings. The Treasurer and Defence Industries Minister will use the trip to further strengthen ties with UK defence partners ahead of SA's role building nuclear-powered subs as part of the AUKUS agreement. One of the big 4 banks is being taken to court, accused of letting down more than 300 vulnerable customers. The corporate watchdog says NAB did not respond to 345 hardship applications within the required 21-day timeframe. ASIC Commissioner Alan Kirkland says the bank failed customers when they needed help the most.
The customers that were affected by these problems weren't just struggling with financial hardship. They included people who were victims of domestic violence, who are battling serious medical conditions or dealing with business closures due to COVID-19. They reached out because they needed help, and that's why it's important that their lender should have responded.
America's ambassador to Australia says the relationship between the two countries will always remain strong. Caroline Kennedy is preparing to leave her post following the election of Donald Trump in the US. She's been ambassador for more than 2 years after being appointed by outgoing President Joe Biden and told the National Press Club today, regardless of which party is in power, the alliance endures.
We gather just a week after an unprecedented US election, and the indications are all pointing towards change. Preparing for that change also gives us a chance to think about the continuity that has characterized this alliance for more than a century.
A pocket watch given to the captain of a steamship which saved hundreds of Titanic passengers has fetched a record amount at auction. The 18-carat Tiffany & Co timepiece has sold to a private collector in the US for just over $3 million Australian. Now turning to 5AA Sport.
Mannix is your one-stop air and solar shop at Adelaide's best prices. Nobody beats Mannix.
Play is underway in the third one-day international between Australia and Pakistan at Belle Reve. Pakistan won the toss and elected to bat. They're currently 2 for 62 after 7 overs. Well, Australian spin bowler Nathan Lyon has heaped praise on Nathan McSweeney as he prepares to make his Test cricket debut. Lyon bowled to McSweeney during training at the Wacker ahead of the first Test against India starting in Perth on Friday.
Massive fan of Nathan, to be honest with you. I've seen him over a number of years now. I saw him up close and personal when we were playing a Shield game a couple of weeks ago, and I thought he was exceptional there. But the training facilities, they were a bit friendly, so they were a bit challenging for all our batters, and thought he held up well. So yeah, it's a massive step for him, but he's got the full support of everyone in the change room.
An Australian basketball legend says spectators who attack players should be banned for life following ugly scenes at yesterday's match between the 36ers and Melbourne United. 4 fans were ejected from John Cain Arena after a fight broke out between players and spectators. Coach and former player Shane Heal says it is not appropriate behaviour.
You can't in any sport go and physically touch a player. You're not part of the show. You pay to get in, you sit in the stands, you can yell, you can cheer, but you can't physically go and threaten or touch somebody that is on the court.
The NBL is investigating the matter. Now the 5AA forecast.
Get the Toyota forklift advantage. Visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow, 25. Wednesday, sunny, 29. Then Thursday, mostly sunny, up to 34. Right now, it's 19 degrees. More news as it happens on 5AA.
Local, topical, fun. This is 5AA Nights with Liv Forrest.
Thank you very much, Mel. Good evening, everyone. Welcome along to the show. Start of a new working week. It is a Monday. It's the 18th day of November, 6 minutes after 7. Happy Monday to you. 8223 0000 is my number. We've got a great show for you in store tonight. Leslie Venning will join us, as always. In fact, this will be the last time, certainly before I go on holidays at least, that we'll catch up with Leslie and we'll find out about all of the new courses that are available at the WEA that you can do as a single, a couple, or you could do as a group of people. You'll have some great fun there. And also from one of the biggest Australian musical groups ever, from Savage Garden. Darren Hayes will be on the show today. Now, there's a lot to talk about with Darren because not only has he had an incredible musical career, but he's written a new book called Unlovable, and he's had a very, very difficult life. It's a fascinating chat. We recorded this morning, but I promise after 9 o'clock tonight you will enjoy it, and particularly if you yourself had a rough childhood or you've had moments in your life where you've thought, how am I going to get myself through this? Darren's got some amazing messages for you, so that's later in the show. The rest is all about you. It's your calls, your emails, your SMS, 8223 0000, on air at 5AA.com.au or 0448 08 1395. So how was your Monday? How was your weekend? Nice day weather-wise, bit warm on Saturday. Cooler yesterday, another beautiful day today. I thought of a new segment over the weekend. Might have to get a stinger for this for 2025. Good weekend, bad weekend. Maybe it's you, maybe it's someone who generally had a good weekend or a bad weekend. Give me your thoughts, 8223 0000. So I thought about it this weekend. Who had a good weekend? I'll tell you who. Alex Dighton had a good weekend, the new member for Black in state politics. Labor had a good weekend. I think Peter Malinauskas is pretty happy with the way that all went. 500 and Chisel fans had a good weekend. Always good to see the boys here in Adelaide. Thousands packing into the Parklands, which is nice. The Goodings family had a good weekend. Graham Goodings returning to the airwaves of 5AA as of next year, which will be terrific. Jake Paul and Mike Tyson had a good weekend. $40 and $20 million respectively for that boxing schmozzle on the weekend. So they all had good weekends. Who had a bad weekend? Fair to say Vincent Tarzia had a bad weekend. So too the Liberal Party of South Australia. Disastrous result for them. What does that mean going forward? Boxing is a sport. I mentioned the two winners were the fighters. The sport itself wasn't. You can't have a 60-year-old man fighting a 20-year-old. It was just a disaster. I did tune in though. Watched it with the whole family. Luckily it was free on Netflix, so didn't have to pay for it like some of the live events or the main pay-per-view events that you get to see, but it wasn't great. I wouldn't recommend it again. And who would have thought that a 20-year-old fighting a 6-year-old would be a bit of a sideshow? So they weren't great weekends. But what about you? Who else on your mind had a good weekend? Who had a bad weekend? Maybe it was you personally. You can always share it, 8223 0000. Anyone go to the race over the weekend, by the way? Not just the Clipsal show on the Sunday. If so, how was the experience? How a crowded house on Saturday if you went? How a cold chisel last night if you went? Are we glad that Peter Malinauskas fought so hard for it? Stephen Marshall was happy to let this race sail off into the sunset. Judging by the numbers that went through, I think people had a pretty good weekend. If you went, be interested to hear, 8223 0000. The other stories of the day on this Monday I thought you might like to talk about. The story that you read in the paper over the weekend about Charlie Stevens, the son of our Police Commissioner Grant and his lovely wife Emma. His heart has saved someone else's life via Donate Life, which I think is so incredible, organ donation. I want to have this conversation with you tonight. If you've had the conversation with your family, have you decided whether you want to donate your organs when you go? Is it something that means something to you? I can imagine in the devastating pain that the Stevens must be feeling, there would be some real comfort knowing that out of such sadness, something good has come of it. And that is that somebody else gets to live. because they got Charlie Stevens' heart. So if you'd like to talk to me about donation, an organ donation tonight, let's do it. 8223 0000. Is it a no-brainer for you? Have you got a family or a friend, someone who's been involved in organ donation, got a story to tell? Be interested to hear it tonight on the show. You can have your say. A little bit of controversy locally about a new warehouse that's selling vintage and retro gear. It's causing some offence. The name of the store is called My Dead Grandpa. And so critics are saying, well, you're a bit insensitive. It's a little bit offensive. Are you offended by that name? Let's judge the offence that's caused in the 5AA Nights community. But to me, it doesn't really offend me. It does reek of a typical marketing ploy. I mean, they want press. They're getting press. It's in the paper. We're talking about it on the radio too, but I guess that's the point. But are you offended by somebody calling their business My Dead Grandpa, where they sell vintage and retro gear? I think it's just a quirky name that sort of cuts through a lot of noise, but you might have a thought on that. Be interested to get your opinions tonight. What about the hold-fast dry zones? This is a big story that bubbled across the weekend. So you cannot drink on Glenelg Beach in Moseley Square, Collie Reserve, Wiggly Reserve. There's no drinking. However, there's always a however on these kind of stories. If you go to the Moseley Beach Club and you pay for your cocktails, drink as much as you like, which sort of seems a little bit double standard to me. I get it, and I hear the issues, and I'll be interested to hear from anyone who lives in a suburb, particularly like a Glenelg or one of those beachside suburbs, who has issues with public drunkenness, because I've spoken to people in Glenelg who say it is out of control. There are people always walking around drinking alcohol. People are afraid to use public toilets because you just never quite know what you're going to experience. So if you've got a thought, 8223 0000, do you like the idea of more dry zones in our suburban areas? Would that curb some of the issues that we have, some of the violence and some of the inappropriate behaviour? You can have your say on that. Bob Burns' Boomer column today was interesting, all about housing trust homes. I never really knew the origin of the housing trust home. I lived in two as a kid growing up. I'm interested if you ever lived in a housing trust home. Maybe you still today live in a housing trust home. Talk to me about it. I didn't realise that post-war it was a way for everyone to get accommodation cheaply. Wasn't flash, wasn't fancy, but doesn't matter. Your home is your castle. So we lived in two in Millicent. We lived in one in Wilshire Street. Then my auntie accidentally burnt it down. So they lifted the back fence and moved whatever they could gather from our embers, our burning flame of a house, and chucked it in a housing trust home directly behind it, and that became our new home. And we lived there for years too. And I always enjoyed the housing trust area that we lived in. Always plenty of kids to play with and families in there. So I'd be interested to talk to you about that tonight, whether you were someone who, in your lifetime, has lived in a housing trust area. Maybe you can tell us the very origin stories, or as I say, if you're still living in one now, you can join us on that. Is it something that you enjoy, that kind of community? Because it does. You know, they're not huge houses, but you do get a lot of people in there, and that can be good from a community sense and a point of view. They're just a couple of ideas to get us underway on this Monday. Anything else that's on your mind? 8223 0000. Chime in on who had a good weekend and a bad weekend, either in the world or personally with you. Let's see if this segment kicks off, and if it doesn't, Blake, beauty is we only got a couple more weeks before I'm on holidays, and I can shelve it, and we can pretend that this whole thing never happened. Like, what is it? Men in Black. Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. We'll just blank everyone's memory and forget about the topic that didn't work. 8223 0000 is my number. You can text 0448 08 1395 or email onair at 5AA.com.au. Remember, last chance for you this week to get on board.
Good afternoon, passengers. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready.
All right, so don't call now, but that is what you're listening out for twice tonight to enjoy the ultimate holiday. We want to get you on board the stunning Silver Sea Silver Nova. It's Silver Sea's newest luxury ship. Phil Hoffman told us it's a 6-star ship. You'll set sail to beautiful Singapore. 2 standby list spots to give away tonight. Be listening to that. First caller through when you hear it, 8223 0055. Thanks to Silver Sea Luxury Cruising and to Phil Hoffman Travel. Moments you'll never forget, pht.com.au. So listen out, because we would love to put you on the list. And secretly, not so secretly, we would love a night's winner to win it. Let's be honest, we are.
Leith's Song of Significance.
We're all cheering for that. Our Song of Significance tonight takes you back to 1978. We are talking 46 years ago. Billy Joel went to number 1 on the album charts with his 6th studio album called 52nd Street. It was the first number 1 album for Billy Joel. It was the first Sony Music album to be released on compact disc, and it won Billy Joel the Grammy for Album of the Year in 1979. One of the great songs from 52nd Street, My Life.
Got a call from an old friend, we used to be real close. Said he couldn't go on the American way. Closed the shop, sold a house, bought a ticket to the West Coast. Now he gives them a stand-up routine in LA. I was a victim of circumstance. I still belong. Don't get me wrong. And you can speak your mind, but not on my time. They will tell you you can't sleep alone in a strange place. Then they'll tell you you can't sleep with somebody else. Ah, but sooner or later you sleep in your own space. Either way it's okay, you wake up with yourself. I don't need you to worry for me, 'cause I'm alright. I don't want you to tell me it's time to come home. I don't care what you say anymore, this is my life. Go ahead with your own life, leave me alone. Never said you had to offer me a second chance. I never said I was a victim of circumstance. I still belong. Don't get me wrong. You can speak your mind, but not on my time. I don't care what you say anymore, this is my life. Go ahead with your own life, leave me alone.
The great man's still going great to this day. Billy Joel. 46 years ago today, number 1 on our charts with 52nd Street. Our week of Talkback starts after these words.
Say goodbye to power bills for good and access clean green energy from the sun with a 10 kilowatt rooftop solar system valued at $11,000 thanks to NRG Solar. 5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, giving you the chance to bid on this amazing solar system thanks to NRG Solar, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety, the children's charity. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to NRG Solar, Variety SA and 5AA, always Adelaide.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, Poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. Now more than ever, you need an agent who's not just out for a quick sale. You need someone who can stand their ground to ensure you're maximising your home's potential. There's a good reason Toop and Toop is defying market trends and continuing to deliver premium outcomes for its clients. With a history spanning almost 40 years and a team of unrivaled experience, Toop and Toop knows what it takes to maximise your results in any selling conditions. Visit toop.com.au to find out more.
G'day, it's Fitzy here. You know what, I wish my kids would call me a legend, but the actual legends down south are Lamb Solar. South Australia has some of the most expensive electricity prices in the world, an unfortunate fact that Lamb couldn't accept. Lamb is a team of local champions who care about finding the best solar solution for your home. They're honest and they don't do the hard sales thing. So if you're thinking about solar, think LAMM, Lamb, the real legends of the South.
Bob McKinnon proudly presents one of the best rock and roll shows in Australian history. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide at 2 p.m. matinee Saturday, December 14. Lucky Star, Dinah Lee, Jade Hurley, Digger Revell and Little Paddy in one sensational sellout show. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll. Don't miss the 2 p.m. matinee performance Saturday, December 14 at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide. Tickets on sale now.
When we say police home care, a lot of people think...
Okay, Margaret, I need you to step away from the vacuum cleaner.
When in fact, police home care is an approved My Aged Care and registered NDIS provider, available to all South Australians. For quality aged care or disability care in your own home, search Police Home Care, taking care to everyone.
5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, and we're giving you the chance to bid on a Jayco J-Pod Outback camper valued at over $30,000, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety for children's charity. Dreaming of your next adventure? Jump in a Jayco J-Pod, the perfect trailer for a couple or solo traveller. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to Jayco Adelaide, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Lee Forrest.
First caller, 5AA Nights for this week. Heather from Pennington. Good evening, Heather. Oh, Heather. Not the greatest start to the week, but Heather, welcome.
I was trying to ring Andrew last night, but I didn't, and people were calling for me. But it doesn't matter. The fact is, what I was going to say tonight
yes.
is, oh, Jesus, buddy.
Oh, you forgot. Hang on.
No. You've
been waiting all weekend to get on. Now you got on. Now you forgot. Stage
No,
5.
I've only been away very short time, actually.
All right, here we go.
My jaw is not working right, so I can't talk properly. But anyway, I want to know, when is the boat going to Singapore? First up.
I'd have to double check that. I think it's early next year. I reckon it's in February, March, something like that. So the person, but that will be organised with the person who wins it. So I'm sure there's a time period where they can go.
That's okay. Just I'm going to Queensland, and that's why I haven't entered.
Oh,
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could always push your Queensland holiday off. Take this big free
trip. No, you
trip.
can't. It's already paid for, and so any time my son can come with me.
Right.
Anyway,
Okay.
You
could take your son to Singapore.
What?
You could take your son to Singapore.
No.
And Queensland.
I meant Queensland.
Anyway,
people, they go down the jetties in different places. And,
yes.
And how the hell do they know, you drink the Coke out the bottle and you pop it up with the with the port. I can't see anything wrong with that, and unless you're going to be a nuisance or maybe fall out of a jetty. Anyway,
no, I think it's more than that though. I don't think it's recreational drinking. I think people are getting pretty intoxicated.
people don't know what's in there as long as they're not nasty.
Yeah, true. You wouldn't want a police officer to come and sniff your bottle, find out you're drinking in public, and then get a fine. It'd be a fair fine, I would think. Drinking in a dry zone.
No, too. Yeah, no, seriously, because I heard Lindy talking about smoking. Around where was it? Glenelg.
Yes.
And she wasn't happy about. I don't know if she's a smoker or not, but anyway.
No,
and she said it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect other people, but it actually does. But anyway, and because last night there was a dear lady, and she's looking at the people in palliative care that on their last days, and it sort of upset me a little bit. But it's and I always say, and Andrew was very really good with her. It's like if you're not right yourself, you're not good for the person you're looking after. That's how I look at it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Correct.
You've got to be. Do you believe that?
Yeah, you got to be in a good state of mind to be a good carer.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you're no good to the person you're looking after.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway, and I didn't mention this, but this Mine Boss slams the power cost. It's about a lot of these mining projects and stuff. They're saying that the price it pays for energy here is now at least twice that of other leading one-producing countries. We are stuffed, and this is what's happened here.
Well, I don't know
really,
if it's
really
twice,
sad.
but yes, I think we're certainly paying a lot higher energy prices than others, for sure.
That's their words. Energy costs for Glencore's metals business in Queensland are about double or more than those in India, China, Canada and the United States.
Yes.
As a result, Australia's competitiveness is being impacted.
Just remember, though, who's saying this too. These are people who
Yeah,
want us
I know.
to get off the green energy. So,
Oh! Hang on, stop. What?
well, quite often the people who are whinging and complaining about the cost of our energy is people who want it to be how it's always been. But yes, we are paying more than we should be paying, and they do need to get on top of this and get our power down. But when you hear from gas and mining companies bitching and moaning about the cost of electricity, that's because they want to go back to the old ways. They don't want the green energy. They want it to be
I don't either.
Status quo. Yeah.
No, listen, we look, okay. They've got the seaweed for the cows to, look, really, seriously.
Heather, thank you. I'm not sure where that was going to go, but I appreciate your call as always. Let me just tell you quickly to give you some information on the first topic you raised. If you drink alcohol in a dry area like Holdfast Bay, $1,250 could be your fine. Whew, that's an expensive drink. You might want to think again. You can also be given an on-the-spot fine of $160. That's according to the SA government. So, Heather, thank you for that. Covered a lot of bases. Starting the show for the day, starting the show for the week. From Heather to Alison.
Alison's Top 10.
Oh, an early top 10 for us, Alison.
It's an early top 10, but before that, I will just let you know, I had this really weird incident today.
Right.
Oh, apart from the fact that, Billy Joel, no interest in him whatsoever, don't like his music at all.
Oh, how dare you.
No. I was talking to Blake about it.
He's one of the all-time greats, Billy Joel.
No,
Really?
he is not. Not
All right,
zero.
I'm going to put it out there right now. We will not get another caller on the show tonight who doesn't like Billy Joel. I'm telling you right now, Alison, you are a fan club of one. No, people love Billy Joel. Billy Joel is universally loved. You listen to the show tonight, you will be on your own.
Well, I'm the 1%, obviously. Right, so listen to this. I get this text early this morning, around 11 o'clock, and it said, you've been investigated for property damage.
Oh.
So I've been I live at Housing SA, and I've been here for 4 years, and I'm like, property damage? I haven't even scratched the wall, for goodness sake.
Mm-hmm.
So then I phoned them up, and they're like, yeah, you've been fully investigated. and found not guilty. What is that?
Spam.
So,
just ignore it.
You reckon?
Yep, just ignore it.
Right, okay.
Just trying to get you to interact some way. Click on a link, ring a number, speak to someone, try and confuse you, try and get some money out of you some way. No, any of those, Alison, throw them in the bin.
Yeah, I got so distressed about it. I thought I have not done any damage to this building at all. Anyway.
Hey, can I just tell you before your top 10, Vince says, My Life from Billy Joel is an iconic song. It's one of the best songs ever written.
No.
All right, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, you are the only person in Adelaide who listens to 5AA. Now, I get the political, disapproval by some people of like bands like U2. I can understand that some people, I don't know why, but some people haven't caught on to the Taylor Swift phenomenon like myself. But I'm telling you, Alison, you're the only one that listens to 5AA who does not like Billy Joel. People love Billy Joel.
And I don't like Taylor Swift.
Oh,
I could slap her sometimes.
If you weren't giving us a top 10, I'd hang up on you right now. I can't put up with that kind of nonsense on the air. All right, what's your top 10 tonight?
Now, I ran this past Blake, so if you get offended, it's his fault.
Oh, offended at 7:30. Excellent. A new record. Let's see if we have to dump you. All right, what is it?
No, please don't dump me, because then I'll get very distressed.
Okay.
It's 10 words that I dislike.
Blake, have you pre-read these words? Are we going to get in trouble here?
Yes.
All right, okay.
No, yes.
All right, I'll go. Oh, okay. All right, I'll go with it.
No,
should this be a top 10 we're doing later in the show?
Probably, but Blake said it's all good to go.
All right, well, I'm going to crack him if... No, I'm not. We don't condone violence. All right, fire away, and if it gets a bit racy, we'll do this later in the show when the adults are listening. All right, here we go. Top 10 words that Alison doesn't like.
Penetration.
No, we're done. No, we're one word in and we're done. We're going to do this later in the show, Alison.
That's Blake's problem. He said it was okay.
It is okay, but at 7:30, kids are just in the car with mum and dad coming back from the chicken shop.
5 to midnight.
You've led with penetration as your first word. No, come on, Alison.
No, but I ran it past Blake. I'm going to ring him back.
No, please do. We'll get you back, I promise. 7:30's a little early for penetration, I'm going to be honest.
No, but I asked him. I said, is this a bit rough for this time of night?
No.
And he goes, no, it's all cool.
Okay, well, I'm going
Anyway, my fifth one is tonsil.
Oh, I'm happy with tonsil. All right, give us the clean ones and we'll do the rest after hours. All right, so tonsil, I'll give you that. Why don't you like tonsil?
I don't know. And testicles, snot.
No. Okay. Well, Alison, we'll call you back. You know I love you. You know I love you on the show.
I know,
this will
but
be very humorous.
ran it past
I know. I'm going to sit
initially, and he said, yes, that's all good to go.
Well, you know, he's probably drunk from the 500 still. He would have been there, cold chisel last night. We need to do a breathalyzer on our own producer. Cause,
I think you do.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm desperate to hear the rest of the words. But we'll do that later when some of the kids have gone to bed. Fat Cat hasn't even gone to bed yet, Alison. We can't be doing that at this time of night. Blake, what are you doing to me? 27 to 8. Leslie Venning will straighten us up later in the show. Stick around, not only for the Phil Hoffman cue to call, but Alison's top 10.
For the very latest on what's happening in the A-League, catch the World Game Thursday nights from 6:30. Steph and Mork will bring you up to date with the A-League updates. Thanks to Southern Cherry Morford Vale. The all-new Cherry Tiggo 4 Pro has landed at Southern Cherry Morford Vale. Book your test drive today.
Here at 5AA, we're all about supporting local. The Velo Adelaide 500 plant sale. All those plants in the stands, marquees and hospitality areas are for sale from Monday to this Sunday, Victoria Park. Enter through Gate 1 off Halifax Street.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
If working with NDIS plans is a source of confusion or frustration, there is an easy way forward. At Complete Care, you're given a client service manager. Think of them as a concierge, there to assist and recommend services as they're needed. From cleaning and home maintenance to social support and transportation, they're essential to our clients and always available to their loved ones.
It's just one of the things we do that sets us apart. Trust client service managers from Complete Care with a K. The 2024 Multicultural Festival is on this Sunday in Tartanyanga, Victoria Square, right in the heart of Adelaide. Come along and enjoy some of the 150 amazing food dishes while experiencing music, performances, hands-on activities and presentations from nearly 60 different cultures. It's a free, fun day out for the whole family. Gates open from noon until 6 p.m. Learn more and view the program at multicultural.sa.gov.au/festival. We can't wait to see you there.
Now let's see what's in the swear jar at By Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens. Oh, wrong swear jar. This is it. From Martin the Tiler, affectionately known as Millimetre Martin. He swears you'll love his millimetre perfect craftsmanship. And here's one from Rick the Plumber. Rick swears to always clean up after himself, guaranteed. For a team that swears to deliver on quality and service, see By Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens, Adelaide's home renovation experts.
Nothing beats driving away in your brand new Mitsubishi, but choosing your brand new Mitsubishi comes pretty close thanks to the team at Agostino Mitsubishi. They've provided excellent service for over 35 years, so you know you're in good hands. Plus, with a 10-year warranty and 10-year cap price servicing on the entire Mitsi range, you know you're getting the best deal. Hurry into Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth or the new state-of-the-art Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply.
Who can fix the shower?
Service today.
Who can fix the power?
Service today.
With thousands of positive reviews, it's no wonder that Service Today is the most recognised and respected home service company rated by Australians. Our licensed technicians can help with all your plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling and home security needs. So when you need reliable home services, at Service Today, the answer will always be, yes we can.
Yes we can is what we say at Service Today.
Google Service Today to book one of our experts.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jepp's Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leith Forest.
Well, this being a Monday, time to catch up with Leslie Venning, CEO of the WEA. It is courses for adults. Do them on your own, do them as a couple, get a group of friends together, have a good time. Leslie, good evening.
Good evening, Leith. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. I imagine you're very excited because your guide is out next week.
That's right, we do. We have a new guide coming out next week with early courses for 2025, so you can get in early and beat the rush.
What a great gift for Christmas, Leslie.
Most of us, Leith, don't need more stuff.
No, we don't.
And so a course at the WEA is a fantastic way to give a magnificent present. And what we suggest to people is that you do a gift voucher, so the person can then pick whatever they want to do.
And you're exactly right. We don't need more material things. What we need is something new in your life, you know, experiences of what it's all about. So well done to you and your team there at the WEA. To start us off tonight, you have a brand new course about hints and tips for parenting.
Discover the joy of parenting and grandparenting. Learn effective communication, gentle discipline, and the power of routines. Embrace consistency, manage tantrums with ease, and instill manners and sharing.
So this is a great course if you're about to have a child. Maybe someone can give that to their kids. Or if you're going to be a grandparent, you haven't babysat for a while. How am I going to deal with this? Perfect for you at the WEA. That is a great course. For the green thumbs, you've got the succulents and the cacti.
So this class will help you to determine which succulents are best suited to your needs, how truly easy they are to care for, and how you can create a lush green garden with so-called desert plants. And I'm the poster child of this one. And in South Australia, with our very low water rainfall, it's an important consideration to have. And I've got this magnificent garden now going, and I don't actually need to water it.
Well, you should be taking that course, Leslie. That almost could be run by you. I might have to speak to the boss there at the WEA. That would be you, and you can take that next year. Introduction to Animal Communication. What's all this about?
Have you ever wondered what your animals are thinking and feeling? Discover how you can connect with them through telepathy and ask questions and understand them on a deeper level. My cat, if there's a cat out on the front windows, Lee, my cat goes off like she's dying.
Right, so you'll know
And
why.
I go, no, honey, you're not. You're inside, you're safe.
So this course, you become like Dr. Doolittle. You can talk to the animals. Well worth checking out at the WEA. The next course is about Windows. I'm guessing this is of the computer variety.
This is a jargon-free course covering using and customising, maintaining Windows. It's a useful course to complement the other WA courses on Microsoft Office programs.
So a great introduction to Windows. You've got a similar course on creating a website with WordPress.
WordPress started as a blogging system, but it's evolved into a full content management system. It's used by almost a quarter of websites around the world. While you can still use WordPress to create a simple blog, it also allows you to create a fully functional website. The best part about WordPress is that it's easy to use, flexible, and has thousands of free templates that you can use. And then, of course, Lee, we have WordPress with e-commerce and SEO. I'm cutting in on your...
No, that's good. Please tell us about that.
Once you've got a website, you might then need to monetize it. So if you need to do a simple PayPal domination button or set up a multi-product shopping site, this is a course for you. Website is easier than ever. Learn how to set up a shopping site, add products, accept payments, explore SEO, which is search engine optimization, and improve your site's search ranking and attract more visitors using popular plugins.
Word process, e-commerce and SEO. Ask about it at the local WEA. You know what I'm really interested in, Leslie, as great as the computing courses are. Now we're talking, because now we're getting into food. Christmas cookies, Leslie.
Create some gorgeous Christmas cookies to adorn your festive table or use as gifts. Use fondant to top your sugar cookies and then create with gold paint and edible sugar balls. You will also be taught how to use silicone moulds to create bows and other embellishments. In the course, you learn to create 6 large decorated cookies, which is 2 balls, a Christmas tree, a wreath, a snowflake, a gold star, plus 6 mini cookies.
And a partridge in a pear tree. Excellent. Japanese sweets. What do we learn here?
Traditional Japanese sweet confections made from plant-based ingredients. They're healthy, vegan and vegetarian friendly. In the course, you'll learn how to make a white bean paste with sweet rice cake, a dango sweet dumpling, and a mockery rice stuffed with sweet ducklings. Now, I'm going to apologise up front if I've butchered some of those pronunciations.
No, that's okay.
They will be served with a matcha green tea or a Japanese green tea.
Well, you know what? You'll learn about how to make those sweets and how to pronounce them too. So that is a course well worth attending. Now we're talking pizza masterclass at Blue Velvet.
Learn the techniques and secrets that are the basics of one of the most widespread and at the same time complex culinary art. You'll learn how hands-on to make it the perfect pizza dough and all of its aspects from kneading to stretching and to baking, and of course includes delicious pizza lunch.
Oh, I'm all over that course. And then once I've finished that, I'm going to roll into Italian Christmas and the specialties of Italy.
So Rosa Matto is one of our very popular, well-known tutors. She does the regions of Italy from the north to the south to celebrate Christmas with their own recipes, some savoury, some sweet, and Rosa will recreate her famous Christmas recipes.
Ooh.
And who wouldn't want to serve that up on their table for Christmas?
Yummo. Christmas Wonderland in chocolate sounds delish too.
So bring to life your own 3D chocolate winter wonderland this Christmas. Build and decorate a house. Create a Father Christmas, a Christmas tree, sleighs, snowmen, angels, and other Christmas characters. I don't think this is one you could put in your front yard, Leaf. I think this is one you have to eat on the Christmas table.
Yeah, I think so. Just make sure you've got a nice cool area to put it in. But what a great, visually be great. And then on the taste buds, oh, even better. And finally, speaking of taste buds, you've got to wash it all down, Leslie. You can do that with some homemade gin.
In this course, you'll learn multiple ways to make batches of bespoke aromatic gin at home. The simpler options involve no high-tech equipment or a chemistry degree. You'll be provided with extensive notes, yummy tastings, and you'll take home some gin flavours, which are, by the way, non-alcoholic, that you can select for yourself.
They are an amazing assortment of courses. Where do we find out the details, Leslie?
The website is weea-sa.com.au, and the phone number is 8223-1979. We're taking enrolments in late courses this year and early next year as we speak.
Always lovely to have you on the show. Now, Leslie, this is the last one before I go on holiday, so can I thank you for your year and all of the great courses that you've given the 5AA audience?
Thank you, Lisa, and you have a lovely break over the Christmas New Year period, and I'll look forward to speaking to you in the new year.
Beautiful.
In the meantime, I can deal with, or I can talk to Andrew, who I think he is replacing you for the next couple of weeks.
That's right. He will have you on the show in 2 weeks' time. So, Leslie, thank you for that. I hope you and your family have a great Christmas and a safe New Year. We will speak to you in the new year, and I hope you'll bring your cat along with you too.
And thank you, Lisa. It's been fantastic. And I hope you have a safe trip to the US, and I'm not even going to go there.
Thank you, Leslie. I will. Leslie Venning, CEO of the WEA. Courses for adults. They're just a couple of the many, many courses that you can check out. As Leslie mentioned, the guide is out next week, so you can get onto the website. It'll be delivered to your letterbox. You can find it wherever you go, wea-sa.com.au.
This summer, unwind and have some fun with 5AA Night Owls. You can get involved in weekly social lawn bowls at nearly 200 clubs across South Australia. Bring your friends, enter a team and enjoy a night of laughter and competition. Whether you're a seasoned bowler or a first-timer, everyone's welcome. With bar and food available, it's the perfect way to relax in a low-impact sport. Enter your team today and make your summer nights unforgettable with 5AA Night Owls.
When you've been around for over a century, you know a thing or two. And South Australian Business Chamber and Ray White have almost 300 years between them. So when an alliance is formed between South Australian Business Chamber and Ray White Business Sales SA, all that experience flows to you. This ensures you're in top shape, whether you're buying, selling, or somewhere in between. Touch base with the experts. Search Ray White Business Sales SA. Proudly partnered with South Australian Business Chamber.
Take your marks. Set.
Race into Wayville Hyundai and test drive the incredible 2025 Tucson Hybrid in stock now. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, opposite the showground.
Let me tell you about a South Australian icon when it comes to comfort, the Posture Care Chair Company. They have enhanced the lives of thousands of South Aussies with their tailor-made recliner chairs providing an ultimate 100% comfort guarantee. If you order your chair now, you'll save up to 50% off enhanced comfort upgrades. We're talking massage, heating, neck and lumbar support. And best of all, if it's not delivered before Christmas, it's free. You heard right, it's free. If you suffer from comfort complaints, call 8361 3344 or see the fantastic team at their new home, 107 Sturt Street in the city. You'll recline, you'll relax, and you'll rejuvenate this festive season by taking advantage of the incredible offer for a limited time only. The Posture Care Chair Company, remember your comfort is their guarantee.
Better for life.
At Southern Cross Care, we understand that your retirement needs are as individual as you. So we offer better retirement living at a location and price to suit you. From luxury apartments in Myrtle Bank to country living in Mount Barker. From riverside views in Goolwa to affordable units in Marion. We have the retirement lifestyle for you. Southern Cross Care. 1-800-852-772.
Better for life.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Marge, those folks at Gilmore's really were terrific. I told you. Not only did they fit me in shoes to suit my bunyips, but they handled the paperwork for my care package. Oh, I didn't realise they did that. Yeah, I got some really lovely shoes. The package provider sorted out the payment and worked with Gilmore's to make sure I got my shoes. Well, now that your bunions aren't so sore, why don't we grab a coffee and do a few laps of the park? I'd like that. It's been a while.
Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, South Road, Melrose Park.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leap Forest.
11 minutes to 8 on this Monday. Peter from Marston. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Leap. Now, you were the highlight of the get-together on Thursday. The question was, which US state does Leap Forest's family come from in America?
Oh, did anyone get it?
Yes, Chris from Netley.
Excellent. Well done, Christopher.
And by the way, when you go to America, take your mittens and your best over coat. No, I know how cold it can get, and I've only been there once.
Yes.
But in the Czech Republic, it gets to minus 15 centigrade. You know, that's not why I rang. I rang to say that I've got a CD, not a CD. Remember the old days of cassettes? The year you were born,
yes.
1976. Third, 1714, 116, Port Adelaide Magpies, 10-15-75. The cassette is in pristine order. Mike Coward, the great Mike Coward, who's a legend in South Australian radio. Barry and Ian and Tony Pilkington and Rick Davies' stellar career. Ideal for Leo and Mary from Paraka. Now, Leo, if you're listening, $40 for you. Anyone else, $50.
Oh, so you got a mint condition 1976 Sandful broadcast on cassette.
Yes.
And who the commentators were? Baz and Pilko, Mike Coward, and Jumbo.
No, Jumbo played that day.
Oh, he played it, right? Okay, yeah, I was going to say, why was he on it? Okay. So,
anyway, Sturt would give him no chance, a bit like Norwood in '84 when they beat Port.
Yes.
By 6 points. Anyway, it's a collector's item. If Jerry from Toss of a Coin at Brighton's listening, Jerry, you're a mate of mine. You can have it for 40.
Well done, Jerry. So was this?
Jerry,
did you record this off the radio, or was this a pre-packaged?
I bought it.
Okay.
I bought it. Yeah.
So,
I was 18 at the time, believe it or not.
Hang on. So Baz and Pilko called the game with Mike Coward.
Yeah, I think they were on, it wasn't 5AA, it was 5DN, I think.
Right, okay.
I'm trying to think, 5AD, maybe. Yeah, 5AD, sorry, yeah.
So was it a serious call or was it a humorous call?
Yeah, it's the whole game on, it goes for 2 hours.
Wow,
yeah.
Okay. When's the last time you listened to it? Does it still work?
I listened to it when Sturt beat the Centrals in the 2002 grand final.
Okay, so
another upset. Yeah, that was another. Can I tell you what I did that night? I didn't go because I was looking after Mum and Dad at home.
Right.
As carer, I had 4 bottles of red wine at home.
Gee whiz.
And I was buzzing, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that's the job of the carer to get buzzing, but...
No, but Mum and Dad, I put them to bed and then I got drunk at home. That's sensible drinking. Anyway, the other thing is what's gone on in this black... No, sorry, Lee. This is serious. What went on that black...
That's sensible drinking. I put Mum and Dad to bed and then I got hammered with 4 bottles of wine. But
yeah,
hey,
well, I was on my own at home. I didn't do any damage.
True.
I didn't drive. No.
Okay.
What happened in black, Elite?
Well, the Labor Party won convincingly is what happened in black. So there is a definite smell around the Liberal Party at the moment. The David Spears resignation and the way that all played out did the party no favours. Interesting, in 100 plus years, there's never been a by-election winner. Now Labor have won the last 2 with Stephen Marsh. And there would be other candidates from the Liberal Party who would be very nervous, I would think, in their seats at the moment because this would be a trend, Peter. So I don't know. I'd be interested to know from Liberal supporters or people who are, swinging voters what the Liberal Party can do to win people back because Vincent Tarzia said today, if you go down the nonsense of this abortion bill that was brought up previously by Ben Hood, you'll be out of my cabinet. You're done. So interesting. I don't know.
Well, there's one other, I know a bit about Unley. I was living in Unley for a while, and David Pisoni is in big trouble because last election I met the candidate for Labor Party. He's a lovely man.
Yep.
In, I think it was Arthur Street, Unley, which runs adjacent to the Unley Shopping Centre. Anyway, he nearly won the seat, and I'll tell you what, given what's happening here at the moment, he's gone, David Pisoni.
Well, there might be a few like that. I think Boothby would be up in the air now too. You would have to say because there's correct, but I just think in the South Australian political scene, there is just a real push against the Liberal Party here. So I don't know on a state, I agree with it. I don't know on a state level how Vincent can turn that around. So
well, I don't either. Do you think that lady Ashton Hearn should come in?
Well, I think Ashton will be terrific. Ashton's a new mum, though, so she's not going to race back anytime soon. Let's give Vincent a chance to... And again, I've met Vincent Tarzia once. I hosted a gig 2 weeks ago, and I met him for the first time and said hello, and he seemed like a really nice guy.
Oh, yes, I've got nothing against him.
No.
I can remember they had the same problem when, in the 80s, when Bannon was Premier. You probably don't remember John Bannon.
I do remember John Bannon, yep. For sure.
And then we had the exit of Don Dunstan in 1979. I was 21 at the time. Then we had Des Corcoran.
Yep.
Then we had Dr. David Tonkin. He was Premier for one term. Then Bannon was on cloud nine, and then bang, the State Bank disaster.
Yep.
Out Liberal, and then Dean Brown, and then John Olsen took over.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then pretty much Labor ever since, isn't it? So...
And then Amelia Mike took over in 2002.
Yep.
Go Power, go
Go Panthers. Go Panthers. That's right. And then Jay Weatherall, and then, away they went.
And then who's the last one? Well, who did Peter take over from? Jay?
Yes, I think so, from memory.
Yeah. Well, Peter was a union man, wasn't he? Peter Manuel?
He was indeed.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, he's been very good to people here. The only trouble is a lot of people like car racing, but, can't afford to go. That's the other problem.
No, but I think it makes money. So I think anything that makes money, people are happy with. But I think just generally in state politics, and I think that bleeds into the federal level too. It'll be really interesting to see whether people can separate the two, whether people are more Peter Dutton than they are Vincent Tarzia, for example.
Sorry, no, I won't. No.
It'll be interesting to see. But that was not the result they were hoping for. That is for sure. Black?
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting the next federal election more than the state.
I agree.
Malinowskis is 10-1 on to win.
Oh, he's home.
Federally, I reckon it's an even money bet.
That's right. That is a much closer race. I agree with you 100% there, for sure.
Anyway, is Phil coming in tomorrow night?
Phil Hoffman will be here tomorrow from 9 o'clock, yes.
Well, don't forget to tell him I still owe him the coffee, and it's Peter from Mailstone, not Peter from Black Forest.
No, all right, I'll tell him that. He'll be delighted to hear. Peter, thank you. Enjoyed the chat as always. 3 to 8. More calls after the 8 o'clock news with Mel. Join us.
Get a Toyota forklift.
Deliver more with Toyota, the world's #1 forklift brand. Choose from a great range including pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Get a Toyota forklift.
Much on this weekend? How about a quick trip to Amsterdam? Dig into cones of Belgian fries topped with mayo, mini Dutch pancakes and indulgent Biscoff milkshakes. Stock up on authentic Dutch products, market-fresh produce and irresistible Dutch cakes made from scratch daily. Take a leisurely stroll past the windmill, admire the tulips and the Delft Blue. Visit Amsterdam this weekend at the Dutch Pantry, OG Road Clemzig, open 7 days. Just look for the big windmill.
With a Westpac home loan package, not only is all your banking in one place, but you'll also save over $5,000 on interest charges in the first year alone that you can spend on whatever you like. I could finally get a parrot. Or maybe not. Search Westpac home loan packages today. Credit criteria, T's and C's, fees, charges and $395 annual package fee apply. Based on a $400k Rocket Repay variable rate home loan standard package discount. Visit westpac.com.au/packages.
The first kitchen warehouse store in South Australia is here, and if that's not a reason to celebrate, then nothing is. Head to their housewarming party for a bite and a drink. While you're there, check out the latest from brands like Le Creuset, KitchenAid, Magimix, Scampan and more at under unbeatable prices, plus exclusive one-day deals.
The Kitchen Warehouse Housewarming Party, Saturday, November 23rd from 9am till 12pm at Jeps Cross Home HQ, or find them online at kitchenwarehouse.com.au.
Camper Agent RV Supercentres massive model year run out is on now. Take advantage of unbeatable savings across a huge range of new and pre-owned caravans and motorhomes. Save up to $10,000 on selected Winnebago and Windsor models. Save up to $9,000 on selected Corrimal caravans and up to $7,000 on selected Adria, Kia and Telvor models. Don't miss these exceptional deals. Hurry into Camper Agent RV Supercentre Parafield Gardens. These massive savings are only available while stock lasts.
Here's another proud Supply Nation network supplier.
Not your typical creative agency, Carbon Creative is committed to driving social change and doing it with powerful and impactful ideas. If you need to make a positive impact in your community and want to drive change in areas that truly make a difference, then we can help with strategy, creative, production and community engagement. Find out more at carbon-creative.com.au.
Local news and information first. This is 5AA News, always Adelaide.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. With the 8 o'clock news, I'm Mel Usher. The Premier is flying out tonight, headed to Azerbaijan to attend the COP29 conference. The state government want to be the host city for the Climate Change Convention to be held in November 2026. Peter Malinauskas says it would be a massive coup for SA.
COP is pretty much the world's largest forum or conference. It is entirely dedicated towards facing the challenge of decarbonisation globally, but particularly with an industrial consideration. COP would make a gather round look very, very small indeed. This is 30 to 40,000 delegates coming from all over the world to one city at one point in time.
New South Wales Police are praising the bravery of those who have come forward as they charge former broadcaster Alan Jones with historical indecent assault and sexual touching offences. He's facing 24 charges alleged to have occurred against 8 people over a period of almost 20 years. The 83-year-old has been granted conditional bail. Child Abuse Squad Detective Superintendent Linda Howlett says historical matters are hard to investigate.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the investigators for all the hard work that they've done in regard to this challenging investigation.
Advocates for older Australians are welcoming plans to mandate the use of cash for essential goods and services. The federal government wants businesses to accept cash for groceries and fuel. Cheques will be phased out within 5 years. Council on the Ageing Chief Executive Patricia Sparrow says it remains the preferred form of payment for some older Australians.
People like to use cash for a variety of reasons, including privacy and security. They're nervous about scams. This is a way that they can be protected and that it's inclusive, that people who want to use cash can continue to do so.
US Ambassador Caroline Kennedy is condemning her cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s views on vaccines as dangerous. The vaccine skeptic has been chosen by incoming President Donald Trump to lead the US Department of Health and Human Services. Ms. Kennedy is wrapping up her posting in Australia. Asked about her cousin's views at the National Press Club today, she says they're nothing new to those who know him.
I'm a sitting ambassador and I'm not supposed to comment on politics. And now you're asking me to also comment on family, so that's really a lot. Yes, I think Bobby Kennedy's views on vaccines are dangerous, but I don't think that most Americans share them.
And Gladiator 2 is the king of the Aussie box office. It made almost $7 million in its opening weekend. Now turning to 5AA Sport.
First National Real Estate, the proud supporters of local sport and your key to happiness.
It's the final men's T20 between Australia and Pakistan in Hobart tonight. Pakistan all out for 117 in the 19th over. The hosts are yet to start their innings. Well, the start date for next year's AFLW season has been announced. It will commence 2 weeks earlier to accommodate 12 games in 12 weeks. The 10th season kicks off August 11, coinciding with round 23 of the AFL. Previously, the women's comp got underway in the men's pre-finals bye. Meantime, Port play North Melbourne in their first ever prelim final this Saturday. Assistant coach Dan Merritt says they know they're the underdogs.
We've just got to keep riding this momentum. So 8 in a row now, and let's keep rolling. Again, massive underdogs this week. North Melbourne are an amazing team, but again, it's like we've got nothing to lose.
The Port Adelaide Football Club is inviting fans heading to the prelim at Icon Park to register to be part of their Guard of Honour. And this Saturday will mark the 5th time the Crows and Lions have met in an AFLW final. Chad Wingard has taken up a role at AFL House after calling time on his footy career in September. The former Port Adelaide and Hawthorn star announced as the league's Indigenous and Social Policy Officer.
I think this role is very important, and I think what I can add to the team is something that they don't have at the moment. Well, obviously playing for 13 years, I have a good insight of what it's like as a player. So giving back and obviously creating an environment for the players that are coming through now and the future generations to have, I suppose, the best place they possibly can to go to work.
Now the FIVEAA forecast, clear tonight down to 10, sunny tomorrow 25, Wednesday sunny and 29, Thursday mostly sunny up to 34. Right now it's 16 degrees. More news as it happens on FIVEAA.
Local, topical, fun. This is FIVEAA Nights with Leith Forrest.
Thanks for tuning in on this Monday. Nice to spend the company with you. It is 5 minutes after 8. Second hour of the show, 8223 0000 is the number. Any issue that's on your mind. Didn't get to a single text message in the first hour. Let me read a few of these before we get to our callers. Tom says, is it possible that the state Liberals will win no seats next election? Is there any that are lay down misères, Tom, is the question, I guess. Are there any seats in South Australian politics that are so Liberal that there's no chance? That's a good question. I don't follow it as closely as others. Let me pose that to Stacey Lee, Tom, because she does. That could be an interesting response. Let me text her. 8 o'clock, she'll still be awake. Nord 1615, Sturt 1426. Thank you for that text message. Caroline said, good decision regarding Allison. We'll play Allison later. Allison's always good fun. That was going to go pear-shaped early, I think, at 7:30. That was a little early for that. Megsy's listening to us from the Do. She says, your comment of 7:30 is a little too early for penetration had me in stitches. Well, that's right, Meg. You can't have that kind of language on at 7:30. On that, Fat Cat went to bed at 7:30, says Gabrielle, so the kids are asleep by 7:35. No, they're not, Gabrielle. I was a kid once. No kids asleep at 7:35. There are kids in the car. They're coming back from netball at Anzac Highway. There's too many kids at this time of the night. We'll do it a little later, maybe after 9. But Alison, we always love her being on the show. She's always good fun. Somebody wants to get a breathalyzer on Alison. We'll check that out. Marion also loves Billy Joel. Can you please play Vienna? We'll try and sneak that in later for you, Marion. This one says, I'm not a fan of Billy Joel, Leith. And Geraldine jumped on too. I don't like Billy Joel either. Well, Geraldine doesn't like music at all, apart from Jimmy Little, which is weird. I mean, Jimmy Little's a great performer, but Geraldine hates all songs except Jimmy Little. Jen loves Billy Joel. We grew up with his music. He is wonderful. I agree with you there. Alison needs some oysters, says one of our callers. I agree with your comments last week about Mel Gibson, says Liz. Yep. I lost a little bit of shine on Mel after his behaviour. That's just me. Typical housing trust home, 3-bedroom home in Kilburn, 50s with large backyard, says Peter. Vince, I mentioned he loved Billy Joel's song. He thinks it's iconic. Jen had a great weekend. Her surgery was successful on the knee. She's listening on the 5AA app. She lived in a housing trust home. The community was great in our area, a mix of old and young. Had some kids to play with that lived a few doors down. I still keep in touch these days. Hope you had a great weekend. Jen, thank you. You too. Hope you're recovering well. I loved our housing trust areas, our 2 homes that we had. And yeah, it was great. We had such a great childhood. There's always someone to play with in the housing trust areas, which was fun. Sue said, I've lived in 2, both at Christie's Beach. Current one underwent extensive renovations. You wouldn't know it, and it's sorrowed past. And this one said, like, the car race should be at Tailem Bend. I was in North Adelaide. Didn't even know the race was on, except for the F-18s flying overhead. I disagree with you, Jack. I don't think you get anywhere near the amount of people. You get nowhere near the amount of buzz. It's a great facility, the Bend. It's amazing. It's too far out. I don't think the neutral would go. It's right in the heart of the city, like the great races through Monaco. You know, it's on a street circuit. Is it my thing? Not particularly. I've been to a number of them, but I love the people streaming through the city making their way there. And again, if it makes money for the state, puts us on the map in a motor sense or a tourism sense, then I think it's a win-win. So a lot of people, though, try and avoid it because they know that the traffic's a bit difficult. Marge from Hampstead Gardens to kick us off this hour. Hello, Marge.
Oh, hi. How can you not love Billy Joel?
I know, Marge. I mean, what's wrong with these people?
Got no taste in music, and that woman's so boring anyway. With her segment, I can't make out what she's talking about half the time.
Oh, which lady? Alison?
Yeah,
no.
so boring.
No, I disagree with you there. I like Alison as much as I like Billy Joel. I think they're both great.
I don't know what she's talking about half the time. Anyway, get off that subject. Housing trust. There was 11 of us lived in a 4-bedroom home at Ferryden Park. It was quite good, you know. We had good neighbours and plenty to play cricket out in the streets till it got dark and not much traffic. We didn't even have footpaths, like proper footpaths.
Wow, let me do the maths for a sec. So 11 people, 4 bedrooms, did you say?
Yeah, we had a dormitory bedroom with 4 girls in it.
Right.
And 3 boys in one room and 2 girls in the other. Because they got married off one by one, you know.
Ah, sure. Okay, so 4 and 3, 4 in 1, 3 in 1, 2 in 1. Mum and Dad got their own room.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Because they all got married one by one, and Dad used to saw the bunks in half and make single beds out of
But was your dorm of 4 fun? I imagine it'd be like school camp. That would have been great for your childhood.
Yeah, because they're a little bit older than me too. You know, there was 16 years difference between the oldest and the youngest. Anyway, it was quite good.
Yeah.
And we had it was like living with the Kettles. You know, the Kettle clan.
Ma and Pa Kettle for sure. Yep.
Yeah, because we had so many animals which we weren't supposed to keep. We had a sheep, 2 dogs, 5 cats.
Yep.
A cocky, about 40 chooks.
Oh wow.
And guinea pigs and rabbits and all the rest of it. And, of course, one by one they all died.
So the housing trust homes were relatively modest, weren't they, in terms of size? But there always seemed to be a big block. Like we had a reasonable yard in our 2 homes.
Oh, we had an extra big yard that used to go right down. And we had market gardens at the back of us.
Sure, okay.
And they used to sell us cabbages and potatoes over the fence.
Yep.
Over the back fence.
Oh, wow.
I think they're Italians or I don't know,
Greeks or Bulgies. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All along Davis Road there was all
nice. But you got good memories though from your trust home days.
Yeah, not bad. And I had lived in one a while. That was a disaster. Oh, it was so boring. That place was so boring. But the house was okay. We moved into a 3-bedroom one that all had a vegetable garden already planted, so we were quite well off.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I know people have issues with the housing trust now. I know we get a lot of calls, you know, people when there's maintenance problems, etc. But I can only speak for myself in the 80s. We had a great childhood. We loved it.
Yeah, you have a lot of trouble with the neighbours in the housing trust. I've had trouble with them.
Yep.
But I'm in not sheltered housing now. It's what do you call it? Community housing.
Okay, sure.
And
yep.
And they won't put up with a lot of that, so I'm pretty safe.
Yep.
It's very quiet and it's safe and
Oh, well done. Well, lovely memories, Marge. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know if you saw the article today, but it's in the Advertiser, the Boomer section, Bob Burns' Boomer section. It's always a great read. And he talked about the history of the housing trust, not the trousing hust, the housing trust units in Adelaide and in South Australia, which for many of us, certainly if we grew up in the housing trust, it was great memory. So, and I know a lot of you living in those now, hopefully, happily and peacefully, and you don't have issues with neighbours and with everything that goes with that. Vic from Croydon Park at 13 after 8. Hello, Vic.
G'day, Leith.
G'day, Vic.
I'd like to talk about MotoGP, Noel's guitar, and the 5AA book show quickly.
Sure.
Now, the MotoGP was on the weekend, the last race of the year to sort out who's going to be world champion for 2024. I didn't hear lots at all on the sports shows, either on TV or on radio.
I had a busy weekend, I must admit. I didn't get to hear
Formula
any
One,
of them.
Formula One.
Yep.
is always talked about.
Yes.
But the Formula One and motorbikes, for some reason, gets missed out. Now, it's not rocket science. We should broadcast this because they have 140,000 live
Agree.
and 500 million people watching. So in Italy, it was the last race. Jorge Martin, Jorge Martin on a Ducati.
Oh, Georgie.
Spanish, became the world champion.
George Martin, as one of our newsreaders said 15 years ago on air. George
so
Lorenzo.
That's his name, Jorge Martin.
Jorge.
He's number one now.
Okay.
He's the number one world champion.
Yep.
So well done to him. Jack Miller was 13th in that race, so next year he comes back on Yamaha, so we'll see what happens with Jack. But I'm just a little bit peeved off with reporters around Adelaide that don't, for some reason, put that on air because it is the Formula One and motorbike. So please put it on air in future because I don't understand the philosophy behind that.
Well, it's a good sledge.
What's harder? What's harder, 2 wheels or 4?
Correct, 2 wheels definitely. What maybe the difference is MotoGP needs its Netflix Drive to Survive so that we are more aware of the other drivers and the other riders.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. If you're a sports reporter and you're sitting there doing the news, you should pull that out anyway.
I'm with you, but I'm saying more people are invested in the Formula One because of these shows. People watch this Drive to Survive, don't normally care about the racing, but they know the drivers now, whereas maybe there's not quite the appeal with the riders where there should be. I'm with you.
I just don't understand. I mean, it's just as exciting.
Yep.
And I can guarantee you they're a lot fitter than those boys sitting in 4 wheels, a lot fitter, and they go just as fast, and it is bloody hard to do what they do.
Yes.
And I'm pissed off about it because of these people that are not reporting it to on the radio and TV.
Well, don't get angry at me. I'm not in there
anymore. I'm not getting angry at you. I'm getting angry at those other ones. They know who they are on the breakfast show. Mr. Wren.
Tom, come on. Tommy. We want a MotoGP segment, Tom, tomorrow.
It's just not right. And I don't care if people don't like bikes, but it is, like I said, there's always over 100,000 live, and there's over 500 million watching every time. And there's $50 million contracts blowing around each year. So it's a lot of rubbish.
I don't know because I don't watch it. Is it prime time or are they all late with the timings?
Depending on where they are around the world.
Yep. So you still get the,
they
prime time ones like in Singapore,
everywhere,
etc.
So depending that, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I will pass on your feedback.
Anyway, Noel's guitar sold from Noel Gallagher from
Oasis. Yeah.
$443,000. The Silver Sparkle Gibson Les Paul Florentine guitar. That was his. He says it's not one of the best guitars. It was the best guitar, he said in an interview, and it was played on the one of the albums.
Wonderwall, maybe. Yeah. So why would he sell it if it's the best guitar?
Oh, I don't know.
Doesn't need the money.
He might need the money.
He's going
he played on the David Letterman show and on Saturday Night Live with that guitar.
Okay.
Too.
So if you're buying a guitar for $400,000, do you think you're playing it, or are you just putting it somewhere to look at it, just marvel
man,
at
if you like that, I'd play it anyway. I'd play it if I had the cash and then I was in a band like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, and on this day, November 18th,
yes,
1933, 8 floats and 3 bands took part in John Martin's first Christmas pageant in the streets of Adelaide.
It's the first Christmas pageant today.
Yeah, 1933.
There you go. Well, we had Mrs. Hayward on this time last year then because we did talk about the anniversary on 2023. Wow, There you go. What a rich history.
Yeah. And the FIVEAA book show this week's going to be a fantastic one. The book is fantastical. Songbird, the intimate biography of Christine McVie by Leslie Ann Jones.
Yep.
And if we can squeeze it in, Mr. and Mrs. Gould from Grantley Keezer, the Gould family, John and Elizabeth, who were ornithologists and did all the artwork, Birds of Australia, and she painted all the birds, etc.
Oh, excellent. Very
An
good.
amazing story about these 2 people that travel from England to Australia. But we'll see how we go with time.
Beautiful.
And a 5-pack of books to give away. No, I wasn't having a go at you, Leith. I was just a bit peeved about because of this. It's not right because this is not something behind the scenes, mate. This is big business too, and it is just as heavy as Formula One.
I'm with you. I tried for many, many years when I was on the show. Wayne Gardner was a regular on the show. Mick Doohan was a regular on the show. Then it got a little difficult. Casey wasn't ideal, to be brutally honest, and we tried to get the Jorge Lorenzos of the world, but...
but if you can't get the interviews, at least broadcast the details.
Yeah, there's Of course.
You know, if there's a race in America, or if there's a race in Germany or here, Phillip Island, do the report.
Yes.
And if you don't like motorbike racing, I don't give a tutti frutti, but put it on air.
That's right. Don't give a rat's toss bag, as Malcolm would say. Correct.
You know?
Yeah. No, I will pass on your feedback to Tom and the boys.
I'll just have a cold bath now. Bye.
Thanks. Oof. I feel like I'm just, man. Hey, I get it. We're the messenger. Pass it on to us. We will pass it on. 1933. There you go. 8 floats, 3 bands. John Martin's first Christmas pageant. I imagine it was excellent, though. People would have loved it. Thank you, Vic. We'll take a break. 19 minutes after 8. 8223 0000 is the number.
Get ready, Adelaide. 5AA and Phil Hoffman Travel are giving you the chance to win the ultimate holiday to Singapore. You'll set sail on a luxury cruise escape with Silver Sea Cruises aboard the stunning Silver Nova. For your chance to join the standby list, keep it on 5AA, and when you hear the boarding call, be the first to call in, and you could be on your way to Singapore. Silver Sea Luxury Cruising and Phil Hoffman Travel, creating moments you'll never forget. Visit pht.com.au.
This is RB Dave for Supercraft Bedding with Tales from the Bedroom. Audrey has great taste, and when it comes to choosing the bed frame or bed head, like a lot of women, she makes the final choice. So can you. Our hardwood and upholstered king and queen size bed frames are totally customizable. Choose the fabric, the stain, and the style. And they're not shipped in. They're made here, so you can start enjoying it sooner. Supercraft Bedding, building better beds. 42 Richmond Road, Keswick.
When we say police home care, a lot of people think...
Stephen, come out and put your feet up! And bring yourself a coffee!
when in fact, Police Home Care is an approved My Aged Care and registered NDIS provider, available to all South Australians. For quality aged care or disability care in your own home, search Police Home Care, taking care to everyone.
Sail away with Silver Sea and Phil Hoffman Travel. Our most generous offer ever. Up to $10,000 saving per suite on more than 550 worldwide ocean and expedition voyages. Plus, you can join the Platinum Cruise Club for a bonus $300 shipboard credit per suite. Experience all-inclusive, ultra-luxurious ocean travel with small ship intimacy with Silver Sea. Hurry, bookings close December 2nd. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Some things need an emergency department, but if you're umming and ahhing on what to do, it might be more of an emergency. If you're unwell and unsure what to do, call Health Direct on 1800 022 222 and a registered nurse will help you find the best care for you. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Black Friday sales on now at District Outlet Centre. It's all the brands you love in one place and the only undercover outlet in South Australia. With over 50 renowned local and international brands at affordable prices, District is your go-to shopping destination. Find stores like Timberland, Shoe Warehouse, Cotton on Mega, Edge Clothing, Skechers, Rip Curl, Kathmandu and Adelaide's first and only Neverland. It's sensational outlet shopping all year round. Main North Road, Parafield.
G'day, Frank. Any tips today? Bob, I've got a great tip today. Probably my best investment tip for the year. Well, Gilmore's. Gilmore's? Gilmore's Comfort Shoes. I went the other day. I couldn't believe the range and their service was great. I got these American-made shoes called SAS. Impressive. And I'm fussy. Nah. Yeah, haha, but these really are the most comfortable shoes I've ever bought. So my tip, go to Gilmore's for a great shoe investment.
Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, South Road, Melrose Park.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Lee Forrest.
Caesar from North Adelaide sending him a text message. Well, you want to get me in trouble, Caesar? Thank you for this. He said, hey Lee, tell Vic care factor of the MotoGP is 0.0. You can tell him, Caesar. I'll give you his number. You can tell him. P.S. Barossa Valley, Port Lincoln and the Riverland are 100% Liberal. Okay. Who are the local members for those areas, Caesar, if you can help us out? So Barossa would be Ashton. Who's Port Lincoln and who's the Riverland? Apologies, I don't know that. But Thank you for the text message on that. Wayne is in God's country. Hello, Wayne.
I certainly am. How are you, Lee?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. Did you see the Burma this morning?
Well, I did. I brought it up because I thought it's a great story about Housing Trust. I thought it might be interesting to hear from people.
Yeah, did you see me in there?
I didn't see you in there. Let me have a look. I've got it in front of me here because I was reading from it earlier. So we've got...
Third page, bottom right-hand corner.
Bottom right-hand corner.
Whole family there.
Okay, here we go. Aerial house of... Oh, this is under construction at the new suburb of Enfield, 1949 to the left. And Ray Pinniger and his family were the first tenants to be granted a house in Elizabeth, 1955. Is that you in the photo?
That's my family. It's me in the photo. I'm the second one on
From
the
the
left-hand
left?
side.
Yep.
There's a little boy, and I'm holding my arm around his shoulder.
Yes.
Being a supportive brother.
Oh, look at you. How good's
Aren't I
that?
beautiful?
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're second from the left with your arm around your brother?
Yeah.
So you've got an older sister and then another older brother and then
mate,
a younger sister?
I got 7 sisters. My mother was in hospital at that time, having twins. My grandmother is in the picture up talking.
Oh, that's the grandmother with your father, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
And my big sister Pat, she's in the middle holding a baby.
4.
And there's another. Has she got the baby? No, Lois has got the baby. My other sister, I've got the photo in front of me for now, but yeah. So that's that history, right?
That's amazing.
Now,
did you know that this was going to be in the paper today?
Yeah, I was talking to what's his name?
Bob Byrne?
Yeah, Bob Byrne on Matt's show on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
On Friday.
On Friday, yep.
And he was talking about them, and that. So they rang me instead of because he knew about me, and they rang me to see if I'd go on the program. I said, "Yeah, that's right, I'll go on." So I did. Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Yeah. Well, the other part about it is back in 1936. I think it was 36. My grandmother. Now she's the second one from the right.
Yes.
Okay,
Next to your dad.
my father.
Yep.
Right. Now, her and her husband, my grandfather, great bloke, they got the very, very first housing trust in South Australia at Rosewater in number 32 McNichol Terrace. And that was the very, very first housing trust house.
Yeah, wow. So
in South Australia.
And then you got your first ever home, and you got the first home in Elizabeth in 1955.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
That was just after we'd come back from Narracrook, because Dad was a curator at Narracrook Caves. I think I told you about that before.
Yeah, yep.
And we'd come back and we had to find a house. We couldn't, well, I don't know what, but he got a job at the weapons research on the gate. The guard or something, and so on the left-hand side, you've got my brother Mike, then me, then my sister Gail, and my brother Brian, then it's my sister Pat, and then there's Rayleigh in the middle there.
Yep.
The one next to her with the baby is my second older sister, Lois, and that's my sister Pat's 2 of her kids.
Yes.
And then there's my grandmother and there's my father.
Wow. Was it a special occasion? You're all dressed very nicely.
Yeah, well, they had us all on film and all that down there because they gave us the keys, and being the first ones to get the keys, etc.
Yep.
They put on a big show down in the Oval. Well, I don't know, it was the Oval, it was in Muddy Paddock.
Okay.
And there's actually film of people driving their cars in there, and there's actually film. You can see my dad's car driving in there.
Yes.
In his old Vauxhall. And, so that was all that. And apparently the Queen requested a copy of all the filming that they took, and they actually did movie film of us at the house too, so she's got that.
Yep.
So
how many bedrooms would you have had in the first trust home in Elizabeth with 7 kids?
Right, that one there it was right behind us, number 10 Bubna Street.
Mm-hmm.
Now that one had a bedroom at the front, which was fairly small, and we had double bunks in there.
Yep.
I think we had 2 and a single bed, I think. And then next around the corner to the left was the dormitory, and I think you fit about 4 beds in that from memory. All my sisters lived in there.
Yep.
And then the other one was my mum and dad's room. So But we all fit in.
Yeah. Hey, it would have been fun.
good.
Again, when you don't know any different, I'm sure it would have been
No.
great. So you, your brother, and the two youngest girls, I guess, slept in one dorm and the older sister's in the other.
Yeah, well, hang on, I'm trying to think. Gail, she slept in the dorm, and my sister Lois and Rowey slept in the dorm. So the three girls at that stage slept in the dorm.
Wow.
And then there was me, my brother Mike, and my big brother Brian. Yeah.
So
That worked out all right.
it's so hard for us to comprehend, kids of today, you know. And I
The
know,
kitchen was really large.
yeah, I was going to say,
kitchen
because,
was- they were eating kitchen, see?
well, you would have been a well-oiled machine. Like Tim Ginniver comes from a huge family too. And today, you know, we look at, there's four of us in our house and it feels like bedlam at times. Chuck in a couple of dogs and it's chaos. But your mum and dad must have just had it so well planned, like all the big families of those days, where they just had everything running. And I guess you all chip in and you all do chores and
Well,
it works
there
like
was no TV.
clockwork.
There was no TV in those days.
Clearly.
Just a radio.
You
in
had
the
7
kitchen.
siblings. Yeah.
Yeah, and but we did the normal thing, run around the neighbourhood, run on the muck.
Yeah.
My girlfriend lived on the same street, about 3 houses down on the other side.
Okay.
And if she's listening tonight, I wonder if she ever got my letter. Her name's Carol Garrard.
Oh.
So if she's listening, let me know.
Carol. Oh, now we're putting out the hunt. You know, Blake and I love a challenge. We're going to try and track her down.
Carol Garrard.
How would you have spelt that?
Garrad, I believe.
Garrad. All right, Blake, there's your challenge for the rest of the night. Track down Carol. We tried to do this with Rowey and his first girlfriend, Connie Kemp. As you know, in Millicent, Wayne, it's a little easier to find people.
It is, yeah.
You just catch up with their sister when they come to their house.
You never know who listens to you.
That's right. Yeah, I know, as I've found out. No, what a cute story that is. That is so sweet.
Yeah.
That is a great story.
Yeah. And, you know, Chris and I, we had a couple of housing trust homes. And, you know, one housing trust home we got was magnificent. It was one they actually bought in those days. The trust used to go out and buy private homes off the market.
Yep.
And they put people in them. The one we had was magnificent.
Yeah.
Huge, big place.
Have you ever taken a trip down to the North Trust area there in Millicent? Do you know that area that well?
No, I've been there. I've been down around there. Drive around there.
Do you know where?
Walk around there.
Do you know where Gladys Smith's childcare centre is down in the North Trust area? So across the road from that is 10 Bonshaw Street. So that was our second home because the house directly behind that, which was 11 Wilshire Street, my auntie once stayed at our house when I was just a baby. And we weren't there. We were in Adelaide for some reason. And my auntie, when she left, she bundled up all of our stuff for washing. She didn't realise, but she left the electric blanket on, and it burnt our house down. So Mum and Dad lost all of their wedding photos. They lost there's no baby photos of me at all. That's what they tell me. Maybe. Well, I was about to say maybe I was an ugly child, so it might have worked out in our favour. So what they did, the people of Millicent at the time went, well, where do we put the stuff that did survive? I know. Let's lift the back fence. They put it all into 10 Bonshaw Street, which is directly across from Gladys Smith, and then that was our home for about 5 years. And we loved it. We just loved the area. We loved the neighbours, and we're very lucky. So.
I mean, you know, my place is I rent this privately, but it's still next house, trust house, and it's really good. And we live in that. And
perfect.
I get a massive big backyard, and it's all lawn, and it's all good, kept good, and all that. And inside's perfect, and we love it here.
Well done. Well, no, it's a very nice
Except
story.
Except my neighbour on the other side, the one that bought the house next door to me on the other side, on the number 5, he's I don't get on with him very well.
All right. He doesn't listen to the show then? Otherwise this will be a bit awkward.
I hope he does, mate. He comes from Victoria, so what do you expect?
Well, that's right. I tell you what, the mayor will come down there soon. He'll sort it out for you. I'll organise it.
Good on you, mate. You fix it up.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate it. So, Home, a Matter of Trust is the article. It's in today's Boomer in the Advertiser. Great article and section by Bob Byrne, who, as you know, you can hear with Matthew every Friday. So there you go. Wayne from Millicent and his family, the very first family to be the first tenants to be granted a house, Elizabeth, 1955. There he is. But there's some beautiful photos in there of trust homes in Whyalla, where Bob grew up, Don Dunstan and Alex Ramsey sort of working out the Housing Trust areas there, some homes in St. Peter's, some Housing Trust homes in Woodville North back in 1947. Aerial shot of Enfield back in 1949. And as Bob said, it seemed each obstacle only pushed the organisation to evolve and find a new way of supporting South Australians. And probably fair to say that when we look at our housing crisis now, we need more of this kind of thinking. You know, the foresight that they had with the Housing Trust all those years ago. More of that, please. Thank you, Wayne. 26 to 9.
Integrate your outdoor and indoor living spaces and get on board the hottest trend with a stylish outdoor kitchen of your choice. Thanks to Adelaide Outdoor Kitchens. 5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, giving you the chance to bid on your very own outdoor kitchen voucher, valued at $12,500. Choose from their selection of barbecues, pizza ovens, alfresco fridges, outdoor furniture and range hoods to complete the look, and you'll have guests knocking on your door in no time. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to Adelaide Outdoor Kitchens, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
A house is one of the biggest investments you'll ever make, so it only makes sense to invest in the things that we put inside it too. At Scott's Custom Furniture, we craft beautiful, one-of-a-kind, handcrafted pieces made to match and enhance existing decor. If you can dream it, we can build it. From stunning floor-to-ceiling timber display cabinets, unique front doors, elegant bed frames, and stylish side tables, all made from top-tier local timber. Search for Scott's Custom Furniture and start designing furniture that you won't find anywhere else.
Baby, here I am, I'm a man on the scene.
Kia's most awarded SUV just got better with the refined 7-seat Kia Sorento. Now with a dual 12.3-inch panoramic display and Kia Connect technology. The Kia Sorento. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
Shopping should be exciting, not dull. An adventure, not a chore. And fresh, not routine. So experience something new at Newton Central with Drake's, Serenity Hair & Co, Fandy Scissorhands, Terry White Chemist, Glitter and Polish Nail Salon, and many more. Including the brand new Séjour Club, an independent boutique with one-of-a-kind handcrafted apparel and jewellery from 2 local designers. Want something new in your life? Choose a new local. Choose Newton Central, Gorge Road, Newton.
How far would you go for your dream kitchen? And how far would you go to get 25% off? How about 15 minutes up the freeway to Balhanna Kitchens by Design? 2, the largest showroom in the Adelaide Hills. Custom build your dream with our award-winning designers. And get 25% off your cabinets with laminate bench tops. For a limited time, of course. Balhanna Kitchens by Design. It's not too far to go to make your dream a reality. balhannakitchens.com.au.
SA's biggest cover-up is about to be uncovered. Who's at the centre of it? Walco, of course. Summer is on its way. Time to think about waking up your sleepy pool and getting set for good times. Beat the rush now and organise your Walco pool blanket. It'll keep your pool clean and warm all summer. Plus, stop evaporation. Uncover the savings now with a Walco pool blanket. Visit walco.com.au today.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leap Forest.
You know, I try to preach kindness on the show. There's enough anger and angst in the world. We try not to do that on this show. But it's Vic has blown up the text message line with MotoGP, and then Caesar firing back, and now people are jumping on back and forward. Just quickly, Caesar has given me the list of, he says, safe as houses Liberal candidates in South Australia. So this is on the back of one of our texts saying, any chance the Libs could win 0 seats at the next election? He said, not at all. So you got the Barossa, obviously. You've got Penny Pratt. He said, safe as houses, the member for Frome. Tim Whetstone, who's called into the show before, member for Chafee. Stephen Patterson, member for Morphett, Paddo. Sam Telfer, who is the member for Flinders. And Penny, of course, being from Clare. And as we know, Ashton in the Barossa. So safe as houses, says Caesar. So thank you for that. Will the state and federal parliaments censor themselves because of the misinformation and disinformation they release before each election? They make so many promises they know they won't and they can't keep, says Dean. Liz says the healthy direct Beethoven's fifth type chorus of sneezing and wheezing ad is trippy. I don't think I've heard that. Are we playing that on 5AA? Okay, Blake will find it for me, Liz, and give me a refresher. The Daily Mail's reporting that a famous Sydney radio bloke's been arrested today. Yeah, I know. I don't want to touch that. I'm not quite sure how to touch that story. I'm always nervous when anyone gets arrested and then, because what do you say? We'll let the news report that. We all know who it is. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. See, I don't even want to say that because that could be seen to be leading commentary on that, but we'll let the legal system play out on that, Liz. That is for sure. Holly from Burnside said, Leith, please tell Caesar that the MotoGP is thrilling to watch and it beats golf any day. Jack says, hey, Vic, use Google. No, but I understand his point. It's a good point. If we're going to cover sports, we should cover all sports. So I can certainly pass that feedback on. Peter says, can 5AA start to give out the Province C Division table tennis scores? No, so you're being silly, Pete. Vic brings up a good point. 100,000 people go and watch these races. You know, it's an international sport. It deserves some coverage. Now, how much coverage it gets, I guess, is up to the individual. You know, the Wallabies had a great win over the weekend. Does that get a lot of airtime too? Are we genuinely interested in rugby union in this state, other than when it's played here? I guess is the question. Port and the Crows could be swatting flies and they make the news. No one else matters. Well, again, you're playing to your demographic. You're playing to your market. People are more interested, unfortunately, about Crows and Port Adelaide players swatting flies than some other sports. That's just the reality. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just the reality. Billy Joel is a great musician and writer, but singing Wichita Lineman is just beautiful. P.S. Alison is not boring. No, Alison's great. We love Alison. She's always a lot of fun. What else have we got? Here we go. Roger says Marshall was convinced by an eminent committee that the car race was a net loss. Someone is paying, says Roger. Well, it never really passed the pub test, Roger, to be fair. It always just felt like it was a race that was worth keeping, but it seemed like with the previous government it wasn't a priority for them. So happy to be proven otherwise, but it seems to be making money. Seems to be filling up hotels. Speak to anyone in the industry, they're flat out. So I don't think it's just South Australians going, but I appreciate the text. I understand your point. Graham is in Henley. G'day, Graham.
G'day, Luke. How are you, buddy?
Good, thank you.
Good to hear Vic. You know I love Vic McGran as a fellow MotoGP fan.
Correct.
Him teeing off tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Which I can understand, and I'm not going to tee off like Vic did, but it's kind of weird. I'll tell you a story. I think last year I was at a hotel venue that had live sport.
Mm-hmm.
Now they had the full Foxtel, big screens everywhere, and there was no live sport on. I just said to the guy that was running, hey, there's a MotoGP race, and it's live. Do you want to whack it on?
Mm-hmm.
He said, oh, that's a good idea. Why not? Because they promote live sport. So to put it on, there was TV screens in the restaurant.
Yep.
And he come back to me later and he said, just about everyone in the restaurant were looking at the screens because they hadn't seen it before.
Mm.
They hadn't given it a test. Because visually, if you've ever watched,
spectacacular,
especially the modern ones,
yep,
with all the cameras on the helmets and on their knees and wherever the cameras are, especially the 4K super slow-mo when someone has a prang, you see the dust fly up and the bike sort of like rotates as it goes through the dirt and into a fence. it is quite spectacular. So for old Caesar, I suggest maybe he's missing out a little bit. He dismisses it like that.
Yeah, and I don't know whether Vic sort of, I mean, he understood my point, but
I understand your point too, mate.
The show on Netflix, Drive to Survive, has turned a lot of people onto Formula One. They gave two hoots before, and now all of a sudden you get to know characters and personalities, and it's fair to say the writers don't have that.
You're 100% right. I think they should do something similar. There is one doco that I think it's available on Netflix and streams. It's called All In, and it's by Mark Marquez because he had a horrific arm injury.
Yep.
That required 4 operations, and they showed him the scars down his shoulder.
Yes.
And the recovery time, and he was going to give up. He'd had enough. He'd been thrown off the Honda so many times. He had high sides and all sorts of horrible injuries. So if someone does, it's not like All In, don't get me wrong, it's just about one rider, but it gives an idea of what these blokes go through.
Yeah, but I think you need more. So again, I wasn't really that interested in the Formula One. You always kept an eye on Daniel Ricciardo and hoped that he did well, Mark Webber before him.
Yep.
But now, because of this show, and I got so invested, and I'll watch it religiously, and all of a sudden now I'm interested in Alex Albon or Yuki Tsunoda, or I'm just picking random names that people would have no idea, Nico Hulkenberg. All of a sudden you're like, what? But you get to know these people. You want to know them away from the cars or away from the bikes.
As a person.
That's right. And then people get invested and watch in. Now, to be brutally honest, apart from Jack Miller and Jorge, I don't know a lot of current day riders, and I'm a 48-year-old male, Graham, which is probably peak MotoGP demo. So the chance of getting older viewers, younger viewers, might be slim if they don't do enough publicity. And that's where
the only suggestion I have perhaps to your radio station is you'll be on holidays, and I guess the sports boys will go to the summer sports boys.
Yep.
But Jack Miller will be racing around Tailem Bend.
Correct.
He does it late November. He does it every late
Graham,
November.
can I tell you, I was on the sports show for the best part of 20 years. We tried to get Jack Miller so many times when he came out to the Bend, and we couldn't get him. Couldn't get him. And I was really disappointed with the Casey Stoner situation too, because Casey's wife's from Adelaide. Like, we tried every angle we could. We tried the family. We tried officially. We tried backdoor. We tried everything. And we could not get him. And we're like, this is KG and Cornsey days. This is the number one show in the afternoon drive time in the country. We were beating Hamish and Andy, and we couldn't get him. And it's like, if you're not going to talk to your local audience, you're right. They need to promote a little bit better than what they are. Trouble is, it's a very European sport. Yeah. I mean, most of the riders are European. You get your occasional Australians like Miller and I think Alonso or something. He's an Australian in Moto2, and I think there's a Kelso. He's in Moto3. So there are Australians in it, but not a lot. No. I think that's probably it. But then again, when you think of Formula 1, there's not a lot of Australians in Formula 1 either. Correct, and to be fair, they never come on the radio show. Daniel's been on a couple of times during my time on the sports show, but they don't need to because Netflix are doing it for them. I actually even think, and I don't want to rain on the parade of the 500, which was great on the weekend, I think the V8s have dropped the ball a little bit compared to the old days. The Ford and Holden boys were so public, and everyone knew Mark Scaife, and everyone knew Garth Tander, and you knew who they were driving for. There's so many different drivers now and so many different manufacturers. Even I was watching, and I'm interested in sport. I don't know half of the boys that are driving in the V8s anymore, whereas in the old days you could name every driver on the grid. So it's almost like they're just thinking, well, this is our niche audience here. Let's not try and appeal to everyone. Let's just cater to those who are interested. You'd be in the vintage of knowing the old V8 days at Mount Panorama with Moffat, Bond, of course. Brocky, Johnson, Dick, Brock. Correct. You'd know them all, wouldn't you? Absolutely. Well, I remember once we had Glenn Seaton on the show, really late. It was an after sixer, and Glenn Seaton was on for something, and then somebody called up and said, can I ask Glenn Seaton a question? We said, sure. So we put him on. He had a full board, Graham. All of a sudden, people were so invested and interested in the V8s. That just doesn't happen anymore. I think the younger generation, there certainly is still an appeal for it. But I wonder how many people go to the 500, a bit like the people that go to the Adelaide Test and sit out the back on the village green and give two hoots about the actual results.
It's just might be a little bit right there.
Just to be there. It's, have a couple of drinks, get amongst the action, the activities, and see where you go.
Yeah. That's not the main subject I rang about. With your bins, I think you live at Fulham, I think.
Yes.
Probably similar to us. You got 3 bins.
Yep. Yellow, green,
blue, green, and yellow. And they're picked up at different times by different trucks.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
So that's the idea of recycling is they can...
Yellow bin today.
Correct. Okay. Now, this is weird, a little bit controversial, but I do know a mate of mine that works at a major wholesale food place. They're big, they're huge, and they import products from overseas and they distribute them to hotels, and, clubs and pubs, etc. He said to me, because they have the same thing, but these are real big bins. They have cardboard, they have glass and cardboard, glass, and what you can recycle. They also have a food bin, like we have, like your green bin that is used, and then they have the normal waste bin. He said this truck, and it's a well-known recycling company. I can't name them because it might be a bit controversial.
Yep.
But this one truck came in and picked up all 3 bins and threw them in the same truck.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't, sadly.
And I'm wondering if on a local level, whether that might be happening as well.
So there was a great show on the ABC called The War on Waste. Craig Rucastle from The Chaser did it.
Oh, I remember that,
He dropped one of those sort of Apple, whatever they're called, the air tracker things, into a bunch of plastic bins, and they were just thrown straight on landfill. So, the ones that you drop in your supermarket, here, we'll recycle for you, they were exactly the same. As you say, they all just go to the same area. I think they're being better, but you would hope not. You would hope if we're separating in our homes, yellow, blue and green, that it wouldn't all just be... I know the green ones definitely go to a different place, but the yellow and green...
What surprised me is that, the company is extremely well known.
Yeah. Oh, I've got no doubt.
So I'm sure that, the truck doesn't go back somewhere and everyone goes through it and takes it all and separates it all. That wouldn't happen.
No, wouldn't have thought so. Let me chase it up, though. That's interesting. Oh, we'll definitely chase that up. I do know for a fact that the green ones definitely go to the northern suburbs. Anyone that's done the Salisbury Highway, the new road out there, that's where it goes, because we've had them on the show before with Michael Keelan and they talked about where all the green waste goes. But yes, in terms of the generic bin at home and the recycling bin, are they putting it in the same spot? You would hope not. We'll find out. Graham, thank you for that. Appreciate it. 9 minutes to 9. Before we get to a break, let's do this.
Good afternoon, passengers. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready.
The latest issue of 50 Plus SA, featuring some of SA's colourful personalities, is out now, and it's jam-packed with the best of SA food, wine, art and travel. Pick it up for free in over 400 locations across SA. Read it now by jumping onto 50plussa.com.au or subscribe to the 50 Plus SA weekly newsletter and get the best of SA in your inbox. 50 Plus SA, proudly supported by $13.95. Adelaide's FIVEAA.
This is RB Day for Supercraft Bedding with Tales from the Bedroom. We've been making quality mattresses here at Supercraft Bedding for a long time. They're better than good. They're flippin' good. That's to say, our double-sided mattresses last twice as long as single-sided ones. And as for all those mattress makers that say you only need to do one side, well, that's fine, but don't charge full price for half a mattress. Supercraft Bedding, building better beds. 42 Richmond Road, Keswick.
Treat your family and friends to something a little fancy from FIVEAA, your family liquor stores.
Spring means fresh, vibrant flavours, and if you're partial to a white wine or two, try our selection of SA-made Pinot Grigio and Pinot Gris. Let the sun shine in and enjoy a margarita with quality tequila, or lighten up with an Aperol or Campari spritz. There are new beers to try too, with craft IPAs, Pilsners and Kolsch-style brews. FIVEAA, your local independent SA family liquor store for over 45 years.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Stil Novo, 10% off Fab, Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit adelaideappliancegallery.com.au.
Now let's see what's in the swear jar at Buy Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens.
Boy, that's a cookie jar.
Oh, busted. My mistake. Let's see. Here it is. Here's one from Renette, an interior designer at Buy Urban for over 20 years. Renette swears to ensure your dream bathroom becomes a wonderful reality. For a team that swears to deliver on quality and service, see Buy Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens, Adelaide's home renovation experts. Wouldn't mind a cookie.
Here's another Proud Supply Nation network supplier.
Wrapped Creations is an Aboriginal owned and operated event management, marketing and design provider, turning your event vision into unforgettable memories. They take care of catering and entertainment through to pop-up festivals, multi-day conferences and large-scale events. Their experienced design team can create your event branding, signage, corporate documents and retail spaces. Visit wrappedcreations.com.au to bring your ideas to life.
Don't miss Drum & Golf's Black Friday Game Changers. Get 64% off Adidas lightweight sports cart bags, now 158. TaylorMade MG1 nickel wedges, just 142. Only at Drum & Golf.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Lee Forrest.
Before we get to the news with Mel, on the other side of the news, Darren Hayes is going to join us from Savage Garden, author of an amazing new memoir. I think Roz from Ross Trevor might be having a good night. Hello, Roz.
Hi. Well, Roz is having a very good night because now, Lee.
Yes.
This will be our little secret, okay?
Okay, yes.
Just yours, mine, and Blake's, because I know there's no one else out there that can hear this conversation.
Yes.
But if I'm lucky enough to win, I'm
Yes.
going to give the cruise to my parents.
Really? That's very
Yeah.
generous. What a sweet gift.
Well, it's better than a, what did they say, slap in the face with a wet fish?
Better than a
or,
kick in
I
the
don't know.
pants, better than a poke in
And-
the eye with a stick. Yeah, for
And
sure.
all at once, yes. So there you go.
Gee, that's
so we shall
nice.
see.
What an amazing gesture. That would be so magic. Could you imagine that moment?
It would be memorable because neither one of them have been on a cruise before. Now, do people still, I'm getting conjured up these ideas of playing shuffleboards with, straw hats, boater hats and martinis, but clearly that's just me daydreaming back to times past.
The times of the Love Boat. No, there's still an element of that. It depends on what ship you go on, Ross. So I've hosted two for Phil over the journey. I took a Melbourne Cup cruise. We had about 50 people that I hosted, and I took a New Zealand one, and we had about 80. And they were very different because the New Zealand one was Christmas and New Year. So there's a lot of those relaxing type things. There's a lot of seminars, but this is a 6-star ship. There would be I know, there would be so much. I think it's got like 25 something restaurants on board. Like, it's just crazy what these ships are doing
moly.
now.
So you basically have to pack your stretchy pants with an elastic band.
Yeah, you're rolling off for sure. Your folks would love it, I'm sure. So,
well, I've heard the lovely people from Phil Hoffman talk about cruising a lot, and they've definitely come, they've definitely come a long way, haven't they? And as you say, there's all different cruises to suit all different types of lifestyles and family situations, or if you're footloose and fancy free and whatever. But I'm sure this one would be very special.
Some of them have Dodgem cars. Some of them seriously, some of them have rock climbing. One has a skydiving tube that you hop in. There's water slides and swimming pools and all of that kind of stuff. But it depends on. This is the absolute duck's guts of ships, this one. So this would be, it'd be extraordinary what will be on the ship. So, Roz, you've done the hardest part of all. You're in the shortlist. So that's the good news.
Thank you so much.
Stacey will announce the winner on Friday. So we are hoping that it's you. If not you, one of the other 5AA Knights, but that would be a lovely gesture.
Well, ducks, nuts and bees' knees crossed and fingers and wishbones and everything.
Everything crossed. Good on you, Roz.
Beautiful.
Lovely to speak. Thank you for that. Secret is safe with me. I'm a vault. Don't worry about that. Thank you, Roz. Thanks so much.
Good.
Before we get to the news, Mel, coming up on the other side, Darren Hayes is going to join us from Savage Garden. Not to talk about his music per se, but his new book, which is a extraordinary memoir. And I do want to stress just before we get to Darren, 13 11 14 is the number for Lifeline. This could be a triggering chat for some of you because Darren, for all the dizzying heights of Savage Garden, had some real tough days early on in his life. So we'll talk about that coming up after the break and the news with Mel. But just quickly, traffic lights are flashing amber. The 5-way intersection, you know the one, Main North Road there at Jeps Cross. So please take care in the area while the issue is resolved. So if you're going to the busiest section and intersection in Adelaide, lights are flashing amber right now. 5-way intersection. So be patient, be polite, be courteous. Let some people go. You'll get your chance. Don't be a... Oh, do we have it? I think we have it somewhere. You know what Bob used to call people. Don't be that. Back after the news with Darren Hayes.
5AA News has always been Adelaide's most trusted source of news and information for the people of South Australia. And in 2024, we're taking news to the next level. Joining the Adelaide newsroom are two of the most respected and credentialed news people in South Australia, Graham Goodings and Jess Adamson. Get the absolute latest on what's happening in your city every morning with the names you can trust. Graham Goodings and Jess Adamson, part of 5AA's award-winning news team in 2024.
We chose to use Paint Professionals because they were referred to us by a previous client who was very impressed with the work that they had done and recommended them highly to us.
Paint Professionals turned the job around so quickly from the initial quotation straight through to completion.
Paint Professionals provided us with a very professional service. We're extremely happy with the outcome of it.
Painting an entire house or just a room? Make it a great experience with Paint Professionals. Visit paintprofessionals.com.au.
I'll grab a few people I know. We'll mark out some places to go. There's no invitation, just a destination, and that's the best freedom I know. Jump in the Jayco. Jump in the Jayco. That's the best freedom I know.
Up to the minute news for South Australia. This is 5AA News. Always Adelaide.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. With the 9 o'clock news, I'm Mel Usher. Police are investigating reports of indecent behaviour at West Beach. Between 12pm and 2pm on Monday, November 11, a man was seen acting in an indecent manner on the beach adjacent to Seaview Road. He's described as approximately 60 years old with a tan complexion and grey hair. He was wearing an olive green t-shirt, black shorts and black sunglasses. Police believe the man may have also been involved in similar acts in the Henley Beach South and West Beach areas over the past week. Well, the Premier's passport is getting another airing. Peter Malinauskas is off to Azerbaijan to attend the COP29 climate change conference. He'll be selling SA as the ideal location for the conference in 2 years' time. A lawyer for Alan Jones says the former broadcaster will fight the charges of historical indecent assault and sexual touching. More from Josh Bryant in Sydney.
Police say the alleged offending occurred between 2001 and 2019 against 8 people, the youngest of which was 17 at the time. Investigators allege Alan Jones knew some of them personally, some professionally, and in some cases the alleged offending occurred when he'd met them for the first time. The former 2GB and 2UE broadcaster is facing 24 offences, offences, including 11 counts of aggravated indecent assault, victim under authority, and 9 counts of assault with an act of indecency. He's been granted conditional bail. The former radio host didn't say anything as he was ushered through a media pack to a waiting car. His lawyer spoke briefly, saying the charges will be defended and that Jones denies any misconduct. Police expect more people will come forward with information.
The Coalition says it'll oppose planned international student caps, leaving the measure stranded in Parliament. Zach De Silva is in Canberra.
The Albanese government wants to cap the number of foreign students allowed into Australian universities from next year. It argues that would free up more housing while improving the quality of higher education. But the Coalition now plans to vote against the measure, calling it confused and chaotic. Education Minister Jason Clare says the opposition previously supported the proposal but has now backflipped.
If Peter Dutton votes against this will destroy his credibility.
Luke Sheehy from Universities Australia says the uncertainty is making life hard for his members.
They'll continue to be in a state of pain.
The Greens also oppose the caps, saying they unfairly scapegoat international students.
And the Matildas' Sam Kerr and her partner Christy are expecting a baby. They've shared the news on social media. The pair announced their engagement last year. Now turning to 5AA Sport.
First National Real Estate, the proud supporters of local sport and your key to happiness.
Australia is at the crease in the final T20 International against Pakistan at Belle Reve. Pakistan made 117. In reply, we're 3 for 86, needing another 32 runs from 60 balls. Well, Australian batsman Travis Head is hungry to make a big score in the first test against India at Perth Stadium starting Friday. Head concedes the runs might not come easily as he's expecting a spicy wicket with plenty of pace and bounce.
I just want to try to contribute to a winning cause, whether that be 100. I know that it's a stat-driven game, but whatever's required. I haven't seen the wicket here yet, but they're talking similar to the last couple of years, which has been tough. It's been a bit in it in the first couple of days, and then it's been a bit inconsistent in the following. As the cracks come, it gets faster. And it has been a challenge.
To the AFLW, and Port is preparing for this weekend's prelim final against North Melbourne. The thrilling semi-final on Saturday saw them beat Richmond by just 1 point. Assistant coach Dan Merritt says it was a phenomenal win.
Slowly getting over the shock from the weekend, for sure. 22 points down at three-quarter time is the biggest comeback ever in AFLW history, and we happened to do it in a final. So it was pretty remarkable. Immensely proud of the group to pick ourselves up at three-quarter time and then, get the job done.
And the start date for next year's AFLW season has been announced. It will kick off August 11, coinciding with round 23 of the AFL. Now the 5AA forecast. Clear tonight down to 10, sunny tomorrow 25, Wednesday sunny and 29, then a hot one on Thursday, mostly sunny and 34. Right now it's 15 degrees. More news as it happens on 5AA.
Have you seen the stunning new sign at NRG Solar's relocated office in St Mary's? It's not just a sign, it's a beacon of sustainability. As leaders in solar solutions, NRG Solar's commitment to innovation shines bright. Their new warehouse is fully stocked with a stunning range of wholesale solar and battery equipment. See it for yourself, 1275 South Road St Mary's, or visit nrgsolar.com.au for a sustainable future. That's nrgsolar.com.au.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. We've met a lot of South Australians who want to move house, but they feel trapped. They want to upsize or downsize, make a sea change or a tree change. But with stock levels at record lows, they think there's nothing to buy, and that makes them too worried to sell. We understand that the process of changing home can be challenging, but our team can help you on that journey, going through things step by step to ensure you get an outcome that works for you. Find out more at toop.com.au.
It all started in the back shed. Maybe it started early. Or late. Either way, the Olympic Industry sale means there's no need to wait. With big savings on our entire range of SA engineered sheds, garages, carports and verandas, you can afford to start something big, tough, or tasty in your own backyard. Start something with the Olympic Industry sale. On now.
Local, topical, fun. This is 5AA Nights with Leaf Forest.
So Darren Hayes is known nationally and internationally as one of Australia's greatest ever musical performers, along with Savage Garden. 35 million albums sold, numerous number ones, more awards than you can count, but he is also a survivor. He's a survivor of childhood trauma and violence, of anxiety, depression, a battle with sexuality, and the breakdown of his band. He talks about all of these and more in his new memoir, which is an amazing read called Unlovable. Darren Hayes, welcome. Thanks for coming on.
Oh gosh, that was a great interview. Thanks for having me. I feel so welcome.
You know, congratulations on the book. It's extraordinarily honest and raw, Darren, which, as someone who loves books and loves speaking to people about their books, that's what we want in books. When you're writing it, I've heard you talk about it being cathartic, but I can imagine that it might have been a chance for you to just exhale, like a weight lifted off your shoulders somewhat.
Yeah, I think the more distance I've had from it, I realized that it was really necessary. It came about because I was doing press for my last record, which in and of itself was sort of rebellious, because that album was me doing everything I was told I was not allowed to do when I was signed to a major label. Everything from the title to the music videos that I was making to delving into some of my past, you know, really being honest about things like how the band actually broke up, how I was bullied at school, talking about what had happened in my childhood in much more detail than I'd ever really done before. And I was approached by a couple of publishers to write a book because of that. And it's precisely because it wasn't going to be a celebrity memoir, you know, about this time I met this celebrity, that person, whatever. Yeah. I'm also not that guy because I never get stopped on the street.
Really?
I'm just someone. No, never. I've got a theory about that too. I used to be. And did you ever read that famous quote about a friend of Marilyn Monroe's? It's so interesting. They were walking down the street together and Marilyn turned to her friend. Marilyn was just wearing a headscarf, no makeup. And she said to her friend, "Do you want to see me become her?" And she said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Just watch." She took her headscarf off. She just changed her pose. Her walk changed a little bit. And all of a sudden, people started turning heads. It was Marilyn Monroe. That part of her I identify with. It's a light inside you. I turn that on stage. I guess I have it on a little bit with you right now. It's not fake. It's my light.
Yeah.
And I think when I'm in public, I just dim it a little bit and I'm invisible.
Yep.
But I forget your question now.
How cathartic it was to write. No, but I understand exactly what you mean. We're the same. We talk for a living, but you broadcast. There's a difference between talking and broadcasting. So I get that, that you are Darren Hayes on stage and you are a very different Darren Hayes off stage.
Yes. But that all came about just to survive. You know, it's not a very unique tale, but I think I was so traumatized as a child from the way that I was raised, you know, up until maybe the age of 11 or 12, my father was still a violent alcoholic, beat my mother, and occasionally that spilled over to his children. That was a shameful secret in the 1970s, early 80s. It came with its own baggage of learning how to keep secrets and this deferred feeling of shame, these feelings of embarrassment. But along with that, what was also developing, and I didn't know, was I was a gay kid. And going to school, you know, it was like just fresh meat in the lion's den. I was so naive and just relentlessly attacked for the first 2 or 3 years of high school. So by the time I saw Michael Jackson in concert in 1987, becoming a pop star wasn't just a whimsy. It was a survival instinct because I saw it as this freeway overpass to just quickly jump over years and years and years of torment. I identified immediately that he was otherworldly, that he was a character, that he was presenting this outward superhero, and I could see that inside there was somebody very sensitive but also very damaged, and I saw myself within him. I could see a sadness in his eyes. but also this intense survivor. I didn't know. We essentially had the same father. I didn't know the demons that he was battling, the incredible self-esteem issues. We now know that man used to look in the mirror, and I mean this with love and kindness, because I loved how Michael Jackson looked, but I know Michael Jackson altered his face because his father told him he was ugly. You know, my father was the first person to ever call me a homophobic slur. I felt repulsive. I felt so unloved.
Yep.
From every angle except by my beautiful mother and my sister. And so becoming a pop star was just, I am going to just leapfrog over all of this pain.
Yep.
And if I become a pop star, you'll all love me, you'll applaud.
Yeah.
This black hole that cannot be filled with attention, with love, that will just be filled and everything will be okay, right? No. It doesn't work that way. So my story isn't unique, but it's very similar to a lot of very ambitious, successful performers.
Yep. So I'm imagining when you finish writing this book, and a dear friend of mine has introduced me to Brené Brown, a US academic. I don't know if you know her work, but
yes,
she has this quote, vulnerability is not weakness, it's the greatest measure of courage. And I thought of you when you finished this book, because I thought you are being super vulnerable. You're putting it all out there. You then have to go on the promo tour. You then have to talk about it non-stop. And I was thinking about the vulnerability, but also the courage that takes for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's raw. It's hard. But I think it serves a greater purpose. Mostly I'm doing this for my mum.
Yep.
Mostly I'm doing this for women, for violence against women. Look, I know my book can probably be split up into three major categories. One of them is trauma and how it affects the brain and how you can survive it. One of them is my journey with mental health. But a big part of it really is the resilience of the true protagonist and hero in this story, which just happens to be real, which is my mother. And I want women or anyone who is experiencing violence within a relationship to know not only you're not alone, not only can you survive this, but you can thrive. That my mother is one of the most joyful, happy people who have ever existed. And yet, she was beaten up on her wedding night. She lost her mother. She just turned 50, her own mother, by suicide. And that was maybe a year after my mother lost her sister. Whether you like it or not, this little grim reaper that turns up on the door that just says, "Hi, I'm depression and I've come to live with you forever." And so she marries this man who is relentlessly violent to her and just so happens to be in the police force in the 1970s. The most corrupt time to be a police officer in Australia.
Yep.
It's a love letter to her because she doesn't have regrets. The only thing I see her be whimsical about sometimes is that she wishes that she'd had romantic love. She never got to be swept off her feet. She's so lovable.
Yep.
And all of this is in service to her, really, to show her and to thank her for like keeping me intact, you know, amidst all of the horror that I saw, all the bullying that I experienced at school, all of the absolute insanity of fame when I had it at the peak of its fame or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She was always just this hug, this feeling of being tethered to reality and to love. And I don't know how she did it.
Yeah.
No one was doing that for her.
Such a beautiful love letter to your mum and your sister, the book, like your guardian angels. And I know the title is Unlovable, and I was thinking about this because I'm sure you've felt that way many times.
Yeah.
I do hope you know that's not right, though, by your fans, by the industry, by the country. We look at Darren Hayes very differently than probably you have looked at Darren Hayes. Do you sense that now as time goes on, as you get older? Is some of that unlovable becoming more lovable for you? You sense the love that you have?
Yes. I think I want to explain to people, though, that that's a trauma response. I think, first of all, that title comes from a song I wrote when I was in a relationship with somebody who was really just my father, but just not violent. Somebody that I was repeating. Freud calls this repetition compulsion, where you essentially, a lot of women will relate to this, where you seek to repair the relationship with your broken parent by being in a relationship with somebody who's very similar, but they just breadcrumb you. They give you just enough of affection that you just say, but they love me. But really, they're actually abusive to you. And that feeling of being unworthy, that feeling of being unloved is very common in children of alcoholics or children who've been neglected or abused, because you are constantly on threat detection. You don't feel safe. A major plot point in my book is the moment that a psychiatrist asked me, "Did you ever feel safe as a child?" And I was outraged at that comment. And if I won't spoil it for people, because I think it's a really powerful moment for people to read, but I didn't know that that was possible. And I'm slowly learning to receive love. I once wrote a lyric that it said, in a song called Darkness, where I said, I'm famous for my generosity, and I talk about being the king of kindness, but it's easier for me to give than receive love. And at first, you can try to play that off as this sort of narcissistic, egotistical, kind quality about yourself, but actually it's a control tactic. It's so that you'll never be rejected.
Yeah.
If you're the one paying the bill, if you're the one pulling the chair out, if you're the one performatively being kind to everyone, then no one can ever say you're a bad person, because the little child inside you is so terrified that what your father said to you, what my teachers said to me when I was a little boy, that those things are real, that I am repulsive, that I am a homophobic slur, that I am fat, that I am ugly, that I'm all of these things that were said to me, that were deeply, deeply ingrained in me, so deeply that I had to create essentially another personality in order to receive all of that applause. And it didn't go to Darren Hayes, it went to the lead singer of Savage Garden.
That's right. And Noni Hazelhurst talks about this. Her book is called Dropping the Mask, and she talks about the amount of masks that she wore. And having spoken to her, speaking to you, I thought the same. So Savage Garden has such dizzying heights, and I guess that's a mask for you. But then, like anything else, when the end of the band comes along, that's another mask. The mask is dropped, and here we are back to some of the issues that you faced before. So reading your book and knowing your story, what just a roller coaster it has been for you, and how tough that must have been for you.
Yeah, the band was great because I could hide in that. And to this day, I genuinely love making people feel good. So that was wonderful. I got to do that with a budget. I got to do that in platform heels and on massive stages, with pyrotechnics and moving hydraulics and massive $1 million videos, and it was all designed to make the person in the audience feel seen. And I live for doing that. I love that. I knew what it felt like as a teenager to look up at the stage and see Madonna, George Michael, Prince, Madonna, and feel seen. And what a privilege that was. So it was easy for me, those 2 hours on stage, or any time I was in front of the public, I did feel loved because I was giving love, and there is a transference of that love, and it did get through to me. I don't know that I ever felt worthy of it, but it did get through to me. But when I was in a hotel room alone, they were nights of the dark soul, just terror.
Yeah.
And then when the band ended, it was, that was never in my game plan. I joke about this, but I would have chosen a better stage name, would have chosen a pseudonym. Like, this is not the name of some fabulous crazy pop star, terrifying. And just, how do I keep up this? No judgment to anybody who has ever had addiction or whatever. My drug of choice was food. I had food issues, self-esteem issues. I was never diagnosed as being bulimic or whatever, but I absolutely had issues with food.
Yeah.
So for me, it was the attention. That was my addiction. I just finished watching Robbie Williams' 4-part documentary, and it's terrifying how similar we were. If you take out the addiction that he had, I relate very much, yeah.
I know you've been asked ad nauseum about the reunion of the band. I'm not going to ask that because I already know the answer. When I hear those songs that we all love so much, rightly or wrongly, I think of you because I think Huey Lewis can play a show without the news. I don't know whether that's unfair to Daniel. It's the voice of. I don't know how that sits with you because I know that people are always crying out for the reform of the band. But when I see you on stage, when I hear you on stage, all of those feels that you talk about before, you get them because that's you. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but...
No, there's no disrespect because I've always acknowledged that the creation of those songs is 50-50.
Yep.
He is completely responsible for half of the creation of those magical songs that now belong to you, belong to the whole world. The difference is I never left you.
Yep.
I've never stopped singing those songs. I think, the reason to, the answer to that question is just simply because he was very unkind to me. So I would never want to work with somebody who was so unkind and has had so much time to make amends. And there was absolutely decades of windows for him to make amends. But he chose not to do that, and I've let that go. I don't have any animosity, but I'm also not a masochist.
I'm saying as a fan, you don't need to. I don't know whether Huey Lewis and the News is the greatest reference of all time, and I feel sorry for the News, but I'm just saying...
I love Huey Lewis and the News.
Me too. The book is exceptional. I hope it serves a purpose for you. I get a sense that, I don't know, rightly or wrongly, it almost feels like another step for you in your journey. I imagine you probably speak to people away and, all of this is part of it. So I know as fans and as lover of your music and lover of your incredible story, people will get so much out of the book. You inspired millions, Darren Hayes, with your music, and you're doing the same with your book and the same with the written word. So congratulations for that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I think the book is, it's really lovely to have written it and close it and set it down. And it feels like a reset. I think anything that happens after here, of course there'll be more music. Of course I'll tour. But everything that happens now is, this is part 2. How wonderful is that? This is part 2 of my career. There's no expectations.
Yep.
I don't have to compete with anything. How could I possibly? I mean, that was extraordinary. This is a blank slate and I get to move forward and I get to set that down. That's a lovely feeling.
Come and visit us in Adelaide. I promise you that I will single-handedly stop you in the street to say hello because you're Darren Hayes.
Can I say something definitively about Adelaide? And I hope fans understand this. Every artist wants to come. Here's what happens. It's on the schedule. Last time it was on the schedule, it got yanked at the last second, not by me, by a promoter. So it's always about money and never from the artist's point of view. A promoter does a deal with an artist and they say, we're going to take you to this city, this city, this city, this city, this city. And then they do some numbers. And then they decide, we don't think we can make any money in this city, this city, this city. And it is heartbreaking because they pull the city sometimes after it's been announced or maybe before it's announced. And then we are the bad guys.
Yeah.
We look like we want to come and see you.
Yep.
And I just want to say from my own personal experience, I hate that about this business. It's horrible. I will go anywhere, but I don't pay for the trucks, for the stages, for whatever. I love it, and often they're wrong. I love the fact that, who was it that just sold out? Was it Katy Perry?
Katy Perry, 5 concerts. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Promoters, take note.
Mm-hmm.
All I want to say. So I am pro Adelaide. I love it.
Well, thank you for saying that.
Yes, so I'm so sorry, folks. It is not us. It is just number crunchers, and they're often wrong. Sorry.
Well, come back and see us anytime. You're welcome with open arms. We often get told we buy tickets too late. We're often told that people don't want to travel. They want to go to the eastern states, and I get that.
But I don't blame you for buying them too late, because a lot of people don't come, or some people cancel at the last minute. So you guys are just like, well, I'm not going to buy a ticket to this thing until I know the person's going to come. I get that.
Yep.
I wish a promoter would. But anyway, it was so lovely to talk to you.
You too,
I can't wait to come to Adelaide. Thank you.
It's an amazing read. Where you buy all good books, folks, this is a good book. The new book is called Unlovable. The great Darren Hayes, my guest.
I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea. I want to live like animal, careless and free. I will fly to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. I want you, I don't know if I need that. Ooh, I gotta find it all. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need.
So the great Darren Hayes from Savage Garden. The book is called Unlovable. It is a Penguin publication, available now where you buy all good books. And if anyone has any issues that have arisen from the chat with Darren and the open and honest rawness of his early days, help is always available at Lifeline. You can call 131114. That's 13 11 14 for Lifeline.
Calling all car fans. Need your weekly motoring fix? Join me, Charlie Dixon, Wednesday nights from 6:30 for Driving with Dixon. We talk about all things motoring, cars, car events, racing, anything motoring.
Thanks to Louva House, the leaders in transforming your outdoor space into a great entertainment area with an opening and closing roof.
So join me Wednesday nights for Driving with Dixon. Only on $13.95, Adelaide's FIVEAA.
I don't know where I'd have been if it wasn't for the Hutt Street Centre.
This is Kingsley.
I love it. It's great there. Yeah, it's fantastic. They've been absolutely brilliant, and they're kind. Hutt Street do their absolute very best to make sure that these people are cared for. That's the number one priority for them.
This Christmas, give the gift of a meal to someone like Kingsley by sponsoring a seat at the Hutt Street Centre. Donate at huttstreetcentre.org.au.
Coming up to the starters blocks now, Georgia, a busy working mum in lane 1. James looks the business in lane 2, and free-spirited couple Casey and Liam in lane 3. Ready to race into Wayville Hyundai for the new 2025 Tucson Hybrid. Take your marks, set.
Race into Wayville Hyundai and test drive the incredible 2025 Tucson Hybrid in stock now. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, opposite the showground.
When you book a hearing test with Can Do Hearing, you'll be seen by an accredited audiologist. Can Do Hearing is South Australian, and we're not owned by a hearing aid manufacturer. This means we only recommend what's going to work for you, and your options are almost endless. Plus the extra bonus? Our profits go to Can Do for Kids, supporting local kids living with hearing and vision loss. Book an appointment with Can Do Hearing today. candohearing.com.au. That sounds better.
How far would you go for your dream kitchen? And how far would you go to not deal with organising all the trades? How about 15 minutes up the freeway to Balhanna Kitchens by Design? 2, the largest showroom in the Adelaide Hills. Custom build your dream with our award-winning designers. Plus, we can manage the installation and all sub-trades at a fixed price. Balhanna Kitchens by Design. It's not too far to go to make your dream a reality. balhannakitchens.com.au.
Last Christmas, that vase you got them ended up at the op shop. Give a gift that'll be cherished with a fragrance from Chemist Warehouse. Like Davidoff Cool Water EDT 125ml, $34.99. Elizabeth Arden Red Door EDT 100ml, $34.99. Burberry London for Women EDP 30ml $29.99 and Yupom EDT 125ml $29.99. For big brand fragrances at the lowest prices this Christmas, it's got to be Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Come on, Grace.
I can't. My bunyip's hurt.
Your bunyip's?
Yeah, I can't walk as fast as you. My bunyip's hurt.
I think you mean bunions. Haven't you been to Gilmore's like I told you?
No, not yet.
Well, I was so happy with the American SAS shoes I bought, I went back and bought another pair. Now I'm walking without worrying about my bunions.
How about we go now? I'm sick of my bunips.
Good idea. I could do with some slippers too.
Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, South Road, Melrose Park.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leith Forest.
Just on 9:33, 27 minutes to 10. Peter on the text message said, I was on a train in 2000 listening to Savage Garden on my Walkman. Some great memories. Thank you, Peter. Marion says, please thank Darren for his bravery in sharing his deepest honest thoughts. By doing so, he can give others the courage. Bless him. Thank you, Marion. This is the best interview ever on Adelaide Radio. I'm not sure about that, but thank you for the nice words. Again, I know not everyone's a Savage Garden fan necessarily, but hopefully you take something out of Darren's story. You never know, do you? You see people with the fame and the fortune and the riches and the dizzying heights of show business, not realising that there is an undercurrent of sadness and an undercurrent of violence and an undercurrent of being a victim. So, and Darren has laid it out as much as anyone has ever done in a book. It's extraordinary. So, Unlovable is the book if you'd like to check that out. Great band, Savage Garden. Affirmation, great uplifting song, says another. Thank you for that. And then there's some Billy Joel love down the bottom here. Vic's not online, so he hasn't got Google. Right, that's why he can't check the results for the MotoGP. He wants to hear them on the radio. Well, Vic, I'll pass those on to Tommy. Joe from Manopara. Hello, Joe.
Are you gifted? You knew my name. Are you a psychic?
A little bit. I mean, like Uri Geller. I'm sitting here bending spoons.
Amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure.
My first time I've ever spoken to a psychic is that talking about the motorbike racing and the car racing, is that I got bored with it after when they started taking off their coconut helmets and started wearing goggles between the car racing and the motorbike racing. I think, this is not exciting.
You like the old days where it was a bit more...
Coconut helmet.
Damn, that's safety. It's ruined sports at electric
no
speeds.
Yellow jacket.
That's right.
It was it. But the main reason for the call was talking about the housing trust. I've been in and out of housing trusts all my time since 1964. Parents came from Scotland to Smithfield Hostel and were placed into a housing trust house. So that was my first real house.
Okay.
But one of the things, and I'm in a housing trust now, it's 72. And if I ever left here, my mum would become alive again and grab me by my ear. And your heat's full of broken biscuits, Joe. Why did you leave that place? But the thing is that when immigrants arrived, like the Pinniggers, I know of the Pinniggers because I've been here a long time as well. Mm-hmm. But when they got those houses, they were the new immigrants, new houses, and they looked after them. But bit by bit, they got degraded.
Okay.
Because people just come, once the new immigrants came, and I'm a new immigrant, so it's nothing that, it doesn't matter about the nationality. You looked after it.
Yeah.
They did the things like with the rubber tires with the swan on it, carved like a swan in the front yards.
Okay. Yeah, I remember those. I do remember those.
Yes.
And everyone had those, I reckon.
Yeah, and the WRE poles down the side of the driveway.
Yeah.
But it is that as the new people moved in, the pride went away.
Sure.
And it did, and well, to this day, I see it now. But back in the day, with the Quadrilateral block, block, beg your pardon, and all the flowers and gardens and vegetables and whatever, fruit tree, go had your fruit tree, and that doesn't exist anymore. It's just a place. It's not home.
Yeah. Yep.
And, so that's what it's come to, as well as the Housing Trust themselves, or Housing SA, have become themselves, is maintenance is not kept up. It's hard to do because if you're trusting your house, how can you have maintenance come there?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And Joe, so I go back with my family history of living in 2 trust homes. And I think we were lucky because I'll have to ask Mum and Dad about this tomorrow, but I don't remember ever having major issues where they were constantly on the phone with the trust to fix things. We were also blessed with great neighbours for a long time. And I guess you're right. It doesn't matter where you live. If you get peanut neighbours, there's nothing worse.
Yeah, you could be living next to a Greek immigrant.
You could be in Victoria Avenue and you get a peanut neighbour. It'd be painful. So
yeah, the whole street merged well.
Yes.
And that's what just did. Again, we're talking 64, and of course, back again before that.
Yep.
But eventually that all disappeared and it just became a building that people stayed in.
Yeah. Yep.
And in those days, and maintenance, all of a sudden, Housing SA decided the maintenance people are not with us.
Yeah.
We'll contract it out.
But I wonder too, Joe, because it was so new at the time, the Housing Trust, I wonder if people were taking more care, more love, more respect to their homes because they were super grateful. I wonder if there are younger, newer generations now who are like, well, this is just a stopgap between, because some of the trust homes you drive past now, you think, come on, folks, like I understand, where you live, but put some effort into your gardens. Like you just keep it upkept. You don't have to have Carrick Hill, but let's just have nice, clean, presentable yards. And some people just clearly don't care.
Yeah, and you must remember as well, we're talking just after the war here. 60s, the early 60s is just after the war.
Yes.
But they've been arriving beforehand. What? Quarter acre?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you know how many
beetroots
I can plant in that backyard?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Type thing.
Yep.
And coming from where they've come from, from a badly, that's Italy, Greece, German, doesn't matter.
Yep.
It is that, look what I now have. It's golden soil.
Yep.
But eventually, as new people move, because they move away, don't forget, like my mummy and daddy, and didn't stay in a housing trust all their life. They bought their own house.
Yeah.
And off they went. And it was a housing trust house that was, so you went from the double unit, then it went to, you could buy a housing trust house. I'm only talking from the old days of Elizabeth West.
Yes.
John Swan will tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
Dad, look at this. Look what we've got, and look at the size of that.
Yeah.
It's going to take me 4 days to get to the back fence to water my geraniums.
Yeah. Well, hey, we grew up.
That's not there anymore.
No. We grew up with a nice big backyard and German Shepherd and great childhood.
No geraniums.
No geraniums. No. Big, huge fruit trees. We always had fruit trees and big.
Of course you did.
Aluminium side fencing and all of that.
And you didn't do anything with the fruit trees. You hadn't any knowledge. I'll go by my mummy and daddy with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
He was good at bonsai.
Ah, right.
I'll bonsai that fruit tree. I'll tell it what to do. But they had no idea.
No.
Look, certainly people with the Mediterranean background did.
Yes.
But someone like my mummy and daddy, they hadn't a clue how to grow a fruit tree or vegetables.
No.
But they tried.
They certainly did. Everyone picked them, and that was the sense of community too, which, again, I don't know if it's there. I did see this from Tracy Yeen the other day, actually, on Tracy's socials, if she's listening, or we'll talk about this Wednesday when she's in, but she made beetroot preserves and jams and spreads and all that. That was the done thing. We had plum trees at home. They were always making, my grandmother was always making stuff for other people. There were a million jars and ice cream containers all around the place. Ditto for rhubarb. Stewed apples, stewed apricots, all of that kind of stuff. Such great memories, Joe. Sadly, I don't know how much of that survives today. Now it's just a dwelling as opposed to a home, which is a bit sad. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call. Nice memories from you. 18 to 10. More calls next.
5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, and we're giving you the chance to bid on a Mediterranean cruise thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel, valued at over $10,000, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety, the children's charity. Dreaming of your next holiday? Then this 11-night cruise for two, visiting Spain, Italy, France and Croatia could be exactly what you need. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
This is RB Day for Supercraft Bedding with Tales from the Bedroom. You know, they don't make things the way they used to. That's what Audrey says. She's been here for years and she's seen a lot of other bed makers come and go. But Supercraft is still making beds the way they used to. Locally made hardwood frames and bed heads and quality, comfortable mattresses. They're built to stand the test of time. Supercraft Bedding, building better beds. 42 Richmond Road, Keswick.
At Complete Care, we're more than just a care provider, we're a family. As we celebrate our 10th year, our mission remains the same, to empower our specialised team of carers and client service managers to help our seniors live independently. We provide personalised services including cleaning and home maintenance to social support and transportation. We look after you like family, offering a warm, caring touch that sets us apart. At Complete Care, we're the company with heart. Complete Care with a K.
Phantom Screens are the only manufacturer that make outdoor blinds up to 12 metres long. More than enough for an outdoor entertainment kitchen, a petting zoo, most of a bowling alley, and a historically accurate Viking longbow. Since 1995, Phantom Screens have been improving homes with top quality, powder-coated, aluminium-framed, retractable screens. Whatever space you have, there's a Phantom Screen for you at phantomscreens.com.au.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
When you buy Fluorio Milk Company milk, you're pretty much buying direct from the farmer. We bottle it and send it straight to the supermarket. We deliver it ourselves too. It means we can give SA dairy farmers the best possible price per litre. So when you buy Fluorio milk, you're supporting SA dairy farmers and their families. Plus, your money stays here in SA. And in these times, that's good for all of us. Look for the local in your supermarket. Fluorio Milk Company. We're for SA dairy farmers.
When you've been around for over a century, you know a thing or two. And South Australian Business Chamber and Ray White have almost 300 years between them. So when an alliance is formed between South Australian Business Chamber and Ray White Business Sales SA, all that experience flows to you. This ensures you're in top shape, whether you're buying, selling, or somewhere in between. Touch base with the experts. Search Ray White Business Sales SA. Proudly partnered with South Australian Business Chamber.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeb's Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Lead Forest.
Do me a favour. If you are one of those people who are interested in the lotto numbers for tonight, draw 4470 on a Monday night, grab a piece of paper and pen. We'll give you those in just 1 second. What I can tell you is that there are no Division 1 winners, so it will jackpot. No millionaires tonight, but we'll get to that in a second. For Monday night cross lotto, grab your pen, grab your paper, 822300. 00 is the number. While we're just waiting for you to do that, let me just give you a little bit of business before we do that. We had a text message from Liz earlier who was talking about one of the commercials that we play here on air, the Health Direct, Beethoven's Fifth Type Chorus of Sneezing and Wheezing. It is very trippy, says Liz. This is the commercial she's speaking of.
Some things need an emergency department, but if you're umming and ahhing on what to do, it might be more of an emergency. If you're unwell and unsure what to do, call Health Direct on 1800 022 222 and a registered nurse will help you find the best care for you. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Yeah, so it's a well-done commercial, very catchy. I assume they pay the estate of Beethoven, I guess, SA Health for that particular commercial, but very creative they are indeed. Thank you, Liz. Mike O'Reilly from McGill has sent in a text saying, as a journo in the mid-70s, I was face-to-face with Uri Geller when he stroked a spoon the photographer Barry O'Brien took from his pocket. It was borrowed from the Adelaide Advertiser cafeteria. Can you guess what happened? I'm guessing it bent, Mike, I guess. I don't know. Tell us the answer, though. Stroked a spoon is a different turn of phrase that I haven't heard before. But where was it, Mike? Wasn't the Mike Walsh show? Was it Don Lane's show that Uri Geller got into all the trouble? He popped up last week. We played Uri Geller last week. He's convinced Donald Trump's going to get assassinated. He thinks he's in with all the CIA and FBI, and he thinks it's another JFK Mark II. So, Mike, please tell us the rest of that story. We'll be interested to hear. Righto, your lotto numbers for this Monday night. 11, 22, 28, 31, 32, 41, 5 and 21, the two supplementaries. So repeating again, 11, 22, 28, 31, 32, 41, and the two supplementaries, 5 and 21. Do we have any South Australian winners, Blake, on this list? We had one Division 2 winner. What did they win? So they got 5 and a sup. They won $4,970. Oh, not a bad night. Not quite the million, but not a bad night nonetheless. 11 minutes to 10. 8223 is the number. No, I won't be reading anything to do with a certain radio announcer interstate. Save your money. Save your 55 cents on the text message. We can't read them. Anything that goes before courts, we cannot read. Doesn't matter how high profile that particular person may or may not be. You'll hear it in the news with Mel. We can leave it at that. It's not one of the subjects that we can open up the phone lines and, hey, give us your thoughts on this particular issue. That's not going to happen. You're going to be in trouble. I particularly will be in trouble, and so will the station. So we will leave that for another day. Red bin for rubbish. Yellow bin for recycle, green bin for garden, pick up on a Wednesday by a different truck, says someone. Thank you for that. But I guess what they were saying with that particular issue that Graham was mentioning is that he knows someone in the industry who said that the yellow bin and the red bin, if you like, basically dump in the same spot. So yes, it might be a different truck, but they might just be taking it to the same spot. I hope that's not the case. What's the point of separating everything at home if that doesn't work like that? But yes, we had a yellow bin this morning, and then probably an hour later we had our blue bin removed. But I'm hoping they're not at the same dump, because what's the point? Why are you making everyone jump through hoops at home if you're going to just dump that? We get the green one because you can actually recycle that, sell it, and then use it on our gardens. But the other two, interesting. Leo from Paraka. Oh, hang on, why is your button not working? G'day, Leo.
How you going, all right?
I'm having button issues with you, but no, I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, all right, yeah. Leaf, I heard you talking about that bloke that's supposed to bench spoons.
Yes, Uri Geller.
That's right, Yuri, that's right.
That's him?
Now, you get mixed up now with the Don Lane show and Mike Walsh.
Yeah, who was it? Was it Don Lane?
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. It was a Don Lane show.
Yep.
And this lady was on there. Her name was Doris Stokes.
Right.
And the other bloke was James Ramsey.
Right.
Now, James Ramsey proved Doris Stokes to be a fake.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was supposed to get in touch with the dead or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And he proved her to be wrong. And I could say it's late at night. Don Lane said on the show to James Ramsey, pee off. He told him to piss off.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, if you want to play it.
Yeah, I might. Blake, can you have a look for the Don Lane, what was his name? James Ramsey.
Yeah, Leaf.
Yep.
Leaf, this James Ramsey. I think he might be still alive.
Yes.
But she passed away a fair while back now.
Sure.
And he was going around all around the world. All these people are supposed to know all these tricks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't prove they're wrong or they're liars,
Yep.
he'll give them $1 million.
So did Uri Geller then go on the show with him and he do a similar thing with Uri, did he?
No, I don't think he went on. I think he did a show with him, but
Right.
might have been somewhere else.
Okay.
But he proved him to be wrong too.
Well, yeah, let's be
It was
honest.
a fake. It was a fake.
Let's be honest, Leo. Nobody spends spoons with their mind. Come on. Enough is enough. Look, I don't want to be disrespectful because I know there's people in the audience who believe in that, and I'm all for people, and you know what? I'm sure someone will bash me somewhere and say that I'm a lefty or woke, whatever. I don't care. If people get enjoyment from something, Leo, I don't care if it doesn't affect me. So people get enjoyment from seeing these people. What I don't like is these people taking advantage of vulnerable people, you know, who might be in a position where they want to desperately get a message or hear these kind of things, and they just see them as, you know, somewhat of a cash cow that they can keep having them coming back. So, but let's be honest, Leo. Do you honestly think anyone can bend a spoon with their mind?
No, I don't sort of believe. But what I do believe in, I believe that some people have powers, like get people like Liz from down the Port, the coffee shop.
Yep.
I think there are certain people who've got that ability to do it. There are a lot of them do it for the money.
Yes.
But I honestly believe there's some people in the world, sometimes they've got some special gift. That's what I believe.
Well, I think they have a gift, and I agree with you. I think Liz certainly has a gift. Do I believe in what Liz is saying? No. But I think Liz is a beautiful lady and is a lady who gives people comfort. So I'm happy for her to do that. But Liz is not a charlatan. Liz is not a snake oil salesperson who's saying, Leo, come to me 50 times and pay each time, and I'll tell you things you want to hear.
Yeah, let's sorry about it. But she did a bit of a reading for me, you know, just a quick one day for me. And honestly, I sort of don't believe it. But what she told me, I was amazed.
Yeah, I have family members who've been to Liz too, and they swear black and blue that she knows things that she shouldn't know.
You know, like I say, I just couldn't believe what she told me. So, you know, and you know, like I say, I know Liz and all that. And apart from that, she's a nice lady too. I think.
She's a star. I love Liz. So, but Leo, there's a lot of things, and I'll be careful how I say this. There's a lot of things that people believe in that I don't. There's a lot of things around this planet that people put their time and effort into that I don't think is right. But that's just me.
Yes. I'm going to say something to you, but I don't want you to get upset with me, all right?
Fire away.
Right? You're a top guy. I think you're a lovely, decent sort of guy.
I'm sensing a butt here.
Hang on, let me finish. I think you're a decent guy. You're a decent father.
Yes.
The only thing I'm disappointed with your belief, but that's your belief. You don't have a little bit of faith in God. That's what the only thing that spoils you with me.
Correct. Well, and I understand that. And look, I don't want to be disrespectful of your belief, Leo.
You know, Leif, I don't know myself, you know. I just believe there is because, you know, when I look at it over the years, it's been going on for 2,000 years.
Of course.
About Jesus Christ. It's got to be something there, Leif. Something's had to keep going on for 2,000 years. There's got to be something there.
Correct. Well, Leo, I hope there's something there. Let me say that. I will be the first person that when I pass, if I walk through the pearly gates and I see all of the people I've lost and I love, if I walk over the Rainbow Bridge and I see every dog that I've ever owned, I will be the happiest person alive. Well, not alive.
All right, Leif, I'm going to go there, but I say this more, in a way I say for fun, and in another way I'm serious.
Sure.
Have a little bit of faith in Christ.
Yes.
You'll change your eating habits. and listen to me. Listen to me.
Yep.
And you'll live a long time.
Oh, well, let's hope so.
And Leif, listen, Leif, see if you can play that part about Don Lane where he told James Ramsey, because he proved her to be wrong, and Don Lane didn't like it, and then Don Lane told him to pee off.
Told him to pee off. We'll do that, Leo.
Yeah. I'll catch you later.
Good on you, Leo. Thank you for that.
Bye.
Thank you for keeping me in your thoughts and prayers. I do appreciate it. 3 minutes to 10. 8223 0000 is the number. You can have your say on that or any other issue. We will open up the phone lines more after 10 o'clock. Join us on this Monday night.
FIVEAA is your go-to station this A-League season, teaming up with the Adelaide United.
That's right, Rowey. As always, we'll bring you the latest news, interviews and updates across the season as they happen.
Everything thrilling, every goal, every tackle, we've got you covered, so come on, you Reds.
Keep it on 5AA for all your info and get behind the team at Cooper Stadium. Tickets from Ticketek.
5AA, always Adelaide, and proud partners of Adelaide United.
If you make a living out of being a handy person, it's handy to know that Rollerco has got you covered when it comes to parts for sliding doors and windows. Actually, I'd say you're more than covered. We stock over 3,000 different spare parts, which means you can pop in, get what you need, and get back to it. No messing around. Time's money, right? Rollerco. We'll get you rolling. 26 Jacobson Crescent, Holden Hill. Just 15 minutes from the city.
Welcome aboard the Kia EV5. Today's electric drive range is approximately 555 kilometres. Speed and navigation are displayed on the driver's windscreen. Refreshments are available from the chilled storage tray in the back seat. For now, sit back and enjoy the Kia EV5. Find out more at kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
When we say police home care, a lot of people think...
Ma'am, you have the right to remain independent. Anything you say can and will be used to make your life more comfortable.
When in fact, police home care is an approved My Aged Care and registered NDIS provider, available to all South Australians. For quality aged care or disability care in your own home, search Police Home Care, taking care to everyone.
This'll have you singing in the shower. EcoVantage can help you install an energy-efficient heat pump for all your hot water and save you thousands. EcoVantage should be your first call for government incentives. They can tell you what you're entitled to and how much you can expect to save on an energy-efficient heat pump. Pump your power bills down with EcoVantage. Head to ecovantage.com.au to find out how you could take advantage of government incentives today.
City Discount Tires. Get saving now with City Discount Tires. We're offering great deals on the world's top brands in tires, wheels, suspension and parts. Suitable for four-wheel drives, SUVs and passenger cars, including Falcon, Michelin, Pirelli, Kumho, Hankook and many more. Finance options available. Search citydiscounttires.com.au and locate your nearest dealer today. City Discount Tires. We're driven by value.
City Discount Tires. Treat your family and friends to something a little fancy from FIVEAA, your family liquor stores. Spring means fresh, vibrant flavours, and if you're partial to a white wine or two, try our selection of SA-made Pinot Grigio and Pinot Gris. Let the sun shine in and enjoy a margarita with quality tequila, or lighten up with an Aperol or Campari spritz. There are new beers to try too, with craft IPAs, Pilsners and Kolsch-style brews. FIVEAA, your local independent SA family liquor store for over 45 years.
The very latest news and information. This is 5AA News, always Adelaide.
Down to 10 tonight, sunny tomorrow 25. Good evening, I'm Mel Usher. In Sydney today, Alan Jones was charged with 24 offences, accused of historical indecent assault and sexual touching incidents spanning almost 20 years. New South Wales Police say the charges against the former broadcaster relate to 8 alleged victims. Jones has been granted conditional bail. Assistant Commissioner Michael Fitzgerald has commended the complainants for coming forward.
They fully are aware, as are the investigators, that the hard work is just beginning, and they have given their statements fully aware that they will go before the courts.
One of the big 4 banks is being taken to court, accused of letting down more than 300 vulnerable customers. The corporate watchdog says NAB did not respond to 345 hardship applications within the required 21-day timeframe. ASIC Commissioner Alan Kirkland says the bank failed customers when they needed help the most.
The customers that were affected by these problems weren't just struggling with financial hardship. They included people who were victims of domestic violence, who were battling serious medical conditions, or dealing with business closures due to COVID-19. They reached out because they needed help, and that's why it's important that their lender should have responded.
MPs from across the political divide say the federal government should be doing all it can to keep cash in the Australian economy. Labor plans to force businesses to accept physical currency for essential purchases like fuel and groceries. The government is setting up an inquiry to examine how the rules could work. Greens Senator Nick McKim says cash plays an important role in our economy, particularly for people doing it tough.
People that you see on the streets, I mean, it's really tough. I mean, I fall into the trap as well, haven't got any cash in the wallet. And folks who are homeless don't have the little beeping machines to take the money out of your phone or off your credit card. So I think cash is good, and I think it's a real danger if we start to lose cash out of the broad economy. Yeah.
America's ambassador to Australia says the relationship between the two countries will always remain strong. Caroline Kennedy is preparing to leave her post following the election of Donald Trump in the US. She's been an ambassador for more than 2 years after being appointed by outgoing President Joe Biden, and has told the National Press Club, regardless of which party is in power, the alliance endures.
We gather just a week after an unprecedented US election, and the indications are all pointing towards change. Preparing for that change also gives us a chance to think about the continuity that has characterized this alliance for more than a century.
Universities are reacting angrily to the federal opposition's move to block proposed international student caps. Labor's plan to limit the number of foreign students coming into Australia from next year is now unlikely to make it through Parliament. It means the government's current measures to restrict the number of student visas being issued will continue. University Australia's Chief Executive, Luke Sheehy, says that policy has already cost the sector billions. Now turning to 5AA's sport, and Australian spin bowler Nathan Lyon has heaped praise on Nathan McSweeney as he prepares to make his Test cricket debut. Lyon bowled to McSweeney during training at the WACA ahead of the first Test against India starting in Perth on Friday.
Massive fan of Nathan, to be honest with you. I've seen him over a number of years now, and I saw him up close and personal when we were playing a Shield game a couple of weeks ago, and I thought he was exceptional there. But the training facilities, they were a bit friendly, so they were a bit challenging for all our batters, and thought he held up well. So yeah, it's a massive step for him, but he's got the full support of everyone in the change room.
Aussie basketball legend Shane Heal says spectators who attack players should be banned for life following ugly scenes at yesterday's match between the 36ers and Melbourne United. And it is congratulations to Matilda Sam Kerr and her partner who are expecting a baby. They've shared the news on social media. Now the 5AAA forecast: clear tonight down to 10, sunny tomorrow 25, sunny and 29 on Wednesday, then a very hot Thursday, mostly sunny 34. More news as it happens on 5AA.
5AA Afternoons with Stacey Lee.
A petition that had been set up to try and halt the rebranding of Chibo cafes. We had one very clever listener who is great at making websites, thank God, James.
So I've actually just set up a change.org petition.
And James, you're not with a political party.
Stacey Lee. Weekday afternoons from 1:30.
Well done to you. You were listening, you heard about the problem, you did something about it. I'll sign your petition.
On 5AA. Always Adelaide. Local, topical, fun. This is 5AA Nights with Leith Forrest.
Would you look at the time? 6 minutes after 10. It's a Monday night, start of a new working week. If you're tuning in for the first time, welcome aboard. If you've been with us since the very start, thank you for hanging around. 2 more hours before we hand over the reins to Australia overnight. If you'd like to be a part of it, 8223 0000, text, email, or get to us on Facebook. We've had a busy show so far. Lots of great guests, including Darren Hayes of Savage Garden fame. His new book, Unlovable, is in stores now. Well worth a read if you are someone interested in a deep dive on someone very well known that doesn't hold back in any way, shape or form. And of course, Leslie Venning joined us from the WEA. The new courses are available now online at wea-sa.com.au. The new guide is out next week, and it's a great Christmas present. Why not buy a gift for someone, a gift card perhaps, and let them choose the course of their choice? Learn something new in 2025. Busy show so far. We have talked everything from alcohol bans at Glenelg and whether we should be drinking in public, whether that's a good or a bad thing. Alison had a very controversial top 10 that we got to number 1, and it wasn't quite fit for the 7:30 time slot. So we will have Alison on sometime after 10 to discuss that, which we look forward to. We've been discussing housing trust. Great segment in the Boomer section of today's Advertiser about housing trust. Interested to know if you live in one currently, if you have ever lived in a housing trust and your experience of that. I mentioned earlier that we were very lucky. We had great neighbours and we had a great area. For probably 2/3 of my childhood, we'd live in a trust home and we loved it. So you're welcome to give us your thought on that. Vic Legrand came off the top turnbuckle in wrestling parlance. He came out all guns blazing. He threw more punches than Mike Tyson did on the weekend because we don't do enough with MotoGP on this station, he said. So we've been discussing that, taking some calls on that. We've talked about cruising. We've talked about Uri Geller and psychics, whether they are on the money or not on the money. We've talked about believing in God. They're just a couple of the things on this Monday we've discussed. You're welcome to add to those with another topic, or if you'd like to add your 5 cents, you can do that. 8223 0000. So we have some audio for you. So James Randi was the psychic we mentioned just before the news. He was on with Don Lane. Thank you to Leith, who said that James was the skeptic. Another with 204. Thank you for your text message. James passed away in 2020. At the age of 92 years of age. Here's the very famous interaction between James Randi and Don Lane.
You give us a lot of lip service about all this stuff that you're going to prove. You go against a lady like Doris Stokes who never harmed anybody in her whole life, and you call her a charlatan and a fake.
You know a great deal about it.
Yes, I do. You said that she was a liar on the radio. You called her a liar.
No.
And that woman wouldn't lie to anybody. And I don't know whether she's right or wrong, but she wouldn't lie to anybody. We're going for a commercial break, and you can pick
There you go. How good is that? That would have been controversial, I guess, at the time. Probably can't say the P word now on Australian television, let alone back in the late 70s, early 80s when Don was doing that show. But so you're welcome to have your say on that. Any other issue? Let's find out what happened on your Monday and across the weekend. 8223 0000. Don in Pennington to kick us off this hour. Hello, Don.
Yeah, how are you?
G'day, Don.
I'm not really knocking the housing trust because I lived in the housing trust for like 21 years, but
Yes.
I sent you the photo of one of my mates that he lived in Hendon as a carer looking after his 80-odd-year-old mother.
Yes.
And they're knocking all that down now, right up to the
Hang on.
Riverside Pizza Bar.
I'm trying to find it. Where did you send me the photo?
Yeah, I sent it to
The text
your
message?
Calafuse there. He's got a photo of it.
Oh, okay.
Right, he'll show you in a minute.
Yep.
And so they're knocking all that down at Seaton. Now he's moved to Hendon.
Yes.
Now, the first time he went and looked at the house, he said it needs a lick of paint. Right?
Yep.
It's only 10-year-old, and don't forget his mum's nearly in her 90s.
Right.
So they've done that, and then when he goes in the next inspection, like the carpet's sort of soiled, can you rip the carpet up for me? I don't want the carpet.
Sure.
So he's in the process of moving last week, and the bathroom, that's what I showed you the photo of.
I can see
she goes,
now.
that's up to scratch. And he goes, no, it's not. Like, I'm in my 60s. His mum's well into her 80s, hitting 90, and he's her carer. Have a look at the floor there. He's been on his hands and knees for 3 days cleaning that. Before he moved in, the Housing Trust should have got a gurney and cleaned that properly. Can you see the difference in the tiles?
Yeah, it's amazing.
What I've showed?
Yeah, so one's super clean and the rest
He's
are
been on his hands and knees. He's well into his 60s, and he's a pensioner. He's had a heart condition.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you go to head office and you show them this, that you got treated wrong. I'm not knocking the Housing Trust, because I lived in them too, but, you think they'd get someone in there and clean it properly before they moved in there.
Yeah, that's quite stark, isn't it? So the rest of the grout on the tiles is disgusting, and then you've got...
I wouldn't walk in there barefoot if I had to live in there.
Yep. Yep.
And he's, like I said, he's had a heart condition. His mum's, he's 30 years older than him, and he's doing the right thing so his mum doesn't have to go into a home.
Yes.
And the lady said, that's up to scratch. Like, they only moved in there last Thursday or Friday, and he's been all over the weekend stinking hot with a little hand brush with sugar soap cleaning that floor. I said, you go there, you send them a bill and everything, mate. Like that.
But you know what, Don? I think this is an indication not just of the housing trust. I think this is what we see now in society. So let's take, for example, I don't know the last time you went into a service station toilet, but they are revolting, and it's almost like the business owners now don't care. They're like, well, customers will use it if they're desperate, they'll use it. Whereas in the old days, it was always like a pride of place that they would have regular 15, 30, 45-hour checks of the public toilet. There are some, Don, that COVID wouldn't survive in these public toilets. It almost seems like that in the housing trust where someone's gone, you know what, I'll quickly mop this, I'll vacuum this, everything's fine. But as you say, you do a little bit of elbow grease and you can see how much of a difference it is and how disgusting it is.
He told the woman that that's not up to scratch. How can I bring me 89-year-old mother here?
Yeah, yep.
And she goes, no, that's all right.
That's right. People accept mediocrity.
Right.
No, it's not.
I've showed you the evidence. And they only moved in there last Friday, just behind that new Foodland there on Tapley's Hill Road. They got the new Foodland and Hungry Jack's there.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Yeah, they've moved in behind there. You know, because they're pulling down all the other stuff at Seaton there all the way through to bloody...
Yes.
From Seaton Ramblers through to Riverside Pizza Bar, that's all getting knocked over for more housing trust.
Yep.
You know, but that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Especially at his age with a heart condition and he's had to be on his hands and knees for 3 days. You know, whereas if they done it properly, some bloke go there with a gurney, they'd clean that in an hour.
Yeah. No, it's a good point, Don. Thank you for that. And this is what I say. I think this is a generalised... I think we're seeing this across the board. Almost the effort of, well, that's enough. That's good enough. Not that's great or that's what it should be. That's enough. We'll put in the absolute bare minimum effort and then we'll say that's good enough. Whereas, with a little bit of elbow grease, that's quite stark. The differences there between the tile. If anyone wants kind of an indication of what we're looking at here with the photos that Donna sent us through, there's a great, if you're online or maybe you know the history, in Grand Central Station in New York City, their major train terminal, there's a tiny little square on the ceiling that they clean because in the old days, you're allowed to smoke in that particular facility. Somebody they looked it up and it's so black and gross and disgusting on the ceiling. So they literally, when they cleaned the roof to find all these beautiful artworks on the ceiling, they left the one little black square. And you can just see when you go to Grand Central Station. That's kind of what it's like of a tile variety. This tile is black and gross and disgusting. And then there's a nice clean tile that they've done, which should be more from the Housing Trust. Thank you, Don. Elaine from Salisbury North. Welcome, Elaine.
Hello, Leith. I've not spoken to you for quite a while.
Well, thank you for calling back.
Do you remember when we talked and I told you about my termite problem?
Yes, I do. And your thing fell over, didn't it?
It's an ongoing situation.
Oh, dear.
I've been thinking of updating Andrew, but I thought I'm going to get on the radio and cry. I've got to try not to do that now.
Yep.
I'm 78. The termites were treated.
Yes.
They were left so long, as in 5 months, you have free rein, chomping on my place. So I have been out of my home since the 3rd in emergency housing because the Housing Trust has been in and had to knock down 2.5 walls in my unit because of the damage. So I have been... they booked me to go to the Highway 1 caravan park from the 3rd to the 13th and hoped that the work would be done. It wasn't. They couldn't extend my stay at the caravan park.
Yep.
So last Wednesday, they moved me to a disgusting place that I'm in now. I don't think you would want your dogs in it, Leith. It is.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's disgusting. It's dirty. There's no power rail.
Yep.
It's a place where people go from domestic violence situations. So
you would think, Elaine, if your place is that bad, you know, there's ongoing termite issues, they would just say, right, let's uproot you and put you in another place with your permission.
My goodness. I know. When it came to the point of me having to move, there were 5 empty units in the complex I live in.
Oh, you could have moved next door.
I'm in 17, 15 was empty. And I said, why can't you just move me in there? No, that's not the way we do things, Elaine. We can't do that. And I said, I know that you can move someone in the same complex, because when I moved in, there was a lady who lived, like I said, I've been there 21 years.
Yes.
Lady who lived next door to me. I don't know why she wanted to transfer out of hers into another one in the unit, but they moved her.
Yeah.
So can't tell me that they can't do that.
Hey, Elaine, did we, just remind me, because I've done a couple of these since I've taken over this shift, did we ever get onto your local member for you? Did we ever get onto the minister to try and help you out with this?
I've been on to the Ombudsman.
Yep.
And they got involved, and I had to lodge a complaint with the trust before the Ombudsman would get involved.
Yep.
So I did everything that I could, and I was going to ring Frank, but I mean now it's happening, and hopefully I'll be going home. The housing manager is not very impressed with me because she's a bit of a tough lady, and I'm not a confrontational person.
No.
But when this has gone on for a year, I think I've got the right to be
of course.
really angry,
So
and I am angry.
When are you going home?
I don't know. She rang me this morning. I rang and left 2 messages on Friday.
Yes.
Please, will you call me? I got a phone call about 9:05 this morning to say I'm returning your call. I don't have a day. All I can tell you is that all that needs to be done now is the painting.
Okay. Oh, so you're close.
I messaged one of my neighbours today
Yep.
and said, were the painters there today? And, of course, they weren't.
No. Okay.
The housing manager said to me, Elaine, we don't want you in that environment any more than you want to be in that environment.
Yeah,
and
of
I
course.
would think with all the time that's elapsed, they should have had the painters
enough is
in.
enough. Elaine, can you do me a favour? I'm going to put you back to Blake. I'm going to grab your details. I'm going to ring Nat Cook tomorrow. I'll try and, again, she's been amazing and helped us out on the show before. I think this is still Nat's domain, Housing Trust. So if it's not, we'll get onto the right people. We'll get you in there as soon as you can. You shouldn't be in a place...
Just need to get in there and paint it so I can go home,
Correct.
for God's sake.
Do you know what? Elaine, I'd even take the... I'd take the loss and just move me in and then come and paint it when I'm in. I'll move around so you guys can repaint it for us.
That's what I said. But to think that there were empty units there,
Oh, it's
and I
ridiculous.
addressed the topic,
It's so
and they wouldn't.
ridiculous. Yeah.
It's just, I've cried so much. I'm just so sick of crying. I'm
I
78. I just want to go home.
I know.
I just want to go home.
All right, Elaine, stay with me. I'll put you back to Blake. I'll ring Nat tomorrow. We'll try and get some kind of resolution for you on that. Worst case, we'll try and get you in as soon as possible and they can paint around you. Enough's enough. Gosh, if my 2 golden retrievers wouldn't go there, you should see the boys. They love mess. All right. Thank you, Elaine. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's not right. And the whole system's got to be fixed. If there are empty houses next door, chuck her next door. Don't put her in some kind of ramshackled situation for goodness knows how long. That's not right. Thanks, Elaine. I'm sorry to hear that. 20 after 10. More calls next.
Chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy. Cancer treatment looks different for everyone. At Lift Cancer Care, our team of dietitians, physios, psychologists and exercise physiologists collaborate closely with your medical team to help you navigate your diagnosis. And we're dedicated to building your physical and mental strength to give you the best possible outcomes. So if you or a loved one are ever struck with the C word, think of the L word first. liftcancercare.com.au.
Sail away with Silver Sea and Phil Hoffman Travel. Our most generous offer ever. Up to $10,000 saving per suite on more than 550 worldwide ocean and expedition voyages. Plus, you can join the Platinum Cruise Club for a bonus $300 shipboard credit per suite. Experience all-inclusive, ultra-luxurious ocean travel with small ship intimacy with Silver Sea. Hurry, bookings close December 2nd. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Over 50 and ready to dive into something amazing? This is for you. We're planning for your future with 2 new over 50s lifestyle resorts in Goolwa and Encounter Bay. With our vision for world-class facilities and endless activities, your next phase of life could deliver your best years yet with pools, gymnasiums, bowling greens and more. Visit our new display centre at 1 Banfield Road, Goolwa North, or check out lakesideresort.com.au or oceanviewresort.com.au.
Join over 60,000 Adelaide homes and say yes to lowering your energy bills with Yes, your energy saving solutions. Do you know how much that old fridge in the shed is adding to your electricity bill? Your energy saving solutions can collect your old inefficient fridges and freezers for free, and the best part is that you can also get up to $150 per unit. For T's and C's on this unbeatable offer from Your Energy Saving Solutions, go to yes.net.au. That's yess.net.au.
If you're a landlord, you've probably done a drive-by or two, just to make sure your tenants are looking after the place. Because there's nothing worse than driving past your investment and seeing a dead lawn. It's heartbreaking. It also means it's time to get in touch with McGain Property Management, the kind of property managers that ensure your home is looked after, inside and out. So, call Kylie and the team at McGain Property Management for a chat today.
Nothing beats driving away in your brand new Mitsubishi, but choosing your brand new Mitsubishi comes pretty close thanks to the team at Agostino Mitsubishi. They've provided excellent service for over 35 years, so you know you're in good hands. Plus, with a 10-year warranty and 10-year cap price servicing on the entire Mitsi range, you know you're getting the best deal. Hurry into Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth or the new state-of-the-art Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leith Forest.
A lot of people having their say in the Housing Trust. What was meant to be a celebration from the article in Boomer has turned in somewhat now all the gripes that people have with Housing Trust, which understand. I totally understand. Somebody said Housing Trust units are dirty. There's a lot of cobwebs. They're too lazy to clean. Stairwells are overgrown. The lawn is too long because people are lazy to mow. So again, that's not the fault necessarily of the Housing Trust. That's the fault of the people inside, unfortunately. Judy says, Leith, I love the show. You're smarter than the average bear. If you're old enough to be familiar with the Yogi Bear impression or expression. However, the United Service Station in Port Wakefield has very clean and good standard toilets. I use them regularly. I'm female, so I can only report on the state of the women's toilets, not the men. Judy, thank you for that. Well, that's a credit to the United at Port Wakefield, because, Judy, I can tell you some absolute horror stories. And I probably shouldn't single them out, but I will, because I think this is a management issue. I think that management need to employ more people. Now, yes, we live in a society and people should treat toilets better. However, if anyone has had the misfortune of ever using the toilets at the BP on West Terrace, oh boy, I don't even know how to describe them at times. Now, again, that's sometimes the clientele because it's a 24-hour service station and there are young kids across the road, there's a high school across the road, there's a lot of people that use it, and there is now it's locked. You've still got to ask for permission if you go. But it is revolting with a capital R. In fact, I'll put all the letters in capitals. It's all caps. It's so gross. And sometimes if you get caught short, you got to go when you got to go. And they need to have more pride in their establishment and have regular checks and somehow be more stringent on it because, again, it's a service for people. It's a service station. And they shouldn't be as disgusting as they are. And they're not the Lone Rangers. There's lots of them around town, but that's just the one that I go past a lot. Joe says, the daftest point is that the Housing Trust houses is their property. I know. That's the thing. Have some pride in your appearance. Eamon says, lose at service stations. It used to be on the signs out the front, clean restrooms, which was a bigger sign than the price of petrol. What about some servos don't even have toilets? That's not right either. Nothing worse than when you're in trouble and all of a sudden you're told they don't have one. Food crumbs on the floor, tables sticky, bins overflowing. Consistent, says Mick, when it comes to McDonald's. We go every now and then. The local one near us at Nailsworth is filthy. Yeah, see, again, that's on McDonald's. McDonald's workers have got to be cleaning those toilets. And again, you would hope that people would have more decorum and better behaviours and actually not treat it like it's a pigsty. But unfortunately, we know people do. But still, have a 15, 30, 45-minute rotation. Someone's job is to clean that restroom for the benefit of other people. Don't just leave it in squalor for the next person to go in. It's just not right. Thank you for that. Steve from O'Halloran's Hill. Hello, Steve.
Oh, yeah, Lee, how you going there, mate?
G'day, Steve. Good, how are you?
Well, I've got to say, mate, I'm a little bit disappointed tonight. I'm a music fan. We've had a great weekend. We've had crowded house Saturday, Cold Chisel Sunday.
Yep.
Tonight, I went to see Sweet. I won't say the venue unless you want me to mention it. But
do you know, I had Andy Scott on the show to promote this show, so I know exactly we're at the Gov tonight.
We're at the Gov tonight, and it wasn't just me. A lot of disappointed fans. It was pretty much like a cover band. It wasn't Sweet. There was people there that were led to believe that there was going to be Sweet. You know, the whole thing.
Yes.
It was just a cover band. I was talking to a couple of girls there, and they flew all the way from Port Lincoln to see it, and to believe that it was going to be Sweet, and it was just a cover band. So
the drama is, Steve, and it's funny, we did talk about this on the show maybe last week or the week after. So Andy Scott is the last member of the Sweet.
The bass player.
Correct. So when you hear the Ballroom Blitz and it's like, Andy, yep, Nick, all right, fellas, let's go. So correct. He had a unspecified illness and he had to leave a concert.
A back injury.
That's right, in Germany. So the problem is, and we mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, Steve, where people weren't told that necessarily for this show, and no refunds were offered in case. Now, if you want to go and see other people perform the Sweet songs, the guy who filled in, Randall Waller, played with Shania and played with Keith Urban. So he's a great musician, but he's not Andy Scott.
Tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get a refund?
I did.
Oh, that's good.
All four of us got a refund. There was, and I actually got the ticket was bought for me. Believe it or not, for my mum. Bought it for my birthday because I'm a Sweet fan.
Of course.
And it was just really disappointing. But can I just say, the Gov itself, when I said that, they were great.
Yeah.
And I love the Gov. I love the Gov.
Me too. I love the Gov too. And they.
I don't want. They had nothing to do with this. It was just disappointing, and it wasn't just me. Like, hey, in the men's toilet, all the blokes were saying, "This is what's going on here." So there was a lot of that.
Yep.
And I'm just saying it's disappointing.
Well, I think there's a few of those acts now, Steve, that are getting to the point where they don't have original members anymore. And there are some people who they're still happy because they want to hear the songs. It's great musicians playing them. But yeah, you're right. If you're going to see a particular act and
just be honest about it.
That's right. And none of the original members are in it.
Yeah. A friend of mine that was there, Lee, said a great example was like, because Jimmy Barnes has been really crook.
Yes.
If he pulled the pin because he couldn't play, do you know what I mean? They just pulled the pin on the show. Like,
correct. Yeah, the Sweet probably should have cancelled the tour. They probably already booked everything. But
yeah. But you know what? Again, I want to say that the Gov were fantastic. We spoke to them and they were understanding and they gave our money back and they were great. So I don't want any bad word about the Gov because I love the Gov.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. And you know, we had UB40 on the show a couple of weeks ago. UB40 have a new lead singer. It's not the original singer. However, the rest of the band are all original members.
Exactly.
People didn't care because the music was so great. It sounded exactly like their records. They were happy to dance along. But I guess you're right. If you're expecting
I just want to say, just be honest with people. Like, I mean, there's a lot of disappointed people that really thought they were going to see Sweet.
Yeah.
And if you know Sweet, I know there's members are not with us anymore and all the rest, but just be a little bit. It was a cover band, and again, they were doing the do, but it was just not the
same. Not the same.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'm sorry to hear you had a disappointing night, but good on the Gov for doing the right thing for you, though. I'm happy with that.
Definitely the Gov. I love the Gov. I reckon it's the best venue in Adelaide.
Yep.
And Wednesday night, I'm going there to see the Whalers.
Oh, excellent. Well done. Well, they are a lot of the original members.
There
obviously,
you go.
obviously, Bob's no longer around, but the rest are still there. So
exactly.
Well done. Well done.
All that. No, love the Gov.
Good on you, Steve. Thank you for that. Well
no
done.
worries, mate.
Appreciate
Good
it.
on you, mate.
Enjoy.
Cheers,
Thank
buddy.
you. And that's a pity because Andy Scott was on the show. Such a lovely man. So iconic. You know, so many great songs. The Sweet, Ballroom Blitz, Love is Like Oxygen, Action, Blockbuster, Hellraiser. But yeah, when the main man's out, the main man's out. It's a bit like when you go on and see that. Who did I see once? Oh, I know who it was. It was Guns N' Roses. So when Guns N' Roses were fighting, we saw Axl Rose perform with all these musicians that were not Guns N' Roses. Now, it was still a great show because Axl was Axl, even though Axl's voice is not great anymore. But it was still the same voice. You know, would we have rathered Slash be there and Duff be there? Of course. But it wasn't the case. But yeah, if you take away the lead singer and you take away the main man, it does become a cover band, which is not ideal. Leith, stay with me. On the other side of the break, we'll speak to you as we go to the break. There was a poll on the Advertiser. The worst toilets in Adelaide. Do you want to hear them? Market Plaza. Where is Market Plaza? Market Plaza in the city. All right, I'm going to have to look that one up. Adelaide train station. Oh, yeah, horrific. Topham Mall. Correct, horrific. Victoria Square. Would never go in there. Bundy's Road, North Adelaide. Unfamiliar. Prospect Oval. Dead Man's Pass Reserve in Gawler. The Hart Street netball courts in Glanville. Oof, copping some shrapnel, the girls. Meadows and the suburban shopping centres. The Big W at Gawler. Myers at Marion. Myers at Arndale. Yeah, and I feel for the businesses. It's not their fault, but come on, people. They're public toilets. Just be clean and civil. What does George Costanza say, Blake? We're in a society.
Looking to transform your home's outdoor space? Create your dream backyard with Australian Outdoor Living's exclusive pergola and custom outdoor blinds package. 5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, giving you the chance to bid on a fully installed custom pergola and outdoor blinds package valued at $30,000, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety, the children's charity. Visit 5AA.com. All thanks to Australian Outdoor Living, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
New cruises from Adelaide are on sale now with Princess Cruises and Phil Hoffman Travel. Enjoy 22 nights aboard the Crown and Grand Princess, admiring the changing coastal scenery from the Great Australian Bight to the Kimberley Coast and tropical North Queensland before arriving in Sydney Harbour. 2 cruises departing Adelaide in October 2026 and April 2027, starting from $4,719 per person twin share, selling fast. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Much on this weekend? How about a quick trip to Amsterdam? Dig into cones of Belgian fries topped with mayo, mini Dutch pancakes and indulgent Biscoff milkshakes. Stock up on authentic Dutch products, market fresh produce and irresistible Dutch cakes made from scratch daily. Take a leisurely stroll past the windmill, admire the tulips and the Delft Blue. Visit Amsterdam this weekend at the Dutch Pantry, OG Road Clemzig, open 7 days. Just look for the big windmill.
Folks travel far and wide to meet Trev from Rollerco.
G'day, is Trev around? Oh, sorry mate, he's with a customer right now.
Trev's always eager to please. Just pat him on the belly and he'll do anything for you. Oh yes, Trev said you can order your sliding door or window parts online and he'll organise delivery to your door. Rollerco.com.au. They'll get you rolling. No, I'm not patting you on the belly. Oh, all right.
Want to join the fight against autoimmune conditions? Here's your chance. CMAX Clinical Research is seeking healthy volunteers aged 18 to 55 to help trial a new potential treatment for autoimmune diseases. Enjoy a comfortable 4-night stay at the CMAX facility, attend 1 follow-up visit and get paid for your valuable time. Don't miss out on this rewarding experience and opportunity to contribute to medical advancement. Spots are limited. Apply today at cmax.com.au.
If you're packing up your family to
travel across the land will treat you different in a Dave Benson caravan.
Here at DBC, it's the end zone of our $500,000 sale. With hotter deals than ever, ample stock and on-site manufacturers helping us crunch the numbers hard. Ending in a massive 3-day blitz as we team up with Electric Bug and Barbecue Adelaide for on-site bargains. Thursday 29 to Saturday November 30. Get on in today, because the best bargains of the year are only here at Dave Benson Caravans.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jebbs Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
FIVEAA Nights with Leith Forrest.
You know, we're living in a society. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
Yes, we are. Hopefully people would take note of that next time they're in a restroom or a toilet, somewhere in a service station or a fast food establishment. Leith in Happy Valley.
Lethal.
G'day, Leith.
Just before I get on to psychics, I'm impressed that you're going to public toilets all the time. Yeah, I think are you doing number 2? So that would show you don't have a fatty liver, which is a good thing.
Well, no, there's no. Yes, well, Leith, I'm one of those people that has. Tracy and I had a conversation about this today with IBS. Whether people suffer from IBS. I know I'm lactose intolerant, Leith, and I shouldn't have dairy at all.
Okay.
But I refuse to buckle to the system, and it gets the better of me at times. So I'm very familiar with every public restroom in this city, and now I've got to say, without giving too much of a trade secret away, thank goodness for the pokey venues, because they do have restrooms, and they're a lot cleaner than a servo.
Yeah, because there's a lot of oldies in there.
That's right. So I tried a new milk. I tried a new milk today, and I've been so good for about 6 weeks. My sugar intake, I probably halved my sugar intake in the last 6 weeks. But I saw one in the shops today, and I had to buy it. It was oat milk, flavoured milk.
Oh, God.
And it was the Milky Bar white chocolate. And I went,
go and hug a tree.
And you know what? I just went, I got to give it a whirl. And I knew exactly what was going to happen. And of course, it's exactly what happened. And I only had sort of half a glass too. My body was telling me, no, this is not for you.
The last public restroom I would have used, it must have been 2 years ago. I went over to Ballarat and watched the Crows, driving back home, so I had to use one. And I can thoroughly recommend the public restroom in Bordertown. It's spot.
Excellent. I don't think I've ever told the story on air. Blake, I've told it off air many, many times. Have I ever told my American toilet story on air?
No.
I don't think I have. It's a really long story, Leith, but let me summarise it for you very quickly. I almost got arrested for needing to go to a public restroom in America, and I genuinely mean it was like a scene out of Cops. I was about to be tasered, put in the back of a panel van and taken to an American jail, all because I'll tell one day on air. It's a long story. And
I'd love to hear it. Okay.
Now.
So, psychics.
Yes.
So I would have been in my 30s, and I was helping out John Letts when he was training horses, and we used to take him up to Mildura for the races.
Yep.
And we'd stay at the Grand Hotel. So we're sitting around a table after the races on a Saturday night, and we're all just, having something to eat and laughing away. And a woman, I reckon she must have been 50s, comes up to me and says, "You need to talk to my mother." And I'm looking at her and going, "Why? Are you pregnant?" and she's gone, "No, I'm half psychic, but you have an aura." And I said, "Yeah, well, of course I have." And she said, "No, my mother lives in Para Hills and she's full-on psychic. You need to talk to her." And she's got an actual husband behind her saying, "No, she's serious." And I go, "Yeah, okay." So Mum's name and phone number, and I never got back to him.
Again, I don't mind so much if people get comfort from it, but you do wonder, don't you, Leith, why some people are into this?
I think they're great people readers.
Yep.
I had an ex-wife who went to one, and
she would have told you you're unhappy and things are going to get better.
Yep.
And she's going, yeah. It's, they just read people.
Yeah. Some, obviously, though, are better at it than others. Like, sometimes you hear horror stories. And as I say, with Liz, I've had family members, people I know, people here at work go and get readings from Liz all the time. And they will say, more often than not, Liz will bring something up that there is just no way that she could have known. So,
I reckon I could be a pretty good judge at that.
Okay. You might have to give her a whirl. Sneak down to the port and say hello. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give her a crack.
Good on you, Lee. Thank you for that. Sorry if that's too much information about the other issue. Steve is in Christie's. Hello, Steve.
Okay, Lee, how you going?
G'day, Steve. Good, thank you.
I'll tell you about my housing trust experience. My mum, she had one for like 30 years.
Yes.
She died like 20 years ago. And when she went into the nursing home, it was like my job to clear the house out, ready for the housing trust, to take it back.
Yep.
And, you know, the old girls were like in them days, you know, immaculate house.
Of course, yeah, beautiful.
You know, and she had all fitted carpet, all put through it, and she had vertical blinds in all the windows, and a nice screen door, ceiling fans, air conditioning. You know, it was a nice place. And I went down the supermarket and got remember the old carpet cleaners he used to hire? And I cleaned the whole place, you know, and like, if you're not used to doing all that, that's a job, cleaning a bloody house.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, she had a garage out the back. Anyway, the lady from the Housing Trust came, and she says, oh, we can't sign it off until you get rid of the shed out the back.
Yep.
And I said, well, why get rid of that? You know, it's a good, you know, it was a good car, lock up your car shed and concrete floor and that. She goes, no, you got to, so I put an ad in the paper, you know, take it down and you can have it type thing. So I got rid of the shed, and then I gave them the keys. Anyway, about 3-4 weeks, I was, you know, when you go past your old place where your mum lived, you sort of walk past every now and then and have a look.
Yep.
And I was going past about a month later, and there was this young girl moving in. She had about 3 or 4 kids, and I was walking, so I stood and I started to her. I said, oh, my mum lived in here, and she goes, oh, you know, we're really glad we got a place. And then I looked, and I said, can I just have a look? And because she hadn't, you know, they weren't in there yet. She was just moving in.
Sure.
And the Housing Trust had ripped all the carpets out. They'd taken all the vertical blinds out. They'd taken the air conditioner out of the window in the lounge room and put a big window in again. So if you wanted to put an air conditioner in, you'd have to rip all that out and reframe it all again.
Yes.
Why would they
have done all that?
That's what they do. They take it right back, well, back then, to floorboards.
Gosh.
She had a gas fireplace in the lounge. They took that out.
Yep.
All the ceiling fans were gone. It was just like bulbs hanging on wires. And, you know, I couldn't believe it. You know, I didn't want to tell this girl what it was like because, you know, it would have been sort of heartbreak. You know how much work it is to do her house up. And I remember I drove past there about 3 months later, and this girl still had blankets up on the windows for curtains.
Oh, wow.
You know, whereas she could have had it all.
Of course, when it was beautifully done before. As you say, there was so much pride taken in people's appearance.
Yeah, you know, and it was all... And, you know, you're talking about Sweet before.
Yes.
Did you know what happened to Sweet, the original band?
Refresh my memory. I'm trying to think. I would have spoken... So Andy Scott was on the show, I want to say maybe a month ago. I spoke to him from overseas, and I'm trying to think... No, what happened to the original boys? There was, 4 of them?
Well, Brian Connolly, that was the sexy blonde singer everyone wished they looked like.
Yes.
And back in England, when they were big in the early 70s, everything was sort of close-knit, and it wasn't like it is now with, you know, like people just lived in houses and they were rock stars.
Yes.
Some of them even live with their mum and dad still, you know, like the Beatles did where they started, you know.
Yep.
And he went to the pub, and these guys were in there, and their girlfriends all had like posters of him, and they were jealous of him. And when he left the pub, they beat the shit out of him, and they all kept punching him in the throat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he couldn't sing anymore. And the last song, Love Is Like Oxygen.
Yep.
And you noticed that a few of the other band members all join in with all that, with all the notes and the high notes and
Yes. Yep. Yep.
and that's why they had to do all that, because he couldn't sing properly anymore because of his voice.
Oh, wow.
And then he ended up being a full-blown alcoholic, and the grog killed him. He was only young when he died.
Oh, wow.
So there's fame for you.
God, that is for sure.
And
wow.
who knows what this could have done? Because you know, if you look, I'm not sorry, I don't mean Kiss, I mean Sweet.
Yep.
But I reckon Kiss ripped Sweet off a lot. You know.
Well, I guess the glam Kiss were probably a little heavier, but yeah.
No, but like the platform shoes.
Oh, okay.
And
the
glam and the makeup and that. Because Sweet were like one of the first bands to really. We had like T-Rex and Sweet.
Yes.
And David Bowie came a bit long, you know, a little bit after.
Yep.
But Sweet was so far ahead of their time. If you get the CD, all the best hits of Sweet.
Oh, it's amazing.
They're just such a good band, you know.
I remember I played to Andy in the interview that we did. I think I was watching Jimmy Kimmel one night, and I think it was Axl Rose who was on there from Guns N' Roses, and they asked him, who were your musical influences? And he said Sweet. He said they were like just the greatest. So,
and you know when you've got a really good rock band,
yep,
every one of them are stars.
Yes, yep.
You know, you don't just have one who's a star and the others are just sort of plunking along behind.
Yep.
Whereas with Sweet, you know, the drummer, he could throw all the drumsticks in the air and never miss a beat, you know. They were all good looking. That helps.
Yeah, well, that's true. He died at 51. Died at 51.
Yeah, and he was sick for a long time with alcoholism.
Yeah, died of kidney and liver failure and repeated heart attacks. God, what a waste.
And then have you ever seen, there's this show, it's on YouTube, I can't remember what it is now. It's, I can't remember what they call it. Anyway, it's this guy goes through cemeteries in England, and he does about a 10-minute, 15-minute bit on stars that have died. And then as he's walking through the cemeteries, he starts telling you all about them.
Oh, no, I've never seen that show. That sounds good.
That's great, you know. And you find out some things, you know, like, and it's not all like rock stars. It's like, you know, like Benny Hill and them. You know, they used to have the really sexy girls in the shows.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
And you had some of them girls were stars in their own right as well on shows back then.
I like those kind of shows. I mean, that's become, there is a name for it, but a lot of people visit grave sites of famous people. It's become almost pseudo-tourism for that.
Yeah,
that'd be a good show. We'll look it up. We'll try and let people know.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
I can't remember what the name, anyway, it'd be easy to find because there's a couple of guys that do them.
Okay.
But he tells you all the weird facts, you know, and there's like, he'll tell you about some girl and really pretty, beautiful woman, and you'll see their face and you'll recognise them straight away. And all the rotten things they were going through while they were doing these shows, and you look at them on the show, you never realise it was all happening.
No. Hey, Steve, Blake just asked, was it a genuine TV show, or was it like there's a YouTube show about it? Is it online, or do you think, or was it on television?
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
But it's you know when you get these guys do their own thing and put it on there?
Right. Yes, it's called the Graveyard Channel on YouTube.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
There's a couple. There's one called My Camper Van too. This older guy does it.
Okay. Oh, we'll check it out.
And he goes around in a camper van to all the cemeteries.
Yeah. No, that sounds good. I like the idea of that. Hey, Steve, thank you. Appreciate the call. We've got to get to a break. But so the Graveyard Channel, if people want to check that out on YouTube, that sounds interesting. Again, it's a whole new market for tourism. People love to visit cemeteries and find out the stories behind. Steve, thank you. Appreciate it. Just before we go to the break. So as we know with the Suite, Scott Connolly and Priest each played with their own versions of the Suite at different times because Connolly left early doors. He died in 1997, Connolly. Tucker died in 2002. Priest died in 2020. So Andy Scott was the only one remaining. 35 million albums worldwide they've sold. So if Andy Scott pulls out of the show, you'd be a bit flat with that, as was the case tonight at the Gov. However, kudos to the Gov for giving out refunds to those people who asked for it. All right, 9 to 11. Let's go to a break. Just before we do...
Good afternoon, passengers. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready.
If you need to fix your pipes, call Precise. Call Precise. If your toilet's blocking up, call Precise. Call Precise. If your lights aren't turning on, or your hot water is gone, or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Precise.
Precise Plumbing and Electrical. Call 1300 700 200. That's 1300 700 200. Precise Plumbing and Electrical. Local and experienced trade specialists.
Or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Call Precise.
Hi, Daniel Talia here, General Manager of Home. That's HAUME. Put simply, we buy homes. We're not agents, we don't charge fees, there's no advertising, none of that. We just make the process of selling your home easy. It means you don't have to spend a cent or any of your valuable time getting it ready for sale. We'll buy your home as is, and at market value. It's pretty straightforward. Thinking of selling stress-free? Visit home.com.au. That's HAUME.com.au.
Plant the seed of your legacy. Centennial Park's new Living Legacy Forever Flowers offers a heartfelt and sustainable way to commemorate your loved one. For the first time in South Australia, Living Legacy's groundbreaking science allows your loved one's ashes to positively impact the environment, creating a beautiful, lasting tribute where friends and family can gather and reflect whilst contributing to the beautiful botanical environment. To learn more about Living Legacy Forever Flowers, visit centennialpark.org.
What's on your bucket list? Cruising around the world? Doing a hot lap around Bathurst? Learning how to play drums? Before you plan a bucket list, plan your will with Donlan Lawyers. A will, power of attorney and advanced care directive speak for you when you can't. It means you and your loved ones will be taken care of. Visit donlanlawyers.com. Put it on your bucket list. Hindmarsh Square, Adelaide and Ocean Street, Victor Harbour. Right Price, Adelaide's best in heating and cooling, has risen to new heights. Literally, Right Price are now your roofing people too. Same exceptional service, value and quality. From total roof replacement, including tiled roof installation, to tile roof repairs, cleaning and painting. And for peace of mind, a rock-solid quote. So the only surprise you'll get is how magnificent your roof and home looks. Do it right. Visit rightpriceroofing.com.au.
You can get your roof right at Right Price.
No, it's a pleasure. So look around at your leisure.
Experience caravanning the way it was meant to be. Island Star simply do it better. New or used, go to the people you can trust. Knowles Island Star Caravans. With Knowles, you're protected by a nationwide guarantee and better after-sales service.
Knowles Caravans. Trusted for quality, driven for adventure.
Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeb's Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
FIVEAA Nights with Leap Forest.
One of the great guitar solos, The Miracle of Love. Just before we get to our very special lucky contestant, Phil says, Leith, you were speaking about the condition of some toilets. My dad has a special toilet in the Opal Fields. It was built over a test drill hole and it was the truest of long drops. You could do your business, do up your pants, and as you walked out, it would then hit the bottom. Wow, that is a long drop. Phil, thank you for that. Too much information, but appreciate it. Did I say toilet wrong again? Toilet. Toilet. Lauren from Morford Vale. Hello, Lauren.
Hello. Look, thank you so much.
Lauren, you're on the standby list. How exciting is this?
Oh, thank you so much. I have tried so many times, I can't tell you how many times. I've even got through, and then no one's answered the phone twice.
Wow.
So
Well, no, you don't need to thank me because you did all the hard work. Blake literally took the first caller that came through. It was you, so it's all on you, Lauren.
Oh, thank you so much. And until date, thank you so much as well. I really appreciate it.
But what we're hoping now, Lauren, is whether it's you or one of the other FIVEAA contestants at night, we hope you win it. Imagine going to Singapore on a 6-star cruise ship.
Oh, look, honestly, Brian and I have not been able to do a good trip like that for so long. It's just the last time we went was when I was still working, but, you know, now it gets so hard for people to try and go on a lovely trip like that. So thank you so much.
No, pleasure. Well, you're in the running. So we try to do the maths. We think it's about a 1 in 80 chance, I think we were doing. So again, you've got some competition, but gee whiz, Lauren, I'd take 1 in 80 every day of the week for a cruise that's probably with flights, everything 10 grand plus, I'm guessing. Wowee, that is some sort of trip. So you're in it. You've done the hard yards first and foremost. You're on the list. So
thank you so much.
Fingers
and thank you to FIVEAA, and thank you to Phil Hoffman for putting it on as well. So you know, even if you don't win, like at least it's a good prize for someone that wins.
You're in the running, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Good luck, Lauren. We've got everything crossed for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
so
in
much.
the running. So more chances tomorrow with David and Will. So stay tuned for that. All right, we're going to get to a break. Maggie's going to join us on the other side. You can join Maggie too. As we go to the break, we're going to give you some ballroom blitz, but I do want to apologise to Julie because Julie has texted in saying, Leith, toilet, not toilet. T-O-Y is in a toy that the kids would use. Toilet versus toilet. Toilet. How do I say it? I think I'm just lazy. Toilet. You're probably right, Julie. Toilet. It probably is T-A-L-L-L-E-T. Toilet. 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 Yeah, baby. Bit of the sweet for you.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah. Mick? Okay.
All right, fellas.
Well, let's go! It's been getting so hard living with the things you do to me. My things are getting so strange. I'd like to tell you everything I see. Oh, I see a man at the back. As a matter of fact, his eyes are as red as the sun. And the girl in the corner, let no one ignore her, 'cause she thinks she's the passionate one. Oh, yeah, it's like lightning. Everybody was frightening, and the music was soothing, and they all started grooving.
Come on, everyone, sing it. Here we go.
And the man at the back said, everyone attack, and it turned into a ballroom blitz. And the girl in the corner said, boy, I wanna money, it'll turn into a ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz.
FIVEAA is your home for AFLW football. Catch Crows and Power Games live all season thanks to Phil Hoffman Travel, creating moments you'll never forget. Visit pht.com.au for exclusive holiday deals.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
You wake up in the morning, there's 2 scam texts and a fake invoice email on your phone. It's the never-ending war against scammers. But Australian banks are fighting back. Intelligence sharing between banks will identify new types of scams faster. A new payment system to make sure you pay the right person is being rolled out. Unique identity checks will help combat identity theft. And there'll be more double checks when you're paying someone new. Australian banks are working to protect you.
G'day everyone, Cornsey here. Now I know a great team and I see one, and the South Australian hydraulic team I rate the highest is BL Shipway. The Shipway team are the best in the business. They've been looking after your hydraulic and pneumatic needs since 1953 with brands like Ryco, Rexroth, Enerpac, Hydac, Oilpath, EasyFit and many more. If you can't get to them, they'll send a Ryco 24/7 van to you anytime, anywhere. blshipway.com.au, a South Australian team you can count on.
Rowey and I are at a local restaurant who have invested in the magnificently sleek and reliable Vulcan doors. Rowey, could you step outside for a moment, please?
Oh, why is it always me outside?
Thank you. Vulcan doors offer automatic pedestrian doors as well as highly secure industrial roller doors and shutters.
Oi, Timmy!
So keep out the heat as well as the pests that come with it.
Turbo, when are you going to let me back in?
Vulcan doors.
Timmy!
Separate yourself
Oi!
from the rest, literally.
Oi!
SA's biggest cover-up is about to be uncovered. Who's at the centre of it?
Wonko, of course. Summer is on its way. Time to think about waking up your sleepy pool and getting set for good times. Beat the rush now and organise your Wonko pool blanket. It'll keep your pool clean and warm all summer. Plus, stop evaporation. Uncover the savings now with a Wonko pool blanket. Visit wonko.com.au today.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
New cruises from Adelaide are on sale now with Princess Cruises and Phil Hoffman Travel. Enjoy 22 nights aboard the Crown and Grand Princess, admiring the changing coastal scenery from the Great Australian Bight to the Kimberley Coast and tropical North Queensland before arriving in Sydney Harbour. 2 cruises departing Adelaide in October 2026 and April 2027, starting from $4,719 per person twin share, selling fast. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
The passing of someone close places unique stress on family and friends. At this time, Farrell and O'Neill Funerals are here to provide reassurance and peace of mind. Farrell and O'Neill offer creative guidance and advice to tailor a service that best honours your loved one. Whether a large gathering or a small, intimate service, Farrell and O'Neill share their generations of experience in tailoring a unique and meaningful farewell. Proudly SA family owned and operated, because it's personal.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jebbs Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
5AA Nights with Leith Forrest.
And Maggie from Athelston. Evening, Maggie.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Maggie.
Yes, I've just recently tuned in, and it seems to me that you're talking about loos, poos and wees. Hardly eau de toilette.
Eau de toilette, yes.
And I don't speak French.
No, I think you said it beautifully. That's exactly what it is. The
right.
toilets.
So,
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll start off with the first, then the long drops. You know, when you were talking about that yes. came to my mind too. Yep. But decades ago, with my family, we'd travel on the main road, like you'd call it the highway now, between Adelaide and Melbourne, and we'd do this annually at least. With my 2 younger sisters, and it's just a single lane each way, and a lot of shrubbery either side, and we would be board step, and then we had the urge to do a wee. So my parents would pull over to the roadside and open the 2 car doors, and we had to squat to wee.
Right, so they open the 2 doors for your modesty, I guess, so that people
yeah,
left and right. Yes, yep.
Yeah, the 2 doors, and then, they'd pull over and then, open the 2 doors,
yep.
and then we'd squat to do our wee.
Well, Maggie, I think it's one of the great Australian traditions. I think all of us at some stage pulled over on the side of the road on a long road trip and used a bit of flora and fauna as the as your nature strip.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but that's what they did.
Yep.
I opened the 2 car doors, even though...
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then you're talking about long drops. Oh, my goodness. One, I've experienced a few, but one that springs to my mind, back in 1972, I caught the ferry from Brindisi in Italy to a small little place in Greece, and I can't quite remember the name of it. And would you believe there was in that camping ground, which was very basic, there was a shower above, and underneath the starting block loo. Do you know what the starting block
No, what's
loo
the
is?
starting block loo?
Oh, well, it's like 2 feet, yeah, one side, and a hole. Yeah, and so you put your 2 feet there and spot to do your business.
Gotcha. Right.
That's what we used to call
of course. The long drop.
starting block loos, which is like a long drop.
Yes.
But in this case, there was a shower head above,
Mm.
and it was very basic, this camping ground, and I thought to myself, whatever I do, don't drop your soap.
No, do not. That's good advice, Maggie, in more ways than one.
Drop my soap and it
Oh,
went
no.
down the gurgler.
Do you know, Maggie, I don't know the last time you've been on the freeway between Murray Bridge and Adelaide. I don't know if you've been on the freeway any time recently, but they have new public toilets on the side of the road, which you can pull over, and they are glorified long drops. So there's no flush system. It's basically a little tin shed, and it's if you got to go, you got to go. And as you know, long drops are pretty gross. Like it's not the most hygienic thing in the world. You hope the drop is long, because if it's a short drop, you're in all sorts. Because anyway,
Leith, a question.
Yes.
How would you say that the long drops are not hygienic?
well, because Maggie, there's not a lot of it's basically just a hole, and there's no sort of there's no disinfectant used, or there's no, sometimes lifting the lid on a long drop without being too gross, because it's 10 past 11 at night, and who knows, someone might be having a late dinner, but
what?
Well, there's no flush system. You're basically just collecting it and hoping that it biodegrades itself.
What sort of lid is there? The ones that I've been to, I don't think there was a lid.
Well, normally there's a toilet lid that you put on top, because otherwise it just becomes an open sewer. So there's always been a lid on the long drops that I've used, because people realise that otherwise you just have a hole full of excrement, and it gets a bit pongy. So they put a lid on to at least contain that somewhat until the next person uses it, Maggie, and then all sorts of evil is released.
Oh, well, the few, but I must say that it goes back many, many years ago.
Yep.
I don't think they had lids on those.
Well, maybe, and again, when you use a public toilet here, or a, what do they call them at the festivals? What's the name for that? Portaloo. Thank you, Blake.
Hey,
I'm getting
Leith,
old. Yes.
do you know what my mother used to do?
What did she do?
When myself and sisters, when we had to go to a public toilet, she would lift us up and hold us up over so we didn't touch the toilet seat.
Ah, that's smart. A lot of people...
I don't know how...
No, she must have been very strong. A lot of ladies now, Maggie, and people that I know, when we have these conversations, they now hover. They just have good leg muscles. There's no physical contact between the seat and the person. They just hover to do that. And if you ever go through Asia, you'll see those kind of toilets, they're everywhere. They don't have traditional toilets, because when you live in a country of 1 billion people, they don't have the plumbing for it. So if you go to China, for example, you can't flush toilet paper. They don't have the piping for it. So you do your business, you let it go, you then do what you need to do, and there's a little bin by the side, which is very unhygienic in my opinion, but still, that's what it is. Yes, thank you, Maggie. Bit of toilet talk on a Monday night. See, the beauty of the show, you just never... I said to Blake at the start, who knows where the show will go, and we're here. So... thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Mind you, just quickly before Peter, I went to a toilet once in New York City, and they had a button where you pressed it and the whole seat moved, and you got a fresh new film of plastic, Blake. So it basically, you could sit on the seat because it was brand new plastic. You're not touching the seat, and once you finish, you press the button and it would just roll. It was like a huge Glad wrap, if you like. So you always had a clean seat. I mean, genius. Why didn't we not have that here? That would be nice. Peter from Gawler on the same issue. Hello, Pete.
Yeah, Lee. some years ago, the family and a friend,
Yes.
friend,
Yep.
we all went to the footy at Adelaide Oval, watched the Crows and Collingwood,
Yep.
and none of the family drank or anything, but this friend, he was a bit of a, couldn't leave it alone. He'd come back to sleep with 4 beers and that.
Bit of a slosh, yes. Yep.
Anyway, when come time to go, he had 4 beers, and we went to get out, and the security guard stopped me and said, "No, mate, you can't take them out." They made him toss them out. Anyway, we jumped on the train to come home. And about halfway home on the train, we started, "Oh, geez, I've got to go to the toilet."
Yes. Yep.
He said, "I'll go down in the carriage." I said, "No, you can't do that." Anyway, we didn't get home. We got about 2 stations from home. I said, "You get off here. No, I'll come back in the car and pick you up."
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we did anyway. So that's what you did if you drink like that.
So did he go on the train?
Yeah, we went on the train to the footy.
Yes. No, but where did he relieve himself?
No.
Oh, he held on.
No, he held on. Well, he went to the railway station 2 stops before we due to get off.
Yes.
So we stayed on the train. And I just went back and picked him up. He would have gone. He would have gone beyond the bushes or something. There's plenty of
Yeah, of course.
bushes there. But years ago, I was with the gas company and had a contract with them, and they used to have a portable toilet. They used to put up like 4 walls and that.
Yep.
And one day that wasn't up just yet, and this one of the big German guy, he wanted to go to the toilet, so he went behind an olive bush, and had combination overalls on. One of the other smart workers, he had long-handled shovel, and he come in the other side of the bush, and he put it under him.
Yep.
And when he finished, he pulled it out. When the guy got up, to pull his overalls up, and he looked around to see what he'd done. He couldn't get his overalls off quick enough.
That's right, because he's got the spade split through. That's hilarious.
Yeah, so.
That is funny. People are mischievous like that, aren't they? And nowadays they would film that, Peter. They'd put it on the internet too, so that everyone else could laugh. And
My wife's uncle, he had a night cart in Western Australia.
Oh, yeah.
No, I used to go, Lordly cigarette. Oh, my God.
That is not the job. Our first non-trust home, actually, we had an outdoor toilet, and you used to go down the path, and it had the old, just tiny little brick outhouse, wooden door, pull chain, it was freezing, typical southeast winter. I don't know how people did it before it was in their homes. You imagine the old days, people were doing that, going out to the outhouse all the time.
Yeah.
And then the carter's hat, out he comes. No thanks.
We had a bucket out there, and when it got full, Dad would, take down, dig a hole and bury it in the garden.
Yes, yep.
I mean, it was on acres.
Oh, we are so blessed. Blake, it's poor old Blake's 22 here, Peter. His head's spinning. He's never known anything other than electricity and free-flowing plumbing, Blake. This is what used to happen. There was a guy that used to come around on a horse and cart, and he would collect it. That was his job.
Yeah, a lot of the streets in Adelaide ran mile end there. They've got all those back lanes. That's what they were for.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so.
It's a great Rex Hunt-ism. He used to say that all the time. Flat as am I allowed to say it at 11:15? Don't tell the boss. Flat as a shit carter's hat, Blake was the saying, because that's what the bloke was. He used to cart poo around. Terrible. Oh, Pete, thank you for that story. Right. Lovely reminiscing. I wonder if we should do that one night. Let's do that on the show. Was anyone a carter? Did anyone do that for a job? Did anyone's parents do that for a job? You imagine saying that to a kid today? What's your first part-time job? You're going to go around and collect the waste of Adelaide. No. Kids don't want to do fun jobs these days, let alone that. Amazing. Amazing how times have changed, how blessed we are just to have the mod cons of today. Thank you for that. How did we get on this topic? Who knows? The beauty of FIVEAA nights, you just never know where we're going to go. 11:15.
For the very latest on what's happening in the A-League, catch the World Game Thursday nights from 6:30. Steph and Mork will bring you up to date with the A-League update. Thanks to Southern Cherry Morford Vale. The all-new Cherry Tiggo 4 Pro has landed at Southern Cherry Morford Vale. Book your test drive today.
Get a Toyota forklift.
Deliver more with Toyota, the world's #1 forklift brand. Choose from a great range including pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Get a Toyota forklift.
I'm high! Hey, mate. The Excelsior Hotel has always felt like home. And for seniors, it's always been great value with 20% discount on selected bistro meals. Yep, 20% off. Feeding the whole family? Bring them all Saturday or Sunday for live acoustic music from 5 p.m. And kids eat free. Some conditions apply. The Excelsior Hotel feels like home, but better. You just know it's a Barreau Hotel.
Sail away with Silver Sea and Phil Hoffman Travel. Our most generous offer ever. Up to $10,000 saving per suite on more than 550 worldwide ocean and expedition voyages. Plus, you can join the Platinum Cruise Club for a bonus $300 shipboard credit per suite. Experience all-inclusive, ultra-luxurious ocean travel with small ship intimacy with Silver Sea. Hurry, bookings close December 2nd. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Be bold, be brave, be fabulous. Be a Marilyn, darling. Every February, hundreds of South Australians take part in the Channel 7 Brighton Jetty Classic, dressed as 50s icon Marilyn Monroe. It's all part of the Marilyn Jetty Swim. Register now and join this empowering event, raising funds for Cancer Council SA, so they can continue to make a difference in the lives of South Australians impacted by cancer. Register today, darling, at themarylands.org.
No, Uber Eats does not deliver ancient artifacts. Yes, Uber Eats does deliver bread with ancient grains, beauty products to make you feel less ancient, anchovies, antipasto, paleo meals, some old cheeses, and even some fairly kinky items. But you have to really dig for those. Just not ancient artifacts. Uber Eats, get almost anything. Must be 18 plus with ID, merchants, liquor license in app.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. Now more than ever, you need an agent who's not just out for a quick sale. You need someone who can stand their ground to ensure you're maximising your home's potential. There's a good reason Toop and Toop is defying market trends and continuing to deliver premium outcomes for its clients. With a history spanning almost 40 years and a team of unrivaled experience, Toop and Toop knows what it takes to maximise your results in any selling conditions. Visit toop.com.au to find out more.
The biggest threat to your business isn't your competition, it's cybercrime. Cybercrime threats impacting Australian businesses large and small continues to grow year on year. One call to one solution will put your business in a safe place and save you from the devastating consequences of cybercrime. It's the smartest, most cost-effective business decision you'll ever make. Stay safe and protected. Get in touch with One Solution. onesolution.net.au, a Platinum Telstra partner.
Looking for furniture that truly stands out? At Scott's Custom Furniture, we craft one-of-a-kind pieces tailored just for you. We work with you to plan the design, which is then custom built, so it matches and enhances your existing decor. Explore online stunning floor-to-ceiling timber display cabinets, unique front doors, elegant bed frames, and stylish side tables made from locally sourced Australian timber. Create timeless pieces. Just search for Scott's Custom Furniture and start designing furniture that you won't find anywhere else.
Thanks to Harvey Norman Clearance Centres at Marion and Jeps Cross for everything furniture, bedding and outdoor.
FIVEAA Nights with Leith Forrest.
Marion correcting our French. Parlez-vous français? Toilette. Thank you, Marion. Toilette. Leith, the small tin sheds with the unflashable loos are at the Riverland. They're down by the camping areas at Cobdogla. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Almost getting arrested in a toilet in America. Was it then you decided not to drink alcohol? No. I was sober. I was very sober. I'll tell the story one day because it's quite long and it's very. There's so much detail to it. Let me just give you this in a nutshell. The summation of this story is when a highway patrol officer with a big gun tells you to get in the car, you get in the car. Didn't quite take that on board because I desperately needed to go to the toilet. So, yes, I was almost in an episode of Cops. remember that show? Bad boy, what you gonna... That was me. That would have been some story to tell. Charlie's in Happy Valley.
Even me.
G'day, Charlie.
Right, now, regarding this pronunciation of toilet.
Yes.
Has that got anything to do with your stay in America? Were you anywhere near Texas?
No, I wasn't. I mean, I'm middle America, but I think I've always called it toilet.
Because I think it sounds like a bit of an American drawl, mate, has just slightly crept in.
I think I was educated by the good folk of Sesame Street, Charlie, so possibly.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, they call it a restroom. And I do drop in and out of a restroom occasionally. I do quite often ask for the restroom. I forget at times.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's crept into our language too, hasn't it? Like offence instead of attack in footy.
Right.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, no, I hate that too. But when's the last time you heard someone call it a lav?
Lav?
Could I borrow the lavatory, please? Like, nobody ever says that. It's just
you go to the loo or
the dunny. That's right, the dunny.
Good old dunny. I've got a couple of great dunny stories, but that's not what I rang about. But if I could tell at least one of the dunny ones after.
Go for it.
It was about sweet. I used to work about 20-odd years ago with a head postie out in the eastern suburbs, and he used to be a roadie for the Sweet.
Oh wow!
Back in England, and the kicker to this fellow is that he was a nice bloke, and his nickname was Blakey because by the way, his name is also synonymous with a known musician, Dave Gleeson.
Okay.
And he looked like Blakey, so from on the buses. So that was his nickname.
I'll get you, Butler. Yep.
Yeah, good bloke. Yeah. And now, I've got a true story and a sort of a legendary story about dunnies. Sure. One is I used to drink with some railway workers back in the Castle Hotel in about the 90s. I think they were rebuilding the Brighton railway line.
Yes.
And these guys were working in real hot heat and doing a hell of a job. And they had to tow a porter dunny to the job site in the morning.
Yep.
Well, they took a corner too quick.
Oh, no.
And guess what happened? Of course, over it went. And I actually wrote a poem about that and then turned it into a song. And I went along to the Red Faces auditions at Channel 9 in 10th Street.
Yes.
And they accepted me and flew me over to Melbourne to play it on Red Faces.
Got you on Hey Hey. That's amazing.
Yeah, in 1997.
Yes.
Snow White and the Dunny Patrol.
Do you know, I know the story of you doing Hey Hey in Red Faces. I didn't realise it was because of an overturned toilet.
Yeah, a true story, yeah. There's nothing quite as funny as with a wonky wayward dunny or something like that.
Did you get through much of the song before Red gonged you?
No, about 20 seconds or so.
That's all right. That's enough.
Yeah. The other one, if I can tell the other one, it's I don't know, a myth, a story, a joke about a night cart driver who, and by the way, thanks to Maggie for that was a funny call. Yes, there was a night cart driver. Also did a similar thing. He drove around the corner a bit over the required speed and overwent all the contents of the night cart. Remember when they used to come around and collect the cans, and there was and put them on the night cart. This bloke over it went, and there was this big mess on the road. And a stranger walked by, and he sees the driver going through the mess with this stick, and says, "What are you doing there?" He says, "I'm looking for me coat." He says, "You're not going to wear your coat after it's been all that, are you?" He says, "No, but me lunch is in the pocket."
Oh, that is gross, Charlie. Whether it's urban legend or not, I don't know. Let's hope so. That's a good story. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it. Couple more before we get to Tommy, and then we're out the door for Australia overnight. Gerald Quigley, this being a Monday into a Tuesday. Gabrielle says, have you ever tried the toilet that were on top, made from 3 sides, all out of steel iron with an iron door? The toilet was a 20-litre drum with a wooden seat cover. They were a lot of fun, especially in the summer. I do remember that. I have vivid memories of the galvanised iron toilets. Oof, how hot did they used to get? It's just revolting. Gabrielle, thank you. Jen from Allenby Gardens says, yes, Leith, when we were kids, we were not allowed to say toilet. It was lavatory. Our parents were Scottish. Thank you, Jen. Lav or lavatory. Smithers said he drove back from Swan Hill caddying today and he drove past a bloke who was clearly doing number 2s on the side of the road in plain view. Oh, see, what is going on, Smithers? That is just revolting. Thank you for that. Oh, I thought I had it in. No, here we do have it. You cannot... Look, everyone gets caught short occasionally. Folks, get to the side of the road. Hide behind a bush.
You know, we're living in a society. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
Exactly right, George. Turlet, toilet, and tarlet are how people in southern Illinois, rural Utah, Idaho, Washington, and Georgia, basically rural USA, say toilet. So maybe you're right, Charlie. Maybe it is. Maybe I picked it up while I've been overseas. An American regional pronunciation of the word toilet. The American dialect is also used in southern Illinois, western Ohio, and Kentucky. Maybe. You know what? I'll check that out when I'm with Grandma and Grandpa in a few weeks' time. People in the British English commonly use the word toilet to refer to the bathroom. The word toilet comes from the French word toilette, which means dressing room. Some people prefer to use the word loo or lavatory instead of toilet. Loo derives from the French phrase gardez l'eau, which means watch out for the water. Some consider toilet to be a harsh word and prefer the more polite terms of lavatory or loo. There you go. Some toilet information, education for you to take home tonight. Share with your friends and family tomorrow. Our final call of the night is our, Clipsal, Velo 500 correspondent, Tommy from Goodwood. How are you, Tom?
Hey, Lee. How are you, Lee?
Tommy, I'm well. How was your weekend? Was it the best weekend ever?
Oh, my God. It's probably the best weekend of my life. Guess,
of your life?
Yeah, because guess what we got from I think it was Jackson Evans, the number 50 car that crashed at turn 8.
Hang on. All right, so you got something at a crash at turn 8. I'm guessing you got some of the car. Did you get some of the?
Yeah. So we got Jackson Evans, number 50 from I think it's Chevrolet Camaro. Yes. We got that car, the grill of the car. It's pretty cool. I couldn't believe it. It was amazing.
So did he give it to you, or did you somehow?
I think one of the marshals gave it to me. That was really kind of them.
So you're actually allowed to take the bits of that. Well, I guess they're not going to use them again. So
no, I think the grill snapped in half. And oh my God, you sure it was so cool.
I imagine you walking out with a bumper bar, Tommy, just over your shoulder, walking out of the track. Well, that's cool. Where are you going to put it? In your bedroom somewhere?
Yeah, I took it to Nova's house today. That was pretty cool. So yeah.
What did Mum say when you come home with the grill of a car?
Mum was laughing. She said, "Oh my God!"
She said, "Get that out of my lounge room. Put that in your own room." Oh, that's awesome. No, well, you know what? I've heard of that. I haven't heard of the actual car being broken up and people taking that, but we've got a guy here at work whose last name's Murphy, and Greg Murphy, when he came out of his pit once, he had like his name stuff everywhere. So Murph grabbed one of those. So people grab little mementos from the race, which is good.
So yeah, and guess who I met at the Valo as well. Guess who I met?
Give me a clue.
He used to work for Ford back in the 80s.
Dick Johnson.
Yes, he was so nice.
Big Dick. That is awesome. Well done. Was he nice to you?
Yeah, he was really nice.
He's a lovely man, Dick Johnson.
I met the whole grid. That was pretty good. And,
excellent.
we met.
Do you get autographs? Do you get photos, or you just say hello?
I got autographs in my Holden at Bass's book and my Holden in my Ford. It's pretty cool. So yeah.
I'm just Blake's showing me a photo now of the actual crash. Well, there's a fair bit of the car to take home, Tom. To be fair.
Yeah.
You could have gone home with a bonnet. Imagine that. Would have been hard for you to get through. Take a photo for us. We want to see you and your grill.
Oh yeah, I'll sending us some photos. All good.
Did you go to the concert? Did you go to Cold Chisel last night, or did you go to the Crowded House on the Saturday night?
I gave it to my friend. That's pretty good. So yeah,
that's a sweet thing to do. Well done. Well, I'm glad that you had the best weekend ever. You happy with the winner of the race?
Yeah, I will like my colleague Jones win, but it's okay. All good. We're happy that
it wasn't too hot for you.
I got a bit sunburnt, but I'm all okay. So
excellent. All right. Well, rest up. Plenty of fluids, aloe on the skin, all of that kind of stuff. Well done. Tommy, good work. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being our correspondent there at the 500. We have to go. Our PALS voucher, Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Jamie and Sam, got everything you need. Who is the name, Blake? Have you got a name for me? Marge. Well done, Marge, from earlier in the show. Thank you, Marge. We will see you tomorrow from 7.
5AA's Variety Radiothon is on Friday the 29th of November, and we're giving you the chance to bid on a Jayco J-Pod Outback camper valued at over $30,000, with all proceeds going to our friends at Variety, the children's charity. Dreaming of your next adventure? Jump in a Jayco J-Pod, the perfect trailer for a couple or solo traveller. Visit 5AA.com.au. All thanks to Jayco Adelaide, Variety SA and 5AA. Always Adelaide.
I don't know where I'd have been if it wasn't for the Hutt Street Centre.
This is Kingsley.
I love it. It's great there. Yeah, it's fantastic. They've been absolutely brilliant, and they're kind. Hutt Street do their absolute very best to make sure that these people are cared for. That's the number one priority for them.
This Christmas, give the gift of a meal to someone like Kingsley by sponsoring a seat at the Hutt Street Centre. Donate at huttstreetcentre.org.au.
If your business needs finance fast, speak to Universal Finance right now. Universal Finance make business loans easy. Unsecured business loans and business overdrafts. Universal Finance can help your business now with same-day settlements in most cases. See Universal Finance in Kent Town or search Universal Finance. This is general advice only, and you should consider the terms and conditions before determining whether this advice is suitable for your situation.
Dreamland's Black Friday sale is now on, with up to a massive 60% off a huge range of Australian-made mattresses. Yes, up to 60% off. Plus, get huge savings off our huge range of beds, bedroom furniture in Manchester. So you can get a Queen electric adjustable bed plus a Queen pocket spring pillow top mattress for only $19.99. So if you're looking for a better night's sleep, hurry into Dreamland and get up to 60% off. Be quick, Dreamland's Black Friday sale ends December 2.
Dreamland. Shopping should be exciting, not dull. An adventure, not a chore. And fresh, not routine. So experience something new at Newton Central with Drake's, Serenity Hair & Co, Fandy Scissorhands, Terry White Chemist, Glitter and Polish Nail Salon, and many more. Including the brand new Séjour Club, an independent boutique with one-of-a-kind handcrafted apparel and jewellery from 2 local designers. Want something new in your life? Choose a new local. Choose Newton Central, Gorge Road, Newton.
How far would you go for your dream kitchen? And how far would you go to get 25% off? How about 15 minutes up the freeway to Balhanna Kitchens by Design, to the largest showroom in the Adelaide Hills? Custom build your dream with our award-winning designers and get 25% off your cabinets with laminate bench tops. For a limited time, of course. Balhanna Kitchens by Design. It's not too far to go to make your dream a reality. balhannakitchens.com.au.
SA's biggest cover-up is about to be uncovered. Who's at the centre of it?
Walco, of course. Summer is on its way. Time to think about waking up your sleepy pool and getting set for good times. Beat the rush now and organise your Walco pool blanket. It'll keep your pool clean and warm all summer. Plus, stop evaporation. Uncover the savings now with a Walco pool blanket. Visit walco.com.au today.
Transform your outdoor space and turn it into a great year-round entertainment area with an opening and closing roof from Louver House. A Louver House roof will let in the perfect combination of airflow and sunlight, so you can entertain no matter the weather. Best of all, they're manufactured right here in SA with rain sensors and options like LED lighting. Find out more with a free design measure and quote. See the light with Louver House. louverhouse.com.au.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Steel Novo, 10% off Fab Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit AdelaideApplianceGallery.com.au.
Hello and welcome, as we say, to the nighttime program here on 3AW, hosted by Dennis Walter. We say, can we all wave as he leaves the building? Bye-bye Monday. Bye-bye Dan. He's back again tonight. Very attractive man. We're all enjoying jelly beans. Compliments of Gerald Quigley. Speaking of which, he's here in just a tick. I wonder, does he ever send jelly beans over to FIVEAA? Do they have beans in their little pocket, Gerald Quigley?
Good morning, Tony, and good morning,
beans?
Jay.
Is there beans sitting?
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I'll get my people to arrange that.
That's right, jelly beans. And these are not just your normal jelly beans.
No, these are special.
These are
House of Wellness Chemist Warehouse jelly beans.
That's right.
That are different. They are a far better value.
Than what? The ones that we've been eating for the last 45 years.
Than the ones we used to give away.
Well, they used to be, am I allowed to say Amkel? They used to be Amkel.
Oh, well, they came from probably one supplier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were they glucose or were they sugar?
Well, there's no difference.
They're always
glucose to sugar.
They were always. Well, we used
and
to.
That's why you're looking so guilty, because I saw you with about 8 in your mouth.
No, I had 5.
Not the idea.
I had 5 jelly beans.
The idea is you take one from the little device and move on.
I had 5.
You were hanging around like a seagull on hot chips.
Jay, how many jelly beans did you have?
I've only had 1.
1 bean.
Thank you, Jay. There's a gentleman, you see.
Did you subtle? But hang on, look at those eyebrows. Now, can you trust a person with eyebrows like that?
He's probably got a pocket.
Huh?
Up and down.
Thank you to Leafy there at 5AA, and a big welcome also to the Ace Radio Network, of course, and to our great friends at FIVEAA in Perth. If you'd like to join us, it's now a really good time when GQ is here. Gerald Quigley, you can do that right now. 133 693 for Perth listeners. 133 882, and if you're sending a text, and we love a message, you know what I'm saying? 0477 693 693.
Set your sights on adventure. Set your sights on romance.
How's about you and me taking off all our clothes and going swimming?
Set your sights.
Everyone knows about you.
On a hero.
Quigley.
Quigley Down Under. Rated PG-13.
And the man of class, the aforementioned Leif Garrett there at Radio 5AA.
Look at all the messages he's been sending.
He says, no jelly beans.
Laxative effect, no.
Throw the
black ones straight in the bin.
Oh, they're the favourite, the black ones.
Do you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll make sure he gets
a whole bag of
a whole
pure
black ones. That'll fix him up.
That'll put him off deluxe, won't it? Well and truly.
We'll leave them alone.
If you would like to join the program, highly recommend that you get on board now, because this hour is the second busiest hour of Australia overnight.
Which is the first busiest?
133 693. 133 693.
What opposition do I have?
0477 693 693. If you have a health and wellness question, anything in your world with which you think maybe the great man Gerald Quigley can help, now is a really good time. And
we've got a morning of humour. Look at this, and perhaps turmeric jelly beans. In which case, the more the merrier.
Well, why can't they be?
That's
a good idea. Turmeric jelly beans.
That's for someone else to develop. You could do that as a side hustle.
There's. Would that work? Could you put turmeric into a jelly bean?
Well, you could, but it would alter the taste slightly.
If you would like to be part of it, if you ring through now. Now, what usually happens in this hour, for the second most popular hour in the program, it goes right through and we get 10 minutes away from 1 o'clock, and the next thing, the board is full, and Gerald Quigley does a run. We encourage him to stay, and he says, no, I'm not interested. So if you would like to be...
I'm very interested, but I have a life, and I need a little bit of sleep. So my 6 hours of a Tuesday morning, I crave.
It's what I love when people come on this program and talk about the lack of sleep. You've got to be kidding me. 133 693 is the telephone number. Jimmy, do you know Gerald Quigley?
Yeah, I've been talking to Gerald for several years, Tony.
We were talking together before Tony was born, Jim, weren't we?
Yes, we were. Yes, going back from several years, been talking to Gerald.
What's doing in your world, Jim?
I've heard you on many occasions recommend lipoic acid to people. You probably wouldn't remember, but between half a year to 1 year ago, you recommended it to me for something. I can't remember what it was. I do
recall you had some nerve pain. And I suggested that to settle it down.
Oh, is that what it was? But you won't believe this. I don't want to mention the pharmacy, just in case they're listening. But the one that's easiest for me to get to, you won't believe the answer when I asked for lipoic acid.
Tell me.
Lipoic acid, did you say? I go, yes. He goes, I've never heard of lipoic acid.
Well, it wouldn't be a pharmacy I'd be reattending then, Jim, because it's pretty fundamental. It's probably one of the best nutrients for neuropathy, for neuropathic pain, shingles pain, and nerve pain after surgery. And it's a great pity because that pharmacist patients will be missing out.
Yeah, but what did happen, I went to my Coles in Yarraville, where they have a health section, and I saw in their health section lipoic acid, and I saw the label. I'm looking for it, and I couldn't find it. So the manager was nearby that I knew. I said, "Excuse me, can you help me with something?" I go, "It says lipoic acid there, but I can't find any." And he said to me, he goes, "We used to get it all the time, but we've had a trouble getting it in lately." So then I was disappointed again.
Maybe it's so very, very popular. They've run out. Now, Jimmy, we've got a full board, so we need to move to these calls. Did you have anything else? Are you feeling okay? Is there anything with which Gerald Quigley can help?
Well, I'm actually not feeling okay because I had an accident a couple of days ago in my garage. I had something sticking out that I forgot about, that I was meaning to move out of the way, and I forgot it was there, and I banged into it and nearly blacked out, lost several blood and got a gash in my nose.
Oh, dear.
And then I called my cousin and showed him my nose. I go, "I can't get the blood off." I go, "I'm trying everything." And he's telling me what to do, and he goes, "No wonder you can't get the blood off. It's bruising and blood scratches is why you can't get it off."
Well, get it checked out if you're worried about it, Jim, please.
Anything else, Jimmy?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, look after yourself.
Thanks, Jim. Look after yourself.
Gerald Quigley is here. We're taking your calls, 133 693. Let's go to Melton. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Ian. Good morning.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
Very well, Ian. How can we help?
I'm 75 and a half years old. I've got lung and stomach cancer. I'm a smoker.
Yes.
I still smoke. I don't know much about the operation. I had a Whipple procedure back in 2019. I had pre-cancer of the pancreas. I had lost half my pancreas, half my stomach, half my bowel and my gallbladder. It was a 12-hour operation. I had a cardiac arrest 3 days after the operation. I died for 6.5 minutes. I had a lung operation on the 15th of October this year. They removed the cancer. They told me in hospital. Last Thursday, I went back to while I had the operation, they found I had, they put a tube down my throat while I had the operation. They found I had stomach cancer. And I come out of hospital after 7 days. I went to I got an appointment to see the stomach surgeon and oncology in the afternoon. I see the stomach surgeon. He confirmed I got cancer.
Yeah, Ian. Just I think
Peter, what do you think I can help you with?
Yeah.
I want to know. Do you know anything about the operation? I'm going to lose the rest of my stomach.
If you've got questions, and they're very reasonable concerns, what you've got to do is address them to your GP or through the specialist that's looking after it. You should have this explanation right in front of you, Ian, so you're well informed. That's your right. So write down your concerns, and next time you see your doctor, make sure he understands your concerns and explains them all.
Ian makes a great point, though, Gerald, as you've highlighted several times over many, many years now, that many of us don't necessarily ask the right, because we're stressed and we're strained and we're overwhelmed by the process. We often don't ask the questions that we really should ask.
No, and it's a pity. I don't know why we're so shy. We get a plumber in, we ask him questions. Why is that not working? What are you doing? Can you explain to me?
And how much?
And how much it's going to be. We don't do the same in the medical field, which is a bit of a pity.
It is. We will do this when we come back. Plenty of time for your calls now. If you happen to be sending a text, we'll get to them as well as quickly as we can. 0477 693 693 as we enjoy these beautiful jelly beans.
Losing your grip on things? If painful and stiff hands are affecting the things you enjoy and everyday life, get in touch with GRIP. GRIP is a specialised hand and wrist practice with a team of highly qualified hand surgeons and therapists specialising in hand trauma, carpal tunnel syndrome, osteoarthritis, joint replacement, sports injuries, nerve pain and more. To get a grip on the life you loved before, free from hand pain, visit gripsurgery.com.au.
This is RB Dave for Supercraft Bedding with Tales from the Bedroom. Audrey has great taste, and when it comes to choosing the bed frame or bed head, like a lot of women, she makes the final choice. So can you. Our hardwood and upholstered king and queen size bed frames are totally customisable. Choose the fabric, the stain and the style. And they're not shipped in. They're made here, so you can start enjoying it sooner. Supercraft Bedding, building better beds. 42 Richmond Road, Keswick.
Are you or someone you know living with epilepsy? 1 in 25 Australians will develop epilepsy at some stage in their lives. The Epilepsy Centre in Adelaide is dedicated to raising awareness in the community to reduce the stigma and create a more welcoming and inclusive society. We do this by providing epilepsy awareness and seizure first aid to people living with epilepsy, their families and friends. Thanks to state government funding, we can offer this education at no cost. For more information, go to epilepsycentre.org.au.
Now, let's see what's in the swear jar at Buy Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens. Oh, wrong swear jar. This is it. From Martin the Tiler, affectionately known as Millimetre Martin. He swears you'll love his millimetre-perfect craftsmanship. And here's one from Rick the Plumber. Rick swears to always clean up after himself, guaranteed. For a team that swears to deliver on quality and service, see Buy Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens, Adelaide's home renovation experts.
If you're packing up your family to travel across the land will treat you different in a Dave Benson caravan.
Here at DBC, it's the end zone of our $500,000 sale. With hotter deals than ever, ample stock and on-site manufacturers helping us crunch the numbers hard. Ending in a massive 3-day blitz as we team up with Electric Bug and Barbecue Adelaide for on-site bargains. Thursday 29 to Saturday November 30. Get on in today, because the best bargains of the year are only here at Dave Benson Caravans.
Supply Nation, Australia's leader in supply diversity, brings together Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses and the procurement teams of Australia's leading government and non-profit organisations, because an inclusive economy benefits everyone. Currently, Supply Nation has over 5,000 Indigenous businesses listed. So if your organisation has a reconciliation action plan or developing one, think about joining Supply Nation as a member. Visit supplynation.com.au to find an Indigenous business to support your future growth.
On 1395 Adelaide's FIVEAA, this is Australia Overnight.
For those that are just perhaps tuning in to the big program that we call Australia Overnight, although a little earlier, of course, in WA, 133693. Gerald Quigley is a pharmacist for many, many years, herbalist and the co-host of a House of Wellness, thehouseofwellness.com.au, which goes to air right around the network each and every Sunday morning. If you have a question, health and wellness question, ring through now, 133693. Who is waiting? Neil. Hello to you.
Oh.
Hello, Neil.
Hello,
How can we help, Neil?
I have trouble getting to sleep, and a chap told me if you take 10 or 20 deep breaths before you want to go to sleep, that you should go to sleep. But that doesn't seem to work.
Doesn't work for you?
Not for me, no. I'm still awake, and it's midnight now, and I haven't been able to go to sleep.
But you know, Neil, if you go to sleep, you won't be able to listen to Tony.
That's a very good point.
So I've got to give a very balanced opinion here, Neil.
No, you don't. It's more important that Neil get the rest that he needs.
It is, with all due respect, Tony, it is. Neil, sleep is a habit, as you know, and yes, deep breathing does tend to relax you. It doesn't solve all problems, but if you're concerned about sleeping, then taking nice deep breaths. Some experts say if you lie in bed and you focus on your legs and just think about your legs and how they might relax. You go to your arms, think about them, just think about relaxing, you feel them relaxing, and just work your way around your body. That's one way. The important thing is sleep hygiene. So you set yourself a time for bed, and that may be midnight. Before then...
I generally go to bed between 8:30 and 9. I try to get to bed by then.
Well, it's a bit early, Neil. You need to stay up and put on some rock and roll or something, Neil.
I'm generally up by 7 in the morning. And,
okay.
I do a day's work. But,
how about when you normally let's give it for 6 weeks or so? How about that? About 8:30, you make yourself a cup of tea and start a book, and maybe give yourself 1 extra hour. Now, if you do that, the cup of tea, small snack, and book will get your brain into thinking it's getting ready for bed. Then you can do your deep breathing. Then you can do your bit of visualization, but you can leave the radio on in the background because that's not stimulating. That's where, or just a little bit of background noise, and often, with all due respect to the host, that can send you to sleep. So there's all of these things, and you will develop your own sleep hygiene, Neil, and it's a matter of getting the combination that works.
Getting the system right.
Yeah, it is, and it's not going to take a couple of days. It'll take day after day after day until it sets in concrete.
I go to the pool, like a heated pool, and do a lot of exercises, and that helps my legs a lot.
Okay. Yeah, well, and that's good. That's good. The exercises are also a wonderful way to get tired. So continue doing that, but just try those couple of suggestions.
Which pool do you go to, Neil?
The one in Hamilton.
Okay, beautiful. Excellent.
And it's heated?
Yeah.
Because?
It's heated, Neil? It's heated. It's warm water. It's heated.
Oh, yeah, it's heated. Yeah, it's heated.
Oh, good work.
I do all my arm exercises. They say I had a couple of instructors there that got me going, and
good.
I used to be there for half an hour, but I try to get an hour in, and I might have a bit of a rest in between.
Good for you. And if they have an aqua aerobics class, join that as well.
That's a good way to do it, Neil. You look after yourself. We used to go counting the sheep, didn't we?
Well, that's taking your mind off what you're doing. So all you're doing is just thinking of something else at the time and settling a busy mind. I
picture different models of Omega.
I'm not surprised.
And that sends me into a very
euphoria,
calm,
I'd say.
Yes. Let's go to during the day. Let's go to Hyatt. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Peter.
How you going, guys?
Very well, thanks. How can we help you?
I wonder if I can get a supplement at Chemist Warehouse to help with my diabetes.
What medicines are you taking, Peter? Are you on anything from your doctor?
Yeah.
You're taking metformin or one of those things?
Yeah, metformin's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, you're not using insulin, are you?
No, I'm type 2.
Type 2, okay. And you're concerned that the metformin's not doing the job?
Well, I just thought it might if I get an extra supplement, say, from Chemist Warehouse, it might help.
The thing that will make a difference, Peter, and will blend beautifully with the metformin, in fact, you need two things. The first thing, because you're taking metformin, you've got to go and get some vitamin B12. Because metformin reduces vitamin B12 in your body, and it's very important for you. And you get the type that dissolves in your mouth, and they'll help you. The other...
What's it called?
B12. Capital B12.
Is there a brand name?
No, there's all sorts of brands. It's all the same. It's just B12 that you dissolve in your mouth.
It's called B12.
B12.
Yeah, B12, capital B.
The other thing is a fibre, Peter, it's a beta-glucan fibre, BETA-GLUCAN. Now, that's designed to stabilise your blood sugar levels over the day. So it will help, it will help the metformin work very well.
Somebody mentioned chromium to me.
Yeah, well, chromium's, but that can interfere. That could send your blood sugar a little bit haywire. So you've got to really monitor your blood sugar if you're going to add chromium. You can do it, but you've just got to be careful. I reckon the fibre is a far better option.
B12, and what's the fibre called?
Beta-glucan. Beta-glucan. And it's a cereal you have every morning for breakfast.
And you can get it with Chemist Warehouse?
Yeah, you can. Yep, you can.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. Keep us posted.
All right, thanks, Gerald.
Good on you, Pete. Well done, you. Annie says magnesium orotate, a supplement for atrial
fibrillation.
Atrial fibrillation.
AF, very common, Tony. And magnesium orotate is certainly, it's one of Dr. Ross Walker's favourite things.
Yes, it is.
Now, you'll be taking, obviously, some medications for it. Normally, you take something to thin your blood as you are taking that. And you can add magnesium in the evening for that as well. So you can get that magnesium from your pharmacy, and it will blend beautifully.
Hello, Di. Good morning to you. Welcome.
Hello, Di.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I've got you on speaker.
You don't need to apologise, Di. You fire away. We can hear you loud and clear.
No, I'm here now.
Okay.
Good evening or good morning. Gerald, I'm not sure if I've spoken to you about this before. I've got myelopathy.
Yes.
In my legs.
Okay.
Which means I'm basically paralysed. To move around is extremely painful. I do take Panadine Forte, but quite frankly, they're not doing anything. I basically can't feel my legs from the hips down.
Has your doctor offered anything else other than the pain reliever, Di?
Well, she gave me a script for some stuff, which I got.
Remember what it was?
I can't, but it was something that I had to take. I've got osteoporosis, and it was something I had to take and then sit upright.
Ah, yes. So that's for your osteoporosis. That's different. Okay. That's for your bones.
No, nothing's been done for the myelopathy.
No, but the medication you had from your doctor will have no interference with your myopathy. So are you seeing a physiotherapist or an exercise physiologist or someone who can help you do gentle exercise that will be pain-free, Di?
I was.
Yeah.
But quite honestly, I know there's no pain, no gain.
Yeah, well, within reason.
Yeah, but I was feeling in so much pain, I just couldn't carry on with it.
Well, what you've got to do there, Di, is constantly tell the person who's running that program that you're in pain. So they'll have to back off and gradually introduce you into more gentle things with a slow increase in the intensity. So you've got to take charge and give them feedback, and you will be surprised at the difference it makes.
Di, you keep in touch with the program because it's it's all sorts of issues around there. That pain, that ongoing pain, that chronic pain.
So common, isn't it?
It is, seems. Gerald and Tony, hi. I happened to overhear a conversation today. An integrated health person recommended inositol. Inositol.
This is for thyroid. Okay. So you have got, Lois, a low-functioning thyroid, hypothyroidism. Join the club. I have that as well. I spent, with the permission of my GP, 12 months using myself as a guinea pig, trying to do something about my low thyroid function. And when I went back and I said, I haven't been able to find anything, she very happily said, I told you so, but you didn't listen. I told you so. So, look, there are various things, Lois. The important thing is hopefully you're taking a thyroid hormone. I know that it's taking a pill that you and I have got to take for the rest of our lives, but provided your thyroid is now back functioning as well as it possibly can, I wouldn't be doing anything to alter that because it's such a delicate gland. It has huge ramifications right across your body. Just leave things as they are. That's my suggestion.
Some question, where is our thyroid? The neck or the neck?
No, it's a little butterfly-shaped thing in your neck.
In the neck.
And there's a very close link between thyroid hormone, estrogen in women, and insulin. And one of them gets out of kilter and it all goes haywire. So it's very important.
Very important thing. Slow breaths in and out.
There you go. Yes, it is. Just breathing. In fact, even it's a good hint when you go along and have your blood pressure taken by the doctor. So you're sitting there for half an hour, you're running late, and by the time you get in to have your blood pressure taken, it's through the roof. Before you do that, try some deep breathing. It's amazing the difference it can make.
The grandmother used to have a Sayo biscuit. Little Vegemite and a cup of tea around about 10 o'clock at night.
Oh,
like that.
Really?
Yep. And she could put a Sayo, a whole Sayo, in her mouth without biting the edges off.
Is that good?
It was a world record at the time. It's since been broken.
So is it your grandmother?
My grandmother. It was very Ellison. There was a lot of activity in Ellison Avenue.
It was a world of excitement, but that might explain how you get 6 or 8 or 10 jelly beans in your mouth tonight.
That's maybe that
explains everything.
It's heritage. We've got plenty of room on the board. You'll get through now. If you have a question, come and join us. Gerald Quigley is here. He joins me each and every Tuesday morning on the program we know and love as Australia Overnight.
You can always expect the professional treatment with Paint Professionals.
I would definitely recommend Paint Professionals to others, and in fact we already have recommended them to other families and friends who need to hurry up and get a house on the market.
Nothing was too much trouble. Cleaned up really well after them. You know, if we had any small changes that needed, they were always there as a sounding board. Did a really good job throughout the entire process. Made it easy, which was fantastic.
Make it a great experience with Paint Professionals. Visit paintprofessionals.com.au.
I'll grab a few people I know. We'll mark out some places to go. There's no invitation, just a destination, and that's the best freedom I know. Jump in the Jayco. Jump in the Jayco. Yeah, that's the best freedom I know.
Are you on the hunt for Adelaide's freshest eggs, collected from a family farm every morning? Do you seek the finest produce, along with the widest selection of Dutch products in Adelaide? Your search ends here, at the Fresh Egg Shop in Clemzig. Discover a bounty of free-range chicken, duck and quail eggs, alongside an array of other hearty local offerings, such as boiler chickens, KI honey, almonds, homemade jam and biscuits. The Fresh Egg Shop, located at OG Road, Clemzig. Just look for the giant egg.
Don't let the sun set on your energy savings. With NRG Solar's cutting-edge batteries, your energy independence lasts long after sunset. Enjoy the freedom of solar, even when you're not home. Experience the future of energy. NRG Solar's new warehouse is fully stocked with wholesale solar and battery equipment. See it for yourself. NRG Solar, 1275 South Road, St Mary's, or call 1300 858 160 to explore a brighter, more sustainable tomorrow.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. We've met a lot of South Australians who want to move house, but they feel trapped. They want to upsize or downsize, make a sea change or a tree change. But with stock levels at record lows, they think there's nothing to buy, and that makes them too worried to sell. We understand that the process of changing home can be challenging, but our team can help you on that journey, going through things step by step to ensure you get an outcome that works for you. Find out more at toop.com.au.
It all started in the back shed. Maybe it started early or late. Either way, the Olympic Industries sale means there's no need to wait. With big savings on our entire range of SA engineered sheds, garages, carports and verandas, you can afford to start something big, tough or tasty in your own backyard. Start something with the Olympic Industries sale. On now.
On
from $13.95, Adelaide's FIVEAA. This is Australia Overnight. Live.
Now, as we look down at the switchboard, that is where the calls join the program, if you like, on 133 693, or for our Perth listeners, 133 882. As I look at the calls, there are none.
Well, what
Which
it might
is
do, Sam from Hastings is sent us a text, so we can talk to him while the calls come in.
If you have anything to do with health and wellness, that's the topic, of course, each and every Tuesday morning with Gerald. Don't leave us here by ourselves because we get a bit nervous.
And I want to talk about xylitol.
133 693, we'll do that in a moment.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about xylitol, or do you want to go to Sam?
No, why don't you go to Sam?
Sam has sent us a text, and he's got ulcerative colitis, which is no fun, and he's taking a medication, and he wanted to know the adverse effects. Now, a couple of things here, Sam. If you're taking these for the first time, your pharmacist has an obligation to give you a consumer medicines information leaflet, which lists everything about your medicine, what it is, what it's supposed to do, what you might expect, as well as a comprehensive list of potential adverse effects. Now, remember, it's affecting your gut, so we're trying to settle down a problem. So the usual issues might be indigestion, sometimes gas production, sometimes some nausea, sometimes some vomiting. But if you don't feel right having started these new pills, then you give your pharmacist or your doctor a call. But you can go back into the pharmacy today and ask for that sheet. That's what I'd be doing, Sam. And you might just say, why didn't you offer that to me in the first place?
Why did you not do that? Gerald and Tony Mac, just on magnesium orotate. I have capsules, but I have problems swallowing.
Yes, you can pull the capsules apart. So a capsule is two little sides, one fits inside the other, with the powder enclosed. So if you wish, you can pull that capsule apart, mix it in water. It may not dissolve all that well. An easier thing is to mix it with a bit of yogurt, just say half an egg cupful, and then just enjoy it. It's the same thing. You get the same result.
Excellent work. A couple of these calls while they're ringing through. 133 693. Jay will answer those phones in just a tick. Don't hang up. Anwar in Warragul, thank you for joining us.
Hello, Anwar. How can we help?
Hello, how you going?
Very well, thank you.
Good. I'm just on my way home from a concert in Melbourne.
So you saw, who'd you see?
I
Pearl
saw
Jam.
tonight.
Pearl Jam?
So, yep, that's right. And I got my rickety old body down on the stage, and it was good.
Oh, that's it. Tony does that all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's got the stamina
I
for
know.
it. And what can I help you with today, Anwar?
Well, I have two diseases. I have Crohn's disease,
Yes.
and I have ankylosing spondylitis.
Okay.
So generally, they don't work very well together. So when I'm medicating, I can have lots of flare-ups that are quite painful. But I just wondered, one of my doctors told me that food doesn't make quite a difference. But I've been trying different diets, so I wondered if you had any tips about that.
My tip, Anwar, is that you try and chase up a local dietitian in Warragul, and there are quite a number of them, because contrary to what your doctors advised, food selections make an enormous difference into particularly Crohn's, because it's a gut issue, and your AS as well, your spondylitis. Although if you're on the stage at Marvel tonight, joint pain's obviously not all that troublesome. You can add fish oil into whatever you're taking, Anwar, triple strength fish oil, which will actually help reduce inflammation on both counts. But seek the dietitian, please. They are the experts in food selections.
Anwar, thank you. I hope that helps. We had to. You're obviously on the road. It's a bit noisy.
Going home. Well, that's what, an hour and a quarter drive from Marvel Stadium.
A little bit. Now, here's one out of left just for you. Can one of us drink a little too much milk? In that, with the in the shared house, now available in the shared house, is a coffee machine. And so one of the joys of having a coffee machine is you get to make the coffee. I'm in charge of coffee for the shared house.
Right.
Therefore, I'm making 2, 3, sometimes 4 coffees a day, all with A2 milk.
Yes.
Is that too much milk?
No.
It's not.
No. But remember, the intake of milk is that you're taking in calories, so it usually depends what you're having with your coffee. So if you're having a couple of muffins,
lint balls,
or 6 or 8 jelly beans in your mouth at the one time, therein lies the problem. No, with A2, and you could always use a smaller cup, of course.
Excellent, thank you. G'day, Tony and Jill. Monique here. Could be your youngest listener. We love you, Monique. Nice to have you there. Feel free to call through 133693. Any tip on how to quit the smokeroonies?
This is for Monique's dad.
Yeah.
Well, the hardest thing, we had on Sunday morning House of Wellness, we had the CEO of Quit Australia. And look, the number of people smoking these days, Monique, is less. So we're doing the right things, but those still smoking obviously are resistant to change. If he wants to give it away, then probably the best way is to get the medically prescribed vapes that he gets from his doctor, then from his pharmacy. But sometimes you've got to take the tough love and just do it cold turkey. And Tony, you have a website, that chap that's got can you remember what that is?
Stop Smoking course, How to Stop Smoking, and
which you can look at online, which you said was quite remarkable.
Yeah, I'll get the details. Millsy and I at 6PR did it together. Stephen did it before I did, and then I did it a couple of months later from memory, and haven't had a cigarette since, and that's about 15 years ago.
So if you'll at some stage just let Monique know.
Yeah, I will.
So stay listening, Monique, and because he's got a memory issue. He can't remember.
It'll come back to me in just a tick. I'm just looking at all these calls. Let's race through some of them. Thank you for those that are waiting. Georgie in Perth, hello to you. Say hello to Gerald quickly.
Hello, Georgina. How can we help?
Oh, hello to both of you. I have just gone through menopause. Yes. It was fine. I didn't need any HRT or anything. Sure. However, I'm aging rapidly. I was wondering, can you suggest? I just feel like the life is being sort of. I'm just really aging, and I'm just wondering what I can do. Can you recommend what I should take? I'm taking actually a calcium tablet. That's it.
Good. That's all. Good. Now, well, along with the calcium, Georgina, you should add, or it may be in the calcium, but you need vitamin D3. So you need about 2,000 international units of D3 each day, along with some vitamin K2, 180 micrograms. So those two things are going to give you far better benefits from the calcium. I'm sure because you're in sunny Perth, you have good food selections, which is wonderful, and I'm sure you're out and about to enjoy exercise, which is wonderful, and I'm sure you've got good social networks. All of those things will reduce the impact of aging. I often talk, Georgina, about ubiquinol because it helps produce energy at mitochondrial level, so it's an energizing nutrient, and I think one thing we do need as we get a little older is vitality, and ubiquinol 150 milligram every morning is a good start. But otherwise, you embrace the moment. There's no magic pill in spite of all the slick marketing, Georgina, and just keep linked in to everybody socially, and away you go.
Yeah, that's it. Do you drink the occasional whiskey, Georgie?
Oh, maybe a champagne or a
There you go.
party.
Well, that's like, and do that with friends, and plenty, something from Margaret River, and the world's a good place.
Thank you. Thank
Georgina,
you so much.
look, thanks for the call, and it's a very common question I get, and my advice always is embrace it.
And the other thing is, and I know lots of girlfriends of late have confided, it is a thing, and it needs to be discussed more.
You're talking menopause?
Yeah, that it has been
Well, a lot
discussed.
in the moment. In fact, I read today that unions now are going for a menopause leave. We have to recognise that because blokes don't go through it, and I think the world would be different.
Don't they?
No.
Don't
well,
they?
Ernie Stickley used to say he had issues with manopause, but I think that was distinctly Ernie. And he can't be here to argue with me, so we'll just leave on there. But what we've got to do is recognise perimenopause. Again, House of Wellness, we spoke to the author, a dietitian and nutritionist who's just written a book called The Peri Diet. Now, she said that the diet part is not any food restriction. It is embracing particular foods to help the hormonal fluctuations that happen during perimenopause, which is the few years before actual menopause, and away you go.
Alan Carr. Alan Carr Stop Smoking course.
That's for you, Monique. Alan Carr, how easy way to quit smoking. You give that to your dad for Christmas.
It is fantastic, the book, and there are courses, so you can do the course, which takes about 5 hours, and you'll go, really?
Yes.
What was I thinking? Can we race through some of these? Sure. Annie, you wanted a question about turmeric. Good morning to you.
Hello, Anne.
Yes, hello. I've got arthritic knees, and I was wondering about turmeric. What strength should I take?
Well, it depends on the brand, Anne. So if you get your pharmacist, your local pharmacist, to give you a high-potency brand, so we're talking here about, and I'm talking thousands of milligram, but don't be worried about that. This is dried powder. So 17,500 capsules, twice a day after food, and that seems to be the one that I get most positive feedback from, and it's designed to reduce inflammation and reinforce the structure of your knees. You'll find the benefits.
And I'm also taking fish oil.
Good. That's got to be triple strength fish oil, Anne, and that's got to be taken twice a day. That combination is ideal. Well done.
So the turmeric is a tablet, is it?
A capsule. Capsules are better, Anne, than tablets. So get capsules, 17,500 capsules of turmeric, 17,500, and you take them twice a day after food.
Thank you very much.
And keep the fish oil going, but check that it's triple strength, Anne.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the call.
Any dramas, we're here every Tuesday morning on the program, man, so come back and get an update from Gerald if need be.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. 133693, more calls the other side of this.
Hi, Grandma. Ready to go?
I was born ready. I've got my selfie stick.
Grandma, do you have to video everywhere?
My followers want to see the next exciting pair of shoes for my collection from Gilmore's. Can't let them down.
We better not keep your fans waiting.
That's right. Let's go to Gilmore's and see what's new. I reckon I'll get over 100 likes this time.
Soon they'll be paying you to advertise.
Oh, do you think so?
As an influencer, you never know. Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, South Road, Melrose Park.
The last thing we are at Naughty by Nature is judgy. There's enough of that in the world. We're here to say it's okay to do things differently, to explore, to step out of reality and into fantasy. Which is why we think you'll adore our lifelike dolls, perfect in every way, stunning and so real. It costs nothing to see them. Take a look. Please don't be shy. Be curious. Google Naughty by Nature Adult Store. Sale on now.
Black Friday sales on now at District Outlet Centre. It's all the brands you love in one place and the only undercover outlet in South Australia. With over 50 renowned local and international brands at affordable prices, District is your go-to shopping destination. Find stores like Timberland, Shoe Warehouse, Cotton on Mega, Edge Clothing, Skechers, Rip Curl, Kathmandu, and Adelaide's first and only Neverland. It's sensational outlet shopping all year round. Main North Road, Parafield.
Why buy an Island Star caravan? Well, they're designed by Knowles Caravans. There's thousands on the road and 75% of Knowles customers are repeat buyers. They know when they're onto a good thing. Go with the people you can trust with 5 decades of service to Australia's caravanning community. Knowles Caravans, 561 Salisbury Highway, Greenfields, opposite Mawson Lakes.
Trusted for quality, driven for adventure.
Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans.
The 2024 Multicultural Festival is on this Sunday in Tartanyunga, Victoria Square, right in the heart of Adelaide. Come along and enjoy some of the 150 amazing food dishes while experiencing music, performances, hands-on activities and presentations from nearly 60 different cultures. It's a free, fun day out for the whole family. Gates open from noon until 6 p.m. Learn more and view the program at multicultural.sa.gov.au/festival. We can't wait to see you there.
If the bank's declined your business loan, no worries. Universal Finance make business loans easy. No financials required. Unsecured business loans and business overdrafts. Universal Finance can help your business now. For lightning fast settlement, sometimes in just a matter of hours. See Universal Finance in Kent Town today. Or search Universal Finance right now.
This is general advice only, and you should consider the terms and conditions before determining whether this advice is suitable for your situation.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Just getting more messages. Alan Carr, the book's available. You can have a look at that. Read the book. Alan Carr, Stop Smoking course, and Google and you'll find where the local courses near you. Margaret, now you've got arthritis of your knee. How can Gerald help?
Hi, good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Margaret.
Yes, I was recently diagnosed with an X-ray. Now, I've been a regular walker for a very long time, between 3 to 5 Ks a day. I'm a long-time user of vitamin D, fish oil, recently started a probiotic for no apparent reason. And since I've been diagnosed with arthritis of my right knee and a spine curvature, and it's degenerating also, I've recently started taking curcumin advanced with boswellia, ginger and piperine.
Good.
Am I doing the right thing?
You're doing very well, Margaret. Vera, that combination is terrific. As I mentioned to Anne before, make sure the fish oil is triple strength. You can take that twice a day. Make sure you're taking 2,000 international units of the D3, which is usually 2 capsules. And if you're still walking those 5Ks, if you've got a local podiatrist, have them assess your foot structure. Make sure you're wearing proper shoes.
Yeah.
Because every time you put your heel down, you're driving shock up into your knees. So you need the shock absorbing capacity of the best shoes possible, and it's the podiatrist who plays a role there for you. But no, you're doing really well, Margaret. Well done.
I wear Asics. My runners are Asics with the thickened sole at the back, so I'm assuming they're pretty good.
They are a very good brand.
I'm wearing the ASIC as I speak to you, Margaret.
Sorry?
I'm wearing ASIC as I speak to you.
Yeah, no, they are a very good brand.
Yeah,
They're good. They feel good on your feet when you're walking.
Great. That's terrific. Well, look,
because
I think...
It's come on,
yeah?
Because it's come on suddenly, the knee concern, I'm thinking, how quickly has arthritis set in after such a long time? It's basically like an overnight thing that's happened.
Well, it's just wearing out, Margaret, and that's the issue. But you're doing everything to maintain your joints, and I'd be taking a look at glucosamine as well, because that plays a role.
Glucosamine.
Yes, not glucose jelly beans, Tony.
No,
glucosamine.
Margaret, I'm going to move on, but good to talk to you. Thank you. In South Australia, Vicky, hi.
Hello, Vicky. Good morning.
Good morning. I've had rheumatoid arthritis for 25 years, and I'm on sort of all sorts of medications. Now, I've got diabetes as well, and I'm on vitamin B12 injections once every 3 months, but I'm also on a low dose of methotrexate tablets. And I was just wondering, you were saying about having the vitamin B12 orally. I was wondering if it was all right to have it in between.
Well,
when
Vicky, good.
With the methotrexate.
Yeah, good question. You're getting the B12, which is keeping your levels up, and you're going back every 3 months. You can certainly ask your doctor whether he would mind if you took an oral B12 every day instead of having to go back and get the jab all the time. Put that question to him, Vicky, and that's fine. Fine, really.
Good on you, Vic. Hope that helps you a little bit. We're going to race through these. Sorry, Vicky, to move on. Tracy in Altona, you've got the blood pressure. What's happening?
Oh, hello, Tony and Gerald. I've had high blood pressure for quite a long time. That's sort of been hard to treat. And you were mentioning before that, before you do your blood pressure, you should sit quietly and breathe and all the rest of it. And it does reduce. But is that your true reading when the rest of the day you're not like that? You're running around, you're walking, you're cooking, gardening.
Your true blood pressure, Tracy, is an average across the day. So what I do with my GP, under her instructions, I take it 3 times when I see her because she wants to put me on a pill and I don't want to go on a pill, and I can prove that I don't have blood pressure. You measure it 3 times and you record the third reading at 3 times across the day. Morning, sometime in the afternoon, sometime in the evening. And you do that for 5 consecutive days and you record the third reading each time. And that's the way you get an average, and that's your true picture of your blood pressure, in spite of it going up and down, depending what you do across the day, Tracy.
That's Tracy in Altona. We'll go to Tracy and Glen Thompson straight after this.
Australia has 4.67 million cases of food poisoning each year. 48,000 end up in hospital, and 38 lead to preventable deaths. To avoid being part of these stats, it pays to look before you cook. Always read food labels for cooking and storage instructions. Know the difference between use by and best before dates. And use a meat thermometer to check the recommended cooking temperature. For more tips, visit foodsafety.asn.au.
Don't let the sun set on your energy savings. With NRG Solar's cutting-edge batteries, your energy independence lasts long after sunset. Enjoy the freedom of solar, even when you're not home. Experience the future of energy. NRG Solar's new warehouse is fully stocked with wholesale solar and battery equipment. See it for yourself. NRG Solar, 1275 South Road, St Mary's, or call 1300 858 160 to explore a brighter, more sustainable tomorrow.
Exciting news! There's a new kid on the block at Wayville. Literally. Wayville Hyundai.
Where do you want the new Santa Fe?
Excuse me. Next to the Kona Hybrid, please. It's all go at Adelaide's newest family-owned Hyundai dealer. Just minutes from the city and opposite the showgrounds. Wayville Hyundai promises a whole new experience when it comes to buying your dream Hyundai, including all your servicing with free drop-offs, next-day delivery and loan cars. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, driven by Australian Motors.
New cruises from Adelaide are on sale now with Princess Cruises and Phil Hoffman Travel. Enjoy 22 nights aboard the Crown and Grand Princess, admiring the changing coastal scenery from the Great Australian Bight to the Kimberley Coast and tropical North Queensland before arriving in Sydney Harbour. 2 cruises departing Adelaide in October 2026 and April 2027, starting from $4,719 per person twin share, selling fast. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
When we say police home care, a lot of people think...
Open up! It's police home care!
It's alright, we're just here to do the dishes. When in fact, police home care is an approved My Aged Care and registered NDIS provider, available to all South Australians. For quality aged care or disability care in your own home, search Police Home Care. Taking care to everyone.
Are you or someone you know living with epilepsy? 1 in 25 Australians will develop epilepsy at some stage in their lives. The Epilepsy Centre in Adelaide is dedicated to raising awareness in the community to reduce the stigma and create a more welcoming and inclusive society. We do this by providing epilepsy awareness and seizure first aid to people living with epilepsy, their families and friends. Thanks to state government funding, we can offer this education at no cost. For more information, go to epilepsycentre.org.au.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight. Live.
Don't laugh. We need to talk, Gerald. Very quickly, Tracy in Glen Thompson.
Hello, Tracy.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Any suggestions on how to manage chronic fatigue? I'm only just coming up on 12 months of having it, and at the extreme, I had 2 weeks of sleeping almost 23 hours a day. On a good day, I've got enough energy to get out and do a few bits and pieces, but it's just so unpredictable.
And we don't have a magic solution to it, Tracy. Food selection is important. Gentle exercise and vitality is important. The nutrient of choice I mentioned earlier is ubiquinol. It's a nutrient, Tracy, which drives production of energy at cellular level. You get a 150 milligram and take it a couple of times a day. And I'd be delighted to know in perhaps 6 or 8 weeks how you're getting on.
Keep in touch, Tracy. For those calls that we just didn't get to, have a look at the website, which is thehouseofwellness.com.au. There's a little Ask tab there.
Yeah, there is, or you can just put Ask Gerald on Google and you'll find me.
Oh, there you go. Ask Gerald on Google. Gerald, thank you. Sunday morning for the House of Wellness. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you next week.
Pleasure.
It is Australia Overnight. Come and join us other side, 133 693.
News as it happens. This is Adelaide's 5AA.
In this bulletin, spiked drinks put 2 backpackers in hospitals, action after a horror weekend on the roads, and Rafa about to hang up his racket. Hi, I'm Gabriel Hodson. 2 young Australian women are fighting for life in Thai hospitals after a suspected mass poisoning during a holiday in Southeast Asia. Christy Sullivan reports.
The 2 19-year-olds from Melbourne were on a university break and at a youth hostel in Laos when it's believed their drinks were spiked with methanol. 2 Swedish nationals are believed to have died and 10 more people were sick following the incident. The young women's families are making their way to Thailand to be at their bedsides, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade says it is providing consular assistance to them. Symptoms of methanol poisoning can include abdominal pain, vomiting, breathing difficulties, blindness, blurred vision and seizures. Drinking just 25 to 90 millilitres of the toxic chemical can be fatal. In Melbourne, Christy Sullivan, 9 News.
Road safety is back in the spotlight after 4 fatal weekend crashes in WA. Premier Roger Cook has confirmed a review into further road safety measures is happening and says he's working with experts to determine what restrictions will be the most effective.
I've always said that nothing's off the table. We need to look at a whole range of different measures. As Premier, people are often suggesting to me different things that we should be considering, including, for instance, limitations on the power of vehicles, limitations on P-plate drivers' access to powerful vehicles, and other things of that nature. But I think it's really important that we listen to the experts when it comes to road safety.
161 people have lost their lives on WA roads so far this year. Alan Jones' lawyer says the former broadcaster denies any misconduct after being charged with historical indecent assault and sexual touching offences. The former 2GB and 2UE broadcaster is facing a total of 24 charges against 8 people between 2001 and 2019. The former Wallabies coach has been granted bail and didn't speak as he left the police station. Lawyer Chris Murphy says they'll fight the charges.
Mr Jones will be defending this case. He's presumed innocent.
Perth police have charged a 29-year-old woman after an alleged serious assault on an elderly woman. An 84-year-old was rushed to hospital with serious head injuries after being knocked to the ground in a car park in the suburb of Midland. She remains in a stable condition. Police in Sydney southwest have released images of a missing elderly woman last seen at Cabramatta train station. Maria Teresa Joquera lives with dementia and several other medical conditions. The 74-year-old is South American in appearance and was wearing a black dress and blue vest. Southeast of Brisbane, police are urgently trying to find a 13-year-old boy missing from Victoria Point. They've released an image. He was last seen in Creekwood Street on Sunday night. He's about 160 centimetres with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a hoodie and black track pants. Finance and the Aussie dollar's buying 64.58 US cents. The Dow Jones is down 70 points and the Nasdaq's down 224. Rafael Nadal is entering his very last tournament in his home country, Spain. The 38-year-old will play in the Davis Cup in Malaga, which gets going Tuesday. Rafa says the time was right.
I can hold for one more year, but why? To say goodbye in every single tournament, I mean, I don't have that ego. For me today, don't make sense or to keep going knowing that I don't have the real chance to be competitive the way that I like to be competitive.
Week 2 of the AFLW finals and Fremantle's Jay Flynn has been referred to the match review after being accused of rough conduct against Adelaide's Anne Hatchard in the Crows' 37-point win at the weekend. The third quarter incident has been deemed intentional low-impact body contact. And that's the latest in news and sport.
The last thing we are at Naughty by Nature is judgy. There's enough of that in the world. We're here to say it's okay to do things differently, to explore, to step out of reality and into fantasy. Which is why we think you'll adore our lifelike dolls, perfect in every way, stunning and so real. It costs nothing to see them. Take a look. Please don't be shy. Be curious. Google Naughty by Nature Adult Store. Sale on now.
Every Christmas,
You want to nail the perfect gift, but with Chemist Warehouse fragrances at these prices, why stop at one? Get Marc Jacobs Perfect EDP 100ml $129.99, Parker Abun Olympia EDP 80ml $109.99, Hugo Boss Bottled EDT 100ml $69.99, and Tommy Hilfiger Tommy EDT 100ml $49.99. For big brand fragrances at the lowest prices this Christmas, it's gotta be Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Stil Novo, 10% off Fab, Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit adelaideappliancegallery.com.au.
The 2024 Multicultural Festival is on this Sunday in Tartanyunga, Victoria Square, right in the heart of Adelaide. Come along and enjoy some of the 150 amazing food dishes while experiencing music, performances, hands-on activities and presentations from nearly 60 different cultures. It's a free, fun day out for the whole family. Gates open from noon until 6 p.m. Learn more and view the program at multicultural.sa.gov.au/festival. We can't wait to see you there.
If you need to fix your pipes, call Precise. Call Precise. If your toilet's blowing up, call Precise. Call Precise. If your lights aren't turning on, or your hot water is gone, or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Precise.
Precise Plumbing and Electrical. Call 1300 700 200. That's 1300 700 200. Precise Plumbing and Electrical. Local and experienced trade specialists.
Or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Call Precise.
$13.95 Adelaide's FIVEAA.
Now, this is Australia Overnight with Tony McManus.
Hello, good to see ya. If you would like to be part of the program, wherever you are, right around the ACE Radio Network, 3AW here in Melbourne, of course, 5AA in Adelaide, 6PA in Perth, we're everywhere. 133693 for Perth listeners, 133882. I mentioned this to the great Dennis Walter earlier, in no particular order. Jay, put those headphones on. Let me ask you a couple of questions because we need some calls. 133693.
Go for it.
One song that mentions shoes.
Shoes.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Diamonds on the soles of her shoes.
Oh, fantastic. See, that's the sort of thing I'm looking for.
It's a nice song. I like
Perfect. Paul Simon.
Paul Simon.
One of the best songs of all time.
Beautiful song.
Diamonds on the soles. That's the sort of thing. So we're going to put together the definitive list, and we love lists on this program. The definitive list of great pieces that mention a shoe or shoes. 133693. TV hosts of, because there's birthdays today, and in no particular order, we'll talk more about Larry King a bit later on. Dick Cavett, for those that remember. Dick Cavett. Wow. US TV personality, talk show host, appeared regularly on TV in the US right through 60s. None of us in this audience would remember Dick Cavett, but such an important person. The Tonight Show over in that part of the world from 63 to 64. Very, very funny and entertaining performer. The question around that is wonderful television hosts that you can think of. Great television hosts. Or maybe not so great. So instantly somebody's going to say the wonderful Graham Kennedy. Well, big tick. Bert. Big tick. But after that, where does it go? Wonderful hosts of various programs in Australia or from around the world. 133693. Other things that we had on the list, and we'll form a bit of a list around those TV shows and have a bit of fun. And there's one about fashion, but I might hold that off for a bit later on. Let's race through some of these calls. Col in Melbourne town. Morning, Colin. Australia Overnight. Hello. Yeah, good, Tone. Really good. How are you? Hello, Colin.
I'm good, thank you, but I'd like to ask a question from someone that has the knowledge.
Please do. Go.
I am currently on aspirin 100 milligrams,
Yes.
ticagrelor 90 milligrams,
Yes.
metformin 500 milligrams, atorvastatin 80 milligrams.
Holy dooly.
And my question is, I have asked 2 doctors and I've been given the okay to eat grapefruit. The chemist, who is a Chinese lady up here,
Yes.
said, no, you must not eat it at all.
What, grapefruit?
Yes.
Wow, okay. Now, Gerald Quigley is just down the other side of the kitchen area, is sneaking into some jelly beans. But what we'll do, we'll throw that to him. Colin, you keep listening, and so he'll answer the question for us very shortly on 133693 GQ as to the merits of grapefruit juice given your medications.
Okay, thank you.
Good on you, Cole. Keep listening. Christian on the road again. Morning.
Tony, how are you?
I'm well. Where are you heading, old son? Home?
Just home. Yep, definitely home.
How'd you go today?
Yeah, all good, all good. Just got day off today, tomorrow. Today, Tuesday, I've got prostate issues, so I've got to get all that checked.
Oh, Christian.
Anyway.
Now, how are you managing that? Just, he asks, out of interest.
I have absolutely no idea. I just can't stop going to the toilet, so it's just full on at the moment. So time to get that all checked out.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are they doing? Are you having a scan, or how are they managing that? Over.
Yeah, doing a scan. So we'll see what happens.
Well, let me know, because you and I could be twins at the moment, old son.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely let you know. So yeah. But anyway, enough of my stories. A song for you.
Go. What do you got?
Old Brown Shoe, the Beatles.
Old Brown Shoe. The Beatles' Old Brown Shoe.
Yeah. I think it's either the white album, but it's definitely on the blue album, the anthology blue album.
Old Brown Shoe. I'll have to have a look. I'm not familiar unless... And it was simply called Old Brown Shoe by the Beatles.
Yep, Old Brown Shoe. It's either on the white album, but it's definitely on the blue anthology album, the double album they had.
Well, let me just channel this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hope this is the one for you, Christian. There it is, Christian. Thank you. It is on the list now. GQ is just having a cup of tea and a couple of jelly beans and some beautiful chocolates from Simon Owen's collection. We now call it the Simon Owens collection. GQ, grapefruit or no grapefruit?
Well, in theory, the caller, and I've forgotten his name, I'm sorry, but it's the statin, Tony, which in theory can be modified in the liver with grapefruit. Now, if he enjoys grapefruit every day, that's absolutely fine. He can have a half a grapefruit without any problems at all, and that's not cutting across what he was correctly and theoretically advised by his pharmacist. But from a common sense perspective, it's obviously causing him grief that he can't. Go ahead and enjoy it, mate.
There you go. There's the big tip. Like those beautiful jelly beans, just go ahead and enjoy them, Gerald.
And Tony, Nancy Sinatra, these boots are made for walking.
Thank you. It's on the list. Excellent work, Gerald Quigley. 133693. Where we go? Cole in Melbourne, I think. Hello, Colin. Kevin. Hello, Kev. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Before we terminate our conversation, Tony, can you connect me back to Jay in the booth, please?
Yes, I can, and you're there right now.
Please, please don't hang up on me before you do that.
What now? No.
No, at the end.
Oh, right.
A couple of
want to go
topics.
straight back
you were
there.
talking about grapefruit. The late Queen Elizabeth and her son King Charles every day partake of a boiled egg and half a grapefruit. Have done for decades, the two of them.
Where would you have read that? That's a fantastic
mate,
piece
it
of
just
information.
Rattles around in the back of the brain from reading all those magazines and newspapers.
That would be one of the most useless pieces of information I think I've ever heard.
On a topic of songs with shoes,
yes,
if I may,
please.
Another town, another rain-soaked back road. Walking through with the rain in my shoe.
Oh, what a great song.
Searching for you in Kentucky rain.
Excellent. Kev, get off. Stay there and I'll put you straight back to Jay. Funny. Justine morning.
How are you, my friend?
I'm well.
Do you know, just while I was on hold, when I was growing up, my mum lived on grapefruit. No wonder she had such a fabulous figure. I mean, she was busy with 5 kids, but there was a diet, the grapefruit. I'll have to ask her on the weekend. She lived, was it the Scarsdale diet?
May well have been, now that you say that out loud, yes.
Because my mum always had the best figure. And it was grapefruits, and I just remember my mum having a grapefruit like breakfast, lunch and dinner.
So she would literally live...
Not breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Nearly.
But we had a grapefruit tree too.
Which probably helps. Now, I'm just looking up the merits of... Let me just have a look at the merits of the grapefruit.
The Scarsdale diet, and it was a grapefruit. Anyway, that's what I'm not ringing about.
No, what are you ringing about?
In the last 24 hours, there's been a lot in the media about the Christmas decorations, as you're aware.
You're talking about the Maya windows.
And Kiara Parker, etc., etc. I wanted to dress our house up this year with Halloween, and my dear first husband said, definitely not Justine. So I said, okay. And the boys said, definitely not, Mum, you've officially lost the plot. But I think they'll let me dress it up for Christmas. I'm going to put the biggest Father Christmas on our house, our roof, that the pilots will see. I'm sure we're on a flight path. They'll see our house. I think everyone should do that this Christmas.
Put a big Father Christmas on the roof.
Well, on your front fence or your front letterbox, or just dress up your house, and it doesn't have to be expensive.
I know. Do you know some of the things that I've seen, wee small hours, or when I leave the shared house, I've already noticed so many homes have gone out and gone into overdrive with decorations. Fantastic.
And there's a great one near me. I'm happy to give the address. They do it for charity, and they do Halloween. I went and walked past it this year. They've been doing it for a long time, and when my boys were little, we would go to Christmas Eve Mass, and then we would go and have a look at this house, and I can't begin to tell you the joy. Even my age, it was, I just love it.
Fantastic.
Love.
Which suburb, Justine?
It's in Kew.
Beautiful.
Wimber Avenue. Oh, let me confirm that. I'm sure it's Wimber Avenue, Kew, on the corner of Wimber and Park Hill.
There you go.
It's amazing.
And they up and running already?
I walked past his house the other day and I had a chat to him because he's just pulled down Halloween. He's a busy man. And then you can do a gold coin donation. It might be for cancer. But just talking about Christmas decorations, I was in my local butcher tonight, and this sweet little boy came in. He was in grade 3, and his mummy had... Oh, he was so beautiful. He was at a school in Glenferrie Road in his little shirt and his little sweet shorts. And in this butcher, it's a bit crazy. You'd love this butcher. It's in Glenferrie Road, Hawthorn. My son works there. And I walk past there often when I'm walking home, and they're very funny because every butcher's funny. I think it's always good for a female to go into a butcher. They're very beautiful men.
They're clever.
Anyway,
they're funny.
They're very clever.
Irreverent.
This sweet little boy walked in with his mum's credit card, and he was so excited to come into the butcher without his mum. And I was talking to the manager, so I stopped and said, "Oh, look after this little gentleman." He said, "No, beautiful man." He said, "No, it's okay. You can keep talking." I said, "No, that's fine. You go." And I said to him, "What are you coming in for?" Because this particular butcher has these chicken nuggets that every girl and it went crazy on TikTok. It's the chicken nuggets. If you Google it, chicken nuggets at this butcher in Glenferrie Road, Hawthorn. And I said, "Oh, are you coming in for the chicken nuggets?" And he was so serious. He said, No chicken nuggets. I said, "Oh, you're coming in for some steak?" No.
Steak.
No steak. I said, "What about mince?" No.
Sausages.
And yeah, exactly. Then I said, "Oh my God, what are you coming in for?" I said, "Sausages." He goes, "Yeah, sort of." I said, "Are they the lamb ones?" And Rosemary said, "No, 6 lamb sausages."
Wow.
So serious.
Beautiful. 6 lamb sausages. Justine, happy days. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on. We've got to do this when we come back. 133693. Plenty of calls, which is great. I'm loving that. And the text line going in overdrive as well. The monkeys, they swore by ape fruit.
Now, let's see what's in the swear jar at Bi-Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens. Oh, wrong swear jar. This is it. From Martin the Tiler, affectionately known as Millimetre Martin. He swears you'll love his millimetre-perfect craftsmanship. And here's one from Rick the Plumber. Rick swears to always clean up after himself, guaranteed. For a team that swears to deliver on quality and service, see Bi-Urban Bathrooms and Kitchens, Adelaide's home renovation experts.
Here's another Proud Supply Nation network supplier.
Wrapped Creations is an Aboriginal owned and operated event management, marketing and design provider, turning your event vision into unforgettable memories. They take care of catering and entertainment through to pop-up festivals, multi-day conferences and large-scale events. Their experienced design team can create your event branding, signage, corporate documents and retail spaces. Visit wrappedcreations.com.au to bring your ideas to life.
Rollerco would never boast about how good they are at fixing sliding doors and windows, so I'll do it for them. For nearly 40 years, Rollerco have been making and fixing all sorts of sliding doors and windows. They seriously know everything there is to know. And if by some outrageous chance they don't have the parts you need, they'll do their very best to find a solution. Rollerco.com.au. They'll get you rolling. Rollerco.com.au.
Over 50 and ready to dive into something amazing? This is for you. We're planning for your future with 2 new over 50s lifestyle resorts in Goola and Encounter Bay. With our vision for world-class facilities and endless activities, your next phase of life could deliver your best years yet with pools, gymnasiums, bowling greens and more. Visit our new display centre at 1 Banfield Road, Goolwa North, or check out lakesideresort.com.au or oceanviewresort.com.au.
I'll grab a few people I know. We'll mark out some places to go. There's no invitation, just a destination, and that's the best freedom I know. Jump in the Jayco. Jump in the Jayco. Yeah, that's the best freedom I know.
It all started with a pen and paper 35 years ago. Lots of ideas and a ton of innovation. Nothing's changed. Beechwood Homes is still building stunning bespoke homes right across South Australia. Under construction right now is another Beechwood Homes masterpiece at Blackwood Park. This new display home will showcase Beechwood's dedication to cutting-edge design, craftsmanship and innovation. If you can dream it, Beechwood Homes can build it. Life's good. It's even better in a Beechwood home.
on 1395 Adelaide's 5AA. This is Australia Overnight, live.
Put on your dancing shoes, as one does. 133693. Nice to have your company wherever you are. You might be listening at 5AA in Adelaide, 3AW here in Melbourne town for the overnight program. And our great friends at 6PR in Perth and the Ace Radio Network, 133693 for Perth. As you know, just your normal open line talkback number, 133882. That'll get you through. Bairnsdale. Hello, Paul.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Morning, well, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate two great TV hosts. One was Don Lane.
Yeah, Don would be one of the perennial favourites. During that time, it was very different, sort of, they captured that American style of a TV program. It was very different, I think, pretty much to Graham Kennedy, but it was just fantastic. And Bird added to that culture too, didn't he? That sort of whole, I don't know, the genre of the Lane show, Don Lane show.
Yeah, and Don Lane was the other one.
That's the one. That's the one.
Ernie Siegley.
And Siegley, of course, we should put Ernie on the list. He was fantastic, he and Denise. I agree with you. Well done, Paul. Thank you very much for that. Leanne, morning.
Good morning, Tony and Dre. Of course, Blue Suede Shoes.
Great song. Would be in the top. Of the list. Boogie Woogie.
Boogie Shoes from KC and the Sunshine Band.
Oh
and
yes.
Woody Two Shoes.
Can we see if we can find Jay? Can we see if we can find? That's a great song from KC. Boogie Woogie Woogie.
Yeah, and Boogie Shoes and Goody Two Shoes from Adam Ann.
Oh,
and
hang on. You could take everybody's nomination. Everybody will hang up.
No. I've got TV host, one that I used to love watching, Craig Ferguson.
Love Craig Ferguson. Love the Craig Ferguson.
He's so good.
Wasn't he brilliant?
He was so good on The Late Show.
He was just genius. Now, there's probably, I hope people know who we're talking about. He was wonderful because he had little or no budget compared to the other big programs. But he made it his own. That late night show, I think it was called. Came on after Letterman, and it was just brilliant.
Yeah. All right, that's me done. Thank you.
You've done well. Thank you. That's me done.
Thanks.
Off you go. Jimmy, hello.
Good morning.
This is a funny program. Hello, Jimmy.
A few movie hosts, but these are TV movie hosts, which was Bill Collins and Ivan Hutchinson.
Yeah, they were great. They were fantastic at the time, weren't they? The wonderful story of the wrong Bill Collins coming onto 3AW. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that story. Also, Deadly Ernest. There was also...
Deadly Ernest, yes. Well, we're thinking David Letterman, and you give me Deadly Ernest.
Well, in that case, I'll give you Johnny Carson and Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Yeah.
And for shoes... Nearly all of mine have gone, but luckily I remember the disco one that I don't think no one's mentioned, Boogie Woogie Dancing Shoes by Claudia Barry. And just a few more quick things before I go and let other callers come on. Do you remember last week when you were talking with Arthur and he mentioned Glass of Champagne by the group Sailor?
Yeah, it's a great track, and we played it the other week, I think.
The other very, very big hit was?
Of Glass of Champagne by Sailor?
Yeah, but do you remember what the other big hit was?
Just remind us.
It was, I think it was actually their first hit. It was Girls, Girls, Girls.
Oh, yes, of course it was. Girls, Girls, Girls. Yes, it was. Haven't heard that for years.
Yeah, one more thing, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Last week I heard on Jackie Felgate's show that someone knocked off Mike Brady's favourite guitar. Then I heard a caller said he was a friend of Mike Brady's who had a business and offered $2,000 for whoever took it to give it back.
And it turned up.
Another caller. I didn't hear anything further if he got it back. Do you know anything?
Yeah, it was on the news on Sunday night, and my understanding is, unless I got it wrong, it's been returned.
Oh, good. Very good. Okay, you know Mike Brady yourself, don't you? Because you know Billy Pennell and...
I know Billy, and Billy, of course, worked with Mike Brady here on 3AW for many, many a year. But I've only met Mike once or twice in passing in the 3AW corridor.
Oh, that reminds me, one more thing. One time I said to you a few years back, I used to call Mike and Billy Pennell on their music show.
Yes, you would have.
And you said, you know. I was wondering if you know, did you used to hear me and remember my voice?
No.
Oh, because when I told you...
Sorry, Jimmy, no. I did.
Oh,
I didn't. I just... Do you know, Jimmy, and I love you, and I really do, I promise you, but over the years, I've listened to 28,265 different callers, and I just can't remember everybody's voice from way back. But you are a regular contributor to this program.
I know, because when I told you I used to talk to them a little while back, you said you know, and I thought...
look, I probably have, Jimmy, in fairness. You're right, but who, how, why, when and where on which program, I would have no idea. I can't remember what I did yesterday.
That's a bit like me, thank you.
I have no idea what I did yesterday, let alone what I was listening to 15 years ago. Nathan, hello. I haven't heard from you for a little while. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's okay.
Good on you.
This is a song you're saying about shoes. Blue Shade Shoes by Elvis Presley.
Oh, Blue Suede Shoes was one of the all-time great ones, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I just looked it up and said Elvis Presley sang that song.
Yeah, it was. Is that one of your favourites, Nathan?
I've never heard any of Elvis Presley songs.
What, you've never heard an Elvis Presley song?
No.
You've never heard of Elvis Presley?
No. No, I haven't.
Now, Nathan, what age group are you?
In early 40s.
Your early 40s, and you're... Look at me, Nathan, look at me. You've never heard an Elvis Presley song?
No. No, I never have.
Have a listen to this. In 5, 4... 3. Oh, good on you, Jay. I thought you had it all cranked up. Work with me. 5, 4, 3. So you've never heard Edge of Reality?
No, none of Elvis Presley songs.
Okay. Now, where will we start? I'm going to ask the audience, Nathan. You keep listening. I'll ask the audience. We're going to select just to introduce you to the great songs of Elvis Presley. This is a first for worldwide radio, people. You've never heard at 40 years of age, never an Elvis Presley song?
No.
Wow.
And there's another thing that you were saying about TV, the presenters.
Yes, presenters over the years.
Yes. Larry Ender.
I love Larry. We love Larry MD. He's going along beautifully.
And he's on the chase at 5 o'clock.
Yes, he is.
And I just want to say hello to everybody.
Good on you, Nathan.
I just want to say hello, cheerio to Tiffy and Jim.
All those great, all those wonderful people, Artie and Jimmy, and all those great Tiffy. Yeah. Nice to have you on the program.
I haven't heard Tiffy for a while.
No, she'll be back. She'll be joining us very shortly, I would imagine. Good on you, Nathan. I'm going to fly 133693. I'm going to put it to this great audience. If we could introduce Nathan to one Elvis Presley song, just one. We'll do a poll. You can call through. What is the one song that you think would be the definitive Elvis Presley song to introduce to Nathan, who says, and you got to believe him, has never heard a song from Elvis Presley? OMG. For example, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, for example. Oh, we got there. If you don't buy those glasses, I'm going to come around there and whack you. Jay's working the other side of the glass. Here we go. This is pretty good. Maybe not necessarily the one to introduce it.
I walk along a thin line, darling.
More on second thoughts.
Dark shadows follow me. Here's where life's dream lies disillusioned.
the edge of reality. Oh, I can hear strange voices echo, laughing with mockery. The borderline of doom I'm facing, the edge of reality. On the edge of reality, she sits there tormenting me, the girl with the nameless face. On the edge of reality, where she overpowers me with fears that I can't explain. She drove me to the point of madness, the brink of misery. If she's not real, then I'm condemned to the edge of reality. On the edge of reality, she sits.
Yeah, well, that'd be on the list, I would imagine. So you'd have that there. If you were introducing someone like Nathan for the first time hearing an Elvis Presley song, what would that song be? Other great hosts, presenters on the TEV, one in particular, Adam Hills. Adam's very funny, but a perennial favourite, the great Rove McManus. One of the goals in life is to work with Rove McManus. We could do a program, McManus and McManus. Think it might work, Rove. Don't dismiss it. Get your people to talk to my people. 1336. I reckon we could have some fun. 133693. We might get Rove McManus. We might get me, and we might get. Here's the connection. Elvis Costello. 3. Rove McManus, Tony McManus, and Elvis Costello. Think about that for a moment and why. 133693.
The last thing we are at Naughty by Nature is judgy. There's enough of that in the world. We're here to say it's okay to do things differently, to explore, to step out of reality and into fantasy. Which is why we think you'll adore our lifelike dolls. Perfect in every way. Stunning and so real. It costs nothing to see them. Take a look. Please don't be shy. Be curious. Google Naughty by Nature Adult Store. Sale on now.
Sail away with Silver Sea and FIVEAA Travel. Our most generous offer ever. Up to $10,000 saving per suite on more than 550 worldwide ocean and expedition voyages. Plus, you can join the Platinum Cruise Club for a bonus $300 shipboard credit per suite. Experience all-inclusive, ultra-luxurious ocean travel with small ship intimacy with Silver Sea. Hurry, bookings close December 2nd. FIVEAA Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Phantom Screens are the only manufacturer that make outdoor blinds up to 12 metres long. More than enough for an outdoor entertainment kitchen, a petting zoo, most of a bowling alley, and a historically accurate Viking longboat. Since 1995, Phantom Screens have been improving homes with top quality, powder-coated, aluminium-framed, retractable screens. Whatever space you have, there's a Phantom Screen for you at phantomscreens.com.au.
Nothing beats driving away in your brand new Mitsubishi, but choosing your brand new Mitsubishi comes pretty close thanks to the team at Agostino Mitsubishi. They've provided excellent service for over 35 years, so you know you're in good hands. Plus, with a 10-year warranty and 10-year cap price servicing on the entire Mitsi range, you know you're getting the best deal. Hurry into Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth or the new state-of-the-art Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply.
Hi, Daniel Tarley here, General Manager of Home. That's HAUME. Put simply, we buy homes. We're not agents, we don't charge fees, there's no advertising, none of that. We just make the process of selling your home easy. It means you don't have to spend a cent or any of your valuable time getting it ready for sale. We'll buy your home as is, and at market value. It's pretty straightforward. Thinking of selling stress-free? Visit home.com.au. That's HAUME.com.au.
How many times a day do you experience hand or wrist pain? If simple things like cooking, holding a cup of tea or coffee, and recreational activities are giving you pain, do something about it. At Grip Surgery, we specialise in hand trauma, carpal tunnel syndrome, osteoarthritis, joint replacement, sports injuries, nerve pain, and more. To get a grip on the life you loved before, free from hand pain, visit gripsurgery.com.au. That's gripsurgery.com.au.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Lots of text messages coming in, which is just fab. Let me deal with a couple of them before we go back to calls. Suzanne, we'll come to you in just a moment. Hello, Tony Mack. Our government wants to introduce a digital currency and digital economy. This will allow them to monitor, track and record everything we do, to force compliance by restricting access to food, money, services, education, movement, travel, while controlling all aspects of our lives. All Australians need to exit our non-binding agreement with the cooperation and revert back to a government that serves the citizens of our interests. Thank you, Tone. Dean in South Australia. Leonard Cohen's Almost Like the Blues has him avoiding the stares of people by staring at his shoes. What a track. Also, Tony Barber was a great performer and entertainer and wonderful host. Yes, Tony is and was and is. And Elvis's song, Don't Cry Daddy. Well done. Thank you for all of that. I'm not too sure about the government wanting to introduce a digital currency to control us. I don't know about that. I wonder. Susie on the road. Morning.
Good morning, GM.
Good morning, Vietnam.
That's it. I've got to go
movie.
with...
What a movie.
Isn't it just? Fabulous Robin Williams, of course.
Yeah, it's just a genius.
Yeah, pretty sad how that all went, but I want to be upbeat. I've got to go with the Edge of Reality. Absolutely a master of a song. The backup singers, the trumpets, incredible. The other one that he really throws himself into as well, of course, is the Unchained Melody.
He does a great version of it, I agree. It is a fantastic version.
He does.
Yeah.
No, but that's not why I rang.
That's not why I rang. Yes, our first That's Not Why I Rang for the morning. Thank you, Suzanne. If we had some debauchery to give away, you'd pick up a couple of bottles.
Oh, jeez, I wouldn't mind that.
I know.
These boots are made for walking.
Wonderful. Love it. Nancy Sinatra.
And if it was a movie one, are you ready?
Yeah.
Click, click, there's no place like home.
Click, click, there's no place like home. What's the connection to that?
Wizard of Oz.
Of course, yes. Of course. Click, click, yes. That song by Nancy Sinatra, do you know that is, I'm just doing the quick math here, 65. Can you believe it? That's going to be, next year, will be 60 years old.
And one more thing.
Scary.
Just like Marky Mark, he's got an intro. Would I be able to have an intro when I ring up?
Sure. What would you like? We knew we'd start a trend. What would you like?
On the road again. I just can't wait to get on that frog and toad again.
Too predictable.
Okay. How about Chisholm? Chisholm, I drive a truck.
Chisholm, I drive a truck.
Chisholm, T-I-S-M.
I thought you said Chisholm. Suzanne, let me give that some consideration with our production team, and we'll keep you posted on it.
No worries.
Okay.
This is serious, Mum.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, serious mum. Thank you, Susie. Karen, hello to you.
Hi.
Hi.
A shoe song, walking around in my shoes.
Sorry, which shoes and when and how and why?
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Oh, walk a mile in my shoes. What a track. Walk a mile in my shoes. What a brilliant song. That is wonderful
TV
nomination.
TV host. Who's that guy that won the TV Logie?
Oh, there are many people that have won a Logie. Are you thinking of Mike Walsh? Are you thinking of who?
It was this year's TV Logie winner. He hosts the Chase.
Oh, from the Chase.
Yeah, I wish I could think of his name, but he is
Larry,
great.
you're talking about Larry?
Larry, yeah.
Yeah, Larry Emder. Yeah, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
And we knew him when he had nothing, and now he's going along beautifully.
And the Bob Dyer from the 60s from Bigger Box.
Oh, yes, Bob Dyer. That was compelling viewing as a kid. You'd watch Bob Dyer, not to be missed. Hello, howdy, customers.
The best host is Bert Newton, I reckon.
Yeah, Karen, we all loved, I think everybody in Australia at one point loved, loved Bert. I'm still getting over the fact that Nathan had never heard an Elvis song. Or was he just making that up just for sensational radio? Thank you to all those people calling through. Vegas, Hound Dog, Return to Sender, Rob, all of those you got to put on the list. I'm still thinking of the McManus program, which would include Rove McManus, yours truly, Tony McManus, and Elvis Costello. Why do I put Elvis Costello in that mix? 133693.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. We've met a lot of South Australians who want to move house, but they feel trapped. They want to upsize or downsize, make a sea change or a tree change. But with stock levels at record lows, they think there's nothing to buy, and that makes them too worried to sell. We understand that the process of changing home can be challenging, but our team can help you on that journey, going through things step by step to ensure you get an outcome that works for you. Find out more at toop.com.au.
Want to join the fight against autoimmune conditions? Here's your chance. CMAX Clinical Research is seeking healthy volunteers aged 18 to 55 to help trial a new potential treatment for autoimmune diseases. Enjoy a comfortable 4-night stay at the CMAX facility, attend one follow-up visit and get paid for your valuable time. Don't miss out on this rewarding experience and opportunity to contribute to medical advancement. Spots are limited. Apply today at cmax.com.au.
Dreamland's Black Friday sale is now on, with up to a massive 60% off a huge range of Australian-made mattresses. Yes, up to 60% off. Plus, get huge savings off our huge range of beds, bedroom furniture in Manchester. So you can get a Queen electric adjustable bed plus a Queen pocket spring pillow top mattress for only $19.99. So if you're looking for a better night's sleep, hurry into Dreamland and get up to 60% off. Be quick, Dreamland's Black Friday sale ends December 2.
Dreamland. The passing of someone close places unique stress on family and friends. At this time, Farrell and O'Neill Funerals are here to provide reassurance and peace of mind. Farrell and O'Neill offer creative guidance and advice to tailor a service that best honours your loved one. Whether a large gathering or a small, intimate service, Farrell and O'Neill share their generations of experience in tailoring a unique and meaningful farewell. Proudly SA family owned and operated, because it's personal.
I'm high! The Excelsior Hotel has always felt like home, and right now, you can tuck into a schnitty and a pint for just $22 in the front bar. Not bad, hey? That's a schnitty and a pint for just $22, only in the front bar. Make sure you check out their $20 jugs of the month too, plus live acoustic music every Saturday and Sunday from 5 to 8 p.m. The Excelsior Hotel. Feels like home, but better. You just know it's a Barreau Hotel.
Are you on the hunt for Adelaide's freshest eggs, collected from a family farm every morning? Do you seek the finest produce, along with the widest selection of Dutch products in Adelaide? Your search ends here, at the Fresh Egg Shop in Clemzig. Discover a bounty of free-range chicken, duck and quail eggs alongside an array of other hearty local offerings such as boiler chickens, KI honey, almonds, homemade jam and biscuits. The Fresh Egg Shop, located at OG Road, Clemzig. Just look for the giant egg.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Tell you what, the Australia Overnight audience is extraordinary because if you combine the wealth of knowledge and information that comes through each and every morning on the program, you'd have to say Australia's in pretty good shape. For the most part. Leanne, who says, I must mention Molly. Well, of course, Molly was just one of the great, contributors to all sorts of programs, including Hey Hey at Saturday and before that Countdown, lots of other things that he did too. People would have seen him in the nightclubs over the years. He remains one of the most loved presenters. Ray Martin, very classy, early 60 Minutes, long career at the ABC, still does a bit of TV from time to time. The other one for me, I think we all knew and loved Vizard. And you think about what Steve did, former lawyer is my recollection, and then did extraordinary things as a TV host. For a period of time, it was as good as anything. That format was based on the Letterman program, and it worked really well. Wish it was still there in many, many ways. For those of you, and baby John Burgess says, Rob, Burjo might be listening. Morning, Burjo. Feel free to join the program anytime. He does a bit of work from time to time on our way, great 6PR in Perth. So, Burjo, if you'd like to be part of it, feel free to call in anytime, 133693. Love to have a yak. Must mention Molly, we mentioned that, to the text ending in 055. Correct. You are spot on. The text ending in 203, Frank, hello to you. Absolutely correct. But you're the only two that have nailed that piece of information. Why am I saying that Rove McManus, Tony McManus, and Elvis Costello as a trio? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Siri's just gone crazy. But Siri, don't talk when I'm on air. Where are we off to? Lots of calls. Forgive me. Kay, hello to you and good morning.
Oh, hi. How you going, Tony?
Well, thank you.
That's good. Now, this is strictly an Elvis Presley when I heard that I had to call.
Please.
Edge of Reality takes me back about 50 years.
It is
Absolutely.
great. It is fantastic.
Beautiful song.
Yeah.
And the one I think that probably... what's the chap's name? You hadn't heard an Elvis song. Sorry, I've forgotten his name.
It was Nathan.
Nathan, yeah. Well, Jailhouse Rock would be a very good one, I think.
Is that going to be lost, that style of music? Is that going to be lost on somebody who's just turned 40?
Oh, maybe, but it was very, very popular. And also Kentucky Rain, that's a really good one.
Kentucky Rain is gorgeous. And that album that came out some years ago that featured, I think, the London Symphony Orchestra from memory, where they put a lot of this orchestration underneath the existing recordings. It's a brand new, beautiful way to hear Elvis in a way perhaps that we hadn't been really exposed to in the past.
Yeah, there were so many good songs like Teddy Bear, and as you said before, some of those other ones. But when I was 14, which was a hell of a long time ago, my first 45 record that I bought was Blue Hawaii.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I wouldn't sort of rave about it now, but at the time...
But at the time it was big.
The first one I ever bought. I must have been 14, I reckon.
Yeah, there you go. And do you remember where you bought that particular track, Kay? Where were you when you went into a record shop?
Oh, look, I don't know. I was living at home in Blackburn with my parents and sister. I really don't remember, but I know I loved it, so I went and bought it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that, Tony.
Well,
Sorry.
presumably somewhere not far from Blackburn.
Probably, or even Box Hill. That had a good shopping centre in Box Hill, so it might have been there. So, yeah.
Good on you, Kay.
Okay, Tony.
Look after yourself. Thank you. Kay's there in Upper Ferntree Gully. Sandra in Ringwood. Hello.
Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Morning. I'm well, thank you, Sandra.
I love the Elvis song, Love Me Tender.
It's a beautiful track, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually sang it at my friend's wedding 43 years ago. I did, yes. I did.
How's your voice these days?
No, I don't know. Love me tender, love me sweet, never let me go. You have made my life complete, and I love you so. Love me tender, love me long. Oh my love.
Keep going.
Yeah,
You go.
oh my darling, I love you, and I love you so.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah.
Sandra, you're going along beautifully.
Oh well, I'm singing a cappella. That's a pretty hard. But the other one I love is
great skill.
The other one I love is In the Ghetto.
It's beautiful as well. I've got to decide which one we're going to introduce to Nathan, the other side of the news, coming up at 2. In the Ghetto would be on the list. Love Me Tender is still gorgeous. Edge of Reality is just fab. We'll have a look during the 2 o'clock news and make an executive decision. Sandra, keep listening. Tyler in WA. Hello, Tyler. Taylor, it is. Taylor, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Taylor.
No problem. Thanks for your time. How you going?
Really well. What did you got for us?
About the television host topic.
Go.
Yeah, I've got 2. Rob Elliott being one.
Oh, yes, Rob Elliott.
Yes, I remember him from the Wheel of Fortune days.
Of course. He would be on the list of who has not hosted Wheel of Fortune. It's a new list we're starting. Who has not hosted Wheel of Fortune? Taylor, you one more nomination quickly?
Yes, Simon Reeve, host of It's Academic.
Oh, we love Simon Reeve. Good morning, Simon. Yes, he's fantastic. The great Simon Reeve. Good morning to you, Simon.
Brain tumour, migraine, dementia, concussion.
Have you
dyslexia,
or someone you love
MSA,
been touched by a brain disorder, disease or injury?
motor neurone disease, stroke, epilepsy, Alzheimer's,
There can be no cure without research.
Parkinson's.
Help the ones you love by donating to research today. Visit brainfoundation.org.au or call 1300 88 660.
Feeling stuck? Henry Bloom's Herbalax to the rescue. It relieves constipation and promotes bowel regularity. Feel light, free and ready to go with Henry Bloom's Herbalax 200 grams dried herb or capsules. Always follow the directions for use.
Looking for furniture that truly stands out? At Scott's Custom Furniture, we craft one-of-a-kind pieces tailored just for you. We work with you to plan the design, which is then custom built, so it matches and enhances your existing decor. Explore online stunning floor-to-ceiling timber display cabinets, unique front doors, elegant bed frames, and stylish side tables made from locally sourced Australian timber. Create timeless pieces. Just search for Scott's Custom Furniture and start designing furniture that you won't find anywhere else.
SA's biggest cover-up is about to be uncovered. Who's at the centre of it?
Walco, of course. Summer is on its way. Time to think about waking up your sleepy pool and getting set for good times. Beat the rush now and organise your Walco pool blanket. It'll keep your pool clean and warm all summer. Plus, stop evaporation. Uncover the savings now with a Walco pool blanket. Visit walco.com.au today.
G'day everyone, Cornsey here. Now I know a great team when I see one, and the South Australian hydraulic team I rate the highest is BL Shipway. The Shipway team are the best in the business. They've been looking after your hydraulic and pneumatic needs since 1953 with brands like Ryco, Rexroth, Enerpac, Hydac, Oilpath, EasyFit and many more. If you can't get to them, they'll send a Ryco 24/7 van to you anytime, anywhere. blshipway.com.au, a South Australian team you can count on.
Doing day-to-day things online has made our lives easier. Paying bills, shopping, banking. It all makes perfect sense to do online. But what doesn't make sense is doing your will online. It's fraught with potential problems and can leave a mess behind. From the simplest to the most complex wills and estate plans, Donlan Lawyers can answer your questions and help carry out your final wishes properly. For wills and estate planning, visit donlanlawyers.com, Hindmarsh Square, Adelaide, at Ocean Street, Victor Harbour.
There's a new kid on the block at Wayville. Literally. Wayville Hyundai. Adelaide's newest family-owned Hyundai dealer has landed with the full range at 11 Goodwood Road, Wayville. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai. Driven by Australian Motors.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight. Live.
With yours truly, T-Mac, if you'd like to join us the other side of the news, you can do that. It is Australia Overnight, 133693. Love this. Steve Liebman, fantastic television host. Ugly Dave Gray, wonderful.
News as it happens. This is Adelaide's 5AA.
In this bulletin, 2 Aussie tourists fighting for life in Thai hospitals, a family of 6 now homeless, and nurses demand expanded roles. Hi, I'm Gabriel Hodson. The parents of 2 Melbourne women are flying to Thailand after an alleged drink spiking incident at a youth hostel in Laos. The pair, both 19, are on life support in hospitals with suspected methanol poisoning. The Department of Foreign Affairs says it's providing consular assistance. 2 other people are believed to have died and 10 others are unwell. US President Joe Biden has given the go-ahead for Ukraine to use American long-range missiles deep inside Russian territory. Ukrainian military experts have welcomed Washington's decision, saying it won't necessarily change the course of the war, but it will restore a little balance. A Russian counter-offensive is expected within days, assisted by as many as 10,000 troops from North Korea. An Australian-based gold mining company will fork out nearly $250 million to free its CEO and 2 staff who are being held captive in Africa. Resolute Mining has reached an agreement with Mali's military-led government around the future of its operations. The trio were detained earlier this month over outstanding claims around tax and customs levies. Resolute has already paid $123 million, with a further $123 million due to be paid in coming months. It's not clear when the trio will be released, but the company says they're safe and well. 12 people have been evacuated and a family of 6 has lost their home after a unit fire in Sydney's southwest. Firefighters turned up just before 8 to Lakemba Road, Wiley Park. Superintendent Adam Dewberry says 1 person's been taken to hospital with smoke inhalation and a cat has perished.
The line of inquiry relates to an electrical fault in a mobile phone charger. We believe that charger was plugged in but was under a quantity of materials or blankets or towels causing overheating, which has caused that fire to ignite.
9 peak bodies are launching an appeal to expand the roles of midwives and nurses. The Australian Primary Healthcare Nurses Association says changing the scope of practice will make healthcare accessible for all Australians. Chief Executive Ken Griffin says nurses make up 54% of the health workforce, but a third are rarely working to their full scope.
And a third of them say that they rarely use all their skills and experience to help make Australians healthier. So in Parliament House, we're making sure that we can show politicians just how they can use Australia's largest workforce in nurses and midwives to help make everyone healthier.
Researchers are studying the way people smell and respond to certain food aromas to explain why astronauts report their meals taste different in space. In some cases, almond and vinegar become more intense when participants were happy. RMIT University's Dr. Julia Lowe says confined and isolated environments may change the way people eat their food.
We know that astronauts generally do not meet their nutritional requirements, and so we're trying to understand how can we stimulate this confined and cluttered environment to understand how do they smell different types of food aromas when they're in this kind of living environment.
Finance and the Aussie dollar's buying 64.58 US cents. The Dow Jones is down 19 points and the Nasdaq's up 4. Australia's beaten Pakistan again, this time claiming a clean sweep of the T20 International Series. The Aussies won by 7 wickets in Hobart.
Oh, Stoinis, another maximum away over mid-wicket. An entertaining 50 by Marcus Stoinis. His 5th for his country in T20 cricket.
Call from Fox Cricket. Sheffield Shield and Victoria's beaten WA by 8 wickets, and the Queensland Bulls and Tasmania have drawn. Up next, Women's Big Bash fires up in Adelaide with the Strikers taking on the Perth Scorchers. That's the latest in news and sport.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. Now more than ever, you need an agent who's not just out for a quick sale. You need someone who can stand their ground to ensure you're maximising your home's potential. There's a good reason Toop and Toop is defying market trends and continuing to deliver premium outcomes for its clients. With a history spanning almost 40 years and a team of unrivaled experience, Toop and Toop knows what it takes to maximise your results in any selling conditions. Visit toop.com.au to find out more.
Support those living with muscle spasticity by taking part in our clinical trial. CMAX is seeking generally healthy volunteers aged 18 to 55 to participate in this exciting research opportunity that could help those with conditions like multiple sclerosis. Stay at CMAX in Adelaide CBD for 3 nights in period 1, 5 nights in period 2, and attend 1 follow-up visit. Eligible participants are paid for their time. Together, let's make a real difference. Register your interest today at cmax.com.au. At Complete Care, we're more than just a care provider, we're a family. As we celebrate our 10th year, our mission remains the same: to empower our specialised team of carers and client service managers to help people living with a disability. We provide personalised services, including cleaning and home maintenance, to social support and transportation. We look after you like family, offering a warm, caring touch that sets us apart. At Complete Care, we're the company with heart. Complete Care, with a K.
Right Price, Adelaide's best in heating and cooling, has risen to new heights. Literally, Right Price are now your roofing people too. Same exceptional service, value and quality. From total roof replacement, including tiled roof installation, to tile roof repairs, cleaning and painting. And for peace of mind, a rock solid quote. So the only surprise you'll get is how magnificent your roof and home looks. Do it right. Visit rightpriceroofing.com.au.
You can get your roof right at Right Price.
Treat your family and friends to something a little fancy from FIVEAA, your family liquor stores. Spring means fresh, vibrant flavours, and if you're partial to a white wine or two, try our selection of SA-made Pinot Grigio and Pinot Gris. Let the sun shine in and enjoy a margarita with quality tequila, or lighten up with an Aperol or Campari spritz. There are new beers to try too, with craft IPAs, pilsners and Kolsch-style brews. FIVEAA, your local independent SA family liquor store for over 45 years.
1395 Adelaide's 5AA.
Now, this is Australia Overnight with Tony McManus.
When no one else can understand me, when everything I do is wrong, you give me hope and consolation. You give me strength to carry on. And you're always there to lend a hand in everything I do. That's the wonder of you. And when you smile, the world is bright.
It sort of works beautifully, doesn't it? With the Royal Philharmonic just in the background, not overwhelming, not enough to sort of change it in any great way, but just gives it a certain, I don't know, I'm not a muso in that sense, but musos would probably tell me, and producers, maybe a richness that maybe was lacking in the early how can anybody say anything was lacking with Elvis? But it just gives it a certain warmth that maybe didn't quite exist in the original recording. Ralph in Adelaide, morning.
T-Mac, I'd like to say that it fills a couple of the voids in the original recording.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it, Ralphie.
Because, they did the same thing with Roy Orbison.
They did.
Yes. And but that's not why I rang.
That's not why he rang.
Now, I'm hoping I might be able to solve the riddle of Elvis Costello.
Yes, please do. So I've said if we were to get together with Rove McManus, who I notice is back doing a bit of hosting on the TEVE with the project, and maybe me, if they would have me, and Elvis Costello, why would you think that Elvis Costello should be on that list?
Well, because he married a girl named Diana Crowell, and on their marriage certificate, he was Declan McManus.
Yes, well done you. His original name is Declan McManus, is his real name. He's another
I'm
McManus.
pleased to be able to say, did you ever see, before Roy passed, they did a great thing called the Black and White Night? Did you ever see that?
Not too sure that I did.
Okay, Cinemax did that as a special, and Roy, as a backing band, he'd just been inducted into the Rock Hall of Fame, and you might know Bruce Springsteen, in one of his great songs, sings, Roy Orbison sings for the lonely, I would like to sing for you only.
Wow.
And it was Bruce Springsteen that inducted Roy into the Rock Hall of Fame. And there was this show done for Cinemax, and Roy, it was done in black and white. It was called a Black and White Night. They've just celebrated the 30th anniversary of that. And the backing band was Elvis's backing band. So you had James Burton on lead guitar, Ronnie Tutt on drums, Chef on bass. And then the second guitar was Bruce Springsteen. The third guitar was Declan McManus, who also played harmonica. Tom Waits was on piano.
Tommy Waits.
The backing singers were Katie Lang, because, they did Crying as a duet.
She did a great version of that. Yeah, she was wonderful in that.
Bonnie Raitt, and She Speaks Well of You. And Bonnie Raitt was also one of the backing singers, as was Jennifer Warren. And on the male side, you had Jackson Browne, J.D. Souther, who co-wrote so many of the Eagles songs.
He did. And not long past, was that earlier this year? I think we lost J.D., wasn't it?
Correct, just a few months ago.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased and proud to say I was one of the cameramen on that show.
Oh,
and
Ralph.
we shot that in Los Angeles and at the Tropicana. And there were only 200 people in the audience, and people were Billy Idol, Linda Ronstadt. It was a celebrity audience. It was magnificent. And if you have never seen it, look it up. It's called A Black and White Night. And it was and Jimmy Buffett's musical director, Michael Utley, was the musical director on the night. And it was just one of the greatest things you'll ever see or hear.
That is fantastic. I will make a note of that and search it out and have a look for it. Would it show up okay? How was it filmed, do you remember, Ralph, in terms of, does it show up in digital? Is it, so it's digital and comes up on a big screen?
Yeah, it's digital now. They've done all that, but we shot it on 16mm film. And so there's striations and whatever else, but we didn't use the magnetic stripe that you would normally have used on 16 mil. It was done beautifully digitally at the time, and that was shot in 1987 because, of course, Roy passed in 1988.
Not long after that. That other name that you mentioned, which still brings a bit of a tear on the basis that she can no longer work, is the wonderful Linda Ronstadt.
It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy because we go back to the days that Glenn Fry and the boys were her backing band.
Yes.
And the California sound at the time, and you think that they've got guys like Vince Gill now playing with the Eagles,
which is incredible.
Vince was originally with the band called Pure Prairie League, and their bass player was also in a band called Poco. You might remember Rose of Cimarron.
I was about to say that Rose of Cimarron is arguably one of the best tracks of that era. It was such a wonderful piece.
And I don't think people realize exactly how big the California sound was. And then, you go back and look at people like the Wrecking Crew, and you look at who was in the Wrecking Crew.
Yeah.
Of course, Glenn Campbell was there. He was, and Glenn Campbell was a Beach Boy for 6 months.
He was.
Well, that was all happening, and of course Daryl Dragon. And you say, who was Daryl Dragon? Well, he was the captain the Captain and Tennille.
Captain and Tennille. So that whole era, I mean, it's been well and truly documented, but it's been absolutely incredible there because the industry was still essentially new. It was just the other side of the so-called hippie era. It was coming into a more refined sound in terms of production quality, so production techniques were evolving, and they just nailed so much beautiful stuff out of the 60s into the 70s. Mid-70s is where it all unfolded.
Well, the Eagles were the epitome of perfectionists.
Yeah.
And, of course, they were so into substance abuse and whatever else. And I was living in Dallas at the time, and I managed a hotel in Dallas. And I can remember one night when Joe Walsh wanted to speak to Glenn, but instead of knocking on his door, he just punched a hole through the wall.
Ooh,
those were the days of wrecking hotel rooms. Anyways, enough of the trivia. I just wanted to make sure that we got Declan McManus.
You did that.
And another great host of Australian TV shows, a fellow that doesn't get any credit, Frankie J. Holden.
Yeah, we should point out.
Tonight.
Yeah, he did a great job in that for a while. And each time I see Frankie, I've had the pleasure of his company on at least a couple of occasions in Perth. He's funny, he's entertaining, he's clever, and just a great raconteur. Just great fun to hang out with for a few hours.
And of course, Wilbur Wild was the sax player.
Willie's the same, yeah.
And Old 55, those guys are just paramount. And I'm in Adelaide, so this Saturday night, if you happen to be cruising the Barossa Valley, you'll have Tina Arena playing with Richard Marx. Of course, Richard Marx did a lot of stuff with John Farnham.
Yes.
And we've got Southern Sons there, 1927, Kate Sobrano. So if you're hanging around and you want to come to Steppelsfield, I think they still have a couple of tickets left.
I'm envious. That'd be an amazing show, Ralph. Just phenomenal. And watch out for Patsy Biscoe in the Barossa as well.
Hey, listen, Patsy was the mayor, and Patsy and I worked together a long time ago. I'll reveal a secret. You remember Patsy used to work with Fat Cat on Fat Cat and Friends?
I do, yeah.
I was the pussycat.
No. Ralph, it's great to talk to you. Give my love to Patsy if you run into her.
Look, I will, and she still looks as good as ever.
I know.
She still sings as good as ever, and she actually has more gold records than John Farnham.
Oh, don't start me talking. Good on you, Ralphie. Thank you. We've got to go 133693. We'll go to Gavin in Victoria. Artie, you're waiting as well. We'll come to your calls. Come and join us. We've been talking about music. I know people get cross and go, why do you always talk about music? Because it is pretty much the soundtrack of our lives at this time of the morning. It's just lovely to dig down deep into some of those wonderful tunes and things that we grew up with and loved for many, many years. Why would we not talk about music from time to time on the program Australia Overnight?
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
G'day, it's Fitzy here. You know what, I wish my kids would call me a legend. But the actual legends down south are Lamb Solar. South Australia has some of the most expensive electricity prices in the world, an unfortunate fact that Lamb couldn't accept. Lamb is a team of local champions who care about finding the best solar solution for your home. They're honest and they don't do the hard sales thing. So if you're thinking about solar, think LAMM, Lamb, the real legends of the South.
There's one word that should be deleted forever. It transcends language, culture, geography, status, and it doesn't discriminate. That word is cancer, and until we can delete it, we're going to treat it. Lift Cancer Care is dedicated to offering additional cancer services to complement your existing treatment plan. We collaborate closely with your medical team to achieve the best outcomes for your diagnosis. So, if you or a loved one are ever struck with the C word, think of the L word first. liftcancercare.com.au.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
Next time you pour Fluorio milk into your coffee or tea, over your cereal or in your smoothie, you're closer to being an SA dairy farmer than you think. 100% of Fluorio Co milk comes from our state's best dairy farmers and their families. So when you buy any Fluorio milk product, you become part of that big family too, doing your bit to support our farming families. Look for the local in your supermarket. Fluorio Milk Company. We're for SA dairy farmers.
When you book a hearing test with Can Do Hearing, you'll be seen by an accredited audiologist. Can Do Hearing is South Australian, and we're not owned by a hearing aid manufacturer. This means we only recommend what's going to work for you, and your options are almost endless. Plus the extra bonus, our profits go to Can Do for Kids, supporting local kids living with hearing and vision loss. Book an appointment with Can Do Hearing today. CanDoHearing.com.au. That sounds better.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight. Live.
Texter shares, and I love him for this, or her for this, 862 says, you do way too much music conversation, Tony Mac, or words to that effect. I'm over it. I'm absolutely over it. That's fine. That's happy. One of the other things that comes up, and I don't know whether you ever have this sentiment, Jay, where you fancy something that you would like to own one day or purchase, or something a bit special, and you put your name on it, thinking one day, and then you go back and it comes out and it's gone up in price, and you think, oh, I can't do it now. It's gone up in price, so it goes on hold. Whether it be a car or something, I don't know, whatever it is. And then, so I've just looked at something that I've been looking at for, about 7 years now, and it's gone up again.
Oh, Tony.
I know. Thank you for the empathy. Thank you and the sympathy. That's very kind of you. You have no idea what I'm talking about,
what is it?
It's a thing called a reverso.
A reverso?
It's a watch.
Oh, right.
and it's by Jaja Lecoultre. And it's now moved up from what was prior to COVID, sitting around about, maybe 6.5, 7. Now 14.5.
$1,400 or
$1,000.
$14,000.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's way beyond the capacity.
Yeah.
But it's such a lovely piece, and it flips over the whole piece. I'm showing you.
Yes.
It flips over like that and becomes sort of a case, and then you flip it over, and then you see the watch again.
Face of the watch.
It's called a reverso.
Wow, a
reverso. So each time I look at it, when it comes up and says, "Oh, you can grab it now," I go, "No, I can't. Not at that price. I can't." No. Where are we off to? Lots of texts. Lots and lots of texts. We're not going to get to them all, so forgive. Suspicious minutes or Claire says, wash your mouth out, Tony Mac. You can never criticise Elvis Presley. No, I wasn't criticising. I was just saying how much it enhances the tone, if you like, or as Ralph pointed out, it just fills a couple of the gaps in the very early recordings just to have that. And if Billy Pinnell's listening, he'll go, what are you on about? But I just like it. Billy and others don't like the orchestrations behind any particular artist. Although that stuff with, there are many that have done it over the years, to have the orchestration behind it. It sort of works really well. Where are we off to, guys? Let's go to Gav. Good morning.
Hello, mate. Couple of TV hosts. Aussie Ostrich and Daryl Summers.
Daryl Summers would be on the list. Daryl for years dominated the landscape as a host of Hey Hey and other programs over the years. As good a host as I think you would find anywhere in the world.
Yes, and Rex Hunt.
Rex, good morning. Yes, well, particularly when it came to the kissing of the fish.
Yes, that's the one.
He loved to kiss the fish.
And the other one was the Leyland brothers.
Oh, gee, you're going back now. Us the Leyland brothers.
That's the one I used to love, sitting down and watching them on a Saturday morning.
It was great fun, Gav, wasn't it? Which part of Victoria are you calling from, Gavin?
Portland.
Which area?
Portland.
Oh, Portland, okay. There you go. And you've lived there for a while now, Gav?
Yeah, been here all my life.
There you go. So do you ever get across to Mount Gambier or just stay in Portland?
I get across to the mountain I sort of live, I actually live is halfway between Portland and Mount Gambier.
So do you ever get off to the Barn Palais from time to time and have a piece of steak down there?
I certainly do.
How good is it?
Bloody beautiful.
It's fantastic. Good on you, Gav. Thank you. Keep in touch with the program. Artie Karate, morning.
Good morning, Tony Mac and Jane listeners. Heard you putting some songs together with Elvis. You're the best of the best or whatever.
Well, there was that, only because we had a caller who rings in from time to time, Nathan, who early part of his 40s, he said, and I quote, I'm not familiar with Elvis Presley songs.
Gee, that's a very big surprise.
It is. And we all went, you're kidding. And he said, no, I'm not too sure I've ever heard an Elvis Presley song.
Gee, you must be too young. Yeah, there's too many to go on, but I have to agree with Pat Panetta. Suspicious Minds, always on my mind.
Yeah, Suspicious Minds is great. And that lovely version that he does, Always on My Mind, is really extraordinary too. He does a great version of that.
Yeah, you'll be familiar with It's a Matter of Time and In the Ghetto as well.
In the Ghetto was an old favourite. Learning to play the guitar was In the Ghetto.
Yeah, and you're putting shoe songs together, so obviously I'd say Blue Suede Shoes is obviously gone.
Yeah, it's gone. And the other one by KC and the Sunshine Band?
Boogie Shoes.
Boogie Woogie Woogie, yes.
Jim mentioned Boogie Woogie Dancing Shoes. I'm not sure if you know. That's Claudia Barry.
That's one. The Boogie Woogie 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 Dancing Shoes. Dun, 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 dancing all night. Is that the one?
Yeah,
Boogie,
you know
Woogie,
it.
Woogie. Yeah, I do know it. Yeah. Sadly, I've got all this rubbish racing around in my head, and I have nothing to, nowhere to put it.
I'll give you another one of Elvis then. High Heel Sneakers.
Yes. Yes, that would be what? Was that a big hit for him, though?
Yeah, it was
on
pretty
your
big.
high-heeled sneakers, baby. Because we're
Yeah, it
stepping
was,
out
actually.
tonight.
The Little Egypt came out around about the same time.
So it was really that very early 60s, wasn't it, with that sort of stuff?
Yeah, it was an early one, but it did quite well. So that's the only one I've got at the moment, high heel sneakers, because the rest...
What else is happening in the world, Arthur?
It's all right. There's always one up my sleeve.
Yeah, good on you. What else is happening in the around the place? Any juice, goss, scandal? What have you got for us?
No, playing chess with me mate, and he's the only one that can beat me, and he crushes me now. So I beat him at the end, but he's too clever.
Have you ever gone into a chess competition?
I'd love to. I was supposed to with me mate, but he's gone. He won't give me the place where they're held. There is a place, but I don't know where it is. So I'd love to.
You know you can play it online with people around the world.
And I did, and that's where my mate that's a master was showing me the ropes. He made me lose, and then I beat a master and a grandmaster with my own knowledge.
Hang on, what do you mean he made you lose? He
Because
made you lose.
He was telling me where to go to resign without the Queen. I said, no, I want to play on. And I beat him.
So he was instructing, in other words.
Yeah, like it's kind of like cheating because you're not really playing on your own. But then I said, no, I wish to play on. I lost the Queen, the big major one of the chess games, the most powerful one, and I still beat a master and a grandmaster on it with my own knowledge.
Tell you what, you're a skilled human being. Have you ever played the Chinese checkers?
Yes, not bad. I prefer chess, but my mate's very good at that.
No, it's a big difference between the Chinese checkers and the chess. It's a different game, but it's funny.
If you're good with the horses on the chess, you'll be pretty good with that as well.
Good on you, Arthur. Always good to chat. You keep in touch. Let's go to Clayton. Hello, Susie. Morning.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Morning. Well, Sue, I'm well, thank you. What about you?
Oh, not too bad, sir.
Good. You don't, and Sue, you don't need to call me Sue. Sue, you don't need to call me Sue. You can just go Anthony or Tony Mac.
Tony.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tony.
You're welcome.
Speaking about Elvis Presley movies, may I add 2 or 3?
Please do.
I'm glad some of the other callers have brought up Edge of Reality, which I think is a truly outstanding song.
Beautiful
one of my favourites. And from the very same film, I believe, Live a Little, Love a Little, which I adore. I love that movie. A little less conversation, a little more action, which I also enjoy very much.
Yeah, that was an intriguing piece, Sue, wasn't it? Because it was there, and then it came back a long time, or it came to fruition, I think, long after he'd passed away.
Yes, and I didn't mind that either. And I thought it was brilliant the way they did it, the way they revitalised it. If you
yeah, it was beautifully done, very clever.
Yes, I agree.
For the time.
And may I add 2 more songs of his, "Patch It Up, Baby," or something like that. "Patch It Up" or "Patch It Up, Baby," which he would do in a lot of his live performances. Which is a song. Which is also a song that I really enjoy listening to him sing.
Was it Patch It Up Baby, or was it... Did he do a version of... now you ask... Now, did he do a version of Patches?
I would hear "Patch It Up, Baby." Now, I may be wrong, right?
Okay.
But I would hear the line "Patch It Up, Baby." Now, if I stand to be corrected, so whatever.
Okay, somebody let us know. Who did the song? It's a great song called Patches. I remember for your son. Artie, who sang Patches? Who sang Patches? Somebody will remind me. Go on, so you got one more?
Song.
No, a different song. All right, thank you. What else you got?
And I also enjoy the song "Wooden Heart."
Oh, yeah, Wooden Heart from a fabulous film, too. I think that was...
G.I. Blues, was it?
Well, I reckon it was G.I. Blues, wasn't it?
Yes.
Remember seeing that for the first time. Must have been when they were running those movies years ago as a kid, Friday night movies. I think there often there'd be an Elvis Presley film on the Friday night, maybe on 9 or one of the maybe 10. I can't remember now. But that GI Blues was just, I reckon, a wonderful film, particularly when he did that song. We will do this when we come back. Thank you, Sue. We'll do this plenty of time for your text. We'll get to them as well. 0477 693 693. We've got plenty of time for calls. And if you're sending an email, don't always read the emails out overnight. Certainly try to reply to each and every one. Takes us longer and longer every day, taking up too much time. But the email's overnights at 3ow.com.au.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. We've met a lot of South Australians who want to move house, but they feel trapped. They want to upsize or downsize, make a sea change or a tree change. But with stock levels at record lows, they think there's nothing to buy, and that makes them too worried to sell. We understand that the process of changing home can be challenging, but our team can help you on that journey, going through things step by step to ensure you get an outcome that works for you. Find out more at toop.com.au.
Join over 60,000 Adelaide homes and say yes to lowering your energy bills with Yes, your energy saving solutions. Do you know how much that old fridge in the shed is adding to your electricity bill? Your energy saving solutions can collect your old inefficient fridges and freezers for free, and the best part is that you can also get up to $150 per unit. For T's and C's on this unbeatable offer from Your Energy Saving Solutions, go to yes.net.au. That's YESS.net.au.
Discover the world with Phil Hoffman Travel and Qatar Airways. Voted world's best airline 8 times and world's best business class 11 times by Skytrack's World Airline Awards. Enjoy their award-winning economy class or elevate your experience in business class in the exclusive Q Suite with on-demand a la carte dining and more. With daily flights from Adelaide to 170 destinations worldwide. Experience world-class hospitality with Qatar Airways. T&Cs apply. Visit pht.com.au.
If you're packing up your family to travel across the land will treat you different in a Dave Benson caravan.
Here at DBC, it's the end zone of our $500,000 sale. With hotter deals than ever, ample stock and on-site manufacturers helping us crunch the numbers hard. Ending in a massive 3-day blitz as we team up with Electric Bug and Barbecue Adelaide for on-site bargains. Thursday 29 to Saturday November 30. Get on in today, because the best bargains of the year are only here at Dave Benson Caravans.
Bye, darling. I love you.
Goodbye, mate.
Bye, Dad.
At Centennial Park, we understand the life-changing experience of saying goodbye to a loved one. Whether their preference was burial or cremation, our memorial options are designed to help you reflect on, reconnect with, and remember your loved one. And most importantly, ensure your goodbyes aren't final. Find out about our memorial options at centennialpark.org.
Rowey and I are at a local restaurant who have invested in the magnificently sleek and reliable Vulcan doors. Rowey, could you step outside for a moment, please?
No, why is it always me outside?
Thank you. Vulcan doors offer automatic pedestrian doors as well as highly secure industrial roller doors and shutters.
Oi, Timmy!
So keep out the heat as well as the pests that come with it.
Turbo, when are you going to let me back in?
Vulcan doors.
Timmy!
Separate yourself from the rest, literally.
Oi!
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight. Live.
You know, when they talk about various degrees of connection that you have with someone else, I wonder how long it would take for us before we get a phone call from Rove McManus.
Degree of separation, isn't it?
That's the one. So how long do you think we could get a random phone call from Rove McManus?
That'd be great.
By the end of this week? Somebody listening will know somebody who knows somebody who would get Rove to give us a call after midnight one morning this week.
Let's put it out there.
Huh?
I think so.
You put it out there to the gods, to the stars and the gods. Somebody will know someone who will know someone, and Rove will just randomly call.
Come on, Rove.
Come on, Rove. And then another wag, I think it's David, who've sent already the logo. I don't know whether you can see that from here. I'll put it up to the TV camera. But they've put the Australia Overnight, they're calling it Australia Overnight Night Talk, featuring Tony McManus and Rove McManus. Isn't that clever? It's really clever. The logo's already up there. Of course, Rove's looking for a quid. 133 Simon, hello.
Good morning, Tony. How are we?
Mate, I'm well, thank you.
Yeah, I got a TV host, and that's George Negus.
Yeah, the late, great Georgie was fabulous, but a sensational journalist, very good presenter, and got better as he got a little older.
Oh, my host and Yana then.
And Yana, back in the day, Yana was as good as anybody, a bit of a pioneer in terms of amazing women on the telly, and Yana did it so extraordinarily well.
Yeah, my host and Elvis, Kissing Cousins.
Which one?
Kissing Cousins.
Kissing Cousins, yes. Yes, Kissing Cousins. Very, very good.
The game I played one night, I was up at Tumut, and my brother and his mate, they said, oh, we're going to bed, and the Wagga boys from Wagga, and they said, oh, you want to come over for a game of cards? And Bronson, my brother and Peter, they said, oh, we're going to bed, and I said, oh, come over. I didn't know.
Sorry, you going where?
Over to their cabin.
Over to their cabin?
Yeah, so I walked over and they said, oh, you want to go out play and have a game of poker? And I said, oh, yeah, I might have a go. So, yeah, you play it. You get 7 cards and you have a go. I said, oh, $20 in. I said, oh, $20 in? It's get next. And I put $20 up, so I said, oh, okay. I put $20 in for. There's 4 of them, and yeah, I said, oh, what you got? I said, oh, can you, I had a look at my cards and I threw one out. And anyway, I said, can I get another card, mate?
Yeah, get another card, yeah.
And I got another card, and it was 10 advices, and I said, Mum, so I said, what do you got in the hand? I said, oh, this. I showed him my hands. Ace of spades. King of spades, Queen of spades, Jack of spades, King of spades, and 10 of spades. They get a little shitty to watch yourself.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Well done, Simon. Everything okay? You haven't heard from overseas in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, I was just talking to them, not long ago. She's still in the hospital, but she's getting better. She's on the mend. So, yeah. It was good.
Oh, good on you. Pass on our warmest. And one day, hopefully, she'll be joining you here in Australia, down there in crazy Colac.
Hopefully next week, at the end of next week, mate.
Well, let's hope so. We'll all come down for the gathering for the nuptials.
Well, that'll be the end of before the end of December.
What, the end of December for the marriage? The end of December?
Yes. Just want to get married before December, yes.
Well, can we organise a couple of bus loads to come down to be there for the celebration?
No. Huh? No.
Well, I tell you what, you supply the grog and the food, and we'll supply the love and the mood. Huh?
I knew that was coming, bugger off.
No, that's okay. We'll all be down there. So it's very easy. You supply all the grog and the food, and we supply love and the mood.
Boy.
Good on you, Simon. Thanks. Leo. Adelaide. Morning.
Is that you, Tony?
That's the one, Leo.
Sorry, Tony,
Was that a sneeze?
Yeah, I was just having a bit of a cough then. Sorry about that.
No, you're right. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, Tony, yeah.
Good on you. Great.
Yeah, now, Tony, I heard you talking to a lady.
Yeah.
That song, Patch It Up. Patch It Up, baby.
Yeah, that's Patches.
Patch It Up, baby. Yeah, it was called Patch It Up.
I'll Patch It Up. That's a different version again. Okay, so I'm a little confused in my very simple head. So Patch It Up was a great song for Elvis Presley, and the other one that I'm thinking of goes a little like this. It starts with this lyric. Listen to this.
On a little farm way back up in the woods, I was so ragged that folks used to call me Patches. Papa used to tease me about it, cause deep down inside he was hurt cause he done all he could. My papa was a great old man. I can see him with his shovel in his hand. See, education he never had, but he did wonders when the time got bad. The little money from the crops he raised barely paid the bills we made. Oh, life had kicked it down to the ground. When he tried to get up, life was kicking back down. One day, Papa called me to his dying bed, put his hands on my shoulders and tears he said, Patches, I'm depending on your son to pull the family through. My son, it's all left up to you. 2 days later, Papa passed away, and I became a man that day. So I told Mom I was gonna quit school, but she said that was Daddy's strictest rule. So every morning before I went to school, I fed the chickens and I chopped wood too. Sometimes I felt that I couldn't go on. I wanted to leave, just run away from home, but I would remember what my daddy said with tears in his eyes on his dying bed. He said, Patches, I'm depending on your son. I tried to do my best. It's up to you to do the rest. But then one day a strong rain came and washed all the crops away. And at the age of 13, I thought I was carrying the weight of the whole world on my shoulders. And you know, Mama knew what I was going through, 'cause every day I had to work the fields, 'cause that's the only way we got our meals. You see, I was the oldest of the family, and everybody else depended on me. Every night I heard my mama pray, Lord, give him strength to face another day. 4 years have passed and all the kids are grown. The angels took Mama to a brand new home. Lord knows, people, I've shed tears, but my daddy's voice helped me through the years, saying, Patches, I'm depending on your son to pull the family through. My son, it's all.
What a great lyric. Just fantastic song. That the lyrics for Clarence Carter. I'm depending on your son, because every day I had to work the fields, because that's the only way we got our meals. See, I was the oldest of the family, and everybody else depended on me.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Some things need an emergency department, but if you're umming and ahhing on what to do, it might be more of an emergency. If you're unwell and unsure what to do, call Health Direct on 1800 022 222 and a registered nurse will help you find the best care for you. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Specsavers do hearing aids. That's surprising. But here's the real surprise. Our prices on high-tech hearing aids are also surprisingly low. Visit us online and compare today. Specsavers for high definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
We chose to use Paint Professionals because they were referred to us by a previous client who was very impressed with the work that they had done and recommended them highly to us.
Paint Professionals turned the job around so quickly from the initial quotation straight through to completion.
Paint Professionals provided us with a very professional service. We're extremely happy with the outcome of it.
Painting an entire house or just a room? Make it a great experience with Paint Professionals. Visit paintprofessionals.com.au.
Good things are blooming this spring at Newman's Nursery. Now is the perfect time to plant new season's fruit trees. Both dwarf and full-size trees are now available. See the full selection of citrus trees, flowering magnolias, beautiful ornamentals and new season roses. Newman's experienced team can help you with all the tips you need. Newman's Nursery, tradition in quality. 1361 North East Road, Tea Tree Gully, open every day, or follow them on social media.
If you need to fix your pipes, call Precise. Call Precise. If your toilet's blocking up, call Precise. Call Precise. If your lights aren't turning on, or your hot water is gone, or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Precise.
Precise Plumbing and Electrical. Call 1300 700 200. That's 1300 700 200. Precise Plumbing and Electrical. On time, on budget, on the job.
Or a plumber or an electrician, call Precise. Call Precise.
There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. For 1 in 6 Australian children, poverty can block their progress no matter how hard they try. Please donate now and give them an equal chance to succeed. Search the Smith family.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Where'd we get to? I think we were talking to Leo, weren't we, in South Australia? Now, Leo, you've got a bit of a cold or just a cough?
I've got a bit of a cold, Tony. The weather's been a bit funny here in Adelaide the last 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, it has. Did you see those jets going over across the weekend?
No, I heard about them, yeah. Tony. Maybe I'm too far away to hear them, yeah. And they told you, listen, you're talking about Elvis.
Yes.
You know, his last movie he did was called Change of Habits. And you know who the female was in that movie with him?
Just remind us.
The movie was called Change of Habits.
Change of Habits.
And there was a famous girl in that movie. I'll give you a clue, Tony. Back in the 60s,
yeah.
She had her own show. And she had black hair.
So, change of habits, and don't tell me. Was she an Adelaide girl? No, she wasn't.
No. I'll give you a clue, Tony. She worked with Dick Van Dyke.
Not Julie Andrews.
No, not her. Another one. She had her own show. I'll give you a clue.
Mary Tyler Moore.
You're right.
Mary Tyler Moore, yes. Wow. And so you look at that, and I think was Ed Asner may have been in that curiously as well.
Sorry, say that again, Tony, sorry?
I think Ed Asner was in that film as well.
It could be, Tony. I forget a bit nowadays, Tony, because I'm getting a bit longer too.
No, not at all. I think it's a lovely thing. It's called Change of Habit, and I, for one, have never seen it.
Oh, you never saw it? It's not a bad movie, Tony. Now, hey, Tony, I'll tell you another one too now. You remember that song came out years ago, Tony, when Elvis was in his heyday? He had a song called Flaming Star.
Yes, very early in his career, or reasonably early in his career, Flaming Star, I think.
Yeah, and Tony, that I'll tell you something about that song. It was when he first recorded it.
Yep.
They called it Black Star.
Black Star.
And then they changed it and changed it to Flaming Star. But a few were sold, but they took them off the racks. You know, they stopped selling them. Then they changed to Flaming Star.
And so it became Flaming Star.
Yeah, that's right. Well, first it was Black Star, then they changed it to Flaming Star.
There you go. Now, Leo, everything else okay in your world?
Yeah, everything's okay, Tony. Hey, Tony, when you come to Adelaide?
Well, you just never know. I'll let you know once the plans are locked in, but you just never know, Leo. Watch this space.
Hey, Tony, I'll give you one more, then I'm going, all right?
Please, yeah, you do.
'Cause I love talking about Elvis.
Good on you.
Tony, you got any idea what was the biggest selling single record Elvis sold? What single sold the most?
Well, if I was going out on a limb, I'd probably say maybe In the Ghetto.
No, not that one. No.
So not In the Ghetto. One of his earlier ones or later ones?
Yes, I would say one of his early ones, Tony. It might have been around. I got a feeling it might have been about before he went in the army, in about 57, 58, and it was his biggest seller. It's a romantic song. Put it that way, Tony.
It's a which song? A magic song?
It's like a romantic song, you know what I mean?
A romantic song.
It's like if you was having cooking tea up for your girlfriend, she's coming over to have tea and half you have tea. You know what I mean?
I'm going to go then. If that's the case, I'll go Love Me Tender.
No, I'll tell you, Tony, that I'm going to go.
Yeah.
It's Now or Never.
Oh, what a track. It is a beautiful song, Leo. It's always good to have you on the program. Thank you.
Bye, Tony. Bye.
See you, mate. Bye. Leo's in Adelaide. Mark, not far from Moorabbin. Good morning to you.
Good morning there. Having a good day. I hope you're blessing the West of the best over there in the last guy. The brilliant man.
Yeah, good on you, Marky. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, that was it, was it? What was that? What? What did we say? Jay, what happened there? What was that?
No, we were just walking along and Mark said hello and that was it.
Said hello and then disappeared.
Thanks, Mark.
That's why we love this program.
That's great.
Can I just, there's a couple of texts coming in and I want to have a look at this. Mary Tyler Moore trivia for you. Only movie in which Elvis didn't kiss a woman. Is that right? This is from, I'll just refer to this person as Deb. In that movie, the Mary Tyler movie, a trivia for you, the only movie, really, in which Elvis didn't kiss a woman. There's a bit of Elvis trivia. Did not know that. DK, you'd be spot on. I trust you implicitly with that. That is a fantastic bit of goss. It's useless goss, but it's fun.
SIDS and Kids SA is evolving to meet the needs of the South Australian community with the Red Tree Foundation. Red Tree Foundation provides free bereavement support services to South Australian families who lose a child through any unexpected event from pregnancy through to 17 years of age. Red Tree Foundation also offers private grief and loss counselling for any South Australian impacted by grief in its many and varied forms. To find out more, go to redtreefoundation.org.au.
The last thing we are at Naughty by Nature is judgy. There's enough of that in the world. We're here to say it's okay to do things differently, to explore, to step out of reality and into fantasy. Which is why we think you'll adore our lifelike dolls. Perfect in every way, stunning and so real. It costs nothing to see them. Take a look. Please don't be shy. Be curious. Google Naughty by Nature Adult Store. Sale on now.
Transform your outdoor space and turn it into a great year-round entertainment area with an opening and closing roof from Louver House. A Louver House roof will let in the perfect combination of airflow and sunlight, so you can entertain no matter the weather. Best of all, they're manufactured right here in SA with rain sensors and options like LED lighting. Find out more with a free design measure and quote. See the light with Louver House. louverhouse.com.au.
If your business needs finance fast, speak to Universal Finance right now. Universal Finance make business loans easy. Unsecured business loans and business overdrafts. Universal Finance can help your business now with same-day settlements in most cases. See Universal Finance in Kent Town or search Universal Finance. This is general advice only, and you should consider the terms and conditions before determining whether this advice is suitable for your situation.
No, it's a pleasure so look around at your leisure.
Experience caravanning the way it was meant to be. Island Star simply do it better. New or used, go to the people you can trust, Knowles Island Star Caravans. With Knowles, you're protected by a nationwide guarantee and better after-sales service.
Knowles Caravans. Trusted for quality, driven for adventure.
Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans.
Happy birthday to you! 1, 2, 3.
There's a good reason so many people celebrate their birthday at the Dutch Pantry Cafe. A whole menu of authentic Dutch food for brekkie, brunch or lunch. Think of classics like croquettes, mini Dutch pancakes and Dutch pea soup, along with chip cones and Biscoff milkshakes. However old you're turning, celebrate at the Dutch Pantry Cafe. OG Road, Clemzig, open 7 days. Look for the Big Windmill.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
One of the favourite songs, and the audience is really funny when it comes to changing lyrics. As the snow flies, on a cold and grey Chicago morn, a poor little baby child is born. It's funny. The lyric is, won the lotto. As the snow flies on a cold and grey Chicago morn, a poor little baby child is born, won the lotto. And his mama cries, 'cause if there's one thing that she don't need, it's another hungry mouth to feed. Won the lotto. You can see where that's going. It's a creation by the Phantom. Thank you, Phantom. Very funny. Why don't we do this? We've got plenty of time for your calls the other side. Oh, I'll tell you what we're doing too in the next hour. Just to bring you up to date, the serial, the final episode went to air last night. We will replay the final episode of the serial coming up in our next hour. We'll replay that for those that missed it. We also have the new thing that's starting. What's it going to be called, Jay? Anytime you're ready, Jay.
That's a good one. I'll come to you in a few minutes' time.
Okay, all right. The serial, a brand new one starting on Wednesday.
News as it happens. This is Adelaide's 5AA.
In this bulletin, a Perth grandmother accused of drug smuggling in Japan, 2 Aussie backpackers fighting for life in Thailand, and Rafa's last tennis tournament. Good morning, I'm Gabriel Hodson. A Perth grandmother accused of drug smuggling has fought back tears in a Japanese court as she saw her daughters for the first time in nearly 2 years. Jamie Freestone's in Tokyo.
Donna Nelson was led into the courtroom with her hands cuffed to sit just metres away from her family. The handcuffs were removed before she was asked to answer questions about her name and nationality. Prosecutors allege she was found with 1.9 kilograms of stimulant drugs in her suitcase when she arrived at Narita Airport in January last year. The 58-year-old told the judges she unknowingly carried methamphetamine in her case. She said she was deceived by a man known as Kelly, who she was considering marrying. She finished by saying, "I am innocent." Earlier, prosecutors wheeled evidence into the courthouse, including a suitcase. In Tokyo, Jamie Freestone, 9 News.
2 Melbourne women are on life support in Thai hospitals after suffering suspected methanol poisoning. The pair, both aged 19, were travelling through Southeast Asia and were staying at a youth hostel in Laos when it's believed their drinks were spiked. 2 Swedish nationals are believed to have died and 10 more people are sick. The pair's parents are flying to Thailand and the Department of Foreign Affairs is providing consular assistance. A family of 6 has lost their home after a unit fire in Sydney's southwest. Superintendent Adam Dewberry says firefighters believe an electrical fault in a mobile phone charger may have sparked the blaze in Wiley Park, where 12 people were evacuated.
Also, one of them has been transported to hospital for smoke inhalation. Unfortunately, one pet cat has perished in the fire, with another cat we believe has escaped.
Detectives in Melbourne's north are trying to work out the cause of a fatal crash in Epping. Emergency services were called to reports of a collision between an SUV and a hatchback at the corner of Cooper Street and Edgars Road just after 11. The hatch driver died at the scene and is yet to be formally identified. The SUV driver has gone to hospital accompanied by police and has non-life-threatening injuries. The owner of a stolen ute has cheated death in the Darwin suburb of Yarrawonga. The man was woken by the sound of his Land Cruiser being started up and confronted the alleged thieves who are armed with edged weapons. One offender's rammed the gate with the owner jumping into the ute tray. Police say that while driving recklessly to throw him from the vehicle, they've hit a tree and all four have fled on foot. The Toyota owner has minor injuries. Water taxis linking Brisbane's Riverside area, overwater helipads and ferries from the CBD to Redcliffe and Bribie Island are all being considered as legacy projects for the 2032 Olympics. News Corp says civic leaders are trying to boost the Sunshine State's tourism ahead of the Games. River-based businesses are also working to establish more inner-city moorings. Finance and the Aussie dollar's buying 64.86 US cents. The Dow Jones is down 25 points and the Nasdaq's up 49. Rafael Nadal says Tuesday's Davis Cup in Malaga will be his last in front of a home crowd. The 38-year-old Spaniard says he's not as competitive as he used to be.
I have been thinking for quite a long time, on and off during the season, but I tried always to give me one more chance. But yeah, it's something that I decided with time, so I'm enjoying the week.
Spain will compete against Netherlands in the Davis Cup. And Western Australia's dropped to second on the Shield table after an 8-wicket loss to Victoria in Melbourne. Tasmania and Queensland have drawn. Meanwhile, Australia's beaten Pakistan by 7 wickets in the third match of the T20 International Series. That's the latest news and sport.
Camper Agent RV Supercenter's massive model year run out is on now. Take advantage of unbeatable savings across a huge range of new and pre-owned caravans and motorhomes. Save up to $10,000 on selected Winnebago and Windsor models. Save up to $9,000 on selected Corrimal caravans and up to $7,000 on selected Adria, Kia and Telvor models. Don't miss these exceptional deals. Hurry into Camper Agent RV Supercenter Parafield Gardens. These massive savings are only available while stock lasts.
The business sector has had incredible advances in AI. One solution can show you how AI can streamline your business, introducing efficiencies you never thought possible. You'll save money and time, unlock new growth avenues, and you'll be keeping up with the rest of the business community. With AI and One Solution, you can innovate, optimize, and excel across every facet of your business. One Solution will show you how. onesolution.net.au, a Platinum Telstra partner.
How far would you go for your dream kitchen? And how far would you go to not deal with organising all the trades? How about 15 minutes up the freeway to Balhanna Kitchens by Design? To the largest showroom in the Adelaide Hills. Custom build your dream with our award-winning designers. Plus, we can manage the installation and all sub-trades at a fixed price. Balhanna Kitchens by Design. It's not too far to go to make your dream a reality. balhannakitchens.com.au.
Coming up to the starters blocks now, Georgia, a busy working mum in lane 1. James looks the business in lane 2 and free-spirited couple Casey and Liam in lane 3. Ready to race into Wayville Hyundai for the new 2025 Tucson Hybrid. Take your marks. Set.
Race into Wayville Hyundai and test drive the incredible 2025 Tucson Hybrid in stock now. Change the way you Hyundai at Wayville Hyundai, opposite the showground.
New cruises from Adelaide are on sale now with Princess Cruises and Phil Hoffman Travel. Enjoy 22 nights aboard the Crown and Grand Princess, admiring the changing coastal scenery from the Great Australian Bight to the Kimberley Coast and tropical North Queensland before arriving in Sydney Harbour. 2 cruises departing Adelaide in October 2026 and April 2027, starting from $4,719 per person twin share, selling fast. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
$13.95 Adelaide's FIVEAA.
Now, this is Australia Overnight with Tony McManus.
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love won't wait. When I first saw you, with your smile so tender, my heart was captured, my soul surrendered. I spent a lifetime waiting for the right time. Now that you're near, the time is here at last. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love won't wait. Just like a willow, we would cry an ocean if we lost true love and sweet devotion. Your lips excite me. Let your arms invite me. For who knows when we'll meet again this way. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow it's now or never. My love won't wait. It's now or never. My love won't wait. It's now or never. My love won't wait.
I've got to say, it's pretty good.
It's now or never.
It's excellent. If you have just tuned in for the first time on this brand new day, nice to have your company. I'm Tony Mac, T-Mac, 133693. Coming up very shortly. We're going to replay last night's edition, the final episode of the serial, which you know and I love, and it's called simply Under Her Spell. Thank you for moving that down. Thank you, Jay. Under Her Spell. And so we're going to replay the final episode for you. The brand new serial is called Anytime You Want to Join Me.
Stranger in Paradise.
Thank you. One more time, please, announcer.
Stranger in Paradise.
There you go, with a little bit more intonation on paradise. One more time.
Stranger in Paradise.
Now you just sound cross. You just sound really peed off. Thank you. Stranger in Paradise is the name of the new serial, and from all reports, according to people that know more about these things than moi, people like Philip Brady and a couple of others have said it's really, 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 really good. So that will start
Tomorrow. Wednesday.
And then also starting tomorrow will be
Chicken,
which means that Johnny, he disappears for a little while.
Yes.
Speaking of Johnny, and we love John Doremus, because it's clever, and it is our very own Simon Owens who puts all those little ads in there just to give it that sort of flavour of the heritage broadcast that it is. Anyway, so Johnny will do the bunk. Now, there's an expression I haven't heard for a long time, do the bunk. Where does that mean living? Thank you. So Johnny will do the bunk, and we will bring in Chicken Man. It all happens tomorrow. So it's a fresh look. So we've got a new serial starting tomorrow. We've got a new little bit there with the Chicken Man starting tomorrow. We just need to change the host of the program and the producer, and the audience would be happy. Here's Johnny.
Hello again. This is John Doremus with the passing parade of the story of the first flying machine. December 17th, 1903. On the barren coastal flats of North Carolina, two men opened the doors of a ramshackle shed and pushed out a weird contraption that looked something like an oversized box kite. No one could have guessed from its flimsy, unprepossessing appearance that same contraption was soon to change the course of history. I'll be back to tell you more after this message.
The Cafe St. Clair was made for you. The atmosphere is right, and you'll dig the service too. The Cafe St. Clair brings the good life to you. St. Clair brings the good life to you.
Wilbur Wright was born in 1867. His brother Orville in 1871. Neither received a college education, though both attended various schools before and after the family settled in Dayton, Ohio. They shared a mutual flair for anything mechanical. Among other things, they built a printing press and for a time put out their own newspaper. Then they opened a bicycle repair shop. Their interest in aeronautics was first aroused by a German named Lilienthal, who made world headlines with a series of spectacular displays in a glider. During one of these, the glider turned turtle in midair, and Lilienthal plummeted to his death. The Wrights were curious to find out why. After much deliberation, they concluded that the German's method of balancing his glider in flight by shifting his body from side to side was faulty. It was Orville who came up with a solution: adjustable warped wing tips to restore equilibrium by wind pressure without shifting the center of gravity. They built a glider of their own to test the theory. It didn't prove much, so they built another and another, till they constructed one that set a world record by sailing 600 feet in the teeth of a gale. They were then convinced that all man needed to enable him to fly was a suitable engine. None of the engineering companies they approached wanted any part of the scheme, so they designed and built one themselves: propellers with chains. On December 14th, 1903, having transported the kite, as they called it, to Kitty Hawk, a bleak expanse of sand on the North Carolina shore, they tossed a coin to decide who would be the first to fly. Wilbur won. A few curious spectators watched as the machine sped down the launching rail. Caught by a gust of wind, it rose unsteadily for a few feet before tipping over onto its left wing. Wilbur conceded it was no flight. 3 days later, on December 17th, came Orville's turn. Coughing and spluttering with Orville stretched flat on his stomach in the middle, the kite left the launching rail and remained airborne for 12 seconds, covering a distance of 120 feet. For the first time in history, man had flown by mechanical power. Were the Wright brothers acclaimed for their incredible achievement? On the contrary, they were ridiculed. But gradually, as they continued to develop their machine along useful lines with better and better results, the world began to take notice of the two crazy bicycle mechanics. The history of aviation was underway. Powerful business interests tried to break the brothers' patent rights unsuccessfully, but the strain told on Wilbur's health. He died in 1912 at the age of 45. Orville Wright lived on till January of 1948. I'm John Doremus. For the passing parade, thanks so much.
Thank you, Johnny. And we will talk to you maybe in a few months. Maybe. See how it goes, really. Do a bunk. Thank you to all those people giving me information about that expression, do a bunk, where you suddenly leave a place without telling anyone. Run away. Flee, if you like. Bolt, clear out, disappear, Pisovsky. I think you got the feeling. So the expression is do a bunk. Why I use that word, that expression, I haven't used that for about, I'm thinking, 50 years. Do a bunk. We will do this when we come back. All sorts of things happening, including the great Ender Brady. Ukraine getting permission to use strong-range weapons deep inside Russia. We'll look at that. Would you ask for a selfie? If you could ask anyone for a selfie, who would you have on your list? If you could ask anyone, to do a selfie with them, who would you have on your list? Who do you think the number one selfie would be for you, or for anyone for that matter, I guess? If you wanted to do a selfie with someone, who would you nominate to do that selfie with? 133 693, Australia Overnight. Morning.
How's Frank going on the share market?
Well, up and down. I've just made an investment of my own, though, and it's paying dividends already.
Oh, what is it?
These new shoes from Gilmore's, they're so comfy and supportive.
They look good too.
Frank invested in some, and now we go for a walk before the market opens. He reckons they're his best investment yet.
Gilmore's, hey? I think I need to add to my portfolio.
Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, South Road, Melrose Park.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Gone are the days of bulky solar panels. NRG Solar is ushering in a new era of sleek, efficient solar technology. With just a few panels, harness the power of the sun like never before. The equation is simple. More efficiency, more savings. Join the revolution with NRG Solar. Discover simplicity at 1275 South Road St Mary's or online at nrgsolar.com.au. NRG Solar, for a brighter, more sustainable tomorrow.
When we say police home care, a lot of people think...
Okay, Margaret, I need you to step away from the vacuum cleaner.
When in fact, police home care is an approved My Aged Care and registered NDIS provider, available to all South Australians. For quality aged care or disability care in your own home, search Police Home Care, taking care to everyone.
Are you or someone you know living with epilepsy? 1 in 25 Australians will develop epilepsy at some stage in their lives. The Epilepsy Centre in Adelaide is dedicated to raising awareness in the community to reduce the stigma and create a more welcoming and inclusive society. We do this by providing epilepsy awareness and seizure first aid to people living with epilepsy, their families and friends. Thanks to state government funding, we can offer this education at no cost. For more information, go to epilepsycentre.org.au.
Black Friday at Adelaide Appliance Gallery is just around the corner, and we've got some excellent deals to celebrate, like 20% off selected Smeg appliances, 20% off Portofino and Victoria, 15% off Lanier and Dolce Stil Novo, 10% off Fab, Sapphire and Diamond dishwashers, as well as 10% off Fab and integrated refrigeration. With offers this good, some terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Call into 155 Paynham Road, St Peters and pick up a Black Friday special, or visit AdelaideApplianceGallery.com.au.
On 1395 Adelaide's FIVEAA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
If you're sending emails, you can do that overnight at 3aw.com.au. Try to get back to each and every one of them overnights. at 3aw.com.au. It's a comprehensive list of the great slogans. I think we were talking about advertising slogans last week, maybe the week before. And it's really, really good. A lot of them are... a lot of them are relevant, I guess. Many are from other parts of the world and may not necessarily always be quite as relevant. But when you think about it, like L'Oreal, for example, the great slogan, "Because I'm worth it," just became part of that advertising campaign, "Because I'm worth it." Shave time, shave money, not one with which I'm familiar, but it's the Dollar Shave Club. Finger licking good. 3 words. Finger licking good. I know. Originally Kentucky Fried, but now KFC, of course, these days. It's brilliant. And Netflix is a joke. Clever. Netflix is a joke, which became the brand or part of a big promotion for Netflix as we know and love it. We'll go to Enda Brady in just a moment. Arnie, you wanted to say?
Good morning, Tony Mac and Jay. You were looking for Australian hosts before, weren't you?
Yeah, we were. So it was really not so much Australian, any great host. Wonderful presenters that we've known and loved over the years. And we've had an array of contributions going back as far as, your Don Lane, Bert Newton, Graham Kennedy, and right through and beyond.
Well, I've got to nominate. I know Molly, our good old friend Molly Melvin was mentioned.
Molly got a list, yeah. He got listed.
Gavin Wood should be listed because he hosts Countdown.
Well, he was the voiceover for Countdown. Did a great job too, by the way, didn't he, last Saturday night for the program? It was wonderful, the 50th birthday for Countdown.
Yeah. But I don't know if it did so well, but Shirl's Neighbourhood from Sky.
Shirl. We've got Shirl on that list. You would definitely put him in there. I agree with you on that.
I know you may be a fan of Hal Todd.
Oh, I do. Hal Todd, who I think hosted, he did a very similar program back in the day on, I'm going to say, was it on 3UZ, Artie?
I think he did, yeah, and something funny which was to watch was Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. That was just weird, really. It was weird and wrong on many, many levels.
It was funny, though.
It was. Good on you. Great to talk to you. Thank you, Artie. Look who it is. It's our very own Enda Brady in the UK.
London calling to the faraway towns. Now war is declared and battle comes.
Yeah, we catch up with him each and every Tuesday and on a Thursday. Thursday, it is Enda Brady, UK correspondent and great friend of this program. Enda, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Join me on the drive out of West London here. It is dark, it is rainy, it's a miserable November evening in England.
You poor thing. Where are you heading? Over?
I am leaving a place called Hillingdon in West London, which is where I can tube to, and I'm now driving back towards Oxford. Winter is kicking in. It has got colder here. And, the highlight of my commute, P-Mac, is talking to you.
That's good. Well, if we can help you fill in 6 or 7 minutes, happy to do so. It's fascinating times. I'm sure you've been watching these meetings that are taking place as we speak. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has already caught up with the President of China. What's the upshot?
Well, this is a big deal from a British perspective because he's desperate to get the economy moving. Now, no British Prime Minister has met President Xi Jinping of China for 5 years. Theresa May was the last meeting, and initially it was quite warm, and then there were the protests in Hong Kong and the crackdown by the police and the authorities there, and the British government cooled off the relationship very, very quickly, took a step back. So what Starmer needs to do, really, he says he wants to build a, quote, pragmatic and serious relationship with China and the Chinese leader. And ultimately, he wants to sell more stuff to China. He wants a better trading relationship, anything for growth, anything to get this British economy moving, because in all honesty, Tony, it is flatlining along here.
Well, that seems to be the position. That seems to be the sentiment. Is this is not going to be the panacea, though? Surely.
No, but I think with a closer relationship in Europe as well, what Starmer's trying to do is, he's not going to be successful in unpicking Brexit, but he can make some changes to make Brexit less damaging. And I think that's really what he wants to achieve, because the relationship with Europe needs to get closer. Brexit has been an absolute disaster on every single front imaginable. And I think what he's trying to do here is just, China's a huge trading partner. I think it was something like $66 billion worth of goods from the UK went to China last year.
Yeah.
It's going up and up. It's only going in one direction. Britain's a small country, and it needs friends right now. So a lot of people are saying, well, hang on, what about human rights abuses in China and the Uyghurs in that province? I think Starmer's going to have to hold his nose and just kind of build a relationship if he wants to get growth.
They canvass the idea, Enda Brady, of just turning this, if it is the disaster that you say it is it an option to go back and go back to where they were or not?
I think in this Parliament, for the next 5 years, no. I think what they will do is Labour trying to build relationships with Europe and convince people that, we don't see you as the enemy anymore and that lot have gone, because a lot of the Conservative view of Europe was that this was not good, it was not good for Britain, why are we sending all this money to Brussels every month, in the words of Boris Johnson? And then we realised that, there were very good trading relationships there. Britain had a lot of good deals going on, and suddenly Britain doesn't have anything. So I think in this Parliament what you'll see is perhaps moving closer to the single market again, so that British companies can trade more freely in Europe. Perhaps in the next Parliament, if Keir Starmer were to win a second term in office, we may see a complete new referendum on, at some stage, rejoining the European Union.
Yeah. Let's talk about Ukraine. Ukraine looking now to get permission to use, God forbid, long-range weapons to go deep inside Russia. Permission from whom?
Well, the Americans have granted this now, so it's a very, very tense time in this war. Now, the Russians are extremely confident. I actually sat down with the Russian ambassador to the UK the other day for my show. It goes out on TV on Wednesday, Roundtable on TRT World if anyone is interested. The Russians are very, very confident. They feel that as we go into winter now, in the words of the Russian leadership, the Ukrainians are running and bullets. And the Russians aren't. The Russians are putting, from what I can make out, 40% of Russia's GDP is now going towards the war in Ukraine. So the Russians are gambling all in on winning this war in Ukraine, which they started. And now Ukraine has the option to strike deeper inside Russia using long-range missiles given to them by the Americans and NATO. And some Russians at the highest level say that if Ukraine do this, it would be the start of a wider conflict, possibly even World War III. So they're being very, very aggressive on this, the Russians.
Yeah, World War III, if you don't mind. Stay there. We'll see if we can get that line fixed. Don't go away. We'll come back. I want to talk to you about Cristiano Ronaldo. We do that next. Enda Brady in the UK.
Beechwood Homes, Adelaide's leading bespoke home builder, celebrates 35 years. Over that time, they've helped many hundreds of people realise their dream of building a home exactly how they envisioned it. That's the wonderful thing about building with Beechwood. There are no set plans, no set rules. It all starts with a pen, paper, and your ideas. Just like it did 35 years ago. If you can dream it, Beechwood Homes can build it. Life's good. It's even better in a Beechwood home.
Shopping should be exciting, not dull. An adventure, not a chore. And fresh, not routine. So experience something new at Newton Central with Drake's, Serenity Hair & Co, Fandy Scissorhands, Terry White Chemist, Glitter and Polish Nail Salon, and many more. Including the brand new Séjour Club, an independent boutique with one-of-a-kind handcrafted apparel and jewellery from 2 local designers. Want something new in your life? Choose a new local. Choose Newton Central, Gorge Road, Newton.
Supply Nation, Australia's leader in supplier diversity, brings together Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses and the procurement teams of Australia's leading government and non-profit organisations. Because an inclusive economy benefits everyone. Currently, Supply Nation has over 5,000 Indigenous businesses listed. So if your organisation has a reconciliation action plan or developing one, think about joining Supply Nation as a member. Visit supplynation.com.au to find an Indigenous business to support your future growth.
Over 50 and ready to dive into something amazing? This is for you. We're planning for your future with 2 new over 50s lifestyle resorts in Goola and Encounter Bay. With our vision for world-class facilities and endless activities, your next phase of life could deliver your best years yet with pools, gymnasiums, bowling, greens and more. Visit our new display centre at 1 Banfield Road, Goolwa North, or check out lakesideresort.com.au or oceanviewresort.com.au.
EcoVantage is part of thousands of SA families every day. Running hot baths or showers, in the laundry, our dishwashers and kitchens, it's all made better, greener and more affordable with an energy-efficient heat pump. Using around 70% less energy than traditional electric hot water services, and it's cheaper than gas hot water. Pump your power bills down and make EcoVantage part of your everyday with an energy-efficient heat pump. EcoVantage.com.au.
I'll grab a few people I know. We'll mark out some places to go. There's no invitation, just a destination, and that's the best freedom I know. Jump in the Jayco. Jump in the Jayco. Yeah, that's the best freedom I know.
On 1395 Adelaide's FIVEAA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Every Tuesday, every Thursday, we catch up with Enda Brady in the UK. He is currently sitting behind the wheel of his XJ12, travelling to the hometown, going along beautifully. Thank you. Cristiano Ronaldo, after losing a soccer match 5-1, what happened?
So, Tommy, it's a really interesting story about the psychology of sports people. Ronaldo won, okay? So he was playing for his beloved Portugal. It finished Portugal 5, Poland 1, and Ronaldo scored. So he's like 39 years of age. He's still playing and scoring goals for his country at the highest level in Europe, despite him playing his club soccer in Saudi Arabia. When you hear what happened next, Tommy, the captain of the Poland team is called Piotr Zielinski. He waited for an exit in the stadium in Portugal with the teammates so they could get a selfie with Ronaldo, having just been beaten 5-1 by Ronaldo and Portugal. Understandably, a lot of Polish fans are saying, what's going on here? Are you not embarrassed to be doing this? And the captain of Poland, Zielinski, he has shot back and said, look, he's one of the greatest players in history. Of course we wanted a picture.
Of course you would.
They couldn't even get near enough to him on the pitch. But they waited, and it's a bad look. Personally, I don't think it looks good.
So you don't think it was a good idea for the captain to actually even put in the request to get the photo?
Tell me, how do you think it would look, Tony, if Australia were playing cricket against, say, India, and you take your backside handed to you on a plate by India, and it later comes out in the media that you've got the Australian cricket captain and his wicketkeeper standing outside the changing room of the Indian team looking for a selfie with, say, Sachin Tendulkar? I don't think it's a good look. I think have a little bit more pride in yourselves, boys.
Oh, look, that's a great talk topic, and I reckon in a heartbeat, any Australian player at some point would be very happy to stand next to Sachin for a photograph.
Even after losing? I don't know.
Even after losing.
This wasn't even close to the weekend. Wasn't even close to the weekend, Tommy. 5-1. This is top-level soccer.
Yeah.
And they got eaten alive.
Yeah, they did.
And the people of Poland are not happy. Poland are playing Scotland tonight, and they should be talking about, the defeat and what's going on, and now it's a big row over the boys queuing up for selfies with Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's a great topic. I'm going to let you go because we've got a dreadful line because you're driving home, but it's always good to talk to you. We'll do it again on Thursday. There you go. You heard what Enda Brady says. In a heartbeat, you'd have a photograph if you had the opportunity, even if you were the captain of Australia. Back in the day when Sachin was playing, I mean, what a master. Why wouldn't you want to have a photograph with Sachin Tendulkar? Is the question up for grabs, even if you were a losing side to India. Why would you not, I guess? It's all fair. You wouldn't do it maybe during the game, but certainly post the game, you'd have a photo with Sachin, wouldn't you, shaking hands? Love to get some feedback on that. 133693. Leanne, good morning again.
Good morning again. Before I go to no-no.
Oh, don't go no. Stay with us, Leanne.
Look, I was up all bloody night last night.
Why?
Then I just had trouble going to bed and getting to sleep. I didn't go to bed till 1:30 this afternoon, yesterday afternoon.
So you had a cat nap?
No, I haven't had much sleep at all. I'm going to bed in a minute because I've got to do stuff today. You asked about selfies. Yep. But before I do that, that is why I'm calling, but it's not why I'm calling.
That's why I'm calling, but it's not why I'm calling. That's a confusing one, but go on.
After Countdown the other night, after the special, we were, a friend, my neighbour, and I watched race. We watched the whole race till 6 in the morning. That was interesting because there were clips in there that weren't seen on Countdown because there was swearing in them and like interviews and that. But it was really cool, really stuff that we never saw on Countdown. So that's something if people want to have a look.
And there were clips from Countdown, were they?
Yeah, there were clips, Molly's interviews and stuff like that with the Sex Pistols, Billy Idol before he was Billy Idol. He was in Generation X. It was fascinating. Kate Bush. Who else did he interview? It was a very interesting show.
That tribute Saturday night, beyond things that they did to Kate Bush with the three Kates.
Actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Really?
There was a lot.
Oh,
they never showed one clip of In Excess.
I thought it was
not
marvellous.
One clip of In Excess. Yeah, I think there were. I was impressed with Les Goff. I thought he was pretty cool.
He was brilliant.
But,
I thought the tribute to Kate Bush, just the lovely with the other Kates, was a stroke of genius.
Yeah. I mean, I missed some of it because I was popping in and out and I was cooking dinner and that. But pretty good. But it was nice to reminisce. There's no doubt about that because it was really just.
And we're nothing if we're not people who like to reminisce. Leanne, I've got to love you and leave you because a replay, the final episode of Under Her Spell, is coming up the other side.
The last thing we are at Naughty by Nature is judgy. There's enough of that in the world. We're here to say it's okay to do things differently, to explore, to step out of reality and into fantasy. Which is why we think you'll adore our lifelike dolls, perfect in every way, stunning and so real. It costs nothing to see them. Take a look. Please don't be shy. Be curious. Google Naughty by Nature Adult Store. Sale on now.
Bob McGinnon proudly presents one of the best rock and roll shows in Australian history. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide at 2 p.m. matinee Saturday, December 14. Lucky Star, Dinah Lee, Jade Hurley, Digger Revell and Little Paddy in one sensational sellout show. The Good Old Days of Rock and Roll. Don't miss the 2 p.m. matinee performance Saturday, December 14 at Her Majesty's Theatre, Adelaide. Tickets on sale now.
You possibly won't find Australia's largest range of rollers, spare parts and accessories for sliding doors and windows at your local hardware store. I mean, I guess you could try, but nah. Instead of wasting time, how about you save time? Visit rollerco.com.au because spare parts for sliding doors and windows is what we do. Our warehouse is full of them. rollerco.com.au. We'll get you rolling.
Sail away with Silver Sea and Phil Hoffman Travel. Our most generous offer ever. Up to $10,000 saving per suite on more than 550 worldwide ocean and expedition voyages. Plus, you can join the Platinum Cruise Club for a bonus $300 shipboard credit per suite. Experience all-inclusive, ultra-luxurious ocean travel with small ship intimacy with Silver Sea. Hurry, bookings close December 2nd. Phil Hoffman Travel. Visit pht.com.au.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. Now more than ever, you need an agent who's not just out for a quick sale. You need someone who can stand their ground to ensure you're maximising your home's potential. There's a good reason Toop and Toop is defying market trends and continuing to deliver premium outcomes for its clients. With a history spanning almost 40 years and a team of unrivaled experience, Toop and Toop knows what it takes to maximise your results in any selling conditions. Visit toop.com.au to find out more.
Phantom Screens are the only manufacturer that make outdoor blinds up to 12 metres long. More than enough for an outdoor entertainment kitchen, a mini golf course, a herd of mountain goats, and the 190B bus to Mitcham. Since 1995, Phantom Screens have been improving homes with top quality, powder-coated, aluminium-framed, retractable screens. Whatever space you have, there's a Phantom Screen for you at phantomscreens.com.au.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
The following radio serial is a work of fiction. The characters are portrayed by radio actors reading a script. Some episodes may contain material which some people may find offensive or upsetting. If you are likely to be offended, we suggest you don't listen to this serial and rejoin Australia Overnight in about 10 minutes' time.
My sister Julia had destroyed one man's life. Could I stop another man falling under her spell?
I'd arrived at the house on the island just as the storm built up. Soon it would be impossible for the police to reach us. And then the front door had opened. I saw my son Kim with Julia, her expression crazed and tormented.
John, you've come for us.
Julia? Kim?
Dad!
Stay where you are, Kim.
Come inside, John. Then we can all be together.
All right, Julia. I'll come in. And then we can have a talk.
I told Kim you'd come down to find us.
Now, Julia, let's sit down. Kim, you come over and sit with me.
No. I want Kim to stay here with me. I knew you'd come down, John. I said to Kim that we were the only two people you loved. That's true, isn't it, John?
I'm very fond of you both.
But you do love me, John. Say you love me.
Julia, would you like Kim to go out to my car? I brought some presents.
No, I just want you and Kim.
Dad? Kim, everything's all right. Julia and I are just having a talk.
That's right, Kim. John and I are just here together. We're all going to stay here now, John, forever. We can all live here in this house. And I can do some painting.
But Kate does the painting. You don't paint.
Kim, of course Julia paints. Why, you've seen her pictures. They're all very beautiful.
I'll paint you some pictures, Kim. We'll have lots of time now, won't we, John?
Dad!
I can show you some of the places I'll paint. Would you like to see them?
No. We can wait till after the storm.
We could see them now. Kim and I can go and see them now.
No, please.
To what she says, Kim.
No! Kim, stop that. I want to show you where I paint.
No, let me go.
Julia, I'll come too. Now, I'll just take Kim and...
Dad! You stabbed my father, you...
Oh, Kim, it's all right.
I want Kim to come with me.
Put the knife down, Julia. You don't need it.
I want Kim to come with me. We're going for a walk.
No! Oh, let me go, Julia! Dad, help me! Help!
The storekeeper, Brady, said the old Winslow house was at the end of the road.
I hope he was right, Dawson.
Dr. Carradine had a head start on us. We were damned lucky that car ferry was still running. The service stops when they get storms like this.
Inspector, do you think Julia Winslow might try to leave the island?
Well, I posted Constable Wellesley back at the ferry just in case. But frankly, I don't think she'll want to get away. She's after something else, Dawson. In her mind, there'll be more important issues at stake.
Sir, that must be the place.
Yeah. Look, Dawson. By the house is Dr. Carradine.
What's happened?
I just hope we're going to be in time. Dr. Carradine! Dr. Carradine!
Inspector!
What happened?
It's Julia. She's got Kim. She's got a knife.
You try to stop her? Dawson, there's a first aid kit in the car.
No. I'll be all right. We've got to get my son.
Your arm needs attention,
Doctor. It's not important.
Where's Miss Winslow now?
She took Kim up along that path. It leads around the cliffs.
Dawson, tell the men to spread out. I'll take Dr. Carradine with me. Julia Winslow and the boy are up in the cliffs.
Yes, sir.
And Dawson, tell them to hold their fire. It's too risky. They might hit the boy.
Yes, sir.
Now, Dr. Carradine, are you sure you can manage?
Yes, of course.
Then let's go. My men will circle out around the cliffs. If your boy's up there with Miss Winslow, we'll find him.
We must have got the last ferry over. Look at that sea.
John and the police should be at the house by now.
You know something? I never thought the day would come when I'd drive like this through a storm to help Carradine.
If it makes you feel better, I'm very grateful.
I suppose I should apologize for what happened that time in your apartment.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'd heard so much about you. I had to find out for myself. Yeah, I better slow down.
No, the house is just around this next corner.
I can't believe Julia and you lived here alone.
Look, there's the house. But the police are there too.
We can stop here. I can't see anyone.
Well, they must be out searching. Look! Up on the cliffs. That's where they've gone.
If Julia's got that boy up there...
Come on. We've got to find Julia first. You've got to talk to her while there's still a chance.
Careful, Doctor. There's no safety fence here, and these rocks are slippery. One wrong step, and it's a long way down to that sea.
They can't be far ahead of us now.
Well, my men will be moving round from the other side. We'll seal them off.
I hope Julia doesn't panic. Look, up there! The top of the path! On the edge of the cliff face!
I think she's seen us, Doctor.
Julia! Kim!
Keep away!
Julia! Listen to me! I've got to talk to you!
No! Keep away from us!
Julia! I want to talk to you. Everything's going to be all right!
Stay there, John! Don't come any closer!
Miss Winslow! Dr. Carradine and I just want to help you. We know you didn't shoot Mr. Trent. We know you didn't kill Eleanor Carradine.
Julia! It's true! We don't want you to get hurt!
I've been hurt! You've all hurt me enough! Why can't you leave me alone?
If you come down to the house, we can sort out all these problems.
You're lying! You're both lying! You want to kill me! Kate wanted to kill me! So did Adam, Trent, and Eleanor! That's why I killed them! Dad! Help! Yes, I killed Eleanor! She thought she could stop me having you, John. So I got those tablets. I put them in a drink. I took it out to her on the patio. And when she got sleepy, I held her head in the pool until she drowned. And then I pushed her in. If it hadn't been for that barman, if it hadn't been for him, nobody would ever have known. Dad, she's
And Adam Trent, he made me sign a confession. As soon as I'd signed it, I got the money. And then I got that gun. I told Adam he had to give me back the paper I'd signed. I told him I wanted the film and the recording, the original ones. And he was a fool. He tried to get the gun. It went off. Dad! I went to Gar's place. And when he went back to sleep, I got down to my car. I went to Adam's house. I tried to find the film and the tape. I couldn't. Oh, Dad!
Julia, nobody's going to hurt you. I'm coming up to get Kim and then you can go.
No! I don't trust you. You brought the police.
There she is. Dawson, hold your fire!
I hate you! All of you! You all turned against me and now you're gonna pay for it! No!
Kim! She's pushing over near the edge. Another couple of inches.
Julia! It's me, Gar.
Gar! What do you want?
Julia, let me come and talk to you.
Stilson, get away from there!
I don't want to talk to you!
I want you to come back with me, so we can get married. You're going to have our baby, remember?
No, I'm not pregnant. What are you talking about? Who are you?
Julia!
You, Kate, you dare to come here?
Julia, let John have Kim. I'll come over to you.
Kate, for God's sake, keep back!
Get away from me, Kate! If you come any closer, I'll push Tim over the edge. It's all your fault. All my life you've wanted to hurt me.
I haven't.
Kate, you think I'm mad? You've always had everything you wanted. You stole my parents from me. You stole my mother and father.
Julia!
They weren't your parents, Kate. Yours started a car smash when you were only a few weeks old. My parents adopted you and you stole them. You stole them! You want me to die, don't you? Well, you're not going to have your way this time. Somebody else is going to
Stilson, don't! Kim!
Oh, God. Kim, you're right.
Kate!
John, Kim.
Dr. Carradine, is your son all right?
Yes, he is. Stilson, if you hadn't leapt at Julia...
Forget it, Carradine. Let's just say it's something I owe you. Well, Inspector, last time we met you said you wanted to talk to me about a hit-run case.
Stilson, it could wait a while.
No, let's get it over with. It's that kind of day for finishing things off.
Yes, perhaps you're right. Sergeant Dawson, will you take Mr. Stilson down to the house?
Yes, sir. Come on, Stilson.
Well, Dr. Carradine, I'd better be going too. I'll have to organize a search for Miss Winslow's body. Although, by the look of that sea down there... I'm glad your boy's safe. That's the main thing. Goodbye, Doctor. Mrs. Carradine?
Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector.
Oh, John, I didn't know whether I'd ever see you and Kim again.
We're here now, Kate. All of us.
That's right, Kim. And as Stilson said, it's the kind of day for finishing things off and starting again.
And so concludes our story, Under Her Spell. In Under Her Spell you heard the following players. As Sergeant Dawson, Michael Somerville. Eleanor, Georgie Sterling. Charles Russell, Shane Porteous. Mary Russell, Joan Dalgleish. Dr. Charteris, Ron Roberts. Kim, Sue Newton. Inspector Collier, Robert McDarragh. Garth Stilson, John Cousins. Adam Trent, Les Foxcroft. Dr. John Carradine was played by James Condon, with Diana Perryman as Julia, whilst as Kate you have heard Faye Kelton. Under Her Spell, written by David Carrick, directed by John Woodward, is a Grace Gibson production.
Macular degeneration is Australia's leading cause of blindness. If you're over 50, have an eye test and macular check. Early detection is vital. You can have the very early signs without even knowing. Information, guidance and support is only a phone call away. Call the Macular Disease Foundation on 1800 111 709 for a free macular degeneration information kit.
Dreamland's Black Friday sale is now on, with up to a massive 60% off a huge range of Australian-made mattresses. Yes, up to 60% off. Plus get huge savings off our huge range of beds, bedroom furniture in Manchester. So you can get a Queen electric adjustable bed plus a Queen pocket spring pillow top mattress for only $19.99. So if you're looking for a better night's sleep, hurry into Dreamland and get up to 60% off. Be quick, Dreamland's Black Friday sale ends December 2.
Dreamland. There are many reasons children fall behind in their learning. Poverty shouldn't be one of them. All children need support to achieve their best. But for 8-year-old Owen, poverty is blocking his progress no matter how hard he tries. He can see that he's ending the year behind his classmates, and he's already worried about next year. Please donate today and give children like Owen a chance to thrive. Search the Smith family.
Hey Dad, it's me. You're a man in the know. Know a good electrician?
Sure do. Call BMS Electrical. They came out last week and were fantastic. They rewired the shed, installed a new ceiling fan and put 4 downlights in the veranda. Best of all, they arrived on time, gave me an accurate quote and explained exactly what needed to happen. You can trust them. Here, let me get you their number.
As always, you know Dad.
BMS Electrical, where trust is our trade. Call 8274 0100 or find us online.
Deliver more with Toyota, the world's #1 forklift brand. Choose from a great range including pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Get a Toyota forklift. If you're thinking of selling your home, you better think 4 months ahead, because that's how long it can take to get everything in order. Hi, Daniel Talia here, General Manager of Home. That's HAUME. And I'm here with some good news. We'll buy your home right now. No waiting, no fees, no open inspections, and no marketing costs. You'll save in the tens of thousands, and we can settle when it suits you. Visit home.com.au. We buy homes, and remember, HAUME.com.au.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight, live.
Great to have your company wherever you are, right across Australia. It may be 3AW right here in Melbourne, where I'm sitting as we speak. It could be 5AA in Adelaide. It might be through the amazing ACE Radio network into southern New South Wales, right through Victoria. It could be 5AA in Adelaide, and it certainly may well be 6PR in Perth. It is Australia Overnight. You can join in the other side straight after the news.
News as it happens. This is Adelaide's 5AA.
In this bulletin, 2 Aussie backpackers fighting for life, US missiles to be aimed deep into Russia, and suspicious car fires in a suburban driveway. Good morning, I'm Gabrielle Hodson. 2 young Australian women are fighting for life in Thai hospitals after a suspected mass poisoning during a holiday in Southeast Asia. Christy Sullivan reports.
The 2 19-year-olds from Melbourne were on a university break and at a youth hostel in Laos when it's believed their drinks were spiked with methanol. 2 Swedish nationals are believed to have died and 10 more people were sick following the incident. The young women's families are making their way to Thailand to be at their bedsides, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade says it is providing consular assistance to them. Symptoms of methanol poisoning can include abdominal pain, vomiting, breathing difficulties, blindness, blurred vision and seizures. Drinking just 25 to 90 millilitres of the toxic chemical can be fatal. In Melbourne, Christy Sullivan, 9 News.
Joe Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to use US long-range missiles has angered the Kremlin. The BBC's Stephen Rosenberg.
Asked about President Biden's decision, President Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov said if such a decision has been taken, it means a whole new spiral of tension and a whole new situation with regard to US involvement in this conflict. Mr. Peskov accused the Biden administration of pouring oil on the fire and continuing to provoke tension around this conflict. Western leaders argue that it's Russia that started this war with its full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Perth police have charged a 29-year-old woman after an alleged serious assault on an elderly woman. An 84-year-old was rushed to hospital with serious head injuries after being knocked to the ground in a car park in the suburb of Midland. She remains in a stable condition. A terrifying ordeal for a service station attendant in Melbourne's east. 3 men have used hammers to smash into the shop in Mount Waverley just after 11. The attendant locked themselves in an office while the robbers made off with cigarettes, leaving in a white Kia Sportage. Police in Sydney's west are checking out a suspicious fire in St Clair, which has destroyed 2 cars in the same Blackwell Avenue driveway. A Hyundai i30 and Mazda 3 were destroyed just before 1 o'clock this morning. Southeast of Brisbane, police are urgently trying to find a 13-year-old boy missing from Victoria Point. They've released an image of the boy, last seen in Creekwood Street on Sunday night. He's about 160 centimetres with blonde hair, wearing a hoodie and black track pants. Denmark has announced the world's first tax on livestock emissions. From 2030, farmers will have to pay for the methane from cows and pigs. The revenue will go towards turning large tracts of land back to the wild. Finance and the Aussie dollar's buying 64.89 US cents. The Dow Jones is down 1 point and the Nasdaq's up 87. Australia's beaten Pakistan in the cricket again, this time claiming a clean sweep of the T20 International Series. Australia won by 7 wickets in Hobart.
Stoinis, another maximum away over mid-wicket. An entertaining 50 by Marcus Stoinis. He's fit for his country in T20 cricket.
That call from Fox Cricket. In Sheffield Shield cricket, Victoria's beaten Western Australia by 8 wickets. Queensland and Tasmania have drawn. Today, Women's Big Bash fires up in Adelaide, with the Strikers taking on the Perth Scorchers. And in week 2 of the AFLW finals, and Fremantle's Jay Flynn has been referred to the match review panel after being accused of rough conduct against Adelaide's Anne Hatchard in the Crows' 37-point win at the weekend. The third quarter incident has been deemed intentional low impact. And Rafael Nadal is entering his very last tournament in his home country, Spain. That's the latest news and sport.
If working with NDIS plans is a source of confusion or frustration, there is an easy way forward. At Complete Care, you're given a client service manager. Think of them as a concierge, there to assist and recommend services as they're needed. From cleaning and home maintenance to social support and transportation, they're essential to our clients and always available to their loved ones. It's just one of the things we do that sets us apart. Trust client service managers from Complete Care with a K.
Nothing beats driving away in your brand new Mitsubishi, but choosing your brand new Mitsubishi comes pretty close thanks to the team at Agostino Mitsubishi. They've provided excellent service for over 35 years, so you know you're in good hands. Plus, with a 10-year warranty and 10-year cap price servicing on the entire Mitsi range, you know you're getting the best deal. Hurry into Agostino Mitsubishi Nailsworth or the new state-of-the-art Agostino Mitsubishi Mawson Lakes. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply.
Look at your hands. 5 digits, 14 joints, 27 bones, multiple tendons and nerves, but a lot can go wrong. If you're experiencing hand pain, it can drastically affect your lifestyle. If it's happening to you, get in touch with GRIP, a specialised hand and wrist practice with a team of highly qualified hand surgeons and therapists. From therapy to surgery, GRIP can help you get to the source of the pain and provide a solution. Visit gripsurgery.com.au.
A house is one of the biggest investments you'll ever make, so it only makes sense to invest in the things that we put inside it too. At Scott's Custom Furniture, we craft beautiful, one-of-a-kind, handcrafted pieces made to match and enhance existing decor. If you can dream it, we can build it. From stunning floor-to-ceiling timber display cabinets, unique front doors, elegant bed frames, and stylish side tables, all made from top-tier local timber. Search for Scott's Custom Furniture and start designing furniture that you won't find anywhere else.
Hi gardeners, Charlie Allbone here. Water is the key to maintaining a healthy garden. That's why I use Rich Grow Easy Wet Soil Soaker. It lets the water in and keeps the roots hydrated. Easy Wet is easy to use on lawns, gardens, pots and edibles, and its new granulated formula creates the Rich Grow effect for greener lawns and stronger, healthier plants. Grab some today and grow you good things. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
$13.95 Adelaide's 5AA.
Now, this is Australia Overnight with Tony McManus.
G'day. If you'd like to join us, I think you know how it works by now. This time of the morning, we certainly have a look at what the papers are doing, bring you up to date and keep you up to date with the news for the next hour and a half leading into the brekkie programs. If you would like to join us for open line talkback, anything you'd like to raise on the program, it's a massive news day, as you can imagine. We'll look at the papers in just a tick for you. 133693 for those in WA, 133882, and if you're sending a text, you can do, or you want to send a text, 0477 693 693. Speaking of WA in Perth, hello Frank.
Well, hello Tony. What do you think about this fiasco yesterday with half a dozen coppers and the media scrum going around arrested an 83-year-old man on alleged sexual molestation charges that happened about 20 years ago?
Frank,
what about Alan Jones?
Frank, we may not just discuss that for the reasons that these matters are before the courts. And so whilst many of us would have some thoughts about that, it's not in the interest of me, this program, to actually make any comment at this stage. Beverly in Doubleview, good morning to you.
Good morning. Maybe Julia will be the stranger in paradise.
Well, may well be, yes. So that was the end of that serial. That's the second time we've played that conclusion. So it's all done and dusted. We've been asked to put together a synopsis. Jay's been trying to wring his hands and write the synopsis. How are you going to report on that, Jay?
Yeah, it's going well, Tony.
You've done nothing. You've done nothing.
I was up until 11 a.m. yesterday.
Yes, you were. That's right.
You asked us who we'd like to have a selfie with.
Yeah. So the selfie question. Given that, as you may or may, I'm just talking to the people that have just joined us.
Yes. Okay.
The people that want to have a selfie with, say, Cristiano Ronaldo, why would you not? Is my question. Regardless of win, loss, or draw, who would you like to have a selfie with?
Well, I'd go on a time machine and I'd have a selfie with Socrates because of his humility. He said, "The only thing I know is that I know nothing."
Yeah.
Really appeals to me.
Yeah, that's a fantastic quote, isn't it?
Yeah. And another person I'll get on a time machine and meet Gandhi, who said something which is very compassionate. He said, "Hate the sin, but love the sinner."
That's right, yeah. Hate the sin, love the sinner. It's an oldie but a goodie, and it works so beautifully. So you've got two. Have you got a third one?
A third one? Well, I quite like, what's his name? the Chinese one, I've forgotten his name. Lao Tzu, who was... Philosophy was go with the flow and the way of the water.
Yes.
Very relaxing.
Yeah, very relaxing. Yeah, Beverly, always good to chat. Thank you for your contribution. Julian, morning.
Good morning, sir. To answer the man's question yesterday, the famous dance place in Melbourne, in Paran Greville Street, I think, was called Leggett's. And may he have memory of
yes, Leggett's. I do remember Leggett's. I remember the name, had nothing to do with it. The point of that story is after you were on, I had about 4 stunning emails, and I'm just trying to find, as you speak, I'm trying to find them now, but one in particular dealt with some of the great dance colleges and schools around Australia. So I think here's one from, let me just add this to the list. So Phil wrote, you'll love this, I think. I think the dance band may have been Ziegfeld. I'm an old ballroom dancer, and although before my time people spoke of it, I was calling but thought I would fall asleep holding on. So he's going to try and call. And I wrote back and I said, look, we should do a segment where, at some point, we won't do it this morning, where people actually went to learn dance around Australia, whether it be in WA, South Australia, or here in Melbourne town, because there were many great schools of dance going back post-war.
And don't forget the Palo the Dancer was a very famous Australian who had a band there for many, many years, and he went overseas to head of BBC Light and Orchestra, was Jim Davidson. And his Australians are very, very famous. My grandparents might remember that.
Where was the Palais de Danse?
Next to the Palais Theatre, and I think Jim Davidson cried when the place went up in flames sometime in 1968, I think it was.
Oh, right. Okay.
Opposite Sabre Ritz ice skating. So I might remember that. Now, Darren James plays now and again, and last Sunday, that famous number, Feeling Good. And he had known as Simone, but they paid no credit to the fact that was written by Anthony Newley and Leslie Brickus, and came from a Broadway show of 1965 called The Roar of the Grease Paint, The Smell of the Crowd, and it starred an American actor who came here called Gilbert Price. Does that ring a bell?
No, it doesn't, but that Nina Simone version is just an extraordinary piece.
But Mr. Newley was a genius, of course. He was married to Joan, I think the third husband of Joan Collins. Is that correct?
Is that right? Okay.
Yes. And there's somebody around the country, I don't know who it is, that does a tribute show to Anthony Newley. He did 25 years since the death of Mr. Newley. Do you ever remember him coming to Melbourne?
No, I don't, Julian. I mean, familiar with how important he was and what a great, amazing talent he was. But beyond that, no, just a bit before my time, really.
Have you read Legs 11, the autobiography of Rhonda Birchmore? She worked with Anthony Newley.
I'll bet she probably did.
On Stop the World, I Want to Get Off.
I've spoken to Rhonda only half a dozen times on various programs over the years. She's fantastic when she's on the radio, as you know.
She said, I spoke to her very, very briefly once on Dennis Morton's program, and she said he was a lovely man to work with, the late Anthony Newley. Gee, he had a long career, didn't he?
He had a phenomenal career.
Have you got the recording of a revival of the 70s of Stop the World, I Want to Get Off, starring Sammy Davis Jr.?
No, but we'll have a look. So it was Sammy Davis Jr. I reckon we'll see if we can find that very shortly. It'll be on my playlist there somewhere, Jay, if you're looking for it. Sammy Davis Jr. and a remix of his it's a reversion of Stop the World, isn't it?
Want to Get Off. Now, that was originally done at the Tivoli. It starred Jackie Warner and Evelyn Page. Do you have much recollection of an American star called Jackie Warner?
No, you'll have to tell us.
I don't know much about him or much Evelyn Page. I think they were both American because Anthony Newley didn't do the Australian production of Stop the World, I Want to Get Off.
No.
Have you ever seen the show? I think it had Tony Tanner in it. Whatever happened to Tony Tanner?
Another name that's probably lost on me, I've got to say. I'm humbled by your greater wisdom.
Do you think Stop the World would succeed live again, or is it a bit too much controversy for a show like one? It's had a lot of controversial things in it.
Well, we live at a time where people love a bit of controversy, so maybe not. Maybe it would work really, really well. Stop the World, I Want to Get Off.
Can you play the numbers? Well, of course, he was in Dr. Dolittle, wasn't he?
I think you're correct.
Didn't he originally star in the first Oliver Twist?
Please, sir, can I have some more? Did he say, please, sir, can I have some more? Or please, sir, may I have some more?
Can I have some more? There was, of course, Sir Harry Seacombe in the movie.
It was. He was brilliant in that, Harry Seacombe, wasn't he?
Yeah, did you? You met Sir Harry, didn't you?
Well, in that he was a guest at the hotel. He was a guest at the Hilton in those days. So this is about 70, I'm going to say 74, 75. And he did this amazing, he was checking out, I've probably told the story before, so forgive me if you've heard it, where there was an amazing a replica of a British letterbox right in the foyer area. Big, tall letterbox. And so Harry was checking out, and he came down, and as he checked out, he did a routine, a random, very random, impromptu routine, where he would have a conversation with someone inside the letterbox.
Yes.
And for all intents and purposes, if you were watching him, and by this time a crowd had gathered around of, I don't know, 25 or 30 people gathered around to watch this routine, and it felt like he was having this chat with somebody inside that letterbox at the desk of the Hilton Hotel. It was hysterical.
Yeah, you met him. Was he nice to you?
Yeah, charming. As all all the guests were. They were charming. They were great.
I met him. I met him too.
Did you?
He seemed like a very nice man.
Yeah, convivial.
I saw him at the town hall in 1974 in Melbourne. I said, "Where are you staying, Sir Harry?" He said, "I am staying at the brewery."
At the where? The brewery?
The brewery.
That's funny. That sounds a bit typical.
Has a great sense of humour. You see, he's a Welsh squire. He was quite an amazing man. He did an Australian film called Sunstruck. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't. I don't know that I've seen that.
If you played a Pommy school teacher who was sent from England to the outback to teach Australian kids, could you look up and find out how old is Sunstruck, the movie? I think that's the only film we ever did here, wasn't it?
We'll do that very, very shortly. I've got a couple for you before we go. The great Ted Turner's having a birthday today. Now, you may or may not remember that name. He's 86, but he's the founder, owner and founder of CNN, which is Cable News Network, vice chair of Time Warner, and, of course, was married to Jane Fonda for a long time.
Jane Fonda. Well, I tell you who is 99 in a few weeks and tick that die.
Oh, I know. Isn't that a tremendous thing? So we'll talk about that as we get closer to that date. Julian, always good to talk. Stay there, and it's always great to have you on the program. Don't you go away to the listener. Guess who's coming up next? He's in stall. He's a favourite. It's all part of Australia Overnight.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy. Cancer treatment looks different for everyone. At Lift Cancer Care, our team of dietitians, physios, psychologists and exercise physiologists collaborate closely with your medical team to help you navigate your diagnosis. And we're dedicated to building your physical and mental strength to give you the best possible outcomes. So if you or a loved one are ever struck with the C word, think of the L word first. liftcancercare.com.au.
Dreamland's Black Friday sale is now on, with up to a massive 60% off a huge range of Australian-made mattresses. Yes, up to 60% off. Plus, get huge savings off our huge range of beds, bedroom furniture in Manchester. So you can get a Queen electric adjustable bed plus a Queen pocket spring pillow top mattress for only $19.99. So if you're looking for a better night's sleep, hurry into Dreamland and get up to 60% off. Be quick, Dreamland's Black Friday sale ends December 2.
Dreamland. The passing of someone close places unique stress on family and friends. At this time, Farrell and O'Neill Funerals are here to provide reassurance and peace of mind. Farrell and O'Neill offer creative guidance and advice to tailor a service that best honours your loved one. Whether a large gathering or a small, intimate service, Farrell and O'Neill share their generations of experience in tailoring a unique and meaningful farewell. Proudly SA family owned and operated, because it's personal.
$20,000. Sounds awesome, yeah? Imagine winning it! Edwardstown Mazda and only Edwardstown Mazda is giving you the chance to win $20,000. Buy a new, demo or used car from Edwardstown Mazda during their incredible 2024 plate clearance sale and you're in the draw. Why would you go anywhere else? Your dream Mazda and $20,000?
It's gotta be
Edwardstown Mazda, the #1 destination for Mazda in SA. T's and C's apply. T24/1786.
Good things are blooming this spring at Newman's Nursery. Now is the perfect time to plant new season's fruit trees. Both dwarf and full-size trees are now available. See the full selection of citrus trees, flowering magnolias, beautiful ornamentals and new season roses. Newman's experienced team can help you with all the tips you need. Newman's Nursery, tradition in quality. 1361 North East Road, Tea Tree Gully, open every day, or follow them on social media.
On 1395 Adelaide's 5AA, this is Australia Overnight. Live.
21 past the hour, here he is.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
It's Marky at school.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time. Well, you ain't got a quarter rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine.
Marky, good morning.
I thought CNN stood for Chicken Noodle News.
No, it's Cable News Network.
Well, when it first started, they always said it was Chicken Noodle News.
Good on you. Cable
But
News.
that's not why I'm ringing.
That's not why he's ringing. Why are you ringing? What's on your mind? Go ahead, caller.
Mum had another round of marrowbone yesterday. I was talking to her earlier, and just relaxing. Warren's going up today to see Mum, so it gives me a bit of time off.
And so the report is that she's doing okay under the circumstances.
Correct. Yeah. And that's basically it. Mum's just resting and relaxing.
That's encouraging.
Off subject. I see the federal government's doing a bit of a shifty deal. It's been kept pretty quiet. Two multinational transport companies are getting $28.6 million each to purchase charging stations and electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
You there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
You're telling a story. Keep going.
Yeah, well, one owns a place down in Portsea. The other's got a four-letter name, and it starts with T, and the green trucks.
Yeah,
I think that's just a bit rude. The multinational company.
Look, I've just got to clarify these things. When we say things seems a bit rude and all the commentary around it, it's not fair, Mark, to make those observations based on a complete and total lack of detail available to the listener. And so, do you know why these things? Do you know why they? Hang on a second. It's all very well to have these very strong views, and people admire you for those very strong views. But I think we all need to understand the basis for which these things are put in place. As curious as they may seem to you, you've got to look at the reasons they're put in place. And the assertion that there is some breach of the law being made, and that's I always get really wary when people make those sorts of assertions as to where it goes after that. What are you trying to say?
Well, it's in a published magazine called Big Rigs Australia. The article's in there. all black and white, with colour photos of it all. It's not an assertion, it's fact matter. And, you know, then they go on...
who goes on?
Trust, but actually, the federal government's giving them money.
Mark, who goes on?
Oh, they'll be all government be chest beating. Oh, look at these two transport companies. It's not like they're short of a quid to go and buy it themselves.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, it was in the newspaper that comes out weekly called Big Rigs Australia.
Big Rigs. Big Rigs.
Yes.
So it's a trucking newspaper publication.
Correct.
Okay. And so they've taken the opportunity as a business to set up systems with the support of some government funding.
They're just giving them money.
No, that's your observation. They've taken up the option of accepting some investment from government based on plans for the country set up by our Australian government, like it or not.
Correct. You got to look at it this way, too, Macca.
No, you only look at it. You only look at it the way it is, not the way you would like it to be.
If you got a house ladder, put it up on your side wall, on your shed or whatever, up the top of the USA, Japan.
So what are you saying? You're saying that we shouldn't support those sorts of investments as a government.